The story begins with a grand castle appearing amidst flashes of light, marking the moment of summoning. In a cloud of mist, a group of bewildered individuals find themselves standing on a checkered floor. Most are students who were just on their way to school, while a man in a suit sits among them, all of them confused and questioning how they arrived in this strange place. Standing bewildered in the grand hall, the group is informed that the human nation is on the brink of collapse after years of costly war against the demon nations. The voice explains that they were summoned from another world, specifically because they are blessed with power. A flamboyant official then loudly proclaims that they are the great heroes summoned by King Genesis the 18th. The court official is shocked and thrilled to discover that Ira possesses a rare skill known as the Scythe of the Goddess, hailing her as incredibly fortunate. The court official dramatically proclaims that those who come from other worlds to serve the greater good are known as heroes, as such skills are nearly non-existent in their own world. While Norio, Itanami, and the others react with confusion and surprise, the official turns to King Genesis the 18th, declaring the summoning a great success. He specifically highlights Era, claiming her Scythe of the Goddess is so powerful, it could obliterate high-class demons with a single swing, leaving Era feeling bashful. As the status checks continue, it is Norio Itanami's turn. The hooded official reveals his status screen, but the result is unexpected. His special ability is listed as none. Norio stares in disbelief, stunned to find himself without any special power in this new world. A flashback reveals Norio Itami's life before the summoning. He describes himself as a corporate drone, enduring the daily grind of commuting on overcrowded trains while feeling the cold glares of other passengers. Amidst the chaos of his daily commute, Norio is shoved forward, bumping right into a large man. Startled by the unexpected softness of the impact, Norio is left completely bewildered when the strange man suddenly declares him a god. Yeah! The mysterious man reveals that Norio is about to be summoned to another world, having been personally selected by his father, Zeus, the king of gods. Norio listens as the god explains that while Athena previously handled these matters, he will now be the one taking care of Norio due to complaints about Athena's bias against men. The god introduces himself as Hephaestus, a summoning administrator who excels at crafting. He presents Norio with a glowing orba specially crafted skill called the Master of Supremacy. Although Hephaestus admits he is nervous as it is his first time granting a skill, he bestows it upon Norio, confidently stating that Norio will be able to figure out how to use it despite its difficulty. The god declares that he poured his heart into creating the Master of Supremacy skill, urging Norio to make good use of it in his new world. As the power surges, a loud screech echoes, signaling the final moment of the transition. Returning to the present, Norio reflects on the strange events that led to his summoning. Around him, the court is in an uproar, with officials baffled by the unprecedented case of a summoned hero possessing no skills. As King Genesis the 18th laments the situation and informs him that there is no way back, Norio decides to speak up and ask the king a question. King Genesis the 18th delivers a shocking truth. While they can summon heroes, they have no way of sending them back. Ira and Rei are thrown into a panic, with Rei shouting in disbelief. The king explains that only the Demon King holds the secret to returning home, which is why he expects them to fight the time in armies. However, Norio remains completely as no skills, he cannot do such a thing, bluntly stating that since he has no skills. This honest response leaves King the 18th utterly exasperated and perplexed. Seeing the king's frustration, Norio suddenly proposes an alternative. He asks if he can simply have a plot of land, regardless of how far it is from the cities, so he can farm and live in peace. As he clenches his fist with determination, Norio realizes that, since he cannot return home, this is the perfect opportunity to leave his miserable corporate life behind for good. With a determined look and a clenched fist, Norio makes a silent vow. As he metaphorically drops the burden of his former corporate existence, he declares his intention to live out his second life on his own terms. Norio stands before a sprawling, empty wilderness, gazing at the horizon with a sense of wonder. His guide informs him that this vast expanse is now his domain, purchased by the king for him to live in however he chooses. Now knighted and provided with a stipend, Norio reflects on the fact that this land was previously unexplored and outside the kingdom's borders, feeling a mix of gratitude and curiosity about his new beginning. The guide informs Norio that because the land is outside the kingdom's jurisdiction, he won't have to pay any taxes on his farming. After Norio pays the guide fee, the guide gives him a blunt farewell, telling him to do as he pleases regardless of whether he lives or dies, and leaves him entirely alone in the vast wilderness. Norio watches the guide leave, feeling a slight sense of guilt that the kingdom had to provide for him because he lacks a special ability. However, as he gazes across the vast, empty wilderness, his expression turns to one of resolve. This is the place where his new life truly begins. As he treks through the rugged terrain, Norio thinks about the desperation of the king and his people, but he feels no need to be their savior. He knows that normally, a summoned person would seek out companions, defeat great enemies, and embark on a grand adventure to gain fame. However, Norio has no interest in such action. Determined to live a life of safety and tranquility, he decides to settle in a place far beyond the reach of the kingdom, where he can truly be left alone in his new world. Norio wanders through the vast landscape until he finds a spot that feels just right. With a satisfied smile, he decides that this is where he belongs. Filled with newfound determination, he declares that he will stay and build his own little kingdom in this serene place. To begin building his kingdom, Norio realizes he first needs to secure a water source. He approaches a nearby body of water, initially suspecting it to be seawater. However, after tasting it, he is shocked to find that it is actually a freshwater lake, providing him with the essential resource he needs. Excited by the prospect of food, Norio spots an octopus in the freshwater lake. He briefly wonders if octopuses even live in shallow freshwater, but quickly dismisses the thought. Determined to secure a meal, he lunges forward to catch the creature, shouting in triumph, only to lose his footing and slip. Norio plunges into the water with a shout, eventually surfacing with the octopus perched right on his head. As he climbs back onto the shore, he is hit by the taste of the water, realizing it is incredibly salty. Confused and frustrated, he wonders why it tasted so sweet earlier, concluding that it must be seawater after all. Baffled by the inconsistency, Norio cupped some water in his hands and tasted it again. To his utter confusion, the water was sweet once more. Norio concludes that water won't be an issue and feels a surge of excitement about the mysteries of this other world. He decides to prioritize eating, boiling the octopus in salt water as he has no seasoning. After successfully starting his first fire, he begins using his knife to carve a notch into a dry wooden plank, taking the first practical steps toward establishing his new home. Norio realizes that starting a fire is easier said than done. Determined to succeed, he puts his heart into the task, spinning a stick in a wooden plank with all his might. With a sudden burst of energy, he manages to create a spark, reacting with a shout of surprise and excitement. Norio enjoys his meal, but he finds it odd how easily he was able to start a fire and craft a bowl and chopsticks. As he reflects on his surprising survival abilities, he recalls a memory of Hephaestus, the god of the furnace, granting him the Master of Supremacy skill. He suddenly realizes that this divine power is the reason for his effortless success. Determined to see the extent of his new ability, Norio decides to test it out. He activates the Master of Supremacy skill and swings his tool with a powerful motion, effortlessly slicing through the surrounding vegetation. Norio is completely shocked by the result of his action. With a single, effortless swing, he has carved a massive path through the wilderness, cutting the grass cleanly all the way to the stem. He stares in disbelief at the sheer power of the skill. Following the success with the grass, Norio decides to try plowing the land. With one powerful swing, he is stunned to see that the earth has been perfectly turned over, creating a ready-to-house crop field exactly as he had imagined, complete with earthworms in the soil. Norio comes to a realization. The Master of Supremacy skill bestowed by Hephaestus multiplies the efficiency of any tool he holds. With this overwhelming power, he is certain that starting a farm will be a breeze. He decides to plant the strange seeds he obtained in town and enthusiastically sets himself to work. With the field perfectly plowed and seeds planted, Norio lets out a sigh of relief. Although he isn't entirely sure what he planted, he is hopeful that a successful harvest will secure his food supply. Embracing this slower pace of life far from his days as a corporate worker, he heads to the lake to fish for dinner, feeling grateful to Hephaestus for the power that makes this new beginning possible. As he waits for a bite, Norio thinks of Hephaestus, promising to sacrifice some rice balls to the god as a thank you for the wonderful skill once his farm is productive. Suddenly, his rod bends violently, and Norio realizes he has hooked a big one. Straining with all his strength to pull the fish out of the water, with a powerful tug on his line, Norio pulls something massive from the depths. To his surprise, a beautiful mermaid bursts through the surface of the water, staring back at him with a look of shock. Norio is completely stunned as he pulls his line, shouting in disbelief that he has fished up a girl. However, as she lands on the shore, he notices her tail and realizes that she is not a human girl, but a Nico. Nico is absolutely furious, screaming at Norio for fishing her out of the lake. While Norio is overwhelmed by her hostility and reflects on the strangeness of finding a Nico in this world, Nico makes a sudden and shocking demand. Since he was the one who caught her, he must now marry her. Norio is caught off guard as Nico suddenly closes the distance between them. While Norio panics in denial, Nico laments her humiliation, explaining that as a Nico caught by a land dweller, she is now exiled and must dedicate her heart and body to him. As the story moves into the second chapter, the tension fades. showing a smiling Norio carrying a basket of harvested crops, while Nico floats beside him with a bright, joyful expression. Norio observes that Nico looks quite different from the illustrations he has seen in books. Meanwhile, Nico is in despair, lamenting that she was caught by a mere land-dweller and feels she has been dirtied, which she believes makes it impossible for her to return to the ocean. When Norio tries to tell her that being caught once isn't a big deal, Nico suddenly snaps, shouting that the merman race has always looked down upon land-dwellers, leaving Norio completely bewildered by her sudden outburst. Nico continues to scream, declaring that her pride has been completely obliterated by being caught by a land-dweller. Insisting she can never return to the ocean in shame, she suddenly demands that Norio take responsibility for her and become her spouse. Norio, completely overwhelmed, tries to reason with her, suggesting she think it over and pointing out that interspecies relationships are often quite difficult. Nico takes Norio's concerns about interspecies relationships literally, bluntly noting that their physical differences would make mating impossible. This leaves Norio completely panicked and flustered as he tries to explain himself. In an attempt to shift the mood, Norio offers her a drink, and Nico proceeds to down the entire bottle with gusto. A sudden flash of light blinds Norio as Nico reveals a surprising ability. With a smug expression, she transforms her tail into human legs, effectively removing the physical barrier they had just discussed. Norio is left speechless and utterly shocked by the sudden change. Nico smugly boasts that she can now live on land without any issues and can even bear children, leaving Norio in a state of total panic. Overwhelmed, Norio eventually gives in, realizing that in the heat of the moment, he has essentially accepted her as his wife. He urgently tells her to put some clothes on, but since he has nothing available, he gives her some makeshift attire. Nico, however, is not impressed, complaining that the outfit is lame. Norio firmly tells Nico that he won't marry her unless she puts on the pants. While promising to get her better clothes later, he expresses concern over their lack of a place to sleep, noting that he has nothing but the field. Suddenly, Norio notices something in the soil. Looking closer, he realizes with excitement that the seeds he planted are already sprouting. Norio reflects on the gift he received from Hephaestus, realizing that his Master of Supremacy ability, which enhances any tool he holds, is the reason the crop sprouted so quickly. When Nico asks what he is growing, Norio admits he isn't sure if the plants are edible or what they will eventually become. But he firmly declares his intention to use them to start being self-sufficient. Norio contemplates the essentials he needs: food, a house, and tool shopping to build a humble life by creating everything themselves. Nico sighs, noting how troublesome land-dwellers can be compared to the life of mer people. But she quickly softens, accepting this lifestyle since it is what Norio desires as her husband. With a burst of confidence, she tells him to leave it to her, leaving Norio slightly skeptical of her sudden enthusiasm. Nico proudly declares that medicinal magic is her species' ancestral specialty, and that she is quite famous for it. However, Norio's skeptical reaction earns him a frown. Suddenly, Nico begins to strip her clothes to demonstrate her skills, speaking in a thick, unexpected. A panicked Norio screams in confusion, questioning both her sudden nudity and her strange way of speaking. Nico suddenly dashes away, leaving Norio shouting in confusion. She quickly explains that she is going to get her things from home before diving back into the sea with a loud splash. Left in complete silence, Norio can only stare at the water, utterly baffled by the turn of events. As he walks through the grass, Norio finds himself lost in thought about the mermaid who just claimed she wanted to be his wife. He sighs, wondering if Nico will even come back, but he remains committed to his vision of a peaceful way of life. Taking a tool in hand, he begins working on some wood, deciding that for now, the first step is to build a simple house. Norio stands proudly before his newly completed wooden house, stunned that he managed to build it in only 1 hour. He feels as if he's dreaming, marveling at the power of Hephaestus' gift. However, once he finally collapses onto his bed, the reality of the physical toll hits him, leaving him utterly spent, exhausted. Norio lies down, wondering if the Nico will ever return, or if she is the true cause of his fatigue. Just as he falls asleep, Nico suddenly returns, cheerfully announcing her arrival. Startled awake, Norio is immediately shocked by her lack of clothing, urgently telling her to put something on. Nico tries to hide her concern for Norio, claiming that no Nico needs a land-dweller's worries. However, she mentions that it took her a while to pack up her things. To Norio's absolute shock, her belongings consist of a mountain of complex machinery and tools used for medicinal magic, all dumped right outside the house. Nico enthusiastically explains that medicinal magic is created by mixing plants with magic, noting that it is valuable even for those who cannot use magic. When Norio asks if it can be used to treat a cold, Nico confirms it can, but she suddenly shifts the mood by slamming a massive fish down in front of him, leaving Norio completely bewildered. Nico introduces the giant fish as a Behering G, explaining that such fish-type monsters are rich in mana. While Norio looks on in confusion, Nico quickly demonstrates a series of steps, slicing the fish with her bare hands, boiling it, extracting the essence, drying it, and finally grinding it into a powder. With a proud smile, she presents the final product to a bewildered Norio, the herring G fertilizer. Nico tells Norio that spreading the fertilizer on his field will make the plants grow faster, and she eagerly suggests they use it right away. Norio is touched, realizing she went through all that effort just for his farm. The following day, Norio is shocked to see the incredible results, as the plants have already fully grown. Norio realizes the rapidly grown plants are tomatoes and takes a bite. He is instantly blown away by the taste, praising the results, while Nico boasts about the effectiveness of her Behering G fertilizer. Intrigued by Norio's reaction, Nico takes a bite of the tomato. Norio watches her, wondering if the fruit even suits her species' diet. However, Nico is immediately struck by the taste, her eyes sparkling with joy. Overwhelmed by the flavor, she exclaims how delicious it is, questioning if landdwellers always eat things this wonderful. Driven by her newfound love for landdweller food, Nico excitedly asks if she can eat the other vegetables. Her enthusiasm is overwhelming, leaving Norio with little choice but to give in. After explaining that some vegetables are inedible raw, Norio prepares a simple hodgepodge cooked in seawater to satisfy her appetite. Norio hands the bowl of food to Nico, nervously asking how it tastes. After taking a bite, Nico's expression turns to pure bliss, and she enthusiastically praises the meal as being really delicious, leaving Norio looking surprised. As Nico enthusiastically devours the meal, wondering if landdwellers always eat such delicious food, Norio watches her with a peaceful smile. He decides he can handle her excitement and begins to brainstorm ways to enhance the dish, thinking that adding meat and fermented herbs would make it even more flavorful. Nico is shocked to learn that the meal could be even more delicious with the right ingredients. Norio enthusiastically plans for the future, imagining planting soybeans for miso and soy sauce, and acquiring meat and herbs. As he mentions the need for more kitchen utensils, Nico watches him with a mix of bewilderment and admiration. Norio happily enjoys the sweetness of the vegetables, leaving Nico to quietly acknowledge that he is a good person. Norio realizes he hasn't asked for the girl's name. Yet she introduces herself as Plotty and asks for his in return. As Norio begins to say his name, he suddenly pauses, questioning if he should use his real name in this new world or perhaps something more fitting. Norio decides on a new identity for himself in this world and introduces himself to Plati as Kidan, telling her he is looking forward to their time together. Plati repeats his name softly, promising to remember it. As they sit and eat together, Norio tells her she can still call him a landdweller if she wishes, marking the peaceful beginning of his new life in another world. Norio wakes up with a stretch, complaining about the hardness of the floor. He introduces himself as Keaton, a summoned person from another world, who has found a relaxing life with a mermaid who insisted on marrying him. As he gets up, he realizes that Plati is already gone, having woken up before him. Norio wonders if Plati, despite her human form, felt uncomfortable sleeping on a bed, jokingly imagining it felt like being on a chopping board. He hopes she isn't struggling and recalls the splashy moment he first caught her. A sudden scream echoes through the air as Plotty panics, spotting someone in the field. Norio rushes to her side confused, only to realize she's frightened by his latest project. He proudly reveals that the figure is actually his 1.1 scale scarecrow. Norio proudly shows off the details of his creation, pointing out the joints and the wooden sword designed to scare away birds. Plotty is amazed, imagining it as a doll that kills birds. Though Norio quickly clarifies that the sword is just a joke and the figure is stationary. However, as the scarecrow begins to rattle, Plotty can't help but wonder if it actually is moving. To their utter shock, the scarecrow suddenly springs to life, swinging its wooden sword with surprising speed. As it thumps against the ground, Norio and Plotty watch in disbelief. Confused, Norio questions why it's moving when it was supposed to, wondering if the secret lies in the fact that he crafted it with his own hands. Norio sheepishly admits the truth to Plotty, revealing that he was summoned to this world by the king. He theorizes that the divine power he received during his summoning manifested in the scarecrow he built. Completely taken aback, Plotty stares at him in disbelief and asks if he is actually a hero. Plotty reacts with a huff, admitting she is well aware that summoning heroes from other worlds is a known magic ritual. However, as she imagines a warrior battling a monstrous demon, she wonders if those heroes are expected to use their powers to fight demonkind, to which Norio simply agrees. Plotty questions why a hero would be living in such a remote place. Norio admits he simply didn't like the role, so he decided to retire to his farm. While Plotty finds his choice intriguing, she reflects on the harsh reality of the world, noting that humans must stick together in towns to avoid being killed by monsters. Norio agrees with Plotty's observation about his differences, noting that he belongs to the race she was mentioning. as he happily snacks on some fresh tomatoes and wonders about breakfast. Platy quietly contemplates whether he is actually strong or weak. Suddenly, Norio realizes Platy has disappeared from his side, but she quickly reveals herself, teasing him for waking up so early. Platy is completely flustered, shouting at Norio about the lack of manners among land-dwellers when it comes to using the toilet. Norio apologizes sheepishly, realizing the source of her frustration. Curious, Platy asks where he actually went, to which Norio calmly replies that he did it in the ocean. Platy is completely exasperated by Norio's lack of hygiene. She shouts at him, calling him a total dumbass for polluting the water. Confused, Norio tries to defend himself, explaining that he heard sailors do the same thing. He even goes as far as to suggest that his waste feeds the plankton and supports the food chain. But his logic only makes Platy look at him with a menacing, judging gaze. Platy explodes in anger, shouting that the ocean's inhabitants are the ones completing the food cycle and criticizing the insensitivity of land-dwellers. Overwhelmed by her intensity, Norio quickly bows in a deep apology, but Platy continues to scold him, warning him not to impose his dirty otherworld ways. After declaring that land-dwellers simply aren't as sophisticated as her kind, she tells him to wait and dashes away, leaving a confused Norio behind. After Platy dashes off, Norio takes a moment to reflect on his new life. He thinks about how much he missed the convenience of bathrooms from his own world, having to resort to digging holes just to get by. While this peaceful lifestyle was exactly what he asked for, he realizes how vulnerable humans truly are against the raw power of nature. Despite these struggles, he feels a sense of relief knowing that Platy is here with him. Norio begins to doubt if Platy is truly happy living with him. Recalling her earlier complaints about his lack of sophistication, his introspection is abruptly cut short when Platy returns, slamming a bowl of strange creatures onto the table. Confused and slightly repulsed, Norio asks what they are, and Platy explains that these starfish-shaped monsters are the ocean's cleaners, creatures that absorb organic matter from the water. Platy suggests a practical use for the starfish monsters, telling Norio that putting them in a box creates an instant toilet to prove it. She demonstrates by flicking some waste into the water, where the creatures immediately dilute it. Platy proudly shows off the effect, leaving Norio completely stunned by the efficiency of the ocean's cleaners. Suddenly, a haunting memory surfaces. Norio looks panicked and apologetic, while Platy appears shocked and overwhelmed by the sight of blood. Norio is consumed by guilt, wondering if things would have been different if he hadn't caught her that day. Norio reflects on how Platy has always helped him since the day they met, but his sentiment is quickly interrupted by his own panic over the blood. Platy, however, is completely unfazed and scolds him for the typical human tendency to be easily frightened. She shows him her arm, proving that the injury is not a problem for her, leaving Norio amazed by the capabilities of mermen. Still in the flashback, Norio sheepishly apologizes for being scared and inconsiderate. Feeling guilty, he tells Platy that she is free to return to the ocean if she wishes. However, Platy bluntly refuses, surprising him by confessing that she has taken a liking to him. Platy boldly proclaims her intention to stay by Norio's side as his bride. Overwhelmed by her sudden and affectionate declaration, Norio is left blushing and unable to find the words to respond. Norio thanks Platy for her kindness, but she quickly teases him, reminding him that despite their comfortable life, he still has the task of preparing breakfast. Norio sheepishly agrees. The scene then transitions away from the memory to a wide shot of the rocky shore, ending with a sudden splash in the water. Deep within the shadows, a menacing undead king awakens, his glowing eyes piercing through the dark. Disturbed by a sudden noise, he senses a strange mana emanating from somewhere close by. Platy excitedly presents her new attire to Norio, having repurposed a wrapping cloth from her luggage into a skirt, while Norio feels guilty and apologizes, thinking she is struggling due to a lack of resources. Platy beams with happiness. She tells him that there is nothing wrong with a wife wanting to make herself presentable for her husband's sake. Platy tells Norio that she wants to go out for the first time in a while, because she has discovered a dungeon. Surprised, Norio begins to imagine the classic dungeon exploring underground, hunting for treasure, and battling monsters and a final boss. When he questions if it's truly a dungeon, Platy simply suggests that he see it for himself. After a tiring 2-hour trek, Norio and Pla finally arrive at the location. Out of breath, Norio asks how she even found this place, to which Platy cheerfully reveals she discovered it while he was busy working in the fields. Looking at the entrance, Norio notes that it looks like just a normal cave, but Platy clarifies that it is actually a cava-type dungeon, formed in areas where mana is. Upon entering the cave, Norio is suddenly blasted by a powerful surge of energy. Confused and repulsed, he describes the sensation as if an invisible giant animal is licking his face. While the energy is simply stagnant mana common in such places, Platy can't help but be amused by the amazing expressions of an otherworlder. Plotty continues her explanation, describing how stagnant mana becomes dense within dungeons and eventually manifests as monsters. She warns that if left unchecked, these monsters will overflow and invade the land and oceans. Horrified, Norio exclaims that this sounds terrible, to which Plotty calmly replies that this is the very reason they are here. Norio asks if there is any way to handle the situation. Plotty explains that while completely cleansing the dungeon is nearly impossible, they can periodically return to fight the monsters. Surprised by her blunt approach, Norio still feels a sense of duty as her husband and determinedly declares that he will go with her. As Plotty prepares to leave, thanking him for carrying her bag, Norio realizes that going out simply means hunting monsters. As they venture further inside, Norio is amazed to find that the interior is completely different from the entrance, resembling a lit-up castle. Plotty finds the architecture strange, but their wonder is short-lived. Suddenly, a horde of monsters emerges from the shadows with eerie moans, and Plotty realizes they have already encountered the dungeon's inhabitants. Monsters suddenly swarm the pair, catching Norio completely off guard. Plotty immediately jumps in front of him, shouting for him to stay back as she readies her weapons to fend off the attacking creatures. Plotty leaps into action, shouting there. As she hurls her mysterious tools, the impact creates a massive blaze, obliterating the monsters in a sudden powerful explosion while Norio stands safely behind her. Plotty excitedly explains that the explosions weren't just simple blasts. As Norio notices the monsters are burning, she demonstrates the versatility of her tools, which can cause melting, lightning strikes, and freezing. Boasting about the skills of the merfolk in creating battle medicine, Plotty laughs heartily while Norio stands by, feeling a bit embarrassed by her overwhelming capability. Plotty laughs heartily and urges Norio to keep moving. Norio, feeling overwhelmed by her power, worries that he is useless without a weapon to defend himself. As they continue their journey, Norio suddenly notices something on the floor, a sword, left behind in the dungeon. Norio excitedly picks up the sword, marveling at the luck of finding one in a dungeon. However, he quickly realizes that with Plotty's overwhelming power, he might not even get a chance to use it. Seeing that Plotty has already defeated many monsters, Norio suggests they head back home, but Plotty disagrees, seemingly wanting to continue their excursion. Norio tells Plotty that something feels off about the dungeon. He notes the strange layout and the feeling that the monsters are being coordinated, leading him to believe that there is a master controlling them. Plotty looks on in surprise as the possibility of a master is brought up. Plotty asks if Norio means there is a boss in the dungeon. Norio confirms, explaining that dungeons with a master are extremely rare and dangerous. When a confused Plotty asks for clarification, Norio reveals that only 2 species can become dungeon masters, suggesting it could be a dragon or something else. Suddenly, a powerful blast of wind erupts, throwing Norio and Plotty off balance. As the ghostly air swirls around them, Plotty's expression turns serious. She recognizes the chilling sensation immediately, confirming that a dungeon master is indeed, here and worse, it is the most dangerous of the 2 types Norio had just warned her about. Norio nervously asks if the master is a dragon, but Plotty quickly corrects him, noting it is the other one. Suddenly, a menacing presence looms over them, as the true identity of the dungeon master is revealed, the lifeless king, a formidable king of the undead. Norio is stunned as Plotty explains the true nature of the creature before them. She describes the undead king as a powerful magician or high priest from a past life who chose to become undead to reign as an immortal monarch. As the skeletal king looms over them in his ornate robes, the grim reality sets in. To encounter him is to encounter death. The undead king stares intently, sensing something unusual. He recognizes a special mana within Norio. Stunned and speechless, Norio can only watch as the skeletal monarch declares his grim intent to turn Norio into a corpse and welcome him as a new companion in the realm of the dead. Plotty doesn't hesitate, launching a fierce attack on the undead king with a shout of "Eat this." The blow is devastating, shattering the skeletal monarch's skull in a burst of energy. However, the victory is short-lived as the skull instantly regenerates. Stunned, Norio exclaims in disbelief that the monster healed itself, to which Plotty grimly reminds him that this is the terrifying power of an immortal. The undead king looms over Plotty, mockingly claiming he still has potions. Plotty, determined to protect Norio, shouts for him to run and leave the battle to her, but Norio cannot simply stand by and watch. He shouts back, refusing to leave her behind. Norio refuses to back down. With a look of fierce determination, he shouts at the undead king, declaring, "I am your husband," leaving the skeletal monarch stunned. Plotty is frozen in shock, unable to even finish a word as she processes Norio's surprising declaration. In a sudden burst of movement, Norio strikes or pushes the undead king, sending the skeletal monarch flying backward as a brilliant light erupts, filling the scene. To everyone's surprise, the undead king completely yields in defeat. Norio is left bewildered by the sudden surrender. only to realize that the weapon he had picked up was actually a holy sword. Even so, the undead king acknowledges that while the sword helped, Norio's own power is still frightening. Norio apologizes, believing he had taken the undead king's weapon. However, the skeletal king reveals a surprising truth. Holy swords possess their own will and choose their own masters. The sword has separated itself from the undead king to choose Norio instead. With a solemn expression, the undead king concludes that since he no longer possesses the holy sword, his purpose in this world has finally come to an end. The undead king tells Norio that he may strike him down, as even his immortal body can be laid to rest by the light of the holy sword. Confused and hesitant, Norio realizes that he is likely not the sword's true owner. He explains that since he came from another world, he was granted the power to become a master of any tool he holds, and believes this ability is what caused the sword to react so powerfully. The undead king is completely stunned by Norio's revelation. He proclaims that such an extraordinary ability is a legendary gift from the gods, far surpassing any ordinary skill. Labeling Norio as a saint rather than a mere hero, the undead king suddenly throws himself to the ground in total submission, offering Norio the highest form of hospitality. Plati playfully praises Norio as the perfect husband, leaving him flustered and embarrassed. As the atmosphere relaxes, the undead king asks why Norio has come to such a place, and Norio explains that he has settled down in the area. Plati chimes in, describing how exterminating monsters provides essential materials for magic tools and even tasty food. Her perspective on the utility of dungeons leads Norio to a startling realization. In this world, dungeons are essentially like convenience stores. Norio asks the undead king if it's all right for them to visit the area from time to time. The undead king agrees, noting that Norio's assistance in clearing out excess monsters is a great help. Plati is thrilled, calling the undead king neighbor and introducing herself in Norio. However, the undead king suddenly pauses, wondering if something important has been forgotten. As Plati listens intently, the undead king begins to recall his distant past. He explains that in his former life, he served as the archbishop of a certain church. But for unknown reasons, he became a fugitive. In his desperation, he sought refuge in the dungeon, where he's all-powerful curse upon himself to transform into an undead being. After spending hundreds of years in this state, he solemnly admits that he has even forgotten his own name. Plati looks on with sympathy as the undead king reflects on his long, lonely existence, admitting that he had become an old soul lacking any reason to live. However, he feels that from now on, his endless boredom will finally begin to wane. With a warm and genuine smile, Norio invites the undead king to visit them, promising to help him with the fresh vegetables from his farm. The undead king acknowledges him with deep reverence, addressing him as master. Norio reflects on the undead king's past as a high-ranking church member and decides to address him as master from now on. With a grateful farewell from the undead king, Norio and Plati head home, happy to have found a friendly neighbor. However, the peaceful moment is interrupted when Norio realizes the holy sword has taken a liking to him and refuses to let go of his hand, much to Plati's amusement. Norio beams with pride as he completes his latest project, announcing that it's finally finished. When Plati asks what he has been making, he reveals it is a smithing kiln. As he holds the holy sword, Norio marvels at its incredible sharpness, noting that it can slice through boulders like warm butter. He mentions the present he received from the undead king, prompting Plati to wonder why he felt the need to build a smithing kiln. Plati is amazed to discover that the gift from the undead king is a piece of extremely rare mana metal. Recalling the king's generosity, she wonders what Norio intends to do with such a precious material. Norio smiles, telling her that he can finally make what has been wanting and asks her to look forward to it. As he begins hammering away at the forge, Plati excitedly imagines him crafting a high-priced magical sword. With a triumphant shout, Norio reveals his creation, a simple frying pan and a kitchen knife. Plati is completely bewildered that he would use such a rare material for basic cookware. To prove their value, Norio decides to give a demonstration, expertly slicing through vegetables and tossing them into the pan, turning his area into a high-efficiency kitchen. Norio puts the finishing touches on his meal with a sprinkle of salt and pepper. He proudly presents the fried vegetables to Plati, who is instantly blown away by the taste. As she enjoys the dish, Plati wonders if they have always had such high-quality utensils, and Norio happily confirms that he made them too. Norio beams with joy, praising the mana metal for being a lightweight, non-stick, and excellent heat conductor, while Plati regains her senses and stares in disbelief at the waste of a legendary material. Norio is simply thrilled that his cooking repertoire has expanded. Plati asks if Norio has more dishes in mind for his repertoire, and he confirms that he just needs a few more ingredients. While Norio takes a moment to think, Plati is already craving meat. Norio explains that adding meat and oil would greatly enhance the richness and flavor of the meal. Overwhelmed by the prospect of a rich dish, Plati immediately declares that they are going out to get the ingredients. Norio and Plati stroll through the woods in search of ingredients. Plati, being a mermaid, admits she has never seen a mountain-type monster and expresses her eagerness to eat one. As Norio questions if they are hunting normally, Plati explains that mountain-type monsters, such as the square boar and Kirasaki deer, are the most delicious and best suited for cooking. Watching her excitement, Norio can't help but think about how every part of this world's monsters is put to good use. Norio recalls his experience at the cave dungeon, noting that monsters are typically born there and were kept in check by the undead king. He reasons that if mountain-type monsters exist in this area, the mountain itself must be a dungeon. Plati is completely stunned by this revelation, while Norio simply wonders if there are any normal animals they can hunt for food. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble as a herd of mountain-type monsters charges from the forest. While Norio is caught off guard by the sudden onslaught, Plati is overjoyed, excitedly shouting that they have finally arrived. Norio is shocked to find himself facing a group of aggressive square boars. Wondering why they are so eager to fight. Plati, however, is overjoyed, seeing the abundance of monsters as a sign that there are 2 dungeons nearby as they prepare for the clash. Plati excitedly cheers Norio on, insisting that he take the monsters down as cleanly as possible, while a reluctant Norio begs her not to be too picky about how he handles the fight. Norio lets out a scream as he is swarmed by the aggressive square boars. Though reluctant to deal with Plati's high standards, he realizes he has no choice but to act. With a series of rapid and precise movements, he strikes the boars down one after another. Exhausted and panting, Norio stands over the fallen square boars. Having unexpectedly defeated the endless wave of monsters, Plati beams with joy, praising his splendid performance and eagerly suggesting they prepare the meat immediately. Overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of the harvest, Norio worries that they'll need a fridge and a wagon to carry it all. Plati calmly jests that, if he cuts the meat into manageable pieces, she can use her potion to freeze and preserve it. With the help of Plati's magic, a cold storage building is quickly completed to house their massive haul of meat. Norio is impressed by how much this will improve their daily lives, but Plati is even more excited, eagerly urging him to start preparing delicious meals immediately. Plati asks if the wild boar is essentially a pig, prompting Norio to daydream about the most delicious pork dish, tonkatsu. As he drools over the thought of the crispy coating, he suddenly remembers that they lack the necessary ingredients for the breading. He concludes that the biggest problem is the lack of eggs, leaving Plati bewildered by his sudden realization. Norio asks Plati if people in this world eat bird eggs. Plati explains that while it's not common in the mermaid country, land dwellers do it. After dismissing a local bird as unsuitable for cooking, Plati suggests heading back to the mountains to find a bird-type monster. Despite his hesitation at the thought of another trip, Norio realizes they'll simply have to hunt the creature to get the eggs they need. A sudden flapping sound alerts Norio, who senses an unusual presence. He and Plati look up to see a mysterious mechanical-looking creature soaring through the air. While Plati wonders if it is a bird, Norio is bewildered, questioning if the object is actually a plane. The strange creature descends with a loud rustle, revealing its true form. Norio screams in disbelief, realizing that the object they mistook for a plane was actually a dragon. The massive dragon looms over them, demanding to know if they are the bastards who invaded the dungeon it rules. Norio is completely flustered, but Plati quickly puts the pieces together, pointing toward the distance and asking if the dragon is indeed the master of that dungeon. The dragon coldly confirms that it is. Norio frantically turns to Plati, reminding her that she claimed the dungeon had no master. Plati calmly suggests that the creature might be attracted to Norio's strength. The dragon then introduces himself as Grinzel Dragonvale, demanding to know who dared enter his Dragon King mountain and slaughter his underlings. Terrified, Norio tries to explain that they were unaware of the mountain's master. Terrified, Norio and Plati plead for mercy, promising never to return to the dragon's mountain. However, Grinzel Dragonvale is unmoved. Viewing them as inferior life forms who have tarnished his honor, the dragon declares that he will erase their entire existence. With a roar of absolute authority, Grinzel Dragonvale unleashes his overwhelming power. Declaring that he will cleanse their sins, he commands them to die as a massive blast of energy engulfs everything. With a thunderous roar, Grinzel Dragonvale fires a colossal beam of energy, engulfing the landscape as Norio and Plati stand helpless before the overwhelming attack. Plati screams in absolute terror, convinced that they are about to be incinerated by the beam. However, Norio's fear quickly turns into focus. He grips his tool firmly and prepares to take action against the onslaught. With a look of absolute determination, Norio swings his tool, unleashing a powerful shockwave that cuts right through the dragon's destructive beam. The massive shockwave clears the area, sending Dragon Ren reeling back in disbelief. Stunned by the unexpected turn of events, the dragon can only gasp in shock. Norio stands there, breathless, realizing that he actually managed to stop the devastating attack. Plotty screams in excitement, completely enamored by Norio's unexpected power. The dragon is paralyzed with shock, unable to comprehend how a mere human could block its most lethal attack so effortlessly. Amidst the tension, Norio ignores the creature's disbelief, smiling with relief as he realizes his precious field remains untouched. Norio begins by bowing and apologizing for entering the dragon's dungeon without permission. However, his tone quickly shifts to one of fierce determination. Declaring that he will do whatever it takes to protect the things important to him, Norio points his tool at the creature and boldly challenges the master of the dungeon to a fight to the death. The dragon is suddenly struck with shock as it recognizes the weapon in Norio's hand, that sword. "Don't tell me," the creature mutters in disbelief, unaware of the dragon's turmoil. Norio looks at the blade and asks, "Ah, this?" He then proudly proclaims that it is a holy sword bestowed upon him by the undead king, confidently boasting that he is strong. The dragon's gaze sharpens as he corrects Norio, declaring that the sword is actually his. With a thunderous roar, the beast lunges forward in a blur of motion. Norio can only stare in utter confusion, completely caught off guard by the sudden whistling strike. The dragon, identified as Grinzel Dragonveal, freezes in utter shock upon seeing the undead king, calling him master in disbelief. Before he can process the situation, a powerful shockwave erupts, violently repelling the dragon backward. The dragon is sent flying by a sudden, powerful impact. The undead king apologizes for the commotion, leaving Norio and Plati completely bewildered by the turn of events. As the dragon screams in rage about his territory, the undead king coldly refers to him as a mere carcass, explaining that the creature had been searching for those who entered the mountain. He then muses that the dragon might actually be talking about their neighbor, Mr. Keat. The dragon screams in frustration, calling the undead king a damned neighbor as it flies away. Norio admits that they were the ones in the wrong for entering the dragon's mountain without permission. The undead king, recalling his time as a human, expresses his understanding. He then explains that for humans, dungeons are vital sources of raw materials and necessities, which is why adventurers often form parties to challenge them. The undead king gives the dragon a stern glare, lecturing him on the duties of a dungeon master. He points out that invaders are a daily occurrence, and that getting angry and leaving the dungeon just because the shallow areas were breached is completely imprudent. Norio and Nico stand by, watching as the skeletal king puts the dragon in its place. The undead king continues his lecture, calling the dragon narrow-minded and childish, questioning if he is even worthy of being the successor of Geyser Dragon. As the undead king orders him to return to his mountain, Norio watches the scene with a bewildered expression. However, the dragon refuses to back down, shouting in frustration that he cannot leave, while a mere human possesses the sword his father had tasked him to retrieve from a dead body. The undead king calmly explains that the sword possesses its own will and chose Norio. He further reveals that the dragon's father feared his power, making the sword a natural payment. This revelation only fuels the dragon's rage. He screams that he cannot accept such a reason, as the sword is central to the bet for the succession of Geyser Dragon. The undead king lets out a small laugh and offers to step in as the dragon's opponent. Intimidated or simply choosing to avoid the fight for now, the dragon retreats, shouting for them to remember this day. Norio, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, reaches out and pleads for the dragon to wait. Norio reaches out and grabs the dragon, sending the massive creature crashing to the ground. Outraged, the dragon bellows in disbelief that a mere human would dare touch its body, while the undead king apologizes and teases the dragon about its lack of victory. Despite the tension, Norio offers a friendly gesture, asking the dragon if it would like to join them for a meal. Confused by the sudden invitation, the dragon is surprised when Norio presents a delicious-looking plate of food. Norio explains that he cooked a steak using a square boar he obtained from the dungeon, admitting he isn't sure if it will suit the creature's taste. The dragon, captivated by the meal, can't help but gulp in anticipation. Upon taking a bite of the steak, the dragon is struck by an overwhelming wave of flavor. The taste is so intense that it feels like a massive explosion, leaving the creature completely stunned by the sheer deliciousness of the meal. The dragon is absolutely thrilled by the taste of the steak, shouting in delight. Norio is pleased that the meal is a hit, but he is quickly overwhelmed when both the dragon and Nico demand more food. Just as Norio wonders how much he needs to cook, sudden brilliant light erupts from the dragon, leaving Norio startled and confused. The blinding light intensifies as the dragon begins to shine brilliantly. To Norio and Nico's utter bewilderment, the massive creature starts to shrink. Both of them stand there in complete shock, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. The undead king reveals that dragons possess the unique ability to transform into humans, leaving Norio shocked to discover the creature was actually a girl. Overwhelmed by the taste of the steak, the dragon girl enthusiastically declares her love for Norio's cooking and demands more meat immediately. Nico, not wanting to be left out, insists that she is next in line, while a flustered Norio considers how much more he should grill. The undead king tastes the steak and is deeply impressed, noting that while the grilling is excellent, the seasoning is the true highlight. Norio humbly explains that he only used garlic, salt, and pepper, but the undead king insists that not even the royal palace could produce such a delicious dish. As the meal concludes, the undead king warns Norio not to get too arrogant, while the dragon girl lets out a satisfied sigh, completely full from the feast. The dragon girl tells Norio not to get carried away just because he can cook, as she still hasn't given up on taking his sword. Norio apologizes, explaining that the sword won't let go, while the undead king notes that Norio is still too much of a novice to master it. Secretly, the dragon girl plots to burn Norio to ashes with her fire breath to take the sword for herself. But her plan is instantly shut down when Norio points out that if she does that, she won't get any more of his delicious steak. The dragon makes a grand declaration, warning Norio that it will one day seize his sword, but, for now, it will return frequently to feast on his cooking. While Norio is initially flustered by the threat, he ultimately gives a cheerful welcome, telling the dragon it is welcome anytime. The dragon girl reveals her interest in bird monster eggs, believing they could make Norio's already delicious meat dishes even better. Despite Norio's warning that the monsters in the mountain dungeon are bony and tasteless, the dragon is determined. Without further ado, she transforms back into her massive dragon form and takes to the skies, declaring her immediate return to the dungeon. Nico is left stunned on the ground, shouting for her to wait as the dragon disappears into the distance. The dragon girl tells Norio that she knows a lot about monster ecology, and enthusiastically declares her intent to go. After Norio agrees, she shouts, "Let's go!" and flies off into the sky on the back of the dragon. Norio watches them disappear into the distance, while the dragon girl shouts her determination to finally get those eggs. As the dust settles from the dragon girl's sudden departure, Norio and the undead king share a quiet moment of reflection. The undead king remarks on how lively their companions have become, and Norio agrees with a smile, reflecting that this unpredictable excitement is far better than a boring life. Norio proudly presents a newly crafted sword, announcing that he made it out of mana metal. Nico is instantly thrilled, recognizing the rarity of the material and questioning if he intends to sell such a valuable weapon. Norio simply smiles and tells her he has no intention of selling it, while Nico gushes over the fact that it could be the strongest sword in the world, second only to the Holy Sword. Norio proudly presents the mana metal sword as an upgrade for Kakashi the Kakashi. Nico is momentarily stunned, questioning if such a valuable weapon is really intended for a Kakashi. However, she quickly becomes enthusiastic, imagining how Kakashi will now be able to chop up any pesky birds that try to raid their fields, leaving Norio slightly bewildered by her reaction. Norio enthusiastically orders Kakashi to unleash a mana metal sword slash, sending the Kakashi into a flurry of powerful but erratic swings. As Kakashi wildly slisses the air, Norio panics. Nico watches with a deadpan expression, noting that the birds are completely out of reach and are simply mocking him. Once the chaos settles, Norio sighs in relief. But Nico is left wondering why he gave such a dangerous sword to the clumsy Kakashi in the first place. Norio is absolutely thrilled, exclaiming that it's awesome. While Nico sighs, unable to understand the romance of a man's obsession with gear, Norio is already pondering what new equipment he should give Kakashi next. As the story transitions to Chapter 7, Norio, Plati, the undead king, and the dragon are seen together in a bright, cheerful group shot. However, a mysterious note warns that something has suddenly appeared in front of Kitten and Plati. Norio takes some time for himself to go fishing by the shore. As he casts his line, he is reminded of a previous fishing trip where he caught something far more unexpected than a fish. Nico. He reflects with a smile on how that single, surprising pull of the line led to him meeting Nico and eventually marrying her. Norio recalls how he, a simple salaryman, was suddenly transported to another world. Though he initially sought a slow and quiet life, his days became bustling and fulfilling thanks to Nico, who insisted he become her husband, and his neighbors, the lifeless king and the dragon veil. To escape the liveliness and find some tranquility, Norio decides to go fishing, enjoying the peaceful pace until a sudden splash interrupts his thoughts. The sudden splash reveals a mysterious figure with fins emerging from the water. Norio is momentarily struck with horror and confusion. As the stranger asks if he is friends with Plati, Norio can only stare in bewilderment, noting the fins on the newcomer. The atmosphere shifts instantly from curiosity to hostility. A stern man coldly orders Norio's death, and suddenly Norio finds himself surrounded by a squad of armored soldiers armed with tridents. As the command to kill him and anyone in his way rings out, Norio can only stare in utter disbelief. The Tali waste no time, raining spears down upon Norio in a coordinated strike. Terrified and caught off guard, Norio screams as he scrambles to avoid the lethal weapons. In a moment of desperation, he quickly grabs the hilt of his sword, preparing to fight for his life. With a swift and powerful swing of his sword, Norio unleashes a devastating shockwave. A violent torrent of water erupts, creating a massive vortex that sends the Tali flying backward, completely overwhelmed by the sheer force of the attack. Norio stands on the shore, completely bewildered and panicked as the defeated Tali soldiers float helplessly in the water. Just then, Plati arrives, wondering what all the commotion is about. As Norio tries to explain, Marin suddenly splashes out of the water, leaving both Norio and Plati in shock when she calls him brother. Norio is left speechless as the defeated Tali soldiers scramble to their feet, frantically calling Plati princess and asking if she is safe. Stunned by the revelation, Norio can barely process that Plati is actually royalty. As the commotion settles, Marin steps forward, intending to properly introduce herself to the group. Marin leaves Norio completely bewildered when she introduces him as her older brother, Prince Arawana, and the next heir to the throne. While Norio is still trying to wrap his head around this, Plati steps in and boldly declares to everyone that the man is actually Kidden, her husband, leaving Norio flustered and overwhelmed. Marin is completely blindsided by Plati's sudden claim. In a fit of rage, she declares that she will never return to the Mermaid Kingdom and tells the soldiers to relay that message to her parents. Misunderstanding the situation, she accuses Norio of kidnapping and violating her sister, screaming for the Tali soldiers to resume the battle immediately. The Tali soldiers charge at Norio with fury, shouting that they will tear him apart and bring back Princess Platitz. Norio struggles to defend himself, protesting that he cannot possibly attack Marin's own men. However, Plati remains unfazed and encourages her dear to counterattack without any hesitation. Just as the Tali soldiers launch their attack, Norio is caught off guard by a sudden disturbance. Looking up in shock, both he and Plati witness a massive dragon descending from the sky, who demands to know what all the noise is about. Terrified, the Tali soldiers scream in panic, fearing the dragon will eat them or boil the entire area with a single breath. They desperately urge Marin to hurry and escape. However, the dragon completely ignores the soldiers. Leaning down to kindly ask Norio if he is all right, surprised but grateful, Norio thanks the creature for the help, leaving a stunned Marin watching the interaction in utter confusion. The dragon laughs boisterously, admitting that it cannot allow Norio to disappear because it simply cannot live without his delicious meals. Plot immediately cuts in, calling the dragon stupid for getting so excited over a simple thank you. As Marin looks around in bewilderment, the dragon notes that only one person remains. Marin is horrified to realize that her entire army has vanished. The dragon then mentions the Grinzelspus dragon, daughter of Gazer Dragon, warning that those who run away will be instantly turned into charcoal. The atmosphere shifts as Norio playfully pokes the dragon, who tells him to stop. Plati informs the dragon about Norio's supposed relation to Marin, leading the dragon to suggest that they should talk things through first, since they are strangers. Seizing the peaceful moment, Norio kindly invites Marin to eat with them, leaving the stunned princess speechless. Marin remains hostile, dismissing Norio as a suspicious land dweller, and refusing to listen to a word he says. She sternly orders Plati to return to the Mermaid Kingdom immediately, insisting there is nothing left to discuss. While Plati looks on with sadness, Norio tries to intervene, gently reminding Marin that the only reason she traveled all this way was because she was worried about her sister. Norio speaks with determination, stating that it is his responsibility to listen to what Marin has to say. Plati looks at him with affection, softly calling him dear. But as Norio wonders what is happening, Marin coldly announces that she has changed her mind and suddenly grabs him, leaving him completely startled. Marin suddenly stands tall and that as a prince their honor is at stake, and they cannot run away from a challenge. In a shocking move, Marin strips, leaving Norio completely flustered and blushing. Panicking, Norio begs Marin to hide their body, but Marin simply notes their rudeness. Recalling that such a thing might happen, Norio produces a set of clothes he had bought. As he does, Norio can't help but feel a sense of déjà vu, sighing at the chaotic turn of events. Norio politely guides Marin and Plati, leading them toward a meal. While the dragon and Plati are internally thrilled at the prospect of tasting new dishes, Marin looks thoughtful and hesitant, starting to speak as the scene fades out. Marin is completely stunned as they arrive at Norio's residence. Looking at the modest, thatched-roof cottage, Marin erupts in outrage, unable to believe that Plati, a royal mermaid, would live in such a shabby house. While Norio scratches his head in embarrassment, Plati can't help but giggle at her brother's dramatic reaction. Marin continues his outburst, accusing Norio of using Plati as a slave. Plotty, however, suggests that her brother wrong to prop at a side of parents. Marin is completely stunned by its appearance. Norio explains that it is where they store meat and vegetables from the mountains and fields. Marin is particularly intrigued by the mysterious walls, which Norio reveals are made of plaster using lime he found in the mountains. As Darren that there's even more to, teases him, hinting that there is even more to discover. Marin is stunned to discover yet another building on the property. Norio leads her into the brewery, explaining that it is where he produces seasonings like miso and soy sauce concepts completely foreign to Marin. Seeing Marin's amazement, Plotty beams with pride, enthusiastically bragging that her husband is not only a great cook and fighter but possesses knowledge far beyond their own. Plotty happily explains that the storehouse also serves as her magic compounding room, adding that Norio always treats her well. Norio then leads them to a garden table he recently crafted, suggesting they talk over tea and a new dish he has prepared. Suddenly, a young girl appears and demandingly asks for the food. Marin is completely baffled by the child's sudden appearance, only for Plotty to reveal that it is actually the dragon in human form, who always gets this way when food is involved. Norio presents a bowl of zenzai with a flourish, explaining that the azuki beans grew alongside his soybeans by some miracle. Plotty and the dragon immediately begin eating the sweet treat with great enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Marin stares at the dish in utter disbelief, having never seen such a food before. The zenzai is an instant success, leaving Plotty, Marin, and the dragon in a state of pure bliss. Marin is captivated by the rich and complex sweetness of the dish, while the dragon frantically demands seconds. When Norio reveals that the limited supply was merely an accidental harvest from his soybean crop, the dragon is left in utter disbelief. Marin initially lashes out in a fit of rage, but her demeanor shifts instantly as she reflects on Norio's unique skills. Acknowledging that his abilities are incomparable to anyone else in the world, she views him as a saint or sage. Overwhelmed by this realization, Marin bows deeply to apologize for her previous. She concludes that she is now convinced why Plotty fell in love with him, leaving a flustered Norio pleading for her to stop. Marin solemnly asks Norio to take care of her sister for years to come. Confused and surprised, Norio questions if she is truly sure about this, while Plotty is equally bewildered by her sister's sudden declaration. As the conversation continues, Norio realizes for the first time that Plotty is actually a princess of the Mermaid Kingdom. Marin points out that with such high status, picking a marriage partner is usually not a simple matter, leaving Norio in complete shock. Norio expresses concern that Plotty's royal status brings heavy expectations, but Plotty erupts in a passionate outburst, shouting that she only cares about being married to him and that she owns her own life. As Marin struggles to restrain the fuming Plotty, she remarks that Norio doesn't seem to understand her sister's situation, calling him Mr. Saint, which leaves Norio bewildered. Marin reveals the harsh truth. Plotty's royal status comes with a burden she cannot avoid. She explains that a conflict over the sovereignty of the surface between humans and demonic beings has finally reached the neutral mermaids, leading to the imposition of a political marriage. While Norio listens in shock, Plotty erupts in a roar, declaring that she knows all about the situation and refuses to let centuries of political pressure dictate her life. Everything begins to click for Norio. He recalls his own summoning as a hero meant to fight magical beings, and realizes that the overarching war between humans and magic beings is the cause of Plotty's distress. He understands that the mermaid royals are being forced to choose a side through political engagements, leaving Plotty trapped in a conflict far larger than herself. Marin explains the dire consequences of Plotty's position, noting that failing to choose a side would make them enemies to both factions. To save her kingdom, Plotty believed her best course of action was to disappear entirely now. Seeing Plotty living a peaceful life with Norio, Marin declares that as her older brother, he wants to fulfill his sister's wish to remain by Norio's side. Norio can only look on, completely overwhelmed by the weight of the revelation. Marin looks at Plotty with a gentle smile, genuinely glad that her sister has found a kind person to be with. Suddenly, the mood shifts as Marin throws herself to the ground in a dramatic prostration, pleading desperately with Norio to officially marry and protect Plotty. Overwhelmed by Marin's intensity, a blushing Norio shyly agrees to the request, while a mortified Plotty screams for her brother to stop his embarrassing display. The dragon is shocked to hear the news, questioning Norio about his marriage. When Norio shyly confirms it, the dragon enthusiastically decides that she will marry him too. Norio is left completely bewildered, while Plotty can only watch in disbelief at the dragon's sudden and impulsive declaration. The dragon smugly explains her logic, noting that marriage would allow her to share the properties of Norio's holy sword and ensure a lifetime of delicious meals. Confident in her plan, she asks him to marry her, but shouting that he already down. Immediate Plotty. The sudden rejection leaves the dragon completely stunned and in a state of shock. The dragon, now in her human form as a blonde girl in a maid outfit, enthusiastically argues that it is perfectly normal for a strong man to have multiple wives. However, Norio remains unmoved, bluntly stating that he is not into polygamy and denies being her master. Overwhelmed by his firm erection, the dragon bursts into loud, dramatic tears. The dragon breaks down even further, questioning if Norio hates her or finds her weaker than the undead king. Overwhelmed by her loud sobbing, Norio desperately tells her to stop, which the dragon immediately seizes as an opportunity to demand he marry her. As the dragon celebrates her perceived victory, Marin apologizes to Norio for the commotion. Meanwhile, Plati watches the scene with a mysterious smile, dismissing the dragon as a mere annoyance. Walking along the beach, Marin mentions that she has already reported back to her parents. She then turns to Norio, calling him dear, and suggesting that if her parents approve, they can officially become husband and wife. Norio is caught off guard by the sudden proposal, while Marin looks at him with an earnest, hopeful expression, asking if it is really okay. Marin opens up to Norio, revealing the truth about her past. She confesses that she ran away from her home when the burdens of the mermaid kingdom became too much to bear, and after being caught, she was essentially forced into becoming his bride. Despite the complicated start, she admits how much she loves living there and enjoying his cooking, expressing a deep desire to stay with him forever, even though she worries she might be a bother. Norio responds to Marin's confession with a gentle smile, assuring her that he has no intention of changing the way they live. He opens up about his own past, explaining that although God granted him the power of Master of Supremacy, he was deemed useless in fighting. Acknowledging that he isn't a strong human in the way others expect, he tells Marin that he simply wants them to strive for a happy life together. Blushing in earnest, Norio tells Marin that for all these reasons, he wants her to stay by his side from this day forward. Marin is overwhelmed with happiness, her eyes sparkling as she accepts his heartfelt request. Overjoyed by Norio's words, Marin throws herself into his arms with a happy cry of yay. As the two share a tender moment, the dragon suddenly breaks the mood by throwing a tantrum on the ground. Complaining that she is hungry too, she shouts at Norio, calling him slow and demanding to know how much longer she has to wait. Effectively crashing their romantic embrace, Norio enthusiastically agrees to treat the dragon to a meal as a wedding gift. Overjoyed, the dragon cheers and urges him to hurry up, while Marin looks on with a sigh as the chapter concludes. Norio ponders the growing needs of his farm, concluding that he needs more help. However, when he mentions needing a helping hand, the dragon mistakenly brings him a starfish. Sighing at the misunderstanding, Norio reflects on his hectic schedule, juggling the harvest of matured crops and the production of miso and soy sauce. Feeling the weight of his duties as a married man, Norio passionately proclaims his wish to build a home, which earns him an admiring look from the dragon and praise from the undead king. The undead king greets Norio as Mr. Saint, startling him. As a gesture of friendship presents Norio with a souvenir of mana metal, much to the dragon's excitement. When a confused Norio asks if something is wrong, the undead king simply explains that he was free and decided to stop by to hang out. Norio is amazed by the size of the mana metal, exclaiming that it will be a great help. When the undead king asks if he needed it, Norio explains that since he is short-handed, he can now make numerous house tools. However, the dragon suddenly lashes out, calling him a bastard for letting her sisters live in a shabby house. Flustered, Norio mentions that Platus' brother had pointed out some issues. Fueled by this, Norio passionately declares his resolve to build a home unlike anything he has ever created before. The dragon suddenly has an idea and suggests asking the undead king for help. Norio briefly wonders if the undead king could help make miso faster, but quickly dismisses the thought as unthinkable. The undead king, eager to assist, asks how many people Norio needs and offers to bring 10 of them. Overwhelmed and confused, Norio questions where these people would come from, but the undead king tells him to wait a moment and begins to transform to bring the help. Norio and the dragon are left speechless as the undead king reveals the workers he has brought. 5 orcs and 5 goblins. The undead king proudly introduces them as humanoid monsters from his own dungeon, who take orders directly from him. He explains that he has already commanded them to obey the holy saint, telling Norio to use them however he sees fit. Overwhelmed by the sudden appearance of a monster workforce, Norio can only stammer in confusion. Norio tries to greet the silent group of Adin, but the undead king quickly informs him that they lack the ability to speak. He further explains that while they can understand orders, they possess no self-assembles or survival instincts. Moreover, since they sustain themselves by absorbing mana from the air, they require no food or rewards. Hearing this, the dragon is absolutely thrilled, exclaiming that every one of their problems has finally been solved. The undead king laughs off the gratitude and disappears with a final wish of luck for the house construction. Left in the sudden silence, Norio looks at the group of monsters, and feels a surge of determination. Clenching his fist, he calls upon everyone to combine their strengths to build a truly splendid home. A montage shows Norio and the Adin working in perfect harmony, from hauling massive logs and sawing timber to meticulously crafting components. As the wooden skeleton of the house rises quickly, Norio looks up in awe, admitting that the monster's capabilities far exceed what he had initially imagined. Norio admires the unique strengths of the Adin, noting how the orc's physique is perfect for manual labor, and the goblin's small size makes them incredibly skillful. He realizes that with patient guidance, they steadily improve, which makes him feel increasingly fond of them. Meanwhile, the dragon wraps her arms around him, showering him with affection. The dragon advises Norio against becoming too attached to the workers, reminding him that they are created from mana and aren't truly living creatures. She explains how such humanoid monsters are typically used as disposable armies in battles against humans, easily replaced once wiped out. While Norio is shocked by this cold reality, he remains steadfast in his belief that everyone should be given a chance to live a peaceful life. Norio reflects on how much he has relied on the monsters, from preparing meals to handling waste, acknowledging that this is simply the way of the world. However, his thoughts are cut short when one of the Adin workers suddenly loses their balance and falls with a loud thud, leaving Norio startled. Panicked, Norio rushes toward the fallen worker, urgently asking if they are hurt anywhere. As he helps the monster up, he feels a surge of frustration, wishing he could truly talk and connect with them. However, the worker manages to let out a few strained words, reassuring Norio that they are all right. The Adin worker manages to speak, reassuring Norio that he is all right. This revelation leaves both Norio and the dragon in utter shock, as they hadn't expected the worker to be able to talk. Despite his surprise, Norio remains concerned and asks once more if the worker is truly okay, to which the worker simply confirms. The shock only grows as other Adin workers join in, their voices hesitant but clear. They address him as Mylord, declaring their desire to continue working for him. Norio can only stare in utter disbelief, completely stunned by the sudden display of speech and devotion from the creatures he thought were mere tools. Norio is completely stunned, unable to believe that the monsters have suddenly gained self-awareness. The dragon notes the phenomenon, and Norio realizes this is likely a result of his absolute supremacy skill. While he acknowledges the overwhelming nature of this power and the need for caution, he is filled with excitement. Clenching his fist, he resolves that with this ability, he will finally be able to truly communicate with the Adin workers. Overwhelmed with emotion, Norio throws his arms around the Adin workers, thanking them for their loyalty. The monsters cheer and toss him into the air, hailing him as their lord. The dragon watches with a soft smile, acknowledging that their newfound self-awareness means they can no longer be treated as mere disposable labor. Norio and the Adin workers cheer enthusiastically as they unveil a magnificent, newly completed traditional building. The dragon is left speechless and confused, wondering how such a structure appeared while she was away. With a playful wink, Plotty proudly declares the house to be her and Norio's love nest, teasing the stunned dragon. Overjoyed, the dragon dashes into the house to explore, marveling at the unfamiliar architecture. Norio quickly stops her shoes to avoid damaging the tatami. Fascinated by the texture, the dragon rolls around on the floor in pure bliss, while Norio and Plotty watch on, with Plotty noting that the dragon seems very intent on staying. The dragon wonders if the humanoid monsters are also part of the plan. The Adin workers are overwhelmed, claiming they could never have such amazing things since their home is in the dungeon. Seeing this, Norio has a sudden inspiration. He decides to build a monster tenement house nearby so they have a place to stay. He sheepishly admits that he still needs a helping hand to build a proper bathroom and kitchen, leaving the Adin workers deeply moved by his consideration. Norio asks the Adin workers if they can help him, and they respond with overwhelming enthusiasm. Plotty, however, feels the moment is being intruded upon, wondering what happened to their love nest. Norio then introduces Gobukichi, the most skilled sewer among the Gobukichis, who has finished a special request. Upon seeing the result, Norio excitedly reveals that it is a futon, while Plotty looks on with curiosity. Norio presents a special gift to Plotty, revealing a futon he made using cotton he grew himself. He encourages her to try it out, and Plotty is instantly overwhelmed by how comfortable it feels, leaving her speechless with joy. Norio smiles, happy that his present was a success. Norio tenderly apologizes to Plotty for making her sleep on plywood until now. Overjoyed, Plotty thanks him and also expresses her gratitude to Gobukichi for the help. As they gaze upon their beautiful new home, they both feel a surge of determination and excitement for the wonderful cultivating lifestyle that awaits them. Suddenly, the scene shifts to the open sea, where a massive ship cuts through the waves with a powerful whoosh, sailing toward an unknown destination. After finishing some work by the water, A member of the Aden workers takes a moment to catch his breath. His peace is suddenly interrupted when he spots a massive ship emerging from the horizon, leaving him bewildered by its presence. Standing before a magnificent traditional estate, Norio is joined by a horned woman who hands him a glass of water. She asks if something is wrong before marveling at the architecture. She believes that to build such an astonishing house in such a short amount of time, God must have blessed Sir Saint with a special power, leaving Norio bashful and speechless. Rin reveals to a flustered Norio that she has already spoken to her father about the marriage between him and her sister Plati. She explains that while her father was confused at first, he eventually agreed after Rin described Norio's personality and strength. Rin further notes that the fact that Norio doesn't belong to any specific race is actually a good thing. Norio acknowledges the situation, feeling glad but concerned about the reactions of humans and magical beings. Rin explains that Plati has been struggling due to the political nature of the marriage, and that many are angry. However, she reveals that her father, the Mermaid King, has officially proclaimed that Plati will marry the Holy Saint. Norio is left stunned by how Rin managed to convince them. Rin explains that there was significant resentment from those who lost the chance to marry Plati, and with hostile forces still aiming for her, it is best to leave the current situation as it is. Norio listens, slightly confused, until Rin suddenly throws herself into a deep bow, startling him. With desperate sincerity, she begs Norio to take care of Plati and promises that they will do their best not to cause him any trouble. Norio asks Rin to stop her pleading, softly admitting that he truly enjoys being with Plati and is thankful for her presence, as he would likely still be alone without her. As he reflects on his time in this world, a Gobokichi worker suddenly bursts in shouting for his lord. Amidst the commotion, Norio introduces Rin to his neighbor, the Undead King, also known as the Lifeless King. Gobokichi bursts in with alarming news, shouting that an enemy attack is underway at the coast and that a large number of magical beings have landed. Norio is stunned by the news, while Rin reveals that the orcs and Gobokichis are already engaged in battle. Rin is deeply distressed, wondering how it's possible that her country's most guarded secret location was discovered by the magical beings. Norio rushes to the coast where he spots a ship belonging to the magical beings. He finds Orkubo, one of the workers, injured in the chaos. However, their moment is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a mysterious and imposing woman from the magical beings. Orkubo identifies the imposing woman as Asters of Deception. However, Norio finds himself distracted by her appearance, prompting a furious reaction from her. Asters then formally introduces herself, revealing her true status as a demon lord and one of the four heavenly kings. Norio is stunned to find that the Aden workers have already captured Asters and decimated her army of 100 skeleton soldiers. As the workers emotionally declare their willingness to die for him, Norio is deeply touched and worried, pleading with them not to take such dangerous risks. Meanwhile, the captured Asters screams in frustration, demanding that they stop ignoring her. Asters recognizes the muscular figure before her as Arowana, the prince of the Mermaid Kingdom. When Arowana questions how she discovered that location, Asters scoffs, claiming that the mermaids have grown soft and stupid in their time of peace. With a sudden, powerful movement, she rips through her bindings, freeing herself with ease. Smirking, she warns them not to underestimate the reach of her intel-gathering network. After breaking free, Asters declares her true purpose, to bring back the mermaid princess and kill the bride thief, the Holy Saint. Turning her gaze toward Norio, she coldly concludes that he is the very person she has been sent to eliminate. A narration describes Asters as a monster on the battlefield, a high-ranking official of the Demon Lord who thirsts for blood. However, the mood shifts instantly to comedy as Dragon struggles to hold back an overexcited Norio. Ignoring the danger, Norio happily greets the Undead King, calling him Sensei and introducing him to Dragon, who is left completely shocked by the encounter. Arowana screams in absolute terror, revealing that the Undead King is one of the world's two calamity classes. While Norio looks on awkwardly, the Undead King casually wonders about the demon's plan to kill the Holy Saint. Asters, completely stunned, can only stare in disbelief at the absurd situation unfolding before her. Just as Asters is reeling from the Undead King's presence, a massive dragon descends from the sky, demanding to know what the commotion is about. Asters is completely horrified to realize that another world-class calamity has arrived. Meanwhile, Norio casually welcomes the dragon home, while the blonde girl calls out to her deer in surprise. The massive dragon sighs, explaining that it had been searching for eggs on the mountain and craving tonkatsu. Now in her human form, the dragon tenderly asks Norio if he is okay, to which he gratefully agrees. She then turns her attention to Plati, asking where she had been. The dragon further explains that they had spotted a demon ship on the ocean and came out of curiosity. Looking at the defeated Asters, the dragon scoffs, wondering why such a lowly demon would dare to try and kill its master. The dragon's rage boils over as it declares that anyone who hurts its master will face its wrath, viewing demons as mere worms and threatening to destroy their entire race. Terrified, Asters can only stare in shock. Norio quickly steps in, calling out to the dragon whom he addresses as Valand, apologizing to stop the escalation. Once the tension settles, Norio turns to the shaken Asters to propose a solution. Norio proposes a deal, telling Asters that they will let her go home if she promises not to be hostile toward them. Asters is deeply conflicted, struggling with the shame of being intimidated, while reminding herself that she is Aster of Despair, one of the demon lord's 4 heavenly kings. However, completely overwhelmed by the presence of the world-class calamities, she eventually clenches her fist and shouts her agreement. Attempting to regain some dignity, Aster suddenly challenges Norio to a one-on-one duel, declaring that she will only listen to his proposal if he wins. Norio calmly responds, stating that he has decided to protect his peaceful lifestyle. However, the dragon, Vale, is far from patient. She prepares to incinerate Asters for her audacity. Norio quickly intervenes, shouting for Vale to wait, as the dragon looks at him with affection. Norio firmly accepts Aster's challenge, drawing his sword with determination. Aster smirks, believing that Norio is nothing more than a human and an easy target regardless of who his allies are. However, as they face off, Asters is suddenly struck by a feeling of shock. Asters is struck with terror as she recognizes the weapon in Norio's hand as the legendary evil sword, Dreischwartz. The shock is so overwhelming that she collapses instantly, her own sword clanging to the ground. As the group looks on and Companion suggests burying her to use her as fertilizer for their fields, but Norio immediately shuts down the idea. Norio observes that the demon sailors were so terrified of Vale that they abandoned Asters and fled. Despite his reluctance, Norio decides to send her back home. While being carried by the dragon, a bewildered Asters asks why a being of such immense power would choose to serve a mere human, only to be met with a confused response from the dragon. The dragon huffs, indignantly asking if she really needs to explain her reasons. She then bursts into laughter, proudly declaring that she cannot reveal the secret of her master's delicious dishes to anyone. As the dragon carries her far away into the sky, Asters is left in a state of shock, wondering who in the world Norio actually is. A formal introduction presents Asters, one of the demon kings, 4 heavenly kings, known as Asters of Deception. Norio is surprised to see Asters return with a group of companions. As Norio asks Asters if something is wrong, Plotty, unable to contain her anger, suddenly attacks Asters, shouting for the demons to go home while Norio desperately tries to calm her down. Asters' companions desperately plead for help, revealing that they have also been expelled from the Demon King's army. Asters tries to deny it, claiming she was the only one chased out and urging them to return, but they refuse, declaring their absolute loyalty to her. Norio looks on in confusion, wondering what exactly happened to cause this. The commotion is suddenly interrupted by the dragon, Vale, who roars and threatens to burn everyone for being too noisy. Norio quickly steps in, threatening to cut her meals to bring her under control. As Vale transforms back into her human form, Aster's companions are stunned to realize they were facing a real dragon. Meanwhile, Norio remains preoccupied, processing the fact that Asters was actually fired from the Demon King's army. Asters recounts her downfall, explaining how her failure to retrieve a princess and the chaos caused by a dragon led to her being stripped of her rank, as she describes the grave sin of using a dragon in war. Norio is struck by the irony, glancing at Vale finally. Asters confirms that she was completely exiled from the demon country. Asters' companions excitedly claim that her court-martial was suspicious and orchestrated by a scheming individual named Sir Ravian to trap her. However, Asters remains crestfallen, believing that in the Demon King's army, strength is everything, and her failure makes her the one at fault. As her followers shower her with devotion, Norio ponders if there is more to her firing than just the recent uproar. Asters clarifies that she isn't looking for responsibility, but rather a way to start her life over. As she reflects, she remembers encountering goblins and orcs with unexpected power and intelligence. Most importantly, she questions why world-class calamities like the dragon and the undead king are loyal to Norio. Driven by a desperate need to understand the reason why such powerful beings follow him, Asters drops to her knees and begs Norio to let her work under him for a while. While Plotty and Dragon are completely blindsided and scream in shock, Norio simply gives a casual sure. He admits he isn't entirely sure if working on the farm will give her the answer she's looking for, but he accepts her request regardless. Norio tells Asters that he wants to help her rediscover herself and is prepared to face any consequences that may arise. While Dragon warns that helping her might attract enemies who want her dead, Norio remains unfazed. When Asters' companions timidly ask if they can stay as well, Norio agrees, but with one firm condition. As long as they are on his land, any form of bloodshed is strictly prohibited. Asters solemnly accepts Norio's conditions, pledging her complete obedience and willingness to endure any indignity. While Dragon and Platy comment on Norio's naivety, Astra's companions, Belina and Batami, suddenly scramble to outdo her, each desperate to be the one to serve him. Amused by their enthusiasm, Norio decides it might be the perfect time to make a request. Norio puts Astra's and her companions to work in the fields, leaving them bewildered by the sudden manual labor. While Astra's confidently claims she is specialized in such tasks, her clumsy execution immediately leads to a disaster, causing one of her companions to scream in pain. Watching the scene unfold, Norio begins to doubt if this was the right decision. Norio points out that Astra's is simply hitting the same spot over and over, taking the time to explain that a hoe is used to dig soil and create ridges for seeds. Astra's tries to act experienced, but it is revealed that she and Belina were actually born as aristocrats in the demon country. Despite this, Astra's confidently declares her determination to serve Norio no matter what, which leaves Norio deeply moved by how earnest the demons can be. Norio gives clear instructions for the day's work, assigning Astra's and Belina to plant seeds with precise spacing, while Beatty is tasked with making ridges alongside the Gobukichis. As they put their plans into action, the reality of farm work hits Astra's hard. Exhausted and complaining that her lower back feels terrible, she continues to toil in the soil, eventually reaching a moment of sudden realization. Astra's is stunned by the sheer pain of the labor, while Belina erupts in screams upon discovering a wriggling creature in the dirt. With a loud crack, Astra's back gives out, leaving Norio to wonder if this work is simply too much for the two former aristocrats to handle. Moving on from the grueling farm work, the next task is hunting. Astra's, confident in her abilities as a warrior, sees this as the perfect chance to erase the shame of her clumsy farming. Platy explains that Norio wants to refill the meat stocks with square boars. Just as Astra's prepares herself to prove her worth, a loud rumble echoes through the forest, signaling that the target is approaching. A herd of square boars thunders toward them, shaking the ground. Though momentarily surprised, Astra's quickly regains her composure and orders Belina and Batami to join her in the hunt. With a series of powerful and precise strikes, Astra's tears through the herd, knocking the boars down with ease and reclaiming her honor as a warrior. Astra's and her companion watch in awe, as the boars are effortlessly defeated. As they examine the weapons used in the attack, they are shocked to discover that the axes and sickles are not ordinary tools, but are crafted from rare mana metals. Platy explains that all their tools and weapons are crafted from high-quality mana metals, a fact that leaves Astra's companions astonished by the rarity and purity of the material. However, Astra's recalls that the worker is strong even with weapons when she first met them. Realized that the equipment isn't the sole source of their power, she begins to wonder if it is her own ability. That is, Platy casually adds that even the simple hoe used for farming was made from the same precious mana metal. That is, determined not to stay weak, Astra's declares her resolve to overcome her limitations, with her companions cheering her on. But as the hunt concludes, the sheer exhaustion hits her, making her realize how grueling the task actually was. While Platy thanks the group and suggests they start dressing the boars, Astra's is left completely confused by the term. Platy explains that they cannot carry the prey in their current state, so she uses her medicine magic to prepare and freeze the meat on the spot, leaving Astra's and her companion completely stunned. Meanwhile, back at the farm, Norio finishes preparing a steaming pot of food, noting that the group has returned at the perfect timing. Norio cheerfully announces that dinner is ready, but he is quickly confused by the gloomy atmosphere surrounding the returning hunting party. Platy explains that the group is discouraged because their day didn't go as planned. Astra's, once feared as one of the Demon King's 4 heavenly kings, admits to herself that her prestige has vanished in the face of the farm's unparalleled residents and their godly equipment. As Astra's laments her own powerlessness, Norio gently corrects her. He explains that strength isn't just about influence or combat ability, but about the bond she shares with her companions. He tells her that this charm is a power in itself and encourages her to believe in herself to discover new possibilities. With the emotional tension resolved, Norio invites everyone to enjoy dinner outdoors to take advantage of the nice weather. Astra's and her companions are immediately energized and excited by the sight of the food. As they gather around the table, the companions are curious about the unfamiliar meal, which Norio reveals to be ginger-grilled square boar and tanjiro soup. Astra's is completely captivated by the flavor of the meal, leaving Norio slightly bewildered by her intense reaction. Dragon and the other companions similarly devour the food with great enthusiasm, praising its taste. As the dinner concludes, Norio encourages everyone to eat their fill and cheer up, and the group happily agrees to give their best effort again the following day. Carrying a basket of harvested vegetables, Astra's wonders about the whereabouts of Platy and the Saint. One of her companions explains that they are currently in the sea on an errand, Having completed her assigned work, Asters asks if there is anything else she can do, and her companion cheerfully directs her to help with weeding and cleaning the house. Despite being assigned to pull weeds and clean, Asters is found lounging lazily on the porch, ironically remarking that those who don't work will die. When her companions call her out for her own laziness, she quickly recovers, claiming she is performing the vital task of housewatching to ensure the home is safe until the saint returns. The scene shifts to the coast, where Nico happily splashes into the water, returning to her Nico form. Feeling completely refreshed, she admits that she should return to this form more often. Norio, watching her with a smile, notes that she seems much more at ease in the sea than on land, which catches Nico by surprise. Nico cheerfully explains that she feels just as comfortable on land as in the sea, thanks to the high-quality land-dwelling medicine she created. Norio listens with a smile, thinking about how considerate his wife is. As they continue their chat, Nico brings up a more serious topic, mentioning that sea monsters often appear in these parts, which immediately catches Norio's attention. Nico explains to Norio that just like on land, there are dungeons in the ocean where monsters emerge. Norio realizes that even common sea creatures like herrings and starfish can be monsters. Nico warns him about a particularly dangerous monster dwelling deep below one of the top 5 she dreads meeting. Concerned for Platy's safety, Norio worries about her going alone, but Nico dismisses the threat, claiming that for someone precious, even such a monster is a piece of cake. Despite anticipating Norio's worry, Nico produces a water-breathing medicine. She instructs him to chew the medicine to breathe underwater, warning him strictly not to swallow it. After a brief moment of panic when Norio almost swallows it, Nico tells him to chew once more, and they both dive into the sea with a loud splash. Norio is wide-eyed with wonder as he realizes he can actually breathe beneath the waves. He marvels at the sensation, while Nico swims effortlessly through the water, calling out to her dear husband to make sure he is doing okay. As they glide through the water, Norio realizes he had almost forgotten about Nico's true nature, since she spent so much time on land. Looking at her swimming gracefully beside him, he is struck by her beauty, thinking to himself that this stunning Nico princess is his wife. Norio remains deeply flustered, his face flushing as he tries to convince himself and Nico that he is perfectly fine. Nico finds his behavior strange, but her confusion quickly vanishes as her expression turns sharp. Sensing a change in the water's minerals, she detects a dense thirst for blood approaching them, putting them both on high alert. Norio is bewildered by the sudden change in atmosphere, wondering what is approaching. Suddenly, a pair of glowing eyes glares from the darkness, and a massive spotted monster the Rhiny eel bursts forward, confirming Nico's fears. The Rhiny eel lets out a deafening scream as it lunges forward, catching Norio completely off guard. As the monster's massive jaws snap toward them, Nico swiftly moves into action. She prepares to neutralize the beast, telling Norio that she will stop its movements and leave the rest to him. Nico quickly launches magical capsules at the Rhiny eel, which erupt into a fierce blaze despite being deep underwater. Norio is stunned, marveling at the incredible power of Platy's magical herbs. With the monster immobilized by the fire, Nico shouts for Norio to take his chance and strike now. Norio gathers his strength and shouts, "Here goes nothing," as he delivers a crushing blow to the Rhiny eel. The impact is massive, sending the monster reeling. Watching from the side, Nico beams with pride and cheers, "Yay!" as expected of deer. With the Rhiny eel defeated and floating away, Nico happily hugs Norio, declaring their task finished and suggesting they head home immediately, however. Norio suddenly notices something on the ocean floor. He asks her to wait a moment, leaving a curious Nico to watch as he reaches down to collect a piece of the monster. Nico explains that the seaweed is a useless nuisance that cannot even be used for magical herbs. But Norio is curious about it. After sampling the plant, he returns to the shore and begins preparing a pot over a fire. He identifies the seaweed as wakame, and tells a surprised Nico that he plans to combine it with the eel they just fought to create a new trial dish. Norio proudly presents his creation, the Isekai wakame soup made from eel stock, after a final touch of salt and pepper. Upon tasting it, Nico is instantly captivated by the refined flavor and crispness of the seaweed, admitting that her previous claim about it being useless was wrong. Norio smiles, happy that he could turn a nuisance into a delicious meal. Norio decides to leave the carcass of the Rhiny eel behind, noting that removing its slime would require far too much salt. Nico continues to shower him with affection and praise, claiming her respect for him has skyrocketed after tasting the incredible flavor of the soup. While Nico beams with pride, Norio feels a bit flustered but remains humble, reflecting that his abilities are not his alone, but are made possible by those who support him. Norio looks back at the diverse group of neighbors who have become part of their lives, acknowledging how lively their world has become. While he deeply appreciates the blessing of their support, he turns to Nico with a blush, Shyly, he suggests that they need to make some time for just the two of them, reminding her that they are newlyweds. Norio suggests that he and Nico return to the ocean for a private swim, just the two of them. Nico is deeply touched and happily agrees. Looking out over the shore, Norio decides he needs to quickly develop a water-breathing medicine to enable them to talk while underwater. A task Nico enthusiastically leaves in his hands. A bolt of lightning strikes as the scene shifts to the important demon castle. Inside, a formal conference is underway to elect an immediate successor for the four heavenly kings, following the dismissal and eviction of Asters of Deception. The atmosphere in the demon castle turns lethal, as the demon lord demands to know who authorized Aster's dismissal. Reverian of Poverty attempts to frame it as a simple blunder, but the demon lord sees right through the scheme. Accusing him of betrayal, the demon lord swiftly draws his blade and holds it to Reverian's throat, calling him a disloyal person. Terrified and sweating, Reverian begs the demon lord for forgiveness. The demon lord Zidane looks upon him with cold indifference. Rather than killing him, Zidane delivers a harsh ultimatum, ordering Reverian to get his act together and become truly capable of shouldering his responsibilities before the demon lord returns. Amika bows deeply before the demon lord, handing over a document containing the coordinates of the transmitted magic. Zidane accepts it with a simple okay, but his expression turns sharp as he thinks of Holy Saint Kidden, vowing that the saint should just wait. The scene concludes with a powerful image of Holy Saint Kidden, noting that even demon lords have moments driven by passion. The scene shifts back to the farm, where a dark-haired elf woman expresses her confusion over a peculiar, sword-wielding doll. Norio introduces the creation as Kakatsu, a Kakashi designed to protect the crops from birds while they are away. When questioned about the swords, Norio clarifies that they are purely for decoration, leading Plati to conclude that such additions are simply something that guys like. Norio cheerfully confirms that the sword is indeed just for decoration, revealing that Kakatsu also has the ability to dance and jump to frighten birds. While his companions look on with skepticism, the goblin workers are completely captivated. They begin jumping along with the Kakashi, eventually forming an enthusiastic dance team with Kakatsu leading them in the center. Norio excitedly announces the name HT-11 as Kakatsu executes a powerful leap, slamming violently into the earth with an impressive crash. Rin looks on in disbelief, questioning why he even took the time to give it a name. Despite the chaos, Nori watches with a peaceful expression, content that everyone is having a good day. The cheers of the workers quickly turn into shouts of alarm as Kakatsu collapses, broken by the impact of his own move. Norio is heartbroken, lamenting that he used leftover material scraps, which left the doll lacking the necessary strength and durability. As Norio tearfully apologizes to the fallen Kakatsu, Lena calmly asks why they don't just fix it. The Adin workers passionately cheer for Norio, urging him to bring Kakatsu back to life. Determined, Norio decides to use his Master of Superiority skill, even as Lena and Rin look on. Thinking it might be a waste of such power for a doll, with a burst of effort, Norio successfully repairs the Kakashi, shouting triumphantly that he has fixed him as Kakatsu stands tall once again. Norio is overjoyed to have Kakatsu restored. Sharing the moment with the cheering Adin workers, Nico suggests that using mana metal would prevent the Kakashi from breaking again, which sparks a sudden flash of inspiration in Norio. He briefly imagines a heavily armored Super Kakatsu, but almost immediately dismisses the idea, concluding that wood is actually better. Nico watches him, sighing as she admits she truly doesn't understand what men find appealing. A new figure is introduced, a Kasaka Momoko. She presents herself as just a typical high school student, but the reality is far more intense. In a barren landscape surrounded by growling monsters, she is revealed to be a skilled combatant, wielding the powerful goddess Scythe too. With a powerful cry, a Kasaka Momoko swings her massive scythe, creating a colossal shockwave that tears through the earth. Panting from the exertion, she reflects on her fate, explaining that she was summoned from a different world and endowed with the goddess Scythe by God to fight against demons as the hero of the people. Momoko reflects on the stark contrast between her previous life and the crude reality of this new world, where the lack of basic amenities and harsh living conditions often led to the demise of those summoned. She remembers arriving with 10 other companions, wondering how many of them actually managed to survive the ordeal. Momoko wonders if the others who were summoned with her have all died. She specifically remembers Norio, a man who was told he possessed no skills, believing it would be impossible for someone like him to survive in such a brutal environment. In contrast, Momoko reflects on her own status. Her superior abilities have made her invaluable to kings, granting her a position of prestige. Gripping her weapon tightly, she acknowledges the vast difference between her path and that of the skillless. In this harsh world, Akasaka Momoko has dedicated herself to a life of constant battle. With her overwhelming power, she fights relentlessly, believing that through this struggle, she can ascend to become the strongest person in existence. The battlefield is a scene of absolute chaos, as soldiers struggle against an endless tide of demons. Akasaka Momoko looks upon the horizon, realizing that the enemy's numbers are inexhaustible, and the end is nowhere in sight. Standing at the front line of war, she tightens her grip and declares her unwavering determination, swearing that she will not lose for the sake of the people of this world. A deafening roar rips through the air as a massive dragon suddenly emerges, descending the battlefield. Akasaka Momoko gazes up in sheer disbelief, stunned by the unexpected appearance of the beast. The warriors are paralyzed with fear, recognizing the creature as one of the two great calamities of their world. They whisper in terror that witnessing such a beast usually means certain death, wondering why this legendary entity has suddenly appeared in the midst of their battle. Akasaka Momoko is stunned as she realizes that even her goddess scythe skill, capable of killing any target in one blow, is completely ineffective against the colossal beast. Around her, the warriors are gripped by sheer panic, terrified that a single breath from the dragon will annihilate them all. As the creature stomps the ground, sending a rumble through the battlefield, they fear that the dragon has come with one purpose: to destroy everything in its path. The colossal creature breaks the silence, its voice booming across the battlefield as it addresses the lower races. The warriors are left in disbelief, shocked to discover that the dragon can speak. The beast introducive is Grinzel Dragon Veal, the daughter of the great King Geyser Dragon. Suddenly, a mysterious female magical being appears beside the creature, declaring that she has come to bring back an insolent fellow, and demanding to know who dared oppose her lord. The dragon abruptly releases Asters, sending her screaming toward the ground. Recognizing her, the warriors quickly order the monsters to capture her. As Asters is pinned down, the dragon reveals that it had wanted to kill her, but its lord showed mercy. With a cold gaze, the dragon then begins to address the gathered crowd of lower races. The dragon addresses the demons, humans, and all other lower races with a chilling ultimatum. With a powerful shout of ignite, it unleashes a colossal beam of energy, warning them that the full wrath of its breath will be directed at their cities should anyone dare to be rude to its lord. A colossal explosion rips through the battlefield as the dragon's breath makes impact. The sheer force of the blast sends warriors flying backward, while Akasaka Momoko struggles to stay upright, completely overwhelmed by the creature's tremendous power. Floating high above the battlefield, the dragon declares the name of its master, Saint Kidden, commanding everyone to remember it well. It issues a final, chilling warning. Anyone who dares to be an enemy of the saint shall also be an enemy of Grinzel Dragon Veal. The warriors stand frozen, the name Saint Kidden echoing in their minds. As they watch the dragon fly away into the distance, they are overwhelmed by a sense of dread and curiosity, questioning who could possibly possess the power to command such a terrifying beast. Far from the turmoil and the shock of the warriors, the scene returns to the quiet tranquility of the farm. While the world wonders about the identity of the mysterious Saint Kidden, Norio is simply focused on the simple pleasure of eating a delicious meal. Norio finishes his drink with a satisfied sigh, feeling completely refreshed. With a determined spirit, he stretches his arms and looks out over the vast landscape of his land, motivating himself to give his best effort for Today's fieldwork as he steps out into the greenery. As Norio begins his day, he is suddenly approached by a stern demon king Zidane. Mistaking him for the legendary Saint Kidden, Norio asks if that is indeed him. However, the man calmly corrects him, stating that he is actually the demon king Zidane. Utterly confused by the revelation and the absurdity of the situation, Norio can only stare in disbelief, wondering who this person really is. The scene shifts to Asters and her companions. The two followers cheer wildly, shouting for Saint Kidden and celebrating Asters' achievement. With a triumphant presentation, Asters proudly displays the animal she has successfully hunted, while her companions praise her for trying her best. Asters gasps in surprise as she finds herself face-to-face with Norio and the imposing presence of Demon King Zidane. Caught off guard by the sudden encounter, she can only stare in confusion, letting out a bewildered "eh?" Demon King Zidane addresses Asters, confirming that she is indeed staying there. Asters is stunned to see the Demon King himself and asks why he is there. Zidane explains that he has been looking for her and mentions a secret code left by her subordinates. Bewildered, Asters can only wonder why the Demon King would be searching for her. Asters is left speechless, trembling at the mention of the Demon King. Norio notices the sudden, oppressive shift in the atmosphere, as do Asters' companions. In her mind, Asters recalls her failure in their strategy and how the Demon King effortlessly defeated the four heavenly kings alone, leading her to believe she is no longer of any use to his majesty. Demon King Zidane speaks with passion, telling Asters that she is needed, and dismissing her attempts to distance herself. Asters is left stunned by his words, while Norio, Dragon, and Plati watch from the side, completely confused and sensing a strange tension in the air. After the intense confrontation, the atmosphere softens as everyone gathers around a table for tea. Demon King Zidan apologizes for the commotion and formally introduces himself as the one who controls the demon race. Stunned by the revelation, Norio asks if it's truly all right for a king to leave his country unattended, but Zidan simply replies that it is no problem. Demon King Zidane explains that the greatest responsibility of a demon king is to defend their nation from the human race, a duty passed down through generations that keeps him active on the battlefield. Norion, the type of ruler who simply hides away in a base, then praises Asters, calling her a highly efficient and irreplaceable retainer, which leaves Asters deeply flushed praise and feeling unworthy of such high praise while her companions look on with. Norio realizes that under the circumstances, it would have been impossible for Demon King Zidane to have exiled Asters. Zidane agrees, recalling how he was away commanding the front lines when the courts in his country proceeded with the verdict without his permission. He further explains that a sudden dragon attack created an uproar that stalled the front lines, delaying his eventual return to his country. Norio asks if Zidane ended up here while searching for Asters. Zidane recalls the moment he finally arrived back at the court, only to find that Asters was already gone. Overwhelmed with emotion, Zidane holds Asters' hands and tells her how glad he is that they reunited here. Fearing they would have never had another chance to meet, Asters is left stunned by his sincerity. Dragon begins teasing Asters and Demon King Zidane, suggesting they have a romantic relationship. While Asters tries to humbly deny it, claiming they are merely childhood friends, Dragon isn't buying it. Suddenly, Dragon loses her temper, screaming for Zine to take Asters away and threatening to burn him, leaving the Demon King bewildered by her feistiness. Dragon recognizes the Demon King as someone from the battlefield, and Asters is equally shocked by the revelation. As Demon King Zidane frantically tries to keep the conversation quiet, Dragon huffs in irritation, complaining that she had gone out of her way to send Asters away, only for her to shamelessly appear at her master's place. Demon King Zidane suddenly becomes serious, declaring his determination to take Asters back home no matter what. He concludes that since Asters is living with Norio, she must be his possession. To prove his valor as the Demon King and reclaim his retainer, Zidane abruptly stands up and challenges Norio to a duel, leaving the bewildered Norio shouting in confusion. Norio panics as Dragon laughs, claiming that he is actually the strongest saint because he has the support of the two greatest disasters, herself and the Undead King. While Demon King Zidane wonders if this is the truth, Norio desperately tries to explain that he is useless in battle and that Asters is not his possession. Asters speaks softly to Norio, reminding him of his search for purpose and potential. She reveals that there are people who deeply admire him and long for his return, urging him to be honest about his feelings. Norio looks on with a bright, hopeful expression, while Dragon and the other women erupt in excitement, chanting for him to go home. Asters herself becomes flustered by the sudden, chaotic energy of the group, moved by the moment. Demon King Zidane takes Asters' hand and asks her to return home with him, promising she will never have to leave his side again. Overwhelmed with emotion, Asters vows to follow him for the rest of her life, regardless of where they go. Norio breathes a sigh of relief as Dragon and Asters' companions cheer for the couple, celebrating this happy turn of events for the former Heavenly King. Plotty suddenly bursts out, shouting that Demon King's Dan is far too naive. As a confused Norio asks what is wrong, Plotty tells the Demon King that his understanding is too mild, comparing it to the taste of Norio's Zenzai. When a bewildered Zidane asks who she is, Plotty strikes a confident pose and proudly proclaims her identity as the princess of the mermaid country. Plotty suddenly drops a bombshell, declaring that she is the one who arranged a political marriage, leaving Demon King Zidane in a state of complete panic and denial. While Zidane frantically tries to explain his ignorance to Asters, Norio reflects on the historical struggle between humans and demons for control of the mermaid country. Plotty confirms that if her country had fallen to the demons, her partner would have been the Demon King himself. Plotty continues her explanation, pointing out that Demon King Zidane seems completely unaware of the betrayal happening within his own troops. She theorizes that someone in a high-ranking position is plotting behind the scenes to seize power, viewing us Asters as an obstacle that needed to be removed. Demon King Zidane contemplates the gravity of the situation, acknowledging that a true resolution requires dealing with the mastermind behind the conspiracy. Plotty adds a stark warning, suggesting that the worst-case scenario could result in Zidane losing his position as king. While Norio reacts in shock, Zidane reflects on his own sincerity and his desire to prevent a deceptive person from ruling the country, before turning his attention to the saint. Plotty smiles mischievously, claiming she has the perfect idea to resolve the situation. Addressing both Asters and the Demon King, she enthusiastically declares that the two of them should simply get married. The suggestion catches them completely off guard, leaving both Sedan and Asters blushing and shouting in utter shock. A celebratory splash page marks the moment, declaring the formation of the strongest couple as Demon King Zidane and Asters hold hands with confident expressions, while Norio cheers them on from behind. The news of the marriage proposal sends Asters' companions into a frenzy of excitement. While Demon King Zidane is completely overwhelmed by the suddenness of it all, Platy remains confident, questioning if there is a problem. She explains that by making Asters the queen, they can deliver the worst possible blow to the traitor plotting her downfall. Norio, observing the situation, agrees that the plan is perfectly fine. Platy breaks down the political strategy, explaining that anyone seeking power within the demon race would want their own kin to become the Demon King's first lady. By ensuring Asters takes that position, the traitor's plans are effectively neutralized. Norio acknowledges the logic, and Platy confidently declares the case closed, while a bewildered Asters can only stutter in response. Asters, still flustered by the sudden proposal, asks what they are actually supposed to do if they get married. Platy smiles mischievously and explains that the most important part is exchanging marriage vows before God. She vividly describes the scene, imagining Demon King Zidane and Asters holding hands in a solemn ceremony while their companions watch on with excitement. Platy continues her passionate explanation, describing marriage as the act of standing before God to exchange vows. As Norio imagines the tedious paperwork and registration forms of his own world, Platy declares that they should begin the process right away. Confused by the difference, Norio asks how one actually performs these vows, to which Platy happily agrees to explain further. To ensure the marriage vows are performed properly, Platy summons the undead king and the dragon. The surrounding soldiers are paralyzed with fear, realizing that the rumors about the world's two greatest disasters residing with the saint are true. As the undead king arrives, he calmly asks Platy why she has called Norio to join them. Platy enthusiastically announces that Norio will serve as the witness for the wedding. Surprised by the sudden plan, Demon King Zedin and Asters look on as Platy explains that the undead king is the perfect officiant because he was a renowned pastor in his former life. The undead king acknowledges his past service to humanity, while Platy envisions a grand ceremony. Finally, she turns to Norio, eagerly asking for his approval of the plan. Platy suddenly collapses, realizing she made a mistake. As a confused Norio asks what is wrong, the undead king explains the complexity of their world's religion. Humans worship Zeus, mermaids worship Poseidon, and the demon race worships Hades. This revelation leaves Platy frustrated as she realizes that each race follows its own respective god. Platy panics over the religious conflict, but the undead king calmly offers to help, noting that his long life has given him knowledge of many traditions. Norio encourages the attempt, and Platy cheers him on. After confirming with Asters and Demon King Zedin, who both agree with gratitude, the undead king raises his hand to begin the ceremony. With glowing eyes and a solemn voice, the undead king begins the ceremony, calling upon the blessings of the Mother God to purify the land and transform it into a sanctuary. Norio and Platy watch in bewilderment as the ground rumbles and a massive vortex of energy erupts around the undead king, marking the start of the divine ritual. A thunderous rumble shakes the ground as the undead king lets out a powerful shout, calling down a massive pillar of light from a giant magic circle in the sky. Even and Lena watch in awe, while a bewildered Norio questions the sudden phenomenon. Platy, sensing the immense power, realizes this is the result of the undead king's prayer, feeling a heavy pressure weighing down on the earth's surface. As the magic circle reaches its peak, a colossal god manifests, towering over the landscape with an overwhelming presence. Norio and Platy can only stare up in disbelief, stunned by the sudden appearance of the godlike being. Asters and Demon King Zidane are left in shock, with Asters identifying the towering figure as Hades, the god of the underworld. Norio watches in confusion as the undead king realizes his mistake, admitting he only intended to offer a prayer and create a holy ground for the wedding ceremony. The undead king sheepishly confesses that he went a bit too far and accidentally summoned the deity himself, leaving Platy in a state of complete panic. The colossal Hades speaks, noting that it has been a long time since he was materialized to this plane. As Asters and her companions panic at the god's voice, Hades questions if an Armageddon has begun and asks for the purpose of his summoning. The undead king kneels in reverence, explaining that while the conflict with humans persists, it is nothing the god needs to concern himself with. Intrigued, Hades demands that the kneeling figure introduce himself and explain exactly why he was called. Demon King Zidane steps forward to address the deity, apologizing for the disturbance and introducing himself. He explains that they were simply attempting to conduct a wedding ceremony and seek a blessing, but accidentally summoned Hades instead. Beside them, Norio watches in awe at Zidane's boldness in speaking to a god, while the undead king offers a small, timid apology for the blunder. Demon King Zidane offers his sincerest apologies for the disturbance. To the surprise of Norio and the others, Hades accepts the apology, noting that it was only natural for the undead king's prayer to reach the gods. However, the deity sets a condition for his blessing. Zidane must swear that his wife will be his one and only, and that he will love her for the rest of his life. Demon King Zidane shouts with passion, declaring that Asters is the only woman he wishes to be paired with for the rest of his life. Pleased by this vow, Hades acknowledges his words and declares that both Demon King Zidane and Demon Queen Asters shall receive the god's blessing. With a soft rustle, Hades disappears from the physical plane. As Demon King Zidane and Asters share a tender embrace, the others look on in silence, realizing the deity has gone. Norio watches the empty space, thinking to himself that gods are surprisingly good beings. Following the deity's departure, the group discusses the immense power of the blessing. It is revealed that receiving a direct blessing from a god grants Zidane and Asters utmost divine protection and ensures sound health and fertility, while warning that anyone attempting to sabotage their relationship will face divine punishment. The undead king sheepishly promises to be more careful with his prayers next time, while Norio muses on how amazing it is to have marriage vows witnessed by a god. Beaming with pride, Demon King Zidane declares this as the ultimate proof of love to show his demon brethren, as Aster's companions cheer enthusiastically. Demon King Zidane embraces Asters, emotionally thanking Norio for making his dream of marrying her a reality. Asters joins in, promising that they will never forget his kindness. Flustered and humble, Norio insists he didn't do much, though he warmly tells Asters that he is happy for her beside him. Dragon watches the scene with a playful, teasing smile. Demon King Zidane suggests it's time to return home so that Asters can be introduced as the Demon Queen to the entire nation. But to his surprise, Asters refuses, stating that she wants to stay a little longer. Zidane is left completely bewildered by her unexpected decision. A title page introduces the next part of the story, showcasing a spirited Vale named Vale, known as the strongest meat-loving girl. Vale shouts for the couple to go home, prompting Norio to chime in and ask why they wouldn't just return to their own country since they are already married. Confused, Demon King Zidane asks Asters to explain the real reason why she still wants to remain there. Asters opens up to King Zidane, explaining that her time spent under the guidance of the saint and others has changed her. Wanting to be a worthy wife, she expresses her desire to continue retrain herself. Zidane, moved by her sincerity, accepts her reasons and turns to Norio, asking him to look after Asters for a while longer. Norio admits he doesn't mind helping, but he feels guilty about separating the newlyweds and is unsure of how he can actually be of use. However, Demon King Zidane catches him completely off guard by asking if he can also stay for a while. Shocked, Norio questions if his absence will cause trouble for his people, to which Zidane calmly replies that it should be fine for a short time. A flashback reveals that the dragon's sudden appearance on the battlefield left both factions shaken, preventing further troops from being dispatched. Norio realizes that the dragon was the one responsible for this stalemate. As Demon King Zan politely asks for permission to stay, Norio agrees and begins to wonder if he should build a house for the couple. This thought immediately triggers a loud and chaotic reaction from Dragon. Dragon is skeptical, questioning if Demon King Zidane is really okay with leaving his camp without anyone to execute his plans, fearing it would leave him vulnerable to enemy plots. However, Zidane remains completely unfazed, assuring her that everything has already been taken into account. While Norio is deeply impressed by the Demon King's strategic thinking, Dragon can only react with frustration. Dragon loudly questions how Zidane and Asters could have arrived without a ship, a point Norio silently agrees with. Zidane calmly explains that he used teleportation magic, having set up a point beforehand, which leaves Norio deeply impressed. As they talk, Belena, a subordinate of Asters, observes that Zidane is one of the few in the demon race capable of teleporting at will, and recalls a memo he left her with the coordinates of the place. Asters gives Belena a tight hug, enthusiastically praising her. Belena, though flustered, reveals that she was deeply frustrated by the suspicious plot that had kept the couple apart. While Demon King Zidane also thanks Belena for her efforts, Dragon remains cautious. She questions whether other demons who can use teleportation magic might follow them and attack. But Zidane calmly assures her not to worry. Demon King Zidane reveals that the coordinates to access the area are encrypted, and Belena adds that identifying the location is practically impossible without the creator's help. Dragon is surprised to learn that the place is blocked from recognition. Zidane further explains that while the demon race typically relies on teleportation or clairvoyance to locate distant places, a powerful restriction magic surrounding the entire area voids those abilities, leaving Norio and the others safe from unwanted visitors. Demon King Zidane admits that his attempt to teleport was a risky all-or-nothing move. Though Belina's help ensured his arrival, he assures Norio that others are unable to sense his presence or reach the land. Intrigued, Norio wonders who could have set up such a convenient magic barrier, questioning if it was the twins. Suddenly, the undead king interjects, revealing that only a dragon is capable of using such powerful magic. Dragon finally admits the truth, boasting that she set up the barrier around the entire area after dealing with a demon on her way home. While she grumbles about the demon's interference, Norio looks at her with a soft expression. He asks if she put so much thought into him, calling her Veil, which leaves her momentarily flustered. Veil loudly proclaims that she created the barrier because she wants to hog all of Norio's meals for herself, complaining that the arrival of new guests has decreased her food portions. The other girls realize that her hostility towards them is actually driven by her love for food. Norios smiles and pats Veil's head, thanking her for always looking after him. Veil beams with joy, secretly wanting more pats. While Norio celebrates the moment with a spirited cheer, Norio enthusiastically announces that they will be having a party tonight to celebrate the marriage of Astras and the Demon King, as well as to honor Veil's hard work. Veil cheers happily beside him. The undead king, visibly excited, asks if he can join in, and Norio warmly welcomes him, calling him sensei. Meanwhile, Lena and Ivan look on, with Lena expressing her heartfelt gratitude to Ivan, whom she calls Sir Saint, with a triumphant tada. Norio reveals a lavish spread of food, announcing that the feast is finally ready. The group gathers around the table in high spirits, warmly congratulating Astras and Demon King Zidane on their marriage. Demon King Zidane is completely blown away by the feast, admitting that he has never tasted anything so delicious in his life. Norio is pleased to see his guests enjoying the meal. He then presents a massive platter of meat exclusively for Veil, who reacts with pure excitement. As she takes a huge bite, the intense flavor leaves speechless and wide-eyed with awe. Veil is so moved by the flavor of the meat that she instinctively transforms into a massive dragon, letting out a roar of delight and breathing fire. Norio quickly shouts at her to stop and return to her normal form. Once she does, a blushing Veil admits she has never tasted anything like it. Norio smiles and explains to her and Lina that the meat Kirasaki deer, which was caught by Astras for the feast. Norio explains that the meal's incredible taste wasn't his alone, noting that Plati contributed by using magic seasonings. Touched but unwilling to be humble, Veil bursts into arrogant laughter, declaring that all lowly beings are meant to serve her and her master. Despite her boastful facade, Norio smiles, realizing that Veil truly cares for the group in her own unique, gluttonous way. Demon King Zidane and Astras are completely captivated by the meal, with Zidane admitting that such flavors are unheard of even in royal palaces. He realizes why Veil was so determined to keep this place a secret. As Astras asks Norio how he acquired such skill, Norio humbly responds that he didn't do anything special, having only learned to cook for himself during his time living alone. Norio expresses his happiness that everyone is enjoying the meal, serving another portion to the undead king. Internally, he admits that his ability to recreate ingredients and cuisine not native to this world is what makes his dishes so special. As Lena curiously asks if his cooking is some kind of state secret, Veil suddenly intervenes, aggressively denying it and silencing Norio in the process. Lena suddenly turns to Norio, calling him Saint Keaton, and reveals that she has something to ask of him once again. With an earnest expression, she asks him to take her under his wing and teach her the ways of a newlywed bride. Norio is left utterly shocked and blushing, while Veil and the others react in total disbelief at the strange request. A transition page appears, showcasing the girls with a playful teaser. Is it finally time for them to change their clothes? Veil explodes in jealousy, shouting at Lena for asking someone else's husband for such a request. While Lena apologizes in fear, Norio tries to calm Veil down. He tells her that she is great at many things and sweetly confesses that his cooking and farming are only successful because of her, leaving Veil completely smitten. Norio tries to suggest that Astras seek help from someone else to learn the ways of a bride, reminding her of her status as a queen. However, Astras remains determined, viewing this as a necessary step to become a dutiful wife for Demon Lord Zedin. While Norio is touched by her sincerity and suddenly interjects, asking if he can also stay and train at the farm, leaving Norio completely bewildered. Norio is completely bewildered when he realizes that Ivan's request to train at the farm actually refers to bridal training. Ivan, deeply impressed by everything from the cuisine to the architecture of the farm, explains that he wants to reciprocate Astra's dedication to being a dutiful wife by undergoing the same training himself as her husband. Ivan solemnly shares his view that a married couple should support each other, citing Norio as his inspiration. Astras beams with pride from other kings who merely lounge in their castles, while Norio looks on with a surprised expression. Meanwhile, at the construction site, the workers, including Orkubo, express their continued trust and reliance on the Lord Saint. Even wipes his brow and asks Norio for his opinion on the woodworking he has been doing. Norio is genuinely impressed, declaring the work perfect and praising Even's dexterity. The peaceful moment is interrupted when Lena appears carrying a large bowl of food and announcing that it is ready. The sight of Lena sends Even into a state of pure euphoria, leaving him blushing and breathless while Lena looks on, confused by his strange reaction. Everyone gathers around a table laden with food, starting their meal with a cheerful thanks, while Vale and Norio rave about how delicious the food is, noting that Astra's prepared most of it herself. Ivan is seen quietly crying, overwhelmed by the experience. Lena observes the meal and identifies the dish as nikujaga, a Japanese beef and potato stew. Norio praises Astra's for her cooking, noting that her expertise as a swordmaster made handling a kitchen knife second nature. He tells her that she only needs to learn more about ingredients and seasonings to be fully proficient. Curious about what else is required for bridals at Trainstringa, Astra's is prompted by Norio to consider clothing. Upon noticing the clothes Even is wearing, which Even reveals were made by Norio, Astra's comes to a sudden realization. She must learn how to sew. Astra's is shocked to learn that Norio himself made the clothes for Even. Norio casually explains that since he is a man, making clothes for other men is easier, though he admits he is struggling to find a design for the clothes he promised Platty. Astra's then produces a roll of fabric she brought along. Upon seeing it, Norio is completely dazzled by the exquisite quality of the material. Norio explains that during his exploration of a mountain dungeon, he discovered caterpillars capable of spewing thread and decided to raise them as an experiment. He proudly presents a roll of fabric made from their silk, leaving Astra's and her companions in awe. Stunned by his resourcefulness, they realize that Norio's unique ideas are far beyond anything they've seen in their world. Norio asks Astra's if she can handle the sewing, and she enthusiastically agrees, revealing that her parents once ran a needlework shop. Lena also offers her help, noting that it is part of her own training. Relieved, Norio calls Astra's a lifesaver. With the plan settled, Astra's suggests they start by making new clothes for Platty. Astra's suddenly transforms into the deadly tailor, confidently wielding a measuring tape. Although they agreed to start with Platty, Astra's decides it's more efficient to take everyone's measurements now for future outfits. Norio admits he could never have handled such a task, while Lena nervously asks if this means everyone will have to strip. Platty innocently asks if her attire is correct, but Lena is horrified to discover that Platty is going commando. Lena explains to the group that because Platty is a mermaid, she simply doesn't understand the need for lower body clothing, while Platty recalls that Norio had a similar reaction when they first met. Lena sternly warns her that exposing her lower half in public is considered a crime for humans and demons living on the surface. Platty is shocked to learn that her lack of lower body clothing is considered nakedness on the surface. Arowana steps in to demonstrate what panties are, leading Platty to mistakenly believe they are formal garments used for diplomacy. Despite her confusion, Platty puts her trust in Astra's, who is more than happy to sew some high-quality panties for her. Arowana starts the measurement process, immediately calling out Platty for trying to tuck in her stomach, leaving Platty feeling regretful about the food she's eaten. When Arowana moves on to Astra's, she is internally shocked by how plump Astra's stomach is, which prompts a flustered and blushing Astra's to scream at her to shut up. Watching from a distance, Lena is bewildered by the commotion, questioning what the pests are up to. Astra's proudly presents the finished garment, explaining that the frills were inspired by the waves and colors of the sea to be befitting for a mermaid princess. Platty is overjoyed, exclaiming how fancy the dress is and thanking Astra's for the beautiful creation. Norio and Arowana look on with satisfaction, sharing in Platty's happiness. Platty excitedly shows Norio the panties Astra's made for her, causing him to react with total shock. Platty wonders why surface world rules are so strict, recalling that her brother didn't mind, while Astra's considers making clothes for Norio as her future brother-in-law. However, the peaceful moment is shattered when Astra's suddenly snaps, shouting "Ignite!" and blasting Platty with a burst of fire. Astra's launches a fire attack, sending Vale screaming in panic. However, Dragon calmly tells Norio to just watch as the flames dissipate without leaving a single mark. Astra's is confused, questioning if Vale was acting out of jealousy, while the realization hits that the fabric is infused with anti-magic. Vale looks down at herself, completely bewildered that she is unharmed. Vale is impressed by the fabric, claiming its defensive capabilities are likely superior to actual armor. This prompts the group to question Gobukichi, but he denies doing anything special to the material. As they wonder about the cause, Norio reflects on his process, recalling how he treated the caterpillars with extreme care just to ensure Platty would have high-quality clothes. Realizing his efforts may have inadvertently enhanced the fabric, Vale explains her theory that just as the orcs and goblins were enhanced by Norio, the caterpillars he cared for were also improved, resulting in the powerful fabric. She is amazed, declaring it the birth of a legendary armor. Norio, flustered, desperately tries to correct her, shouting that it is fashion, not armor. While he privately appreciates the durability of the clothing, Vale ignores his protests and demands that he make some armor for her as well. Norio suggests that since the Demon King's original clothes were essentially made from futon cotton, they should have Asters remake their outfits as well. As they discuss this, Lena notices a small tear in Demon King Ziden's shirt, suggesting it likely got caught on something while he was working. Ziden is horrified to realize he has damaged the gift given to him by Lord Saint Norio. But Lena steps in, determinedly promising to fix the hole. Demon King Zidane thanks Lena and leaves the repair of his shirt in her hands. Lena shyly admits that she has only recently learned the skill and isn't very proficient yet. As Norio watches them, he thinks to himself that it's fine to let the Demon King keep the shirt for a bit longer. The scene closes on a wholesome note as the two sit together. The scene shifts to the human kingdom, where the king is seen in a fit of rage, cursing a dragon that has brought the war to a stalemate. Despite his general's warnings that the dragon's motives are unknown and the army should remain stationary, the king scoffs at their cowardice. He then demands information regarding the dragon's master, a figure known as Saint Kidden, only to be told that no information has been found. Genesis the 18th sits in his chambers, sipping on a stinky cup of squeezed fish juice, and lamenting how useless everyone around him is. As he drinks, he reflects on the centuries of conflict between the human and demon races. To ensure a final victory, he reveals that the kingdom exhausted all of its mana to summon heroes from a parallel world. As a servant brings him more fish juice, Genesis the 18th muses about the benefits of defeating and exploiting the demon race. He expresses skepticism regarding the existence of the dragon's master, yet admits that the dragon itself must be dealt with before the army can advance. Slurping his drink, he coldly notes that any mistake could provoke the beast, leading to inevitable annihilation, a grim prospect that leaves his servant visibly shaken. Slamming his cup in a fit of sudden inspiration, Genesis the 18th commands his subordinates to find Saint Kidden at all costs, believing that securing him as a subject will guarantee their victory. Despite a court official's attempt to warn him about a civil war breaking out in the demon capital, the king remains unfazed and dismissive. He orders the formation of a search party composed of capable heroes, and Abit Mizabri temporarily disbanded to focus all resources on the search. With a sinister grin, Genesis the 18th declares his determination to find Saint Kidden, believing that doing so will guarantee the human race's ultimate victory. As the scene shifts away from the royal castle, the atmosphere returns to a serene landscape, focusing on a traditional building where a drink is being quietly poured into a bowl. 2 months have passed since Ivan and Lena arrived at this peaceful retreat, where they have spent their time learning and reflecting. As they enjoy a quiet moment together on the porch, they realize it is soon time to return to the demon country. Before departing, Ivan decides it is time to regain the feeling of a sword and return to his training. Asters approaches Demon King Zeden with tea, noticing his distant expression. Zeden is focused on the holy sword inlot in his hand, feeling the weapon grow agitated. He senses that with just one swing, the sword is resonating with something, a realization that catches Asters off guard. Just as the resonance is felt, a man arrives and announces himself as Saint Kidden. Demon King Zeden is completely stunned by his appearance. When Zeden notices the small tool in Kidden's hand, Kidden simply explains that it is a highly useful sword which he just used to cut through mana metal. Vale reveals that the sword she carries is the legendary evil sword Dreschwartz, recovered from the Undead King's dungeon. Noting that the blade refused to leave her side, she then turns her attention to Norio, teasingly asking if he dented the Undead King while protecting her. Flustered and embarrassed, Norio recalls how he struggled to understand and control the immense power gifted to him by the gods, offering a sheepish apology for the chaos he caused. Demon King Zeden is stunned by the mention of divine gifts, recalling a legend that a saint's power can surpass even that of a hero. Norio agrees, noting that the Undead King had mentioned something similar. Realizing the implication, Zeden asks Norio if he is perhaps one of the heroes summoned from a parallel world by the human king. Norio looks thoughtful, admitting that he believes that is exactly what happened. Norio admits the truth, confirming that he indeed came from a parallel world. He explains that because he possessed no useful battle skills, he was dismissed from the war, which led him to start a nomadic life far from human territory. While Asters feels sympathy for his struggle, Norio reveals that his situation wasn't actually that bad. To demonstrate, he clenches his hand and instantly makes a small bud sprout from the soil. He explains that the gift bestowed upon him by the gods was perfect for a peaceful lifestyle, leaving Demon King Zedon completely stunned by the display. Norio modestly explains the nature of his gift, revealing that he can draw out the absolute maximum potential of any object he touches. As he mentions this in relation to the evil sword Dreschwartz, Demon King Zidane and Asters are left in shock. While Norio believes he isn't personally strong in combat, Zidane concludes that no one in the world could possibly withstand the sheer scale of Norio's power. Demon King Zidane, reflecting on the immense power granted to Norio by the gods, suggests that he use it to prove his superiority over the human race and return to their kingdom. However, Norio firmly rejects the idea. While acknowledging the Demon King's ongoing war with humans, Norio calmly explains that he belongs to no one and remains unaffiliated with any side. Norio softly mentions that he was able to marry Plati, causing her to blush with affection. While the others look on, Demon King Zidane reflects on the gravity of the situation, admitting that without Norio's influence, the strife between their races, including the involvement of the mermaids, would have only grown more severe. Demon King Zidane looks at Norio with respect, addressing him as Saint Kitten, and acknowledging that his presence is of great significance to the world. With a hopeful smile, Zidane wishes for everything to go well, and Norio agrees, sealing their mutual understanding with a firm handshake. Demon King Zidane declares that it is time for him to return to his nation. He intends to mow down those who were festive and imprudent during his absence, using the moment to regain the sympathy and loyalty of his people. As his soldiers look on with nervousness, some of his companions admire his foresight, while Vale skeptically remarks that she thought he was merely enjoying a honeymoon. Belina steps forward, declaring that she will ensure Demon Zidane can return to visit whenever he wishes, acting as a permanent connection between their lands. Suddenly, Vale appears with a loud bang, enthusiastically offering to give the Demon King a ride all the way back to the Demon Country. Norio warmly adds that they are welcome to visit anytime to replenish their food stocks. Moved by their generosity, Demon King Zidane thanks Belina and the group, feeling truly grateful as he prepares to leave. Belina enthusiastically asks Norio if she can continue her tailoring work there, and Norio agrees that it would be helpful. Turning her attention to Asters, Belina reveals a magnificent, sparkling dress she made specifically for the woman the Demon King loves, leaving Asters completely surprised. Demon King Zidane asks Asters if it's time to go, and after a heartfelt thank you to Batamy, the two prepare to depart. Standing before a shimmering magic circle, Zidane bids a final farewell to the group. Norio, alongside Plati and the others, waves them off with a simple wish of good luck. As they vanish into the teleportation vortex, Demon King Zidane looks at Asters and reflects on the past. He confesses that he once thought the war between the demon and human races could never be resolved peacefully, leaving Asters surprised by his sudden admission. Reflecting on Norio's impact, Demon King Zidane realizes that the dream of peace he once abandoned is actually attainable. He turns to Asters, asking her to lend him her power to make this dream a reality. With a joyful yes, of course, Asters agrees, and the two teleport away together. The scene shifts to a flashback, occurring before the demon lords return to his country. Norio finds himself in a conversation with a blonde man who is deeply curious about his abilities. The man, a veteran of many battlefields, expresses a strong desire to experience the true strength of Saint Keaton. However, they agree that using swords would be too risky and complicated, leading them to seek a simpler way to compete. Norio suggests that sumo would be a perfect way for them to compete. He explains the basic concept of two people facing off inside a circle. However, Riku completely misinterprets the sport, imagining a brutal fight to the finish, much to Norio's dismay. Norio clarifies the rules of sumo, explaining that punching and kicking are forbidden, and the objective is simply to push the opponent out of the ring. He demonstrates the proper grip, and while Riku finds the concept simple yet challenging, he agrees to a trial. With a determined look, Riku prepares himself to begin the match. The match begins immediately. As they clash, Riku puts on the pressure, but Norio manages to hold his ground, remaining within the ring. In the heat of the struggle, Norio's eyes widen as a realization hits him. He feels as though he is suddenly grasping and absorbing a multitude of sumo techniques through the physical experience. With a sudden burst of skill, Norio throws Riku to the ground, leaving the warrior completely stunned. Norio quickly apologizes for the sudden move, but Riku is far from upset. He is deeply impressed by the power of the Master of Superiority. Overcome with excitement, Riku insists on another match, clinging to Norio while the latter desperately calls out to Okubo for help. Prince Arowana arrives on the scene, wondering what all the ruckus is about. Riku recognizes him immediately, and Norio welcomes the timing. However, the situation quickly escalates as Arowana suddenly charges at Riku, tackling him with immense force while Norio looks on, holding a sumo referee's fan. Wanting to increase the excitement, Norio asks Okubo to gather the other boys to join in. As more people pile in, including Prince Arowana, the match transforms into a chaotic group grapple. Norio takes on the role of the referee with great energy, shouting that everyone is still in the ring as they all struggle against one another in a massive heap. The chaotic grapple ends in laughter and joy, with everyone agreeing that the experience was incredibly fun. From that day forward, sumo becomes a favorite pastime among the men on the farm. Norio looks on with a satisfied smile as Prince Arowana is declared the #1 champion, proving that mermaids are surprisingly tough on their feet. Norio and Nico stand together happily amidst their thriving fields, with Norio resting his hoe on his shoulder. Their journey of cultivation continues to go smoothly as they build a peaceful life together. The scene opens with a wide view of the peaceful farm estate, as the announcement that the bread is ready echoes through the air. Vale and her companions eagerly dive into the fresh loaves, with Vale absolutely enamored by the incredible softness. Even Astra's companions are impressed, noting that while similar foods exist in their world, the taste and texture of this bread are on a completely different level. Norio explains to Vale that bread is a staple food from his original world, and that wheat flour can be used for many other recipes. This revelation thrills Dragon, who eagerly begs him to make more. While Norio considers adding more dishes to his repertoire, he shifts the conversation toward the next crop he intends to cultivate. Norio reveals the staple food he intends to produce next. Rice, Vale, Dragon, and the others are puzzled by the unfamiliar term, prompting Norio to describe it as a white, grainy, and slightly sweet crop, similar yet different from wheat. Intrigued by the description, Vale and Dragon eagerly ask if it's tasty, their curiosity piqued by the prospect of a new delicacy. Norio confirms that rice is produced much like wheat, but he notes that some adjustments are needed for the farm's operation. He explains the current organizational structure. The Orkubo team is responsible for construction projects, while the Goblin team handles the field work. He further mentions that Belina manages the waypoints and introduces Batami, who joined after the demon race dispute, as the person in charge of needleworking. As he describes the system where everyone supports each other, Dragon looks on with annoyance after being jokingly called a stupid dragon. Dragon proudly describes her duties, noting that she protects the land from invaders, creates canals for the fields, and can even move buildings. As they review the farm's operations, they reflect on the grueling process of preparing wheat, including harvesting, milling, and threshing, which had nearly exhausted all their available manpower. Dragon suddenly snaps, shouting about who is supposed to be in charge of medicine and fermenting food, only to realize she is the only one doing it. As she lists her endless duties managing the warehouse, cultivating yeast, brewing miso and soy sauce, and even processing manure, Norio looks on in complete shock at the sheer amount of labor she has been handling alone. Norio falls to his knees in a desperate dogeza, apologizing repeatedly as Dragon continues to vent about her impossible workload. While the others watch in shock, Dragon smugly tells him to suck it up for the sake of good food, leaving Norio spiraling into a crisis of confidence about his role as a husband. Nearby, the undead king looks on, completely bewildered by the sudden commotion. Still feeling like a failure, Norio extends his apologies to Platis' muscular horned brother. While the brother is bewildered by Norio's state, the mood shifts when Platy realizes her brother is the one who has been placing massive bulk orders for pickled radishes. The two siblings immediately erupt into a loud argument, with the brother explaining that he came to collect the radishes, as they are a favorite of their parents. Platy shouts in disbelief at how everyone, including the undead king, is obsessed with fermented food. While others enjoy the treats and bread, Platy's frustration peaks as she realizes the farm is severely understaffed. As she laments the lack of people to work her fields, a guilt-ridden Norio can do nothing but apologize profusely. Platy suddenly shifts her mood, telling her brother that he arrived at the perfect time. She proposes a great idea to solve her labor shortage, bringing in merfolk who specialize in pharmaceutical magic from the Mermaid Kingdom. To ensure her brother's cooperation, she threatens to decrease the production of the pickled radishes he loves. After her brother checks with Norio, Norio welcomes the idea, and Platy looks to him for final confirmation. Platy desperately begs her brother to help, admitting that she wants to feed rice to her dear Norio. While her brother understands the situation, he hesitates, questioning if Norio realizes the deep meaning the shore holds for the merfolk. Norio asks if the request is truly that difficult, suggesting that although the merfolk might resist at first, they will likely come to appreciate the experience, just as Platy did. Platy screams in indignation as her brother bluntly calls her a weirdo. He explains to Norio that for any normal mermaid, the shore is a hellish place where they cannot even survive. He emphasizes that Platy's decision to settle on land of her own free will makes her a tremendously rare case. Norio listens intently, coming to the simple realization that, after all, they are fish. Platy's brother reveals that he can only move freely between land and water, thanks to a new medicine Platy created. He explains that previous crude concoctions were far more dangerous, often causing users to lose their voices or even vanish into bubbles. Because of these risks and their natural aversion to the shore, he notes that most would never succumb to land of their own volition, making these medicines essential for diplomatic efforts. Plotty, however, remains unimpressed, bluntly suggesting that they should just stay in the water. Plotty informs Norio that the completion of her medicine has led to the implementation of a new system in her kingdom. A confused Norio listens as she explains that banishment to the surface is now used as an alternative to the death penalty for criminals. She describes the harsh reality of this punishment. Without a vaccine to reverse the medicine's effects, the criminals are forced to spend the rest of their lives as land-dwellers in an unknown world. Plotty aggressively demands that Arowana, as the prince of the mermaid kingdom, find a solution to her labor shortage. Arowana solemnly reminds her that the shore remains a hellish place for their kind, and even the royal palace's human affairs team would struggle to be dispatched to the surface for a long duration. As Arowana grumbles about the logistical difficulty, a light bulb goes off in Plata's head, and she suddenly exclaims that she has found the perfect solution. Plati suddenly comes up with a bold solution, suggesting that Arowana bring the banished criminals to the farm instead of skilled specialists. Norio admits he doesn't really mind the idea, but Arowana is completely appalled. He insists that it would be an insult to treat Norio's land as a place for exiles, especially given how much the Mermaid Kingdom owes him. Norio worries about exposing Plotty to danger, but Arowana finds his lack of self-awareness amusing, knowing the criminals are the ones truly at risk. Seizing the opportunity, Plotty manipulates her brother with the mention of pickled radishes, insisting the dragon threaten to burn anyone who comes near. Plotty realizes the criminals will have no choice but to submit. With a confident grin, she declares that as long as they are capable, their criminal status doesn't matter. Just bring the helpers. Norio feels guilty for putting Plotty in a difficult position, but the dragon is already eager to put the newcomers to work with ruthless intensity. Suddenly, Arowana arrives with the promised helpers. However, Norio is completely blindsided and horrified when he realizes the banished criminals have been brought to the farm wearing nothing but their panties. Norio is completely flustered by the sight of the newcomers, though the dragon dismisses his concern, reminding him that they are merely criminals. Arowana clears his throat to regain attention and formally introduces the banished criminals. Puffer on the right, Lampai in the center, and Gara Rufa on the left. Norio warmly welcomes the group, introducing himself under the name Kidan. While he is surprised to find that all the banished criminals are women, the dragon sternly reminds him that they are still dangerous convicts. Unimpressed by his demeanor, Puffer, Lampai, and Gara Rufa privately express their reluctance, questioning if this seemingly unreliable man is truly the landowner they were told about. As the newcomers settle in, Plotty steps forward with a bright but menacing smile, warning them to prepare themselves for what's to come. Puffer, Lampai, and Gara Rufa are instantly struck with shock upon realizing that they are in the presence of Princess Plotty. Arowana identifies the newcomers by their dangerous titles: the Witch of the Bitter Cold, Puffer the Hellfire Doctor, Lampai and the Plague Witch, Gara Rufa. He then sternly informs the three prisoners that they will serve their sentence by working under his sister, Princess Plotty. The banished criminals tremble in fear, stuttering Plotty's name in sheer panic. In stark contrast, Princess Plotty is ecstatic, shouting with joy at the prospect of having the banished criminals as her servants. Lampy bows deeply before Plotty, admitting it has been a while since they last met and expressing her disbelief at being of use to the princess once more. Norio watches the scene in total confusion, wondering what on earth is happening, while an overjoyed Plotty tells Lamp to be quiet so she can bask in her supreme bliss. Arowana explains that the newcomers are infamous in their home country, leaving the dragon quite surprised. Meanwhile, the tension rises between the criminals as Puffer mocks Lampai's loyalty to the royal family, only for Gara Rupa to fire back, accusing Puffer of following them due to a crush on Prince Arowana. Puffer vehemently denies the claim, shouting that she only chose this path to avoid an unjust prison life. Watching the scene unfold, Norio can only sigh, noting that the three of them clearly do not get along. Gara Rufa asks about their duties, but she is quickly interrupted by Lampai, who enthusiastically pledges her eternal loyalty to Princess Plotty. However, the mood shifts instantly when Lampai offers to help Plot wipe out all of mankind, leaving both the princess and Gara Rufa completely horrified. As Plotty frantically denies any such plan, Norio turns to Arowana, questioning what kind of crimes these women actually committed to end up in such a state. Arowana explains that in his kingdom there are 6 ferocious specialists known as the Great Mad Witches, and he has brought 3 of them to the farm. While Dragon finds the name lame, Arowana warns them about Puffer's true nature. He reveals that Puffer seeks to control the mana flow beneath the seas to engulf the entire world in ice, aiming for the total ruin of both the human and demon races. Norio listens nervously as Urwana explains that extremists are a threat and must be imprisoned. Urwana then shifts the conversation to Gara Rufa, revealing that she once held the highest authority in the Merfolk Medical Association for pharmaceutical magic. While Norio is genuinely expressed by conscience, Urwana notes that she is still a frightening individual due to the peculiar theories she spouts. Frustrated, Gara Rufa laments that no one understands her work and calls Urwana rude for his assessment. Gara Rufa passionately describes the existence of microscopic beings that cause illnesses. While Platy is utterly confused by these strange ideas, Norio realizes she is talking about bacteria and immunity. As Gara Rufa explains the process of using blood from recovered patients to treat others, Norio identifies it as blood serum therapy, confirming that her extremist theories are actually based on modern medical science. Platy is completely horrified by Gara Rupa's medical theories, finding the idea of blood injections frightening and dangerous. Norio, however, recognizes the concepts and feels a renewed gratitude for the medical sciences of his own world. As Platy concludes that Gara Rupa is a handful, her attention turns to Lampai. It is revealed that Lampai once served as an imperial guard for the royal merfolk, a fact that leaves Norio wondering why someone of her stature ended up in prison. Arowana delves into the complex politics of the merfolk, explaining how the pressure to marry into the human or demon races split public opinion and sparked a riot during Plata's wedding. He recounts how a certain merman noble stepped forward to object to the marriage on neutral grounds, arguing that the risks of a failed union were too high and that stalling for time would be a better strategy. Listening to this, Norio is impressed by the noble's composed and logical perspective. Aruwana continues the explanation, noting that the merman noble also had a very loose tongue. In a flashback, the noble is seen insulting Princess Platy, claiming she is a drug freak with no sense of decorum. Enraged by the insult to her princess, Lampai snaps and delivers a series of brutal punches to the aristocrat. Watching the scene, Norio can only react with a stunned wow, while Platy looks on with a deadpan expression. Lampai stubbornly insists she did nothing wrong, but Arowana clarifies that she was sent to jail simply to cool her head after attacking the man who insulted Platy. Watching the exchange, Norio can't help but think how idiotic the whole situation is. As Arowana apologizes for the eccentric behavior of his companions, Norio turns to Platy and kindly asks if she is okay. This simple gesture of concern makes Platy sparkle with happiness, while Lampai dryly remarks that Platy is more than okay. Just as Norio shows his concern, Arowana drops a bombshell, revealing that Platy is actually one of the great mad witches. He explains that she has been behind far more dangerous drug inventions and scandals than the other witches, though her royal blood has kept her from facing the consequences. While Platy simply shrugs it off with a clueless expression, Norio is left completely stunned, questioning exactly what she has done. Norio is left stunned by the revelation that his wife is actually the infamous crowned witch. Realizing that Platy is the only person capable of commanding the other witches, Norio puts his trust in her to lead them. Platy enthusiastically accepts the responsibility, while the other witches, including Lampai and Gara Rufa, are thrilled to be back under her command, feeling as though they have found heaven on earth. And the other women observe Norio, trying to deduce the nature of the territory they've arrived in. While they initially suspect it is human land, the presence of a demon race woman and talking monsters like Orkubo and Gobanashin, who are diligently helping Norio build a pizza stone, leaves them completely bewildered, leading them to wonder if they have actually entered the Demon Kingdom's territory. The banished criminals are told that the territorial disputes don't concern them. Puffer and Lampai are immediately put off by the small maid's attitude, with Lampai questioning who the midget is, and Puffer calling her remarkably arrogant. The dragon simply tells them to focus on producing good food while they are there. Suddenly she emits a blinding flash of light, showcasing her overwhelming presence and leaving the three women completely shocked. With a thunderous crash, the dragon sheds her human disguise and reveals her true, monstrous form. The sheer pressure and scale of the beast send the banished criminals into a panic. Gara Rufa instantly faints from the shock, while Lampai and Puffer stare in horror, unable to comprehend why one of the world's two greatest calamities is present on the farm. To welcome the three new arrivals, Norio suggests throwing a pizza party. He quickly puts the dragon, Vale, in her place by threatening to withhold her food, which she immediately accepts. The banished criminals are bewildered, questioning if Norio is a dragon owner or a cook. However, the real shock hits when Platy proudly announces that Norio is her husband, leaving the women completely stunned. Just as Norio suggests a welcome party, the undead king makes a sudden appearance, thanking them for the invitation. Terrified, Puffer realizes that both of the world's greatest calamities are now gathered in one place. The sheer shock is too much for the banished criminals, and they all collapse unconscious. Seeing this, Norio simply remarks that they'll have to postpone the party until they wake up. Lampai slowly stirs awake, greeted by Puffer and Gara Rufa. Startled, she jumps up from her bed, and the three women share a moment of silence as they process the surreal situation they have found themselves in. As they fully regain consciousness, the women are struck by the beauty of the estate and the unexpected luxury of their surroundings. While Gara Rufa and Puffer marvel at the fragrant air and the softness of the beds, Lampai recalls the reason for their presence, remembering that Prince Arowana brought them to the surface to serve their sentences. As the banished criminals regain their senses, they are greeted by Belina, one of the estate's residents. The women are startled to realize she is a demon, but Belina calmly informs them that Saint Kidden wishes to see them. However, the moment Norio appears, Lampai is hit with a sudden flash of memory, finally remembering something important about him. Lampai and Puffer are overcome with dramatic grief, wailing loudly as they realize Platy's true identity. They lament that the noble princess of the Mermaid Kingdom has ended up as a wife in such a hellish place, while Platy looks on in complete confusion. Platy calmly dismisses the idea that they are in hell, revealing that her husband is actually human. This sends Lampai into a fit of rage, screaming threats and calling him a fool. Platy simply wonders why she is speaking so harshly towards someone's husband. Meanwhile, Gara Rufa and Puffer are left in utter confusion, struggling to comprehend how a human could possibly own land with the demon race's sphere of influence. Gara Rufa observes that the area feels like a complete solitary zone, while Platy admits it is difficult to explain exactly what the place is. With a proud smile, Platy declares that they are on St. Kidden's reclaimed land. This revelation leaves Lampai and Puffer in disbelief, with Lampai worrying about the potential for conflict between the human and demon races over the land. Dragon casually suggests burning the intruders, while the banished criminals realize they are facing the legendary Grinzel Dragon Veil and the Undead King. Overwhelmed by fear, Lampai, Puffer, and Gara Rufa scream in desperation, convinced that the end of the world has arrived for them. As the terror subsides, the banished criminals realize that the Undead King and Dragon are actually the protectors of this land, leading them to wonder if this place is superior to their own kingdoms. However, Dragon quickly shuts down their musings, declaring that they will now work as cooks to serve her meals. The women are left bewildered, questioning the work hierarchy, and wondering if even Princess Platy is expected to perform such labor. Dragon asks Belina to inform her dear of their arrival, and offers to show the newcomers around before they eat. As they walk, the banished criminals are filled with dread. Lampai secretly resolves to escape the farm and take Platy with her, while Gara Rufa mourns her interrupted pharmaceutical research and Puffer questions their new roles. Finally, Dragon leads them to a room, announcing that this will be their workplace starting today. Dragon leads the group through the kitchen, explaining that this is where she processes food and prepares condiments. While the women are confused by the term and a strange smell, they find the aroma surprisingly pleasant. To illustrate her point, Dragon offers them a taste of a pitch-black liquid, introducing them to soy sauce. The banished criminals take a taste of the soy sauce. They are immediately struck by the flavor, with some praising its deliciousness, while others analyze its deep, salty complexity. Dragon praises Platy for the creation, but Platy humbly admits the idea wasn't hers. Dragon then explains that soy sauce is a fermented food utilizing invisible microbes, a lesson she learned from Norio. This revelation sparks an intense interest in Gara Rufa, who realizes that the microorganisms she had been theorizing about in her research are actually used to make the sauce. Overwhelmed by the confirmation of her theories, Gara Rufa is so excited that she tries to drink the soy sauce in one gulp, but Dragon quickly stops her, warning that it would be dangerous. Dragon admits that she once had the same impulse until Norio stopped her. Stunned that someone has already proven her scientific theories, Gara Rufa becomes desperate to uncover more secrets and begs to work at the farm. Amused, Dragon agrees, telling her that she is counting on her. Intrigued by Norio's mysterious nature, the women wonder who he truly is. Dragon reveals the truth. He is a summons. She explains that humans forcibly bring people from other worlds to serve as tools to help them triumph over the demon race in their war. With a look of disdain, Dragon criticizes the human selfishness, noting that even those summoned have their own lives to live. Dragon reveals the harsh truth. The human king discarded Norio, simply because he lacks skills useful for war. This revelation leaves the banished criminals in a state of reflection, realizing why Norio's knowledge is so different from their own. But the moment of solemnity is short-lived. Driven by an insatiable hunger, Dragon snaps, shouting at the three women to stop idling and get to work immediately, leaving them terrified and apologetic. Norio proudly presents a variety of freshly baked pizzas, announcing that they are finally ready. The banished criminals are stunned by the sight, wondering if this is food from a parallel world. While they stare in amazement, Dragon is practically vibrating with hunger, begging Norio to hurry up as he prepares to cut the pizzas into slices. Everyone gathers around the table for a grand feast, thanking Norio for the meal. As the banished criminals take their first bites of the pizza, they are struck by the incredible flavor, their expressions shifting to pure bliss as they realize the quality of the food from another world. Norio asks the group about the taste of the food, and Garufa is completely astonished by the divine flavor. Even Dragon is impressed by the culinary power of the parallel world. Relieved, Norio then presents a dish of pickled radishes, which Vale recognizes as her favorite. Excitedly, Vale tells the undead king that they can have as many as they want from now on, prompting him to promise weekly visits to the farm. The conversation shifts as the guests react with shock to the news that Prince Arowana, a man rarely seen even in his own kingdom, will be visiting once a week. Amidst the surprise, Plati continues to rave about the divine taste of Norio's cooking, calling his dishes inventions. Norio smiles and offers her seconds, teasingly mentioning her love for tomatoes as the group shares a warm, joyful moment. As the day comes to an end, Lampai looks at Plati with curiosity, admitting she doesn't quite understand why Plati is so charmed by Norio, given how ecstatic she appears. Eventually, the group settles in for the night, resting side by side on futons in the quiet of the estate. Lying in their beds, the group reminisces about the great taste of the food and the fermented dishes they enjoyed. They are amazed by the comfort of the silk pajamas and the soft futons, feeling completely cozy and content in their new surroundings. A wide shot of the peaceful farm estate under the cloudy night sky. As the guests settle in, a final thought lingers. Maybe this place really is heaven after all. Norio decides to introduce the guests to a small creature. Puffer and Lampai are amused by the tiny Chibilik being, calling it weird and cute. However, the creature suddenly transforms into a massive armored monster, declaring himself as Mino the Tall and demanding that the mortals bow before him. Puffer wipes her brow, exhausted but satisfied after completing her tasks in the storage room, filled with rows of hanging cured meats. Just as she thinks she is finished, Lampai calls out to her. Garufa then appears with a bright smile, asking if Puffer could lend her a hand once she is done with her work. Garufa explains to Puffer that they will pickle dried radish using barley miso. When Garufa mentions that the process relies on a microbe called mold, Puffer is momentarily grossed out, though she quickly denies saying anything. Despite her reaction, Puffer drifts into a daydream, imagining Prince Arowana eating the delicious pickles she will prepare. While working, Puffer asks Garufa where Lampai has gone. Garufa explains that she went out hunting with the orcs, mentioning that Lampai loves a good workout. Meanwhile in the forest, Lampai is seen in action, swiftly dodging a monster's attack and mocking its speed, calling it too slow. With a swift dodge and a powerful slash, Lampai takes down the monster in an instant. As the accompanying orcs cheer her victory with excitement, she looks on with a smug expression, proudly reminding them that as an ex-imperial guard, she doesn't train her body just for show. Later that evening, Norio and Nico lie together in bed. Reflecting on the progress of the farm, they discuss how the 3 new workers have been a huge help, not only supporting Norio but also assisting Orkubo and Gobukichi. Thanks to everyone's collective effort, the paddy field is finally finished. With the seedlings ready for planting, Norio is excited to grow rice, while Nico reminds him that it is the staple food of his home world. Norio reflects on how cultivating rice is something truly special to him. Nico looks at him with affection, moved by his sentiment. With renewed enthusiasm, they decide to get to planting right away. The scene then opens up to a wide, peaceful view of the newly completed paddy field, shimmering and ready for the seedlings. The group gathers by the newly prepared paddy field, ready to start planting. Garufa mentions that their task for the day is to plant the seedlings, which sends Puffer and Lampai into a panic. They are horrified by the prospect of working in the vast, muddy field, with one worrying about ruining the clothes Batami made for them. However, they are quickly reassured that their outfits are specifically designed for such work. Garufa recalls Norios, mentioned that rice is suitable for fermentation and can even be used to make wine. Imagining how pleased Prince Arowana would be. Despite the muddy conditions, Lampai's loyalty kicks in. She passionately declares that she will do whatever it takes for the princess, vowing to handle the mud herself so that Princess Plati stays clean. Nico asks Norio to show them the basics of planting, while Puffer grumbles about having to participate. Norio carefully explains how to hold the seedlings and plant them at spaced intervals along the guide threads. As soon as the demonstration is over, Nico excitedly declares the start of a rice planting competition, firing up the rest of the group. The rice planting competition kicks off with a splash. Garufa is horrified by the cold, slimy feel of the mud, but Lampi encourages her to be brave while silently working with impressive diligence. Norio and the Aden workers look on with smiles as everyone, including Plati, puts their full effort into planting the seedlings across the vast field. The reality of the hard labor sets in as Lampai, Garafa, and Puffer realize that planting rice is much more grueling than they imagined, with their bodies aching from the effort. Amidst the exhaustion, Batami admits she hasn't slept since making their work clothes, before suddenly collapsing into the mud with a loud splash, leaving Norio startled. While the others collapse from exhaustion, Dragon looks on with a smug expression, calling them pathetic and boasting that her draconic strength remains unchanged. Nico counters, claiming that her Nico legs make the work a breeze. The two playful rivals quickly turn the task into a challenge, betting on who can plant the seedlings the fastest. With a shout of go, Dragon and Nico dive into the mud, planting seedlings at a blistering pace. Puffer, Gararufa, Lampai, and Norio watch in disbelief as the two finish an entire row in an instant. Their movements are a blur of tenacity and precision, leaving the others completely awestruck by their incredible dexterity. In the heat of the competition, Dragon suddenly realizes she has run out of seedlings and frantically calls for more. Just as she screams for help, Lampai rushes in with a fresh batch, but her momentum is so great that she accidentally slams into Dragon, sending her flying across the field. A stunned Gara Rufa can only watch in disbelief, as Dragon is knocked back by Lampai's unexpected force. Dragon slides violently across the muddy field, leaving a massive trail in her wake. Once she stops, her first concern is the seedlings, and she is relieved to find they are safe. Lampai, watching the scene, realizes she completely underestimated the physical demands of farm work, and notes that Dragon's strength is far from normal. She acknowledges that even in her current form, Dragon still retains the immense power of her true species. When Lampai suggests that this innate strength is why she can handle such grueling labor, Dragon simply dismisses it, explaining that it's just a natural factor and not the result of any specific training. Dragon bluntly admits that her motivation for the grueling labor is nothing more than the desire for delicious food. Lampai can only sigh at the realization that their appetites are the true driving force, while Nico daydreams about the taste of rice. With renewed energy, the group manages to finish the planting in a single day. A month later, thanks to Platus fish fertilizer and magic, the paddy field has transformed into a lush, thriving harvest. Norio opens the pot to reveal steaming, freshly cooked rice. Announcing that it's ready, the girls gather around, staring at the food in awe and anticipation. As Norio explains that boiled grains are called rice, Dragon and Vale can hardly contain themselves, begging him to let them have some as they wonder about its taste. Belina insists that Plati should have the first taste of the rice, praising her for the immense effort she put into the preparations and for motivating everyone to work together. As Plati happily munches on the rice, Norio looks on, feeling a wave of gratitude for Plati and the rest of the group. Vale loses her patience and shouts at Norio to stop stalling and eat the rice already. Startled, Norio quickly takes a bite as the entire group looks on with eager curiosity. Vale and Nico anxiously ask him if the rice is tasty, waiting for his verdict on the fruit of their hard labor. As Norio takes a bite, he is instantly moved to tears by the wonderful taste of the rice. Nico is surprised that the meal could be so overwhelming, while the other girls can no longer contain their hunger and demand to eat immediately. Norio calmly asks them to wait just a bit longer while he prepares a side dish to accompany the meal. The group reflects on the effort put into the harvest, noting that Princess Plati worked hard specifically to make Norio happy. Amidst the chatter, Puffer is teased about the possibility of Prince Arowana visiting soon. As the mood softens, Nico turns to Norio, curiously asking why the rice is so special to him and wondering if it is because it's his staple food. Norio admits that while rice is a staple, it is also a means for him to express his deep gratitude to Hephaestus, the one who granted him his extraordinary abilities. With a heartfelt smile, he turns to Plati and sincerely thanks her for all her help in the cultivation process. Looking over his thriving home and farm, Norio reflects on how fortunate he is to live such a fulfilling life as an otherworlder. He acknowledges that everything he has is thanks to the blessing he received. With a heart full of gratitude, he places a plate of onigiri before a shrine, offering the rice made possible by everyone's collective effort, the god who gave him his power. As they eat, Nico finds the rice extraordinary. Dragon reflects on her initial confusion, admitting that while the rice seemed bland on its own, it becomes incredible when paired with other dishes. The entire group is completely won over, realizing they can no longer imagine their meals without it, and they eagerly clamor for more servings from Norio. Norio smiles, noting how everyone has been completely charmed by the taste of rice, which some even find terrifyingly addictive. As he eats, Norio admits that now that they can produce it, he feels inspired to pair it with an increasing variety of ingredients. This revelation shocks Dragon and Vale, who suddenly realize the implications. They wonder aloud if the rice can still evolve further, and Norio simply confirms their suspicion with a calm, "Yeah." Driven by the desire to help Norio evolve the taste of the rice, Dragon enthusiastically declares that she is going back to her dungeon. Veil increases its difficulty level. Noting that a higher difficulty level increases the possibility of new monsters appearing. When a confused Norio asks how this relates to the rice, Dragon excitedly reveals that it's a strategy to secure a wider range of ingredients for him. Norio is left impressed, amazed that dungeons can function in such a way. Dragon enthusiastically proclaims that only she and the lifeless king possess the rare ability to alter a dungeon's settings. Veil provides a technical explanation, describing dungeons as spatiotemporal distortions caused by concentrated mana. While Norio is amazed, Gara Rufa notes that this makes Puffer's research on mana manipulation seem futile, leading Lampai to lament how outrageous it is that such powerful beings are all gathered in one place. Lampai eagerly declares her wish to test her abilities in the new dungeon, while Gara Rufa agrees and suggests they focus on making fermented food in the meantime. Dragon overhears and lets out a menacing laugh. Amused by their ambition, Dragon accepts the challenge, warning the lowlifes to prepare themselves for the various stages she will create. Watching the commotion, Norio can't help but feel like he's witnessing the start of some kind of special event. Several days later, the group sets out to explore the new dungeon. As they approach the mountains, a booming voice echoes through the air, daring them to face the challenge. Lampai is itching to put her abilities to the test, though Puffer finds the dramatic display unnecessary for a simple species investigation. Together, Norio, Veil or Kubo, and the rest of the team march onward to begin their investigation. As they venture into the forest, Lampai reflects on Norio's status as an exiled summoned person who lacks combat abilities, worrying if he can handle the dangers of a high-level dungeon created by the dragon. While she vows to protect the princess, the ground begins to shake with heavy thuds. Suddenly, a massive herd of square boars charges toward them. With a determined look, Lampai steps in front of the group, telling them to leave the fight to her. Just as the group is under attack, the undead king makes a sudden and powerful entrance, obliterating the monsters in a single strike. After realizing the enemies have vanished, he explains that he came to offer assistance because it seemed fun. However, the mood quickly shifts to a comedic argument when the undead king discovers that Veil has been tampering with the dungeon's settings, fuming that she turned his domain into a child's playground. The undead king is caught completely off guard when the dragon suddenly swoops down, snatching him up and shouting that she must eliminate such a fool player. Norio watches the scene with a blank expression, noting that his sensei has been eliminated. Despite the sudden abduction, Norio and Veil are grateful that the herd of square boars was wiped out, as dealing with them would have been a hassle. Meanwhile, Lampai is plagued by insecurity, feeling that her role as an imperial guard is insignificant compared to the overwhelming power of the two calamities. As they continue their investigation, Norio looks around the area, wondering if the dungeon has truly changed, or if the monsters are exactly the same as before. As the investigation team pushes further, they head toward a new area. There is a brief discussion about the convenience of keeping the monsters they've been eating, and Norio is reassured that the current area remains untouched. After a moment of curiosity from Veil, the group finally arrives at a spacious clearing. In the wide clearing, Lampai suddenly alerts the group that she senses strong monsters nearby. Plati warns Norio to be careful, but before they can react, something leaps from the dense grass. Norio is startled as several spinning, orb-like monsters suddenly emerge and surround them. A spinning creature suddenly charges toward the group, causing Norio to panic and shout that it's an unidentified flying object. As the monster crashes through the trees, Lampai prepares to step in, but Veil interrupts with a confident smile, warning them not to underestimate the power of the crowned witch. Seeing Veil's determination, Lampai immediately pledges to support her with everything she has. Norio attempts to join the fray, but Lampai quickly points out that he is gripping the sword the wrong way. Taking charge, she strikes a pouch with her blade, releasing a substance designed to immobilize the spinning creatures and leave them vulnerable. A violent explosion erupts, completely wiping out the monsters in a flash of fire. Norio watches in awe, finally understanding why Lampai is feared as the Witch of Hellfire. Beside him, Veil recalls that Lampai's destructive power comes from her use of explosive magic potions. As the smoke clears, Lampai stands confidently amidst the wreckage, triumphantly asking the group how they liked her attack, leaving Norio utterly shocked. Lampai explains that the creature is a lotus, a tortoise-type monster known for having a top-notch, hard shell. Believing it to be a typical tortoise, she attempts to flip it over to neutralize it. But just as she moves in, the monster suddenly lashes out with hidden tentacles, trapping Lampai in its grip. As the creature mocks her for underestimating it, Norio and Veil can only watch in disbelief at the tortoise's unexpected tentacles. Gobukichi rushes to Lampai's aid, attempting to cut through the constricting tentacles, but finds them too tight to sever. Switching tactics, he delivers a powerful blow to the monster's body, only for his weapon to clash violently against the shell. To their horror, the impact is so great that the handle of the weapon snaps clean off. The Lotus monster retaliates with a flurry of tentacles, catching the group off guard and wrapping Gobukichi tightly. As Lina looks on with concern, Vale turns to Norio with an excited grin, urging him that it is finally his time to shine. Norio calmly accepts the challenge, gripping his weapon and preparing to engage the monster. Encouraged by Vale, Norio leaps into action, swinging his hammer with all his might and shouting, "Take that!" But as the attack connects, Norio freezes in disbelief, and both Gobukichi and Vale watch on, stunned by the result. Norio quickly checks on Lampai, who is safe now that the monster has been defeated. Vale observes the remains, noting that the tentacles were the creature's weak point, which explains why Norio's strike was so effective. Just as the group catches their breath, a mysterious voice echoes through the area, praising their victory but reminding them that the Lotus was merely the weakest of the new monsters prepared for them. The voice urges them to proceed to the next stage, where even greater challenges lie in wait. Orkubo suggests using the shell of the defeated Lotus monster as a shield for the Orkubos and goblins. While the dragon shouts for them to stop being so laid back about the danger ahead, Vale remains completely unfazed. She dismisses the dragon's warnings, confidently telling Lina that Norio is the strongest in the world, surpassing even the two greatest calamities. Lina is completely bewildered by the news that the princess's husband is the strongest being in the world, feeling as though her own existence has become insignificant. However, she quickly shakes off the feeling, vowing to set a new goal for herself. As the group decides to take a short break, the dragon grows impatient, urging them to move on. As the group takes their break, Lina admits her surprise, noting that Norio's power seems to surpass even the lifeless king and the dragon. Norio humbly corrects her, explaining that he possesses no actual battle skills. Confused, Lina asks why the human kingdom would banish someone so powerful. Norio then reveals the secret of his ability, a blessing from a god that allows him to bring out the maximum potential of anything he touches. Norio reveals that he wields a holy sword, using it as an explanation for why he doesn't consider himself particularly amazing. While Vale agrees it's time to move on, Lina disagrees with Norio's modesty, stating that his power is genuinely dependable. Looking at him with determination, Lina reflects that with Norio by their side, Princess Platy and the entire mermaid kingdom are safe. Even if the human or demon races were to invade, Norio observes that while the surroundings look the same, the air has become stiflingly hot. Vale laughs, announcing that they have reached the next stage, known as Scorching Hell, where monsters thrive in the extreme heat. Just as she finishes her warning, a pack of fierce wolf-like monsters suddenly leaps out to attack the group. Norio, Vale, and Lina are caught off guard as a pack of wolves emerges from the haze. These are the Hylicons, known as the most dangerous quadrupedal monsters in existence. With their superior stamina, keen instincts, and heightened power in the scorching heat, the group finds themselves facing a ferocious enemy with no easy escape. The Hylicons leap at Norio with ferocious intent, leaving Vale and Lina terrified and wondering why the monsters are targeting him. However, the expected slaughter doesn't happen instead. The dangerous beasts suddenly drop to the ground in a submissive posture, leaving the group completely bewildered. The undead king observes that the perceptive Hylicaons have sensed Norio's power, leaving Norio completely confused by the sudden change in the monster's behavior. While Lina simply attributes this to her teacher's nature, Norio is immediately captivated by the creatures, happily petting them and exclaiming how fluffy and cute they are. Vale watches the scene with a bewildered expression, and the dragon fumes in frustration at the absurdity of the situation. As the group finally moves past the oppressive heat of the scorching hell, Vale realizes that the pack of Hylikians is still trailing behind them. The undead king explains that wolf monsters follow a strict hierarchy, and it seems they have now recognized Norio as their leader. Norio looks on with a bashful expression, seemingly overwhelmed by the idea of leading a pack of monsters. Norio happily pets the Hylicaons, surprised that they are so fond of him even without the influence of his gift. Lina observes that these monsters possess intellect and wonders if the dungeon is of a very high level. As they continue to explore Vale's dungeon with the wolves in tow, a mysterious voice laughs, warning them that even more troublesome monsters are waiting for them. The group pushes forward, though someone shouts at them to stop dawdling. As the group pushes forward, they suddenly find themselves in a frozen wasteland. A booming voice congratulates them for making it this far, announcing that they have entered freezing hell, the final area of the dungeon. While the atmosphere is tense and menacing, Norio remains unfazed. Instead of preparing for a final battle, he simply suggests that they should go home. Lina agrees without hesitation, and as the group turns around to leave, The outraged voice of the dungeon screams at them for ignoring the challenge. Just as they decide to head home, a massive bear suddenly appears, startling Norio. Lena and Vale observe that this creature is far more powerful than any monster they have encountered so far, with Vale noting that it is the source of the immense pressure she had been sensing. Despite the danger, Norio hopes to avoid a ruthless killing. The undead king warns Norio that the bear monster is a warrior who lives only for combat and is naturally drawn to the strong, meaning there is no escaping the encounter. Just as the massive beast lunges forward with a thunderous roar, Norio is shocked to find the Hylicaons stepping in front of him to intercept the attack. The Hylicaons throw themselves at the massive bear monster, fighting desperately to shield Norio. Watching them, Norio is touched by their unwavering loyalty, though he feels powerless to assist in the fray. Noticing the struggle, Lena jumps in, shouting Lampai, as she vows to prevent the bear from moving. Lena delivers a precise strike, severing a tendon in the bear's foot and leaving the beast unable to move. Norio, feeling relieved, expresses his gratitude to Lampai as the group prepares to leave the area. The dungeon's voice is absolutely furious that they are simply turning their backs on the final challenge. But Norio dismisses the outrage with a simple yeah as they begin their journey back. Just as they are about to leave, Norio stops the group. He turns to Plati and asks if she brought the salve he requested. While the others wonder why he's hesitating and argue that the monster would likely betray any kindness shown to it, Norio remains insistent. Plati quickly realizes his intention, asking in disbelief if he actually plans to use the medicine on the bear. Norio firmly declares his wish to save the bear, believing the creature had its own objectives rather than just a desire to attack. While the undead king suggests a more ruthless solution, the dragon quickly intervenes. Plati and Lena can't help but admire Norio's kindness, though Lena privately wonders if his compassion might be a weakness when it comes to protecting their land. Norio then apologizes to Lena, feeling that her effort to immobilize the beast was wasted by his decision to show mercy. Norio finishes applying the salve to the bear monster, gently telling it to take better care of itself so it can live a long life. The bear is left completely stunned by the gesture of kindness from its enemy. Meanwhile, Plati and the others watch in disbelief, with some complaining that the situation feels like a crappy game, while questioning what other absurd things Norio plans to do. A colossal dragon suddenly emerges, declaring itself as the final opponent and delighting in the group's shock. The dragon calmly explains that the beast is only a clone possessing 1/100th of her true power. But Norio is horrified, noting that even that is enough to wipe out entire cities. As the clone bellows for them to come and fight, the dragon suggests they simply play along with the situation. Just as the dragon clone declares its dominance, the bear monster suddenly lunges forward with incredible force. In a flash, the beast completely obliterates the final boss, leaving the dragon clone in a state of total disbelief as it is defeated. Norio stands stunned, wondering how the bear could have wiped out Vale's clone so easily. Norio watches in bewilderment as the bear monster turns to leave, questioning why it would help them. Orkubo and Gobukichi approach, with Orkubo explaining that as monsters they understand the beast's feelings. He reveals that the bear is a prideful creature, and that its sudden intervention was its way of repaying Norio's kindness. Having settled its debt, the bear sets off on a solitary journey, leaving the group behind in the snowy landscape. Norio muses that he will surely cross paths with the bear monster again. As Orkubo speaks of the beast's desire to become a powerful monster worthy of recognition, Lena is deeply moved by Norio's compassion. Norio reflects on how fighting solely to protect others doesn't create an ideal peace, realizing that true strength lies in the ability to reach out to anyone, whether friend or foe. With a bright smile, he calls out to everyone, leading them back home. After returning home, Vale is in a foul mood, sulking over the fact that her new dungeon didn't leave a lasting impression. While the others wonder why she is so upset, Norio arrives with a tray of food. He presents her with a steaming bowl of katsudon, excitedly explaining that he found a bird monster that lays eggs during their descent from the mountain. The mention of the delicious new dish immediately piques Vale's interest. Norio expresses his gratitude to Vale, noting that the ingredients from her remodeled dungeon will help him improve his cooking. Vale is touched and happy to be of help. Soon after, Norio calls everyone to gather as the food is finally ready. Everyone is absolutely delighted by the meal, calling it Norio's tastiest dish yet. Norio is thrilled that the exploration of Vale's new dungeon finally yielded the eggs he had been searching for. Looking out over the landscape, he reflects on how his settlement is becoming more and more lively, even if the monsters living there still have their disagreements. Norio sits peacefully on his porch, wondering how his settlement will continue to develop. Meanwhile, unseen by him, a mysterious hooded leader and a woman look down upon the village from the forest, expressing utter disbelief that such a settlement exists in this location. Driven by curiosity and suspicion, Aileron, the head of a gang of thieves, declares that she needs to see the village for herself. Away from the tension, Norio enjoys a playful moment in the outdoors, enthusiastically calling out fetch to his 4 wolf companions, Taro, Hana, Pes, and Pochi. Norio has started living with the wolf monsters he encountered in Vale's dungeon. While Pochi and the others are helpful in exterminating pests and repelling stray monsters, they often bicker over their catches. Watching them, Norio realizes a significant problem. There simply isn't enough food for them in this area. Norio is seen carefully chopping meat in the kitchen. Dragon curiously asks what he is preparing, and Norio simply replies that he is making dog food. This leaves Dragon completely stunned, especially when he clarifies it's for their wolves. Dragon can't help but feel that these uninvited wolf monsters are now extorting food from them. Dragon is absolutely furious, shouting that the situation isn't funny and insisting she deal with the wolves her own way. Norio calmly shuts her down, stating that Pochi and the others are already part of the family. To Dragon's utter horror, Norio then begins preparing the meal by using her wicked holy sword, Dreschwartz, as a kitchen knife, praising its ability to slice food down to a microscopic level. Norio announces that the food is finally done. Dragon remains outraged, declaring the situation unforgivable, yet she seems strangely focused on the dog food thingy. Norio explains that he added vegetables for nutritional balance and removed the fatty parts for the wolves' health. As he pours the meal into their bowls, he wonders if it will suit their taste. The wolves immediately dive in with great enthusiasm, much to Norio's satisfaction, while Dragon looks on. Claiming to be the boss of the wolves, Dragon demands a share of the food. Norio sighs and tells her to return to her human form to receive it. Excitedly, Dragon transforms and happily munches on the dog food, thanking Norio for the meal. Dragon tastes the food, her expression shifting as she realizes it is quite bland and clearly intended for animals. Despite her internal disappointment, she puts on a smile and tells the wolves to eat to their heart's content. The scene ends with a humorous note that she hasn't touched dog food since that day. Dragon looks around the mysterious village in wonder. As she explores, she comes across some strange fruits and is completely baffled, realizing that she has never encountered such things in the wild, or even in the homes of the wealthy humans and demons. As they explore the fields, Dragon's companion eagerly tastes the fruit and is instantly hooked, urging Dragon to try some. Initially hesitant, Dragon takes a bite and is completely blown away by the addictive taste. Looking at the quality of the produce, she concludes that these fields must be carefully tended by someone. Dragon's companion reports back after surveying the area, noting that the settlement feels more like a farm than a village, due to the mysterious architecture of the houses. Intrigued by the high-quality crops, Dragon theorizes that a secluded aristocrat must be the owner. This leads her to believe that if such a person exists, there is likely a great treasure hidden deep inside the houses, prompting her companion to ask for her next move. Driven by greed and her pride as a thief, Dragon declares that she and her group, the Thunderstorm Stonecutters, will raid the mansion and take everything of value. But just as they prepare to move, her attention is caught by a wolf appearing from the foliage, leaving her momentarily puzzled. The helper girl finishes maintaining the magical waypoints with a simple song. While she takes pride in being the only one capable of supporting His Majesty and the Demon Queen Asters, she can't help but feel that the job is far too easy to be truly fulfilling. The helper girl reflects on her daily routine, noting that she used to lend a hand everywhere thanks to her past experience working in the archives under the Demon King. However, her workload has recently decreased, with the 3 banished criminal Spuffer, Lampai, and Gara Rufinau handling the areas that lacked manpower. She admits that she honestly has way too much free time. Distressed by her sudden lack of responsibilities, the helper girl spirals into a panic, fearing she will become a useless freeloader. Determined to be productive, she rushes through the settlement, calling out for Lord Saint. She eventually spots Norio, who is humming to himself while happily crafting pottery. The helper approaches Norio and asks what he is up to. Norio proudly shows her his work, explaining that he is making pottery. When the helper questions the use of clay, Norio notes that while their current kitchenware is made of mana metal, he felt it was time they had some genuine ceramics for their meals. Norio notes that hand-molding pottery is time-consuming, especially since he wants to produce items in bulk, and concludes that he needs a way to make the clay rotate. Seeing an opportunity to be helpful, the helper girl eagerly offers her assistance. She explains that she can use psychokinesis and invoke magic into pebbles to move objects, offering a magical solution to the rotation problem. Belina begins by burying a magic pebble into the clay at the edge of the base to set the position. With a focused chant and a sharp command to move, she activates her psychokinesis, causing the pottery to spin rapidly. Norio is thoroughly impressed, exclaiming that the result is incredible. But just as they admire the success, the rotation suddenly stops, leaving both of them bewildered. The pottery base spins out of control, sending a glob of clay flying straight into Norio's face. A panicked Belina apologizes profusely, but Norio calmly brushes it off, praising her power and asking him to simply slow the rotation. Touched by his kindness, Belina reveals her inner struggle, admitting that she feels inferior to Batami and others, and feels a desperate need to prove her worth by being helpful in any way she can. Belina breaks down, desperately shouting that she doesn't want to be left jobless. Norio is surprised but gently reassures her, telling her that she is already a great help. When Belina laments that there is nothing left for her to do, now that the wheel is rotating, Norio points out that the rotation is only possible thanks to her. He then suggests that they try making pottery together, offering to teach her the craft. Overwhelmed, Belina looks at Norio with admiration and eagerly agrees to join him. Belina's first attempt at pottery doesn't go as planned, leading her to call her work a worthless piece of clay in a fit of frustration. Norio quickly steps in to comfort her, reminding her that no one is perfect on their first try and reassuring her that the misshapen piece can still be useful. Just as they settle down, the sound of wolves barking like crazy echoes through the air, leaving Norio and Belina curious and alert to the sudden disturbance. Investigating the commotion, Norio finds Orkubo holding a group of bound captives. Confused by the sight, Norio asks for an explanation. Orkubo reveals that they have captured a group of elven bandits who were caught trespassing on the farm. Norio asks Belina if the captured elves are her allies, but she clarifies that they are a reclusive subspecies of demons. She explains that while most elves avoid interaction with others, some have become notorious bandits who steal indiscriminately from both humans and demons. Upon hearing that these bandits hide in remote hinterlands to avoid capture, Norio suddenly realizes that the isolated mountains around his own land must have been their sanctuary. Norio addresses the captured elven bandits, noting how surprising it must be to find a farm in such a remote location. The bandits are bewildered, questioning if they are in human territory since Norio appears to be human. However, as they look at Belina and consider the other monstrous residents of the farm, they realize the situation is different. Convinced that the superhuman strength of the residents and Belina's demon nature prove they are in demon territory, the bandits fear they have been captured by the demon race. Norio asks Orkubo if the elven bandits had done something to deserve their capture. Orkubo sternly reveals that they had snitched tomatoes from their farm. This revelation triggers an explosive reaction from Plotty, who is absolutely outraged that someone would dare eat their tomatoes. Vale suddenly transforms into a colossal dragon, roaring with fury and threatening to slaughter the elven bandits for their crime. The bandits are paralyzed with fear, screaming in terror at the sight of the beast. Norio watches the scene with a sigh, noting that Vale is acting up again. Returning to her human form, Vale sternly argues that letting the thieves go unpunished would jeopardize the safety of their precious field in the future. The dragon clone continues to intimidate the elven bandits, suggesting they be executed and their corpses displayed as a warning to any future intruders. Terrified, the bandits lament that the Thunderstorm Stonecutters have finally met their end. Hearing the name, Belina becomes curious and tells Norio that she recognizes them from archives, as a group that typically only targets rich nobles and merchants, never stealing from the poor. Belina explains that the elven bandits are essentially chivalrous thieves, targeting only corrupt aristocrats who exploit the poor. However, the dragon clone is unmoved by the motives, declaring that regardless of their code, anyone who steals from the farm deserves the death penalty. As Vale rounds up the terrified bandits, Norio admits that Plotty has a point about the theft, though he begins to contemplate what a fitting punishment would actually be. Norio takes a moment to consider the theft case before addressing the elven bandits. He reminds them that stealing and eating the farm's tomatoes is a serious crime that warrants a sentence. However, instead of the execution the bandits feared, Norio cheerfully declares that they will all be working for him for a while. The bandits are left utterly stunned by this unexpected invitation to join the farm. In a series of cute chibi panels, Dragon pleads with the readers for their help and support, expressing how much the audience motivates them. Beside her, Norio looks on as she suggests that readers check out the original light novel. The elven bandits stare in disbelief, questioning if they truly have to work on the farm. Norio confirms with a confident smile, declaring that they will atone for their sins at the settlement. However, his companions can't help but call him naive, reminding him that they haven't forgotten the crime of eating their precious tomatoes. As the elven bandits protest against being looked down upon, Belina warns Norio that they are still criminals wanted in 2 different kingdoms. Vale chimes in, noting that the farm is already full of criminals, and reminding the elves that she is a calamity capable of destroying the world. Even as Norio tells her to stop threatening the newcomers, Vale continues to intimidate them, claiming she could easily burn down their entire forest. The elven bandits are in a state of panic, recalling rumors that the settlement is a haven for heinous criminals. They watch in disbelief as Norio kindly pats the dragon, concluding that the human has somehow tamed the beast. Realizing they are deep within the demon's sphere of influence, the bandits grow desperate, with one even suggesting they hand the others over to the demons meanwhile. Belina recognizes the gravity of their situation and concludes that they must find a way to get out of there somehow. The companion wonders what would happen if the elven bandits were handed over to the demons. Belina explains that their fate would depend on the outcome of a trial, noting that the current demon king Zidane is a man who dislikes unnecessary killing, so the death penalty is unlikely. However, she emphasizes that because they are wanted criminals, they are still obligated to be turned in, even if they were eventually pardoned. Norio considers the burden on Demon King Zidane and suggests letting the elven bandits work on the farm until things settle. Belina agrees and Norio officially declares the case dismissed. Despite Vale's outrage that capital punishment was an option, Norio convinces her to supervise the elves by promising her treats. The elven bandits are left in despair, realizing they must now obey every command. With a bright and welcoming smile, Norio offers the elven bandits some tea. The bandits, still confused by their new circumstances, can only stare back in disbelief. As they are led inside, they find themselves puzzled by the strange traditional design of Norio's house, wondering what kind of place it is. While enjoying tea, Norio asks the elven bandits what they are good at before they begin their labor. When Vale suggests farm work, one of the elves confidently claims they shouldn't be underestimated, which Norio finds promising. However, the reality quickly sets in. Elves are gatherers by nature and have no farming culture. The elf's confidence turns into an outburst of disbelief, leaving Norio to admit he had expected the wrong thing. Belina explains to Norio that elves view nature as something to coexist with rather than manipulate, making them ill-suited for farming or construction. Vale, however, has no patience for their excuses and demands to know why they left their mountains to scavenge food. The elven bandits are taken aback, and one of them solemnly reveals the truth. Their home forest was stolen from them by humans and demons, leaving Norio completely stunned. Norio reflects on the plight of the elves, comparing them to displaced animals. Realizing that the construction of houses and the cutting of trees for the sake of luxury and civilization likely stripped the elves of their homes, he is struck by immense guilt. He suddenly drops to the floor in a deep bow, shouting apologies for his perceived cruelty. The elven bandits are completely baffled by his reaction, trying to simply a necessity for human and damn civilization. Trying to explain the elven bandits explain that the war between humans and demons drained the mana from the land, causing their forests to wither and leaving them without food or shelter. Norio is struck with guilt, realizing he was part of the system that caused this. While Vale acknowledges the tragedy, she insists it doesn't justify their actions. One of the elves adds that they specifically targeted someone they believe to be an aristocrat. Norio's heartfelt apology deeply moves the elven bandits, who find his kindness unprecedented and resolve to atone for their crimes. While Vale watches in bewilderment, unable to tell who the real victim is, the group quickly remembers the practical problem. Elves are not suited for the labor on the farm. This prompts a suggestion to simply send them back to where they came from, a proposal that Norio immediately agrees to. Norio notices Belina acting strangely and calls out to her, wondering what is on her mind. Belina reveals that she is preoccupied with a container, questioning why it isn't coated in enamel. When Norio sheepishly admits that he doesn't know how to do such a thing, Dragon looks at him with a sudden, suspicious realization. The elven bandits explain that they can create high-quality enamel by processing ash from the kiln, which increases the durability of baked wares. Norio is overjoyed by this discovery. Despite their reluctance to farm, the elves clarify that they are highly skilled in creating tools from natural materials, including leather goods and glassware, as it is basic knowledge for their race. The elven bandits continue to share their expertise, with one man noting that crafting tableware from clay is easy. Another woman reveals her skill in compounding potions, though she laments her lack of proper lab equipment. Suddenly she breaks into a loud, dramatic scream, leaving Norio and Dragon completely confused by her erratic behavior. Dragon asks Belina what is wrong, as the woman is visibly distressed. Belina tearfully confesses that she already knew the elves were experts at making pottery and small articles, she admits. She hid this fact because she feared that if Norio found out, she would become redundant and lose her place on the farm. Vale points out that Belina handles most of the housework, including cleaning and laundry. While Belina feels that she only does chores, Vale insists that her thorough work makes her a lifesaver and a respectable member of the farm. Overwhelmed by the unexpected praise, Belina is left speechless. while Norio reflects on the true source of her distress. Norio dismisses Belina's concern that sharing the work would decrease her value. He decides that everyone will split the chores, which will also give the elven bandits a chance to teach them new skills. He encourages Belina to use this freedom to find something she is truly passionate about. Finally, Norio looks at her with kindness, apologizing for not noticing her worries and thanking her for everything she does for the farm. Deeply touched by Norio's sincerity, Belina breaks down in tears of gratitude, leaving a flustered Norio to tell her to stop. Inspired by the new arrangement, Vale enthusiastically asks if there are any chores she can take on, though Dragon seems doubtful of her capabilities. Amidst the harrowing atmosphere, a blonde elf named Aileron introduces herself and kindly acknowledges Belina. Aileron kindly offers to teach Belina pottery, leaving Belina surprised of her history. Aileron then reveals a darker side of her history, admitting that she was once so desperate to secure her own Pazin kingdom. Having experienced the deep pain of losing where she belonged, Aileron tells Belina that she understands her desperation all too well. Standing alongside her fellow elven bandits, Aileron asks Belina for her thoughts, offering a genuine connection based on shared struggle. Belina agrees to the lesson and steps up to the pottery wheel with a determined look. As she prepares to start, Aileron expresses her amazement at the wheel's ability to rotate automatically. With a shy laugh, Belina tells the group she's ready and begins to shape the spinning clay. Aileron looks on with a smirk, realizing that teaching Belina will be a worthwhile endeavor. Though nervous at first, Belina finds her resolve and decides to try again. As she shapes the clay, Aileron praises her progress, noting that it's looking good. With this new bond formed, the farm once again opens its heart to welcome another group of friends into their peaceful community. The scene shifts away from the peaceful farm to the dark and imposing Royal Demon Palace. There, Demon King Zidan contemplates the current state of affairs with a heavy heart, admitting that things have not gone as he expected. Despite his reluctance, he concludes that he has no other choice but to seek the assistance of Lord Saint. The scene shifts back to Norio and his companions as they set out on a hunting trip, entering a high-level dungeon for the first time. Norio admits to feeling a bit nervous. Vale leads the way with enthusiasm, and the group discusses their target, square boars. While Vale is primarily interested in eating them, Norio notes that their hides would be useful for crafting leather items like belts and bags. Spotting a target in the brush, the elven companion steps forward and declares his intent to handle it. With a swift motion, he fires an arrow that strikes the square boar perfectly. As the beast falls, Aileron and their companion look on in surprise at the flawless shot. Following the successful hunt, the group marvels at the companion's impressive archery skills. He explains that his bow is crafted from a combination of different woods to ensure it is both sturdy and flexible, allowing for effective long-range attacks. While Lena is impressed by the craftsmanship, Norio asks if it's possible to create magic arrows equipped with explosive potion heads. Companion is taken aback by the suggestion, questioning what kind of formidable opponent Norio is planning to face. The companion apologizes for his overenthusiasm, admitting it was his instinct as a former Imperial Guard. Norio tells him to be moderate with his equipment upgrades, though the companion notes that having a dragon as a companion makes extra gear less necessary. However, Norio's expression turns somber as he reflects that true peace cannot be achieved as long as the human-demon war continues. As the group begins their journey home with Orkubo carrying the square boar, Norio wonders about the Demon King's current state, prompting a surprised Aileron to ask if he is actually acquainted with the Demon King and Lord Saint. Norio casually reveals that the Demon King didn't just visit, but actually lived with them for a while, and even helped build a house. He goes even further, mentioning a marriage ceremony between the Demon King and Asters. While the companions are left in utter disbelief, a furious Asters screams for him to stop. Driven by pure rage, Asters lunges at Demon King Zidan, her weapons clashing violently against his. She screams at him not to look away and to fight her for real. Despite the intensity of her attack, Zidan maintains a composed smile, glancing toward Norio and greeting him as Lord Saint, while admitting that now is hardly the time for pleasantries. Demon King Zidan grunts in pain as he struggles against Aster's fierce attack. Aster screams in rage, accusing him of trying to abandon her in this strange place and calling him a coward. Watching from the sidelines, Aileron and the others are panicked, wondering what is happening. Norio steps forward, shouting for Asters to listen and telling her that she is mistaken. Norio asks Asters to temporarily stop her assault, while the others rely on him to manage the situation. In a swift move, Orkubo steps in and ties Asters up with ropes, leaving her completely stunned. As Demon King Zidan offers his sincerest apologies for the ruckus, Asters is left outraged and humiliated that she was captured by a lowly Orkubo. The companions are overjoyed to see the Demon King and Asters. Demon King Zidan greets Asters warmly, noting that she has become even more beautiful since their last meeting. However, the atmosphere turns curious as the group questions the presence of Lady Glacia, who seems equally confused to be there. Demon King Zidan bows respectfully to Norio, apologizing for the uninvited visit and explaining that they have come to discuss something important. He then formally introduces the female magical being as Glacia the Malicious, one of the prestigious Heavenly Four. While Norio is taken aback by her title, Dragon suddenly realizes that Glacia is the rebel responsible for arranging her marriage. Demon King Zidan denies that Glacia is the one responsible for the marriage scheme, suggesting it was another heavenly one. He reveals that his time spent at the farm allowed him to identify and eliminate the rebels who attempted to seize his throne. While most of those involved took responsibility and vanished from the political stage, Zidan notes that one person is still out there. As the group looks on in confusion, Demon King Zidan reveals the identity of the one remaining rebel. He explains that the person is none other than Glacia, who once held the highest position among the rebels and boldly declared her intent to defeat him and seize the throne. Stunned by the revelation, Norio and his companions can't help but wonder if such a history would disqualify her from being pardoned. Platy asks if Zidan intends to execute Glacia now that she has been suppressed, which catches Ri off guard. However, Zidan declines, explaining that he actually considers Glacia's boldness a positive trait. He reflects on how other rebels only sought to remove him through politics and cheap trickery, whereas Glacia remained resolute in her convictions, refusing to yield no matter how many times she was defeated. To Zidan, such an outstanding person is far too valuable to be simply disposed of. Demon King Zidan suddenly mentions that he might have to resort to executing Glacia, sending a wave of shock through Norio, Platy, and the others. While the companions feel uneasy about interfering in the Demon Kingdom's internal affairs, Dragon notes that the situation isn't related to humans. Just as the tension peaks, Glacia speaks up, asking Lord Zidan to let her handle the explanation, to which he reluctantly agrees. Glacia suddenly reveals the shocking truth. She is actually in love with Lord Zidan. Norio and the others are left completely speechless and bewildered by this unexpected confession. Demon King Zidan explains that Glacia's rebellion was never about the throne, recalling how he himself once fled the castle just to search for Asters. However, as he reveals that Asters has since become the Demon Queen, Glacia loses her composure. Consumed by jealousy over their childhood bond, she screams in frustration, demanding that Zidan make her queen as well, or simply execute her if he cannot. Demon King Zidan views the current situation with Glacia as a mundane crisis, noting that while he has purged most of the discord from his kingdom, when a Spritian subordinate suggests making Glacia a concubine, Norio agrees, stating that a man should only have one wife. Zidan immediately rejects the idea, recalling the solemn pledge he made before Hades to keep Asters as his sole and only wife. Demon King Zidan explains that making Glacia his concubine would only bring divine punishment upon her, firmly refusing the idea. Frustrated, Glacia screams for him to just execute her instead. Zidan offers a sincere apology, admitting he made a rash decision and failed to realize how much she longed for him. However, this only fuels Glacia's rage and demands he take full responsibility for his mistakes, while Norio watches the chaotic scene in disbelief. Norio suggests that Glacia consider becoming a concubine as an alternative to execution. Demon King Zidan immediately shuts the idea down, fearing the reaction of his wife, Asters. Whilst Glacia believes she is unworthy of such a position due to her mutiny, Asters speaks up. Despite not getting along with Glacia, Asters acknowledges her exceptional military prowess and declares that the Demon Kingdom cannot afford to lose such a capable asset. Glacia erupts in anger, shouting that she hates how everything always revolves around Asters. Asters coldly retorts, telling her to watch her tongue and calling her a meathead. As the two women clash, Norio is left bewildered, wondering what the possible solution to this problem could be. The undead king notices Norio's confusion and asks if something is the matter, just as someone calls out to him as sensei, leaving the situation unresolved. The tension is suddenly broken as the undead king looms over the group, his presence commanding and unexpected. Asters, Glacia, and the others are caught completely off guard, staring in disbelief. Confused and startled, they demand to know the meaning of this sudden appearance and why the lifeless king is there. As the undead king makes his imposing entrance, the other companions look on in disbelief. Dragon is surprised to find the Demon King present, while Aileron and Gara Rufa are left bewildered by the chaotic scene, overwhelmed by the concentrated power of the group. Some even wonder if they are conspiring to destroy the world, though they eventually decide to approach and see what is happening. Glacia lets out a visceral scream, her immense power erupting even as she is held back by restraints. Norio and Dragon watch in absolute shock, overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of her strength. Nearby, Demon King Zedin looks on with a grim face as the tension reaches a breaking point. Glacia suddenly steps forward with fierce determination, shouting for Demon King Zidane to run to a safe place and declaring that she will handle everything. Norio, the undead king, Riku, and Asters look on in utter confusion and concern. Glacia then turns her attention to Asters, demanding that she leave as well. Demon King Zidane catches Glacia, surprising her with his absolute composure amidst the tension. He tells her firmly that the Demon Kingdom truly needs someone like her. As he reassures her, he casually mentions that the lifeless king is merely a friendly neighbor, leaving Glacia completely bewildered. The undead king reacts with a soft chuckle, leaving Glacia utterly confused, asks if he may pose a few questions, reflecting on the immense power of vows made in the presence of a god. While Norio and Dragon watch on, Glacia is left in a state of disbelief, unable to wrap her head around the idea that the undead king is simply a friendly neighbor to Demon King Zidane. The undead king apologizes for the casual summoning of Hades, the god of the underworld. He explains that Hades is deeply devoted to his only wife, the Mother Earth goddess Demeterphone, and strongly disapproves of adultery, noting that Hades prefers to be known as her husband rather than the god of the underworld. Hearing this, Norio is left surprised, admitting he had no idea that gods could have wives. The undead king elaborates on how gods assert control over their realms, explaining that Hades' profound love for Mother Earth makes infidelity impossible. He reveals that its devotion extends to his blessings, forcing those who receive them to love only one wife, just as he does a concept that Norio finds quite understandable. However, the tone shifts as the undead king brings up the Demon King, the ruler of the Demon Kingdom and the leader of the fight against the human race. Demon King Zidane recalls the burden of leadership, realizing that to unite disparate groups with different ways of thinking, a ruler must sometimes form multiple bonds. He admits to himself that he may have been short-sighted, letting his affection for Asters lead him to make a careless decision despite his responsibilities as a king. Demon King Zidane admits that he had been completely oblivious to Glacia's adoration for him. Overwhelmed by his words, Glacia shouts that she is unworthy and would not regret dying for her feelings, but Zidane firmly declares that she shall not die. Meanwhile, Norio looks to the undead king, asking what they should do about the commotion. The undead king ponders for a moment before deciding there is only one course of action. A massive Hades emerges from a swirling portal, radiating an imposing presence that dwarfs everyone around him. The group watches in stunned silence, unable to believe that the undead king has actually summoned a god. Hades' voice booms with divine authority, calling Zidane's actions blasphemous for violating the terms of the blessing he received less than a year ago. As Zidane stands speechless in fear, Norio and the undead king watch on, realizing the god's anger. In a sudden burst of emotion, Glacia throws herself forward, pleading with Hades to spare Zidane and take her to the underworld instead, claiming the entire situation was caused by her own selfishness. Glacia tries to persuade Hades by claiming that she is a crucial asset to the demons in their war against humanity. Faced with this argument, Hades becomes flustered and begins to stutter, admitting that the matter of concubinage might be a necessity for the demon race's survival. Watching from the sidelines, Norio notices Hades' nervousness, while the undead king remarks that such a compromise is reasonable if it brings an end to the conflict. Just as the situation with Hades reaches a peak, the undead king excitedly reveals that his summoning skills have improved, having brought forth Hades' wife. Upon her arrival, she immediately critiques Hades, suggesting that his rigid blessings are what actually made the situation worse. While Demon King Zidane is left speechless, Norio looks on in complete confusion, wondering who this new divine figure is. Hades' wife expresses her gratitude for her husband's love, though she doesn't hesitate to point out that his earnestness and inflexibility are his greatest flaws, much to Hades' embarrassment. As a romantic vision of a couple appears, Norio is left completely bewildered by the strange display. Hades, shocked, questions if she is trying to assert dominance over other gods like Zeus and Poseidon. Finally, revealing her true identity as the Mother Earth goddess, she asserts her understanding of his thoughts and turns her attention to the Demon King, leaving Hades in a state of nervous submission. Hades' wife speaks with a gentle yet firm authority, acknowledging her husband's feelings while addressing the group. She explains that a god's blessing is more than just a gift, it is a sacred promise between a deity and a mortal. She warns that if such a bond were to be easily broken, it would render every divine contract in existence worthless, stressing the weight of the commitment Demon King Zidane has made. Hades' wife continues her lecture, explaining that in order to break a contract while preserving its value, it requires a special and equal measure. Norio and Demon King Zidane are left bewildered, questioning what such a measure could possibly be. As the tension lingers, someone addresses her as Demeterphone, while Hades observes the scene with a thoughtful expression. After the discussion about the divine contract, Heida's wife suddenly addresses Norio, leaving him startled and confused. She initially asks if he is one of Zeus' children, but quickly realizes that he is a visitor from beyond their realm. Her curiosity deepens as she asks Norio if he has received something special from Hephaestus. Norio stammers in response, realizing that Hadid's wife is referring to the Hand of Supremacy gift he received from Hephaestus. Finding this intriguing, the Mother Earth goddess smiles mysteriously and considers the possibility of granting him an exception. Norio begins to explain the nature of the gift he received from Hephaestus, the Hand of Supremacy, while the onlookers, including Demon King Zedan, are left bewildered and questioning its purpose. She explains that in this gift lies the ownership of the 7 holy swords, legendary weapons crafted by her husband, Hades. A heavy sigh echoes as the scene shifts. Standing beside Norio is a commanding warrior with pointed ears and ornate armor, holding a sword as he prepares to introduce something. Norio is completely amazed to discover that the Demon King's sword, as well as the one wielded by the Undead King, were crafted by God. The undead confirms that his blade is indeed one of the 7 holy swords, leading Norio to realize the true nature of his own weapon, the dry mubal. Nearby, the muscular warrior Astares confirms he has brought the other swords, explaining that Norio's sword had remained hidden from everyone because it existed as a phantom until its recent confirmation. The warriors present their weapons, but to everyone's surprise, they are merely broken hilts and shards. Vale and Norio look on in disbelief, questioning how such legendary items could be in this condition. Hades' wife observes the fragments, noting that they are carrying broken holy swords. Undeterred, Astares passionately declares that these broken blades are a symbol of their absolute loyalty to the Demon King, vowing that they will never let them go. Norio and Vale are completely bewildered by the situation. When Norio demands a proper explanation, the warrior apologizes and reveals a piece of history from 100 years ago. He explains that 5 of the 7 holy swords, crafted by the god of the underworld, were once owned by the 5 prominent families of the demon race. The warrior describes a brutal war that once erupted between the 5 families for the Demon King's throne. He explains that his ancestor emerged victorious, seizing and destroying the holy swords of the defeated families, an event that marked the origin of the 4 heavenly kings. Listening to this, Norio realizes why the broken fragments are seen as symbols of loyalty. But he can't help but wonder if the creation of so many powerful swords was what triggered the war in the first place. Hades' wife looks at Norio and tells him that there is a reason for the situation, and it is something that deeply involves him. Norio is left bewildered by the revelation. She then begins to explain the world's ancient history, describing how the gods Zeus, Poseidon, and her husband Hades divided the heavens, oceans, and earth among themselves, eventually spreading their descendants throughout their respective domains. Hades' wife continues her tale, revealing that Zeus grew greedy and sought to expand his rule beyond the heavens. He sent his descendants to invade Hades' territory, and these descendants are the ones known as humans in this world. This act ignited a timeless war between the demons and the humans, who are viewed as invaders from heaven, leaving Norio stunned by the revelation. Norio questions the necessity of creating 7 swords, wondering if it was merely to force the demons into conflict. Hades explains that he brought the holy swords into the world so that a true holy sword could be forged, revealing that these weapons possess their own souls. Observing Norio's reaction, the muscular warrior remarks that the saint is clearly interested in this revelation. Norio realizes the true nature of the holy swords. They are designed to destroy one another, absorbing the souls and memories of their fallen counterparts to eventually evolve. Excitedly, Norio declares his love for his own sword, while even explains that this process creates the ultimate weapon to destroy humans. Looking at the situation, Norio comes to a startling realization. The true holy sword does not yet exist. Norio is shocked by the realization that the true holy sword requires the destruction of other holy swords to exist. Even, however, is completely unwilling to fight Norio to achieve this. As Norio concludes that the true circumstances, Vale loses her patience, shouting at God for creating such a roundabout and troublesome process. Meanwhile, the presence of Hephaestus, the god of arts, serves as a reminder of the overwhelming power involved in the creation of these weapons. Norio and Vale are left in awe of Hephaestus' unmatched abilities, recalling that he was the one who granted Norio his special gift. Intrigued by this revelation, Hades suddenly asks if Hephaestus' power could possibly be used to fix the broken holy swords. Norio and his companions look on in disbelief as Hades reveals his idea. Hades believes that with the special gift Norio possesses, it is possible to not only fix the fragmented holy swords, but also boost them to the level of sacred holy swords. Norio and Vale are left speechless by the scale of the plan. Hades explains that while the original path required the destruction of 6 swords to create one true holy sword, Having two such weapons would be more than enough to wipe out the humans. Hades' wife agrees, noting that driving Su forces out of the territory would be a monumental achievement. Even and the others look on in disbelief, amazed by the sheer amount of power Norio possesses. Aileron and Astaires reflect on the possibility that Norio's power could finally bring an end to the endless war between demons and humans, potentially making their lives much easier. Hades and his wife discuss the rarity of restoring the earth to his rule and the rewards that should follow. Seizing the moment, Hades makes a tempting offer to Demon King Zidane. If he can secure this glorious achievement, Hades will allow a special condition to amend his contract. Zidane eagerly agrees, while Norio looks on, in complete confusion. Hades asks Norio if he is willing to fix the holy swords. Vale enthusiastically cheers for him, but Norio is hesitant, troubled by the fact that these swords are meant to destroy humans. After a moment of internal conflict, Norio decides to speak up, prompting Hades to note that even as a visitor from another world, Norio still harbors doubts about humanity. Hades laughs boisterously, imagining how exhilarating it would be to use the gift. Hephaestus gave Norio to shatter Zeus' ambitions. He mocks Hephaestus, noting that despite his skill, he was estranged from Zeus due to his appearance. Norio, however, cannot stand this portrayal of the god who helped him. He stands up and shouts with conviction, declaring that Hephaestus is not the kind of god Hades describes, leaving Vale bewildered by his sudden outburst. Hades scoffs, questioning if Norio is actually on the human side. Norio quickly denies this, explaining that Hephaestus is a god who purely loves the act of creation. Looking at the glowing gift in his hand, Norio firmly declares that such a thoughtful gift was never intended to be used for the kind of destruction Hades is proposing. Hades and his wife watch intently as the group looks on with anticipation. Norio contemplates the situation, realizing that by being the one to create the swords, he can maintain control over how they are used. With a look of resolve, Norio announces his decision. He will fix the holy swords. Aileron looks at Norio with a bewildered and stern expression, questioning his sudden decision to take on the task of fixing the holy swords. Norio firmly declares that he will reforge the mythical sword capable of destroying humanity with his own hands, believing it could finally end the war between demons and humans. However, despite his decision, he is deeply conflicted, admitting that he does not want to use the gift he received from Hephaestus for a purpose of destruction. As he struggles with his feelings, a muscular warrior looks on with a stern expression. Norio is left bewildered when Ivan refers to him as a saint. Ivan firmly tells him not to worry, asserting that a true holy sword created by a saint's hands would never be used as a tool to slaughter the human race, and he vows not to allow such a thing to happen. The group is taken aback by Norio's sudden resolve. Plati and the others excitedly realize he has a plan, questioning how the sword will be utilized. Norio confirms his intention, explaining that a true holy sword forged by a saint could be the key to breaking the sacred barrier protecting the human castle, a formidable defense created by Zeus. Norio's companions are stunned by his strategic insight. They realize that the sacred barrier has been the primary reason the demon forces were repelled, leading to the current stalemate. With the power of a true holy sword, they believe they can finally shatter the barrier and take the human castle by surprise. Demon King Zidane raises his sword high, declaring a solemn oath in the name of the underworld god Hades to destroy the human political system. Norio and his companions look on, with Norio reflecting on the Demon King's resolve as the group gathers behind him. Demon King Zidane elaborates on his goal, pointing out that the royal family and the church are the ones who maintain a sense of superiority by worshipping Zeus. He argues that by taking down these leaders, the human nation can be dismantled, leaving only those who are no different from demons. Despite the perceived strength of the sons of Zeus, Zidane remains focused on his plan to break the current order. As the group reflects on the Demon King's decision, the Earth Mother Goddess intervenes, granting Zidane the blessing of the Earth Mother Goddess. She explains that this blessing will ensure he is recognized by her husband, making it possible for him to marry. Astaires is left utterly stunned by the unexpected turn of events. Demon King Ji expresses his gratitude for the blessing, while Astaires remains completely bewildered by the situation. Helia gently explains that the holy sword was only intended to be swung once, cryptically mentioning that 2 strikes would make the flowers bloom. Turning her attention to Norio Itanami, she acknowledges him as a visitor from another world, and decides to offer him a small token of appreciation for his contributions. Helia tells Norio that she expects no compensation for her kindness. Instead, she bestows a blessing on his land, ensuring that his crops will grow even better. As the divine light fades, Norio and Demon King Zidane stand side by side, quietly overlooking the vast mountainous horizon. Norio notices that the divine beings have disappeared, wondering to himself if things have been settled for the time being. As the group gathers, they agree to join their forces together to prepare for the Demon Lord's departure. Demon King Zidane places a friendly arm around Norio, who simply agrees. Norio beams with joy, celebrating a recent achievement as two swords glow brilliantly before him. Demon King Zidane and the group look on, with Zidane remarking that the situation is wonderful. When Norio asks about the progress of their strategy meeting, Zidane shares crucial information gathered from the elves, explaining that they have found a way to infiltrate the castle via the mountain. Demon King Zidane laughs, reflecting on the fact that the Thunderstorm Stonecutters were serving their sentence. He sincerely thanks Glacia and her companions for the information, noting that it will help minimize human casualties during their mission. Meanwhile, Glacia tells Norio not to be so stiff and invites him to visit whenever he likes, expressing how fortunate she feels to have met the saint. As they prepare for the journey, Glacia and her companions offer Norio a special cloth imbued with counter magic, explaining that the bug thread will protect him from enemy attacks. While the others express their concern, Asters loudly asserts her strength, vowing to protect both the Demon King and herself, leaving her companions in a state of mild exasperation and worry. Vale cheerfully announces that the food is ready as the women bring out several platters. Asters presents a massive serving of tonkatsu, proudly mentioning that she learned the recipe from the saint. Glacia is amazed by the sight of the food and, after taking a bite, is overwhelmed by its deliciousness, concluding that it is truly a must-have dish. The meal is a resounding success, with the group praising the combination of rice and pickled radish. Glacia is completely overwhelmed by the flavor, exclaiming about the sheer power of the meat. As the atmosphere settles, Norio and Dragon look toward the future, both hoping that the impending war for the Demon King will conclude successfully. A few days pass. Inside the castle, King Genesis is in a fit of rage, smashing a glass as he screams at his court official. He demands to know why they still haven't found Saint Kaidan, and questions the effectiveness of the search parties. Despite their apologies, another official arrives with more bad news, leaving the king to sigh in disappointment at the utter incompetence of his men. The court official rushes in with urgent news from the border, announcing that the Demon King is leading a large army to invade the country, and that the invasion is already underway. King Genesis is completely blindsided, shouting in disbelief, and questioning why the demons would attack when they hadn't provoked them. The court official, sweating and confused, can only reply that he doesn't know, as he has just received the news. King Genesis urgently orders his armies to be deployed. The court officials are bewildered, reminding him that he had previously ordered the troops to disband and return to their territories to search for Saint Kidden. However, Genesis remains unfazed, revealing that he possesses a final trump card known as the Sacred Barrier to buy time, and demands they contact the armies immediately. Glacia praises Asters for successfully navigating around the mountain to reach their position. With the Demon King's army distracting the human forces, the two warriors launch their assault, charging forward with a powerful, sweeping strike. A blinding light erupts across the horizon, illuminating the land. Amidst the chaos, Glacia and Asters press forward, their eyes set on the imposing human royal castle ahead. Panic grips the royal court as a devastated official reports that the sacred barrier has been breached. King Genesis is stunned by the news. While the officials recognize the barrier as a great magic from 1,000 years ago, blessing from Zeus, they are thrown into a frenzy when they realize that due to sheer neglect, they no longer know how to redeploy it. King Genesis is livid, cursing the church for their failure to maintain the divine knowledge of the sacred barrier. Just as the tension peaks, the throne room is breached. Demon King Zidane makes a sudden and imposing entrance, flanked by his subordinates, declaring his presence and his intention to put an end to the war. With the arrival of Demon King Zidane, the human kingdom is swiftly dismantled. While the Demon King promises safety to the general population, the royal family and the corrupt church officials who ruled the land are left without protection. Glacia looks on as the era of the human kingdom comes to an end. Akasaka Momoko walks in silence, appearing preoccupied when asked what is wrong. Meanwhile, the search for Saint Kidden continues, including those summoned from other worlds. As the Demon King begins to lead the world toward peace, the narrative contrasts this with the old beliefs, that the human kingdom was indestructible, its inwards invincible, and its people righteous. But in the face of the truth, the question remains, were the demons truly the evil ones? Akasaka Momoko looks on with a determined and frustrated expression, declaring that it is unacceptable for righteousness to be defeated by evil. With a look of stern disapproval, Akasaka Momoko demands to know what the other person is doing, leaving the scene on a tense note as the chapter concludes. Norio is addressed as Saint-sama while looking somewhat exhausted. A cheerful helper with glasses arrives, excitedly announcing that the beer he requested a long time ago is finally ready. In a moment of confusion, Norio apologizes and calls the helper Veal, which immediately draws the attention of the real Vale. who demands to know if he just called for her. Norio explains that the beer was made with the expertise of Gara Rufa and stored in bottles crafted by elves. After a brief discussion about its similarity to sake, Norio is encouraged to try it first. Impressed by the beautiful amber color, both Norio and Vale take a hearty gulp of the brew. Norio takes a sip of the beer and is immediately struck by its taste, declaring it the best. He enthusiastically thanks Gara Rufa, praising the brew as a great success. Overwhelmed by his genuine appreciation, Gara Rufa bursts into tears of joy, leaving a confused Norio wondering why she is suddenly crying. Gara Rufa is overcome with emotion, calling Norio a god and her savior for giving her the chance to conduct research she could never have done in the deep trench prison. However, her gratitude instantly turns to anxiety. Realizing the beer is finally finished, she panics, fearing that she no longer has a purpose and might be fired. Norio is left bewildered, trying to calm her down as she spirals into a meltdown. Dragon suddenly erupts in a jealous rage, screaming, "You thieving wench!" As she sees Norio holding Gara Rufa, she demands to know what is happening to her husband, leaving Norio flustered and struggling to explain the situation. As Vale looks on in confusion, Norio points out the obvious. Gara Rufa is fast asleep and completely unconscious. Norio notes that Gara Rufa has fallen asleep because she is drunk from the beer research. He excitedly proposes that they celebrate the success of the project with everyone that night, while Dragon worries that others might end up just as intoxicated as Gara Rufa. Norio looks forward to the occasion and even thinks about serving the beer to the Demon King in the future. The scene shifts to a lively party where everyone is happily drinking and celebrating their achievement. Gara Rufa looks on happily, feeling glad that everyone is having fun with the beer. Dragon, while drinking, gives her a tip, mentioning she prefers beer without foam and asks her to make it that way next time. This feedback sends Gara Rufa into a state of excitement, and she passionately declares that she will work even harder from now on. As the group cheers, Dragon simply notes that everyone has become quite drunk. As the celebration continues, both Norio and Vale find themselves quite drunk. In his intoxicated state, Norio can't stop praising Plotty for being kind and dependable. However, the alcohol eventually catches up with Vale, who passes out abruptly, leaving a confused Norio to wonder why she fell asleep right there. Looking at the happy group around him, Norio reflects that while beer is nice, it's best enjoyed only once in a while. In a quiet moment of gratitude, Norio stands before a shrine, with his hands pressed together in prayer. He addresses Hephaestus, thanking the god of the furnace for the gift of the supreme bearer ability, acknowledging that it is thanks to this power that he can live comfortably in this world. He ends his prayer by asking Hephaestus to continue watching over them. Norio looks back on his journey with a gentle smile. He remembers his arrival in this world, being summoned by the king of the human kingdom and meeting Plati, followed by encounters with other extraordinary beings. From building his own house and cultivating his field to forging deep bonds with his diverse group of friends, he realizes that, without even noticing, he has truly become a member of this world. Norio reflects on the small but meaningful changes he has brought to this world. From the Western-style toilets that everyone loves to the luxury seasonings and crafts created with the help of the mermaids and elves. With a gentle smile, he thinks of the Demon King, wondering if his strategies are succeeding, and believing that a new era is about to begin. Norio begins his morning with a familiar routine, calling out to his wolf companions as he serves them rice. As the animals excitedly howl and gather around him, Vale watches with a curious and hungry gaze. When she asks if the food is rice, Norio teases her for being a glutton, to which she simply and innocently agrees. Vale mentions that her mountain dungeon has been acting strange, with unknown trees and fruits beginning to grow. Upon hearing this, Norio has a sudden realization. He excitedly explains that since the environment in Vale's dungeon varies by stage, it would be the perfect place to efficiently grow and experiment with various new crops. Norio is brimming with excitement as he declares the Vale Mountain Dungeon Orchard conversion plan. Vale, however, is completely exasperated, wondering what a dungeon even means to him. As Norio's vision takes shape, a variety of lush fruits from grapes and peaches to cherries and chestnuts are imagined growing within the dungeon's depths. Norio is amazed to find the dungeon overflowing with fruit. While Vale wonders if they are edible and looks on with anticipation, Norio sees a greater opportunity. He plans to harvest and preserve the fruits so that everyone can enjoy them, imagining how this will expand his menu. However, the hungry Vale can't wait and begs to eat them right away, only to be told not yet by her master. Norio catches Vale snacking and tells her to stop, explaining that they need to save an equal amount for everyone and that he needs to know the total yield. Despite his warnings that she needs permission first, Vale gives a mischievous grin and admits she can't make such a promise, leaving Norio sighing in resignation. Vale proudly declares that she is far smarter than the dogs around the farm, leaving Norio skeptical. However, her confidence is short-lived. Reports from Pochi and his friends reveal that Vale was later found in absolute agony after eating an astringent persimmon. Looking over his peaceful estate, Norio can only let out a tired sigh at her lack of restraint. Norio looks at the astringent persimmons, recalling Vale's gluttony and the fact that these fruits are too bitter to eat raw. As he works in the kitchen, he admits that preparing some ingredients can be a bit difficult. However, he smiles with anticipation, eager to share the new dishes with everyone, including the Demon King. He feels grateful that Vale's dungeon has expanded his culinary possibilities, bringing more variety to his table. Demon King Seinen arrives, apologizing for any inconvenience his visit might cause. Norio is surprised but welcomes him warmly, noting that it has been a long time since they last met. As they exchange greetings, Norio curiously asks how Zidon's trip to the human kingdom went, just as another guest arrives at the door. Demon King Zidon arrives at the estate accompanied by one of his subordinates. Norio watches them from the side while the woman looks around with a puzzled expression, questioning who is there. The woman asks Norio if he is the owner of the farm, and, after his hesitant confirmation, she introduces herself with great pride as Princess Lettislet, the daughter of the human king. With a confident expression, she announces that starting today, Norio has the honor of taking care of her. Norio can only stare back in utter confusion as the chapter ends. Completely baffled by the princess's bold claim, Norio calls everyone together to get some answers. He turns to Demon King Zidane, demanding to know what is actually happening. With a stern and troubled expression, Zidane explains the dire situation. Since the death of the human king, political infighting has devastated the country, leaving it in ruins. As Demon King Zidane explains the situation, Norio looks on in shock. However, Princess Lettislet is quickly offended by the whispering happening right in front of her, calling it insolent behavior. With a dramatic flourish, she commands everyone to bow down to her royal majesty. Princess Lettislet continues her arrogant display, declaring that as the noblest royalty, she will forgive their lack of manners. She proclaims herself the #1 princess of the human country and the most noble being in existence, demanding that everyone enjoy submitting to her with their whole bodies while laughing loudly. Just as Princess Lettislet is basking in her own perceived nobility, she is violently silenced. A sudden, powerful smack sends her flying backward, leaving Norio completely stunned by the abrupt turn of events. A menacing gaze falls upon the fallen princess. Vale aggressively berates Princess Lettislet, shouting that since the human kingdom has been destroyed, her royal title is meaningless and she is now just a commoner. Terrified and sobbing, the one-shotty princess is forced to acknowledge her powerless situation. Vale sighs and asks Demon King Zidon if he intends to keep the princess at the farm. Zid acknowledges her quick intuition, leaving Norio completely bewildered by the conversation. As Vale struggles to find the right words, the grim reality is revealed. Princess Lettislet has nowhere left to return to, leaving her looking utterly dejected. Demon King Zidon explains the precarious state of the human kingdom, noting that while the king is dead, the country has not yet been fully conquered. He warns Norio and Vale that the remnants of the old regime still linger, and because anyone who marries the princess could claim the throne, her presence is a dangerous liability. Norio listens intently as the gravity of Princess Lettislet's situation becomes clear. Vale summarizes the situation with brutal honesty, telling Princess Lettislet that she should have been executed, and only lives because the Demon King is kind. She warns the princess that if she continues her insolence, she will receive nothing, leaving her with the choice of staying at the farm or facing the underworld. Completely intimidated, Princess Lettislet can only look on in shock. Princess Lettislet completely breaks down, wailing as she finally admits she no longer has any authority or vassals to obey her. In a sudden shift of mood, she screams for them to just kill her, yet immediately follows it up by claiming she will crush them brilliantly as a daughter of royalty. Vale quickly shuts her down with another slap, telling her not to be naive. Watching the scene, Norio awkwardly asks Vale to be a little nicer, but Vale snaps back, blaming Norio's constant pampering for the princess's spoiled attitude. Vale questions Demon King Zidane, wondering why he would prioritize a human child's life over the safety of his own kind. Zidane admits it may seem shameful, but reveals he made a promise to the former king of the human country. Shocked, Princess Lettislet realizes he is talking about her father. Zidane recalls the king's final words, where he offered his own life in exchange for the safety of his people. Demon King Zidane clarifies that the promise he made to the former human king extended to the royal family, and he intends to honor that wish. Vale turns to Norio to see if he is okay with the situation, to which he readily agrees. As Princess Lettislet weeps, remembering her father, Norio acknowledges Zidane's character. The scene ends with the Demon King bowing deeply, offering a heartfelt apology to the princess for everything that has happened. Norio warmly welcomes Princess Lettislet to his farm, and she humbly accepts his hospitality. However, the peaceful moment is shattered when Vale suddenly intervenes with a sharp slap. With a menacing aura, Vale warns the princess that she will be expected to work as much as she eats, leaving the intimidated princess trembling in fear. Norio begins explaining the princess's new duties, noting that she likely has no experience with hard work. He assigns her to weeding and crop maintenance, introducing Gobukichi to be her guide. However, the sight of the Gobukichi and the thought of dirty work send Princess Lettucelet into a panic, as she screams in disgust and demands a different assignment. Vale quickly shuts down Princess Lettucelet's tantrum with a few sharp hits, sternly reminding her that goblins are friends on this farm. She explains that the farm is a gathering place for all sorts of unlikely guests, former thieves, prisoners, dragons, the undead king, and even God himself. Overwhelmed by the absurdity and the scale of the world around her, Princess Lettucelet is left trembling in fear, finally realizing how insignificant she truly is in the grand scheme of things. Norio attempts to suggest that Princess Lettucelet's situation is similar to his own. Hoping for a gentler transition, however, Vale quickly shuts him down, explaining that the princess's overwhelming pride must be physically shattered through hard work if she is ever to move forward. As Norio watches the princess struggle with her chores in the fields, he realizes that Vale's harshness is actually a calculated form of tough love. Norio gives Princess Lettucelet a supportive word, urging her to do her best. However, the reality of manual labor quickly hits the princess. As she pulls weeds, she is overwhelmed by the smell of the earth, the disgusting bugs, and the pain in her back. Yet she tells herself she must endure it all to survive. Norio calls Princess Lettucelet to wash her hands, bringing out a tray of tea and buns. He kindly reminds her that resting is just as important as working hard. Curious about the snack, the princess tries a piece of bread and is immediately overwhelmed by its flavor, declaring it better than anything she ever ate at the royal palace. Norio simply smiles, happy that it suits her taste. Princess Lettucelet has a sudden epiphany while eating, realizing that food tastes far better after a hard day's work and that commoners have much to teach. Norio expresses his happiness at her progress, and she reminds him of her duty to the Demon King. Suddenly startled, she cries out in fear, then looks around at the strange Japani-style building. Confused by the architecture, she wonders if she has ended up in demon territory or some sort of penal colony, leaving Norio speechless. Norio decides that for her own safety, it's better if Princess Lettucelet doesn't know the details of where she is. The princess accepts his answer and declares her commitment to work and stay on the farm, stating that she has no intention of running away. Norio is amused and impressed by her unexpected diligence. Sitting together amidst the vast landscape, Princess Lettucelet reflects on her tragic circumstances, admitting that she was kidnapped and stripped of her freedom. While she acknowledges the temptation of despair, she reveals to a surprised Norio that she still clings to hope. With a determined look in her eyes, she confesses her true goal, the hope to take back everything she has lost. Princess Lettucelet passionately reveals the source of her hope: Keaton the Saint, the legendary savior of humanity. She explains that her father spent his life searching for him, and believes the dragon is actually Keaton's servant. Norio is completely stunned by the revelation, while the princess assumes that as a simple villager, he wouldn't know anything about the legendary figure. Princess Lettucelet speaks with conviction, believing that Keaton the Saint will eventually rescue her and destroy the demons. Norio, however, is drenched in sweat, terrified that she might discover his true identity as the legendary saint. Just as the princess continues to rave about her hope, a dark-haired helper arrives, and asking for the newcomer to provide her with new clothes, as requested by Platy. When the helper asks about Saint-Sama, Norio panics and tries to deflect the attention toward the princess. However, Princess Lettucelet has a sudden revelation, mistakenly concluding that Saint is simply Norio's name. Overjoyed, she declares that she will rely on him from now on. Norio awkwardly agrees, privately feeling relieved that the princess is an airhead for not realizing the truth. Suddenly, Princess Lettucelet loses her composure and screams a loud insult, her face twisted in anger. This outburst is witnessed by divine beings who question if she is the princess of the human country. Norio looks on in complete confusion as the observers discuss her situation, revealing that she was informed about a secret regarding Zeus. Driven by desperation and rage toward the demons, Princess Lettucelet prays fervently to the heavenly Zeus, begging for the guidance of Saint Keaton, the savior of the human race. Just as she pours her heart out, a sudden blinding light flashes before her, leaving her completely bewildered. A thunderous presence erupts as a majestic Hades appears out of nowhere, towering over Princess Lettucelet. Overwhelmed by the sudden manifestation, the princess can only stare in shock, wondering who this powerful being is. A cheerful illustration of Norio Itonami appears, showing him in his element happily cooking and serving a steaming bowl of food. reflecting the peaceful and fulfilling life he has cultivated. Hades apologizes for the bother, mentioning his intention to report directly to Hades. As the atmosphere relaxes, Norio wonders if it is acceptable to call upon the gods so frequently. But the undead king assures him that this time, God wished to be called. The undead king then praises Norio, addressing him as the immortal king for successfully summoning him in response to the oracle, leaving Norio completely surprised. A god addresses Demon King Zidane, noting that he has finally destroyed Zeus and all of his kin. Zidane clarifies that while the human nation was destroyed, he wishes to rule the earth alongside humans without shedding any more unnecessary blood. Impressed by his victory over the Zeus tribes and his total control over the earth, the deity declares Zidane the greatest demon king of all time, leaving Zidane completely stunned. Norio stands by as Demon King Zidane meets Arowana, the prince of the Mermaid Kingdom. Zidane tells Arowana that it is a great honor to meet them, while Arowana admits to hearing rumors about the Demon King from their sister. The two acknowledge each other, marking the first time they have stood face to face. Arowana tells Demon King Zidane that he heard from his father about the end of the conflict on land. With the new ruler, he marvels at how Zidane, despite being close to his own age, managed to unify the earth and end the war with the human kingdom. Hedon responds by patting Aruana's head, praising his personality and leadership traits, noting that he feels reassured. Knowing Aruana rules the Mermaid Kingdom, humbled, Aruana insists that he cannot compare to Zidane's immense talent and ambition. Demon King Zidane and Prince Arowana share a moment of mutual respect, with Zidane suggesting a celebration for everyone. Norio happily agrees and offers to prepare food for the Demon King, Prince Arowana and his mentor. As they plan the festivities, God suddenly manifests, announcing that he will provide a divine offering for the occasion. As the celebration begins, Prince Arowana, the undead king, and God eagerly anticipate the meal. Meanwhile, Vale looks on in utter confusion, wondering what is happening. Norio then proudly presents his creation, a bowl of bamboo shoot rice, explaining that he wanted to serve something that captured the essence of spring. Norio feels anxious, wondering if he should have prepared a more extravagant feast for such distinguished guests. As he nervously asks if the food is okay, God curiously attempts to eat the rice using chopsticks. After a few bites, God seems pleased with the meal, easing Norio's worries. God is absolutely delighted by the meal, declaring that bamboo shoot rice is now officially the food of the gods. Norio and Vale are left completely bewildered by his sudden, grand proclamation. With great passion, God decrees that all beings on earth shall share the happiness of eating this dish and expresses his deep gratitude to the earth for providing the ingredients. Norio is quietly pleased with the high praise he received for his cooking, while Vale impatiently demands her share of the bamboo rice. To complement the meal, Norio suggests having a few beers. God is intrigued. Norio provides from his own homemade stocks. As God chugs the alcohol with surprising ease, Norio reflects that since they are in another world, he should perhaps prepare some Japanese sake as well. God enthusiastically decrees that beer shall be the drink of gods, leaving Norio completely stunned. It is revealed that anything praised by God provides immense benefits, such as restoring physical and magical strength or offering detoxification. Satisfied with the taste, God mentions wanting to share the drink with Demeter, prompting Norio to offer to call her. God turns to the undead king, asking for his help to bring Demeter to the party. Norio watches in amazement, wondering if such a spell even existed as the undead king chants a grand invocation. With a sudden burst of light, a divine being appears in the sky, looking down at them with curiosity. The summoned deities arrive, appearing confused and surprised by their sudden transport. Among them are Poseidon, the god of the sea, and his wife, Amphitrite. Demeter, however, is overjoyed, revealing that she has heard stories about Norio and has been longing to meet the Otherworlder, leaving Norio completely flustered and bewildered. Norio is deeply humbled as the gods reveal that he is renowned for possessing knowledge unknown to the rest of the world. His companions, including the undead king and dragon, beam with pride at his achievements. Turning to Plati, Norio asks for her assistance in preparing a proper dinner to serve the visiting deities. The feast of the gods begins in high spirits. Norio arrives with more beer while Plati serves up Japanese-style omelets, leaving the deities in absolute bliss. As the gods rave about the amazing taste of the food and fish cakes, Akesaka Momoko peeks from around a corner, completely stunned. She can hardly believe her eyes, questioning if she's dreaming as she witnesses the gods enjoying such a joyful and casual banquet. Akesaka Momoko reaches her breaking point, screaming in utter disbelief at the surreal scene unfolding before her. As some guests discuss the fact that Princess Lettucelet is a former princess of the human country kept there for her safety, Momoko is preoccupied with different realizations. She is completely baffled that while the god of the earth and the god of the sea are happily feasting, the guardian deity of the human race, heavenly Zeus, is nowhere to be found. Princess Lettislet becomes frantic, shouting for the presence of Zeus, the most important deity for the earth and sea. She believes that if she can speak to him directly, he will bring salvation to the suffering human race. But as she pleads her case, the other gods only respond with a vague leaving the princess completely bewildered and devastated by their lack of response. The divine beings finally reveal the truth. Zeus is arrogant, selfish, and would likely try to claim the land as his own private sanctuary if he found out about it. This is why Is absolutely cannot call him. Princess Lettislet is utterly bewildered by this revelation. Having always believed that Tenjin Zeus was a great and respected deity, she is left in a state of total shock and gloom, unable to process the fact that he is actually disliked by everyone. After learning the truth about Zeus, Princess Lettislet is overcome with frustration. She suddenly declares that the only true savior for the human race is Saint Keaton, and begins screaming for him in a fit of desperation. Norio and the muscular warrior look on awkwardly as she loses her composure. Realizing there is nothing they can do at the moment, they decide to leave her alone to calm down. Princess Lettislet lets out a loud, frustrated scream, completely overwhelmed by her emotions. The gods watch her with some questioning why the human kingdom's princess is even there. As they realize they've been gossiping about Zeus' secrets, without thinking, a sense of panic sets in among the deities. Norio, witnessing the sudden shift in atmosphere, can only react with utter confusion as Princess Lettislet walks away in a state of emotional turmoil. The divine beings comment on her naivety. They realize that because her entire world has been confined to the inside of the castle, she has no understanding of the outside world or the reality of those she once revered. The divine beings reflect on the unfortunate state of humans and their king under Zeus's rule, noting that Princess Lettislet is likely to face many hardships due to her high-handedness. Despite this, they acknowledge that she is trying her best in her own way. As Norio serves food, Demeter mentions that the princess's hope lies with Saint Kidon. Overhearing this, Norio becomes pensive, realizing he needs to do something about the situation. Norio determines that he wants Princess Lettislet to become a person who can choose her own life. The muscular warrior and his companions, addressing Norio as Saint Dono, pledge their support to the cause. Watching from above, the divine beings see this as a positive step toward peace, yet they warn each other to be careful not to provoke Zeus. The divine beings reach a consensus, agreeing that Zeus must never discover the existence of their paradise to avoid total chaos. God declares that they will fight with all their might if they are ever found. Norio expresses his gratitude and feels encouraged knowing the gods are on their side. He then turns to the undead king, warning him not to accidentally summon Zeus. Dragon raises a concerning point, questioning if Zeus would also be aware of Norio's whereabouts since the other gods are. The group falls into a stunned silence, realizing the potential risk. But the serious mood is short-lived. The companions immediately go back to clamoring for Mentaiko and beer, while Norio looks on, completely overwhelmed by the sudden return to chaos. Poseidon sighs in contentment, feeling completely satisfied. As the group winds down, Amphitrite teases those who drank too much, while Norio leans back, utterly exhausted by the chaotic energy of the gods. Despite his fatigue, Norio smiles, happy that they are having fun. The divine beings are so impressed that Demeter suggests blessing the Dashimaki Tamago as God's food, and God himself admits he has never received such a great offering. Before concluding their visit, the gods agree that it would be improper to leave after such a magnificent feast without giving something back. They decide to reward everyone for their hospitality. Norio, caught off guard, can only wonder what kind of reward they are referring to. The divine beings fulfill their promise of rewards by bestowing powerful blessings upon the region. Poseidon ensures a bountiful catch from the sea, while Demeter blesses the land for a year of great harvests, collectively securing the livelihood of everyone in the paradise as a divine light washes over the landscape. Norio looks out over the vast landscape, noting that the divine beings have finally left. Suddenly, Dragon staggers, looking completely shocked. She exclaims in surprise as a recipe for a magic potion she had never known before suddenly floods into her mind, leaving Norio bewildered by the unexpected occurrence. A wave of inspiration and vitality washes over the group as the divine blessings take effect. Some are suddenly struck with ideas for new tools and clothing, while others feel their fatigue vanish, replaced by an overflowing sense of power and physical strength. Norio watches his companions with surprise, realizing that everyone's abilities have been improved. However, as he reflects on the change, he is teased for not experiencing the same surge. Perhaps because he already possesses such immense skill. Norio smiles warmly, stating that as long as everyone living there is blessed with happiness, he is happy too. He mentions that Princess Lettislet should also be happy. But Dragon quickly interjects, arguing that certain people shouldn't be pampered too much. As they discuss, Norio suddenly realizes that their own meal hasn't arrived yet, leading the group to enthusiastically demand food. A comedic spat breaks out between Dragon and Princess Lettucelet, with Dragon criticizing the princess for her laziness and appetite. While the two bicker and call each other fools, Norio watches on, eventually coming to a passionate and determined conclusion that eating is the most important part of living. Princess Lettucelet sits alone against the backdrop of the mountains, sighing in frustration. She thinks about how even other gods despised a certain individual, calling him arrogant and self-centered. This realization leads her to reflect on her own actions, admitting that she has also been saying bad things about others, even though she believes in zoos and justice. She clenches her fist, feeling a sense of internal conflict. Princess Lettucelet suddenly erupts in anger, shouting that Zeus is an idiot who deserves to be hit with a paper fan. Frustrated and disappointed, she decides that she cannot count on anyone other than Norio. Just as she is lost in her thoughts, Norio calls out to her, and she turns to him with a mix of surprise and curiosity, asking what he wants. Norio looks at Princess Lettucelet with a bright smile and asks if she would like to have her own field. Confused, she repeats the word field, as Norio enthusiastically leads her to a designated area of land. He proudly declares that this is now her field, where she is free to plant anything she desires. Norio tells Princess Lettucelet that she can eat everything she grows on her own field. When she asks if she can plant anything she likes, he confirms it, explaining that while the general farm produce is for everyone, her specific plot is hers alone. Norio considers this a form of food education, believing that the act of nurturing plants will help Princess Lettucelet's mind and body. Allowing her to feel love and gratitude, he suggests she does, with cherry smichers that her closed-off nature might make the process difficult. Filled with excitement, Princess Lettucelet declares her wish to plant broad beans, expressing her love for them. Overwhelmed by the wonderful prospect of having her own harvest, she asks Norio if she can truly keep everything she grows. Norio assures her that she can, but he reminds her that she must be responsible for managing the plot herself. Eager to prove herself, the princess confidently promises to handle it. Overwhelmed with excitement, Princess Lettucelet declares that her new plot will be under her direct control and that she will use it to rebuild the human country territory. Norio is completely caught off guard, realizing this is far beyond the simple gardening lesson he had planned. However, seeing her sheer determination, he simply sighs and accepts her enthusiasm as she vows to do her absolute best. While working with his tools, Norio is approached by Gobakichi, who seems troubled. Gobakichi admits that he finds it strange how smoothly the fieldwork is progressing. Confused, Norio asks why that wouldn't be a good thing. But Gobakichi suggests there is more to his concern than just the speed of the work. The scene transitions to the title page of Chapter 35. Norio, Princess Lettucelet, and a muscular warrior stand alert and wary as several mysterious, shadowy creatures with glowing eyes loom over them, introducing the mystery of the suspicious creatures appearing on the farm. One day, while the Aden workers were out in the fields performing their morning chores, they prepared to weed a specific area. They noticed that the weeds were growing exceptionally fast in the spots treated with hyperfish fertilizer. However, just as they were about to begin their work, something unexpected occurred. The workers describe a strange occurrence. Not only were the crops tended to, but the entire field had been cleaned, with piles of weeds left neatly on the side. Norio tries to rationalize it, suggesting that someone else must have done the work, but the workers are unsettled by the mystery. Despite asking everyone, no one knows who is responsible, leaving Norio deep in thought as he wonders who this mysterious helper could be. Princess Lettucelet is momentarily confused, wondering if she was the one who cut the weeds, but she quickly realizes she has been prioritizing her own land. Norio agrees, and the two reach a startling conclusion. He realizes that before Gobukichi and the other workers even started, someone other than the known farmers had already been secretly tending to the fields. Norio wonders if a good-natured thief is weeding the fields while stealing, but Gobukichi quickly corrects him, noting that nothing has gone missing. Furthermore, Gobukichi reveals that sick leaves have been thinned and pests have been exterminated. Realizing the extent of the mysterious assistance, Norio becomes determined, declaring that as the owner of the farm, he must unravel this mystery. To uncover the mystery of the secret helper, Norio, Princess Lettucelet, and a companion hide in the bushes, planning an ambush. Norio notes that the crime of secret weeding likely happens at night and tells the group to remain quiet. He praises Princess Lettucelet for her bravery, but the princess is fired up that as a field owner herself, she cannot let a suspicious person lurk on the land. Suddenly, the ground begins to rumble. Norio notices something surfacing from beneath the earth, and to their horror, several shadowy figures with glowing eyes burst through the soil. Norio, Princess Lettucelet, and their companion are left completely stunned and terrified by the unexpected appearance. Panic erupts as Norio screams in terror, wondering if the creatures are zombies, especially when he realizes they can fly. As more of the Seinen surround them, he desperately calls out to the saint for help, while his companion tries to keep him calm and prepares a device. As the light illuminates the field, the scary Seinen are revealed to be small, cute girls with flower accessories. The Seinen giggle, realizing they have been discovered, while Norio is completely stunned by how adorable they are. The mysterious creatures reveal their true identity as the spirits of the earth and familiars of Hades. Norio is surprised to learn they are spiritual beings dedicated to maintaining the health of nature. His companion explains that spirits are typically invisible and intangible, but thanks to a blessing from the god of the underworld, the Scion can now materialize and interact physically with the world. The Scion express their heartfelt gratitude to Norio, noting how his efforts in opening up the empty land have allowed many lives to thrive. They reveal that by receiving power from both the god of the underworld, Hades, and Mother Earth, they have become stronger and gained the ability to materialize. Now visible and tangible, the spirits tell Norio and his companions that they wish to repay his kindness by offering their help. Norio acknowledges the Scion's explanation but wonders why they operated so late at night. The spirits explain that avoiding detection is common sense for their kind. However, since they have already been caught, the Scion excitedly declare that they will now help Norio openly, eagerly begging him to give them tasks whilst a bewildered Norio tries to tell them they don't need to be so concerned. The Scion's enthusiasm quickly turns into a chaotic scramble as they shout and bicker over who gets to serve. Norio watches the commotion with a puzzled expression, while Plati asks him if he intends to give the spirits fieldwork to do. The Scion are practically begging for any kind of work, their enthusiasm reaching a fever pitch. Gobukichi notes that odd jobs are already handled, suggesting Norio find other roles for the spirits. As Norio wonders how to best use this new blessing, Plati finds herself feeling competitive, questioning the difference between her role and that of the spirits. Meanwhile, one of the spirits thinks to herself that if they are so eager, they might as well just serve her. Platzi asks Norio if there is any specific area where he needs assistance. Although Norio is hesitant to ask the spirits of the earth for such a favor, the Seinen eagerly encourage him, insisting they are ready for any job. After a moment of contemplation, Norio announces that the Seinen will work as housekeepers starting today. While the spirits are overjoyed, Platzi is left stunned by the choice. Norio proposes that the helper take care of the Seinen spirits, referring to them as children. The helper is caught off guard, worrying that her responsibilities will be reduced once again. Norio explains that he actually intends to build a new facility and wants to lighten her current workload first. While the Seinen are overjoyed and plead for tasks, the helper is left in a state of total shock. The helper is overcome with excitement, eagerly asking Norio if she can make clothes for the Seinen spirits. The spirits are delighted, specifically requesting maid outfits. Norio agrees, suggesting that while maid clothes are a great idea, they should also have practical work clothes for their duties. As Badami questions his intentions, Norio reflects that with everyone now settled into their new roles, he can finally move forward with his next plan. With great excitement, Norio reveals the next project he intends to build, a bathhouse. Plati and the helper are bewildered by the idea, especially when Norio dramatically describes it as a place to wash your life. After Plati reacts with confusion and shock, Norio clarifies that it is merely a metaphor, explaining that the bathhouse will be a place where those exhausted from work can feel completely refreshed and renewed. Plati is completely captivated by the idea, admitting that it sounds amazing. Overjoyed, Norio beams with a wide smile, thanking everyone for making the project possible. He then turns to Princess Lettucelet, encouraging her to look forward to the bathhouse. Touched by his sincerity, Princess Lettucelet reflects silently, realizing that she has never truly thanked anyone in her life until this moment. Norio looks at Princess Lettucelet with a kind expression, telling her that, although this new life may be full of surprises, he believes it will bring a smile to her face. Moved by his words, the princess thinks to herself that perhaps she can truly change who she is in this place. The chapter closes with a cheerful scene of Norio and his diverse group of friends, concluding with the thought that the farm is a place where everyone can start their lives anew. The scene shifts away from the farm to the divine realm. Hermes, the god of wisdom of heaven, sighs with reluctance, feeling he has no choice but to reveal a certain truth that will eventually come to light. As he prepares to speak, he looks toward a bearded man who is scratching himself in a state of deep relaxation on a luxurious couch. Hermes politely interrupts the sleepy deity to get his attention. Hermes calls out to the god of heaven Zeus, stating that he has important news to share. After being nudged awake, a groggy Zeus stirs and asks Hermes what the matter is. Hermes casually mentions that the human country has been defeated, dismissing it as unimportant. Zeus, yawning and pretending to be busy, demands the news but warns Hermes that if it's boring, hell face a punishment game. The absurd penalty? 3 days of mimicking a chicken suffering from constipation, leaving Hermes completely speechless. Zeus reacts with utter disbelief and shock, shouting in confusion at the news. Hermes remains unfazed, explaining that the humans were merely invaders in Hades' territory and that the winner takes it all. He adds that the victorious demons were merciful enough not to kill everyone, and the survivors will now be annexed into the demon realm. Zeus erupts in anger, calling the humans useless bastards for not fighting until the very end. Despite the situation, when Hermes asks if they should send help, Zeus dismissively refuses, prompting Hermes to think to himself that Zeus is a truly shitty god. Zeus begins to wonder if the abrupt defeat of the humans was orchestrated by Hades, eventually concluding that Hades must have cheated. However, Hermes has had enough of Zeus' antics. With a terrifying glare, Hermes warns Zeus that if he dares to start a war between gods based on such baseless accusations, all the other deities will side against him. Completely intimidated, Zeus quickly submits, though he remains bewildered by the sudden threat. Hermes bluntly tells Zeus that he has no popularity and that no one is willing to fight a life-threatening battle for him. Zeus is devastated, crying out about the cruelty of his own son. As Zeus descends into a childish tantrum, complaining about the unfairness of it all, Hermes remains completely indifferent. Shifting to a serious tone, Hermes contemplates the fall of the human kingdom. He reveals that he knows the real reason the humans lost to the demons. It was all because of a visitor from another world. Hermes reflects on the saint, a man who received a special gift from his brother, Hephaestus, which played a crucial role in stopping the conflict. Fearing his father Zeus' volatile reaction, Hermes believes the saint's existence must remain a secret. He expresses a deep longing for tranquility, hoping that the heaven gods can finally put an end to the war over land and protect the saint's peace. Zeus is left seething, wondering if Hermes will truly continue to behave so disrespectfully. He tries to soothe his ego by recalling that he is the strongest being in existence, the one who controls everything and possesses every virtue, asserting that nothing in this world can go against his will. Despite his divine authority, he finds the current situation incredibly annoying. Suddenly, a realization hits him like a bell, and he remembers something. Driven by arrogance and rage, God declares that if he cannot rule over the land, he will simply destroy it. He reveals that he still possesses a trump card, another follower, unknown to the others. With a smug sense of superiority, he mocks the foolishness of Hermes and the other gods. A blinding light erupts across the horizon, obliterating the landscape as God's command to destroy everything on the land is carried out. Amidst the groans of destruction, two mysterious glowing eyes open in the darkness, signaling the arrival of his hidden trump card. The scene cuts away from the divine realm to the tranquility of Norio's home. Vale is in a frenzy, shouting at Norio to hurry up and teach her how to raise Soramam. Norio, the man the gods refer to as the saint, simply shows her the seedlings, amused by her intense excitement. Norio patiently guides Vale, reminding her that the success of the crop depends on her hard work. Captivated by the cute seedlings, Vale enthusiastically vows to do her best, declaring that the life of the plant now rests in her hands. Norio smiles warmly, suggesting that they do their best together so they can enjoy the delicious soramame they've raised. He imagines how special the taste will be because of their shared hard work. Vale is momentarily speechless, her face flushing with emotion when Norio calls out to her. She shyly looks away and whispers a heartfelt thank you to the saint. Norio decides it's time to get to work and suggests making ridges first. While Vale wonders what ridges are, Norio enthusiastically shows her the way. He takes a hoe and demonstrates how to dig a trench in the soil, guiding her through the process step by step. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake violently, leaving Norio and Vale in shock. Norio realizes that earthquakes are indeed a phenomenon in this world, despite his previous assumptions. Terrified, Vale clings to him, crying out in fear, while Norio tries to calm her down and prays for the shaking to stop. A sudden boom echoes through the farm as the ground erupts, leaving Norio and Vale in total shock. As the dust settles, a massive hole gapes in the middle of the field. Panicked, Vale cries out, wondering if the spirits have returned to cause chaos. Norio, equally confused, stares at the crater and wonders if a mole-type monster might be the culprit. Norio urgently tells Vale to stand back, explaining that based on the size of the hole, a giant mole monster could be hiding inside. Terrified, Vale panics and asks if he isn't in danger too, but Norio looks at her with resolve, promising that he will protect her no matter what. Suddenly, a massive eruption of earth bursts from the hole, sending debris flying everywhere. Vale screams in terror, wondering what could have possibly come out, while Norio looks on in utter confusion. Just as the chaos subsides, a bright light appears, signaling the arrival of something unexpected. As the dust settles, a stunning woman with animal ears emerges from the ground in a dramatic pose, radiating an aura of beauty. Norio and Vale stare at her in utter shock, with Norio wondering in disbelief if this is truly the mole monster he had anticipated. The scene transitions to a special story set before Princess Ledoslet's arrival. Norio and a diverse group of friends are gathered around a table overflowing with delicious food, all joining together in a cheerful and synchronized itadakimasu. As they prepare to enjoy their meal, the feast continues as everyone marvels at the delicious food. Vale enthusiastically declares her love for the meat dishes, while Norio notes that Platy likely prefers the tomato dishes. Curious, Vale turns to Norio and asks him what his own favorite is, leaving him momentarily surprised. Norio struggles to answer Vale's question about his favorite food, trying to brush it off, however. This only fuels the curiosity of the girls, who crowd around him and demand an answer. Finally, Norio reveals the reason for his hesitation. He simply cannot make his favorite dish in this world. The girls question Norio about why he cannot recreate his favorite dish. Norio explains that while the materials soybeans and rice straw were obtainable, the strong bacteria used in the process would force him to avoid his brewery for a while. However, the girls are completely unfazed, pleading with him to make the dish, and promising that their mermaid team will take care of the brewery. Surprised by their eagerness, Norio begins to waver in his hesitation. Norio is deeply moved by the girls' willingness to help, questioning if they are truly okay with it. Aileron and the elves offer their assistance, and Norio explains that he needs a heat-retaining container for fermenting soybeans. Gara Rufa immediately jumps in, declaring it a piece of cake and desperately wanting to help, likely because she is already researching how to make beer. The girls are fired up and completely united in their mission to support Norio, as they eagerly anticipate the taste of his favorite dish, wondering if it will be so delicious that they might faint. 3 days pass. Finally, the process is complete, and the natto is finished. Norio proudly presents the completed natto, but the reaction from the girls is immediate and visceral. Overwhelmed by the pungent smell and the strange, sticky texture, they scream in horror, convinced that the dish is completely rotten or even poisonous. As they recoil in disgust and try to flee from the scent, Norio desperately tries to explain that this is exactly how the food is supposed to be. Norio desperately tries to sell the benefits of natto, claiming it's a superfood that prevents aging and extends life. Though some of his claims are heavily exaggerated, he explains that it's a soul food from his own world, even admitting that not everyone there likes it. Just as is struggling to convince the girls, Orkubo and another worker step in with overwhelming loyalty. First, even if it's poisonous as part of their duty, this only leaves Norio frantically, shouting, "Food is definitely not poison." Norio sighs, simply wanting others to understand the appeal of his hometown food, and tells the girls it's fine if they can't eat it. Vale recoils in horror, screaming about the sticky, string-like texture of the natto. However, Gobukichi and Orkubo step up, determined to fulfill their duty. With a loud chomp and a bite, they eat the natto, leaving a panicked Norio to shout Gobukichi's name in worry. Gobukichi and Orkubo are suddenly overcome with a surge of energy, shouting in amazement. They realize that their chronic back pain and bruises have vanished instantly after eating the natto. While they praise Norio for the miracle, Norio himself is bewildered, and Vale questions if the effect is perhaps a bit too powerful. Gara Rufa finally tries the natto and is instantly amazed, feeling her entire body radiate health and finding the taste surprisingly good. Her scientific curiosity is immediately piqued, and she becomes determined to uncover the secret of the bacteria's power. As Orkubo and Gobukichi cheer in a celebratory banzai, Norio beams with pride, though Vale still can't believe that such a pungent dish could actually be good. Vale and her companions still find the natto scent too overwhelming to handle, despite its supposed health benefits. Gara Rufa, however, has become so consumed by her fascination with the bacteria that she is practically confined to the brewery. In the end, Norio finds a quiet moment to indulge in his favorite soul food, savoring the exceptional taste of his own farm-grown natto, while a bewildered Vale peeks in on. A promotional page for Volume 6 appears, showcasing Norio Itanami holding a basket of fresh produce, surrounded by his companions including Vale, Dragon, Gara Rufa, and Lena. Norio and his companions are startled to see a mysterious winged woman floating gracefully in the sky. Yuri, confused by the sight, asks the saint if the creature is a mole, but Norio quickly corrects her, noting that she looks far more human. Observing the wings, the saint begins to wonder if the woman could actually be a dragon. As they watch, the Ari begins to speak, but her voice sounds like a system rebooting. She identifies herself as Angel Number 6 and reports various system deficits in a dormancy period of 3D827 years. Confused by the mechanical nature of her speech, Yuri wonders if she actually talked, while Norio notes that she seems to be mumbling a lot. As Ari continues her robotic utterances, Her system warns of difficulty in maintaining its startup status and ensuring minimum mana activity. Suddenly, the function of her Icarus wings stops, and she plummets from the sky, crashing into the ground with a loud boom right in front of a shocked Norio. Norio and Yuri rush to the fallen Ari, wondering if she has survived the crash. Upon checking her, they find her body temperature dangerously low and her breathing faint. Norio begins to suspect she might be a mole, sensitive to the sunlight. Just then, Orkubo arrives, and Norio decides the best course of action is to take the mysterious woman back to his house for care. After bringing the unconscious Ari back to his house, Norio seeks the expertise of Gara Rufa to understand her condition. As they examine her, Gara Rufa admits that the symptoms Ari is exhibiting are completely unfamiliar to her. She explains that Ari's physical traits don't align with any known species or their subspecies, leaving them bewildered as they realize they don't even know what race she belongs to, as she is clearly not a human, demon, or mermaid. Gara Rufa admits that without knowing Ari's species, it is difficult to provide specific medical help, so she suggests focusing on nutrition to restore her strength. Orkubo immediately comes up with a solution natto, claiming it is the most nutritious and effective food for sickness. Norio agrees and tells Gobukichi to open Aris' mouth so they can pour the natto in. While the plan is set, Yuri is completely repulsed by the pungent smell of the dish. Eri manages to eat the natto, and Norio hopes that the nutrition will help her recover. However, the effect is immediate, and dramatic Ari suddenly stands up, surrounded by a brilliant aura of energy. Norio and his companion can only watch in utter shock as she abruptly awakens. As Ari stands, a series of system messages appear, announcing the start of a self-diagnosis. Her mana self-repair functions and sensors return to normal, and her combat mode is reported to have reached 70 output. However, the attempt to restore her memory fails, prompting the system to seek new information as a substitute. Norio and the others can only stare in disbelief at the strange, mechanical phenomenon unfolding before them. After completing her self-diagnosis, Ari floats slightly off the ground and addresses Norio. She reveals her true identity as Angel Hulkasphone, a blade forged by Heaven's will. Explaining that she has suffered significant information loss, she declares that since Norio is the one who recovered her from her malfunction, he is now registered as her new master. Leaving Norio utterly confused, Eri formally asks Norio for his orders, leaving him completely bewildered. Realizing she isn't a mole as he previously suspected, Norio is further shocked when Eri declares herself his blade and offers to wipe out all his enemies. Terrified by her eagerness for destruction, Norio frantically screams for her to stop. While Orkubo and Rin look on in utter disbelief, Norio asks Ari to stop making scary threats and encourages her to stand up. When he questions her about her race and what an angel actually is, Ari explains that a significant amount of information is missing from her memory space. She suggests the loss might be due to aging, leaving Norio confused by her Appliance-like manner of speaking. Plotty suggests that if they are stuck, they should ask Sensi for help. Suddenly, the undead king appears, startling Norio, who screams in terror, thinking he is a ghost. Once calmed, Norio asks the undead king if he knows anything about Ari. The undead she appears to be an angel, but confesses that in all his 1,000 years of existence, he has never known of any angel. Plotty falls into despair, believing they are out of options if even the undead king is clueless. However, the undead king calmly insists there is another way. With a few simple gestures, he summons a massive, imposing god. A panicked Norio screams in shock, accusing the undead king of calling upon the gods far too lightly. God appears, but instead of providing immediate answers, he first asks Norio if there is anything delicious to eat. When Norio mentions he has a question, God warns him that he will face divine punishment if the inquiry is boring. Panicking and apologizing profusely, Norio quickly presents Ari and asks if the deity knows anything about the angel. God reacts with absolute terror and shock the moment he sees Ari, screaming in disbelief that an angel still exists. He frantically questions why she is here, believing that their kind had been completely wiped out. Meanwhile, the undead king observes the chaos, noting that Norio's question turned out to be far more important than anyone expected. God thanks Norio for the information, claiming that he has essentially saved the world. When a confused Norio asks for an explanation, God reveals the dark truth. The beings known as angels were actually sent by Zis to seize control of the Earth, feared as the destroyers of Earth. Norio and his friends are left stunned by the terrifying nature of Eris' origins. God explains that the angels were meticulously crafted by Zeus to be the most powerful beings in existence. He recounts how 10 of these angels once turned the world into a sea of flames, splitting the earth and eradicating almost all living things. Norio, Plot, and the undead king are left shocked by the revelation, while Ari simply sighs, commenting on how stupid Zeus was to destroy the very world he intended to conquer. Curious about the aftermath, Yuri asks what happened next. God explains that in order to save the world from total destruction, the gods joined forces with the first dragon to wipe out the angels. He recalls how he and Poseidon confronted Zeus in the heavens. But Zeus, unwilling to relinquish control, began ruling the earth through humanity. A period God describes as truly terrible. Ares is visibly irritated by the mention of Zeus, calling him annoying and unbelievable. Norio remains stunned by the divine history he has just learned. God praises Norio for finding the angel, but Ares is deep in thought. She wonders if the timing of her reappearance, coinciding with the human race's defeat by the demon race, was actually planned. Norio hurriedly tries to interject, explaining that Ari simply appeared in his field without warning. However, the atmosphere turns heavy as God declares that an angel cannot be left unrestrained, reminding them that even a single one possesses the power to destroy the entire world. God solemnly declares that as the deity of this land, it is his duty to destroy the last angel to ensure the world's safety. Hearing the word destroy, Norio is struck with dread, realizing that Ares' very existence is about to be erased. Norio desperately asks if there is any other way besides destroying Ari, believing that she is a good person. God acknowledges Norio's kindness but coldly asserts that Ars is merely a weapon devoid of will or emotions, claiming her existence isn't even a real life. Despite this, Ari calls out to Norio, addressing him as master. Ares solemnly admits that while she has forgotten her original target, she remembers her nature as a weapon and a destroyer. Acknowledging that her existence threatens the world, she tells Norio that it would be a safe judgment to erase her. She then asks Norio for his order, stating that she can destroy herself without harming anyone. Norio is left in shock, unable to process her request. Suddenly, Ari screams no and lunges forward, tackling her own manifestation as a destroyer in a desperate act of self-rejection. Norio looks on, completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Princess Lettislet throws herself at Ari in a desperate embrace, her voice filled with emotion. She argues that while Ari, referred to as Haruchan, might have been a bad person in the distant past, that doesn't define her now. Norio looks on bewildered as Lettislet pleads with him, insisting that in this place, forgiveness is possible and that any race can change their way of living. Norio looks at Princess Lettislet, touched by her passionate argument for forgiveness. As he reflects on her words, Ari observes the princess with a serious expression, realizing that Lettislet was once asked to die for the sake of the world, mirroring Aris' own existence as a weapon meant for destruction. Determined to honor Princess Lettislet's feelings, Norio turns to Hades with a passionate plea. He asks if the angel Ari can be entrusted to him. Hades is left stunned and speechless by the unexpected request. Hades is momentarily conflicted by Norio's intense determination and the promise of new cuisine. However, he ultimately gives his approval. Looking at Ari, Hades acknowledges her lonely existence as a weapon of destruction and entrusts her to Norio, hoping the saint can show her the true beauty of life in this vast world. Norio declares his firm determination to take care of Ari, accepting the responsibility with a passionate shout. With the matter settled, Hades pulls out a phone to contact Hermes, asking if Zeus is available. As Hades mentions his intention to visit Poseidon and Pacoli next, Norio watches from the side, sweating and feeling overwhelmed by the scale of the conversation. Hades bids farewell, eagerly anticipating the new dish Norio promised. As the god departs, Norio turns to Ari with a kind smile, telling her that she will now live there with the others. Ari looks on, feeling a mix of uncertainty and curiosity about what her new life will bring. Ari reflects on the prospect of living with others, feeling a sense of uncertainty. Princess Lettislet is overjoyed, hugging Ari and eagerly inviting her to work together. Norio apologizes for making the decision on her behalf, and Nico comments on how their group continues to grow. As Ari looks at the beaming princess, she realizes how much the girl has changed since arriving at the farm. Princess Lettislet takes her welcome to the next level, suddenly declaring that Ari is now her little sister. A bewildered Ari can only stare in shock as the princess proudly introduces herself and offers to be her mentor, boasting about her seniority. Watching the scene, Norio smiles, finding the princess's sudden protective nature precious. A woman addresses Norio, seeking confirmation about the elixir that brought her back from being a mere scrap, warning that she will stop working if she isn't supplied with it. Norio is completely bewildered by the mention of an elixir until a companion brings out a bowl of food. Upon seeing the contents, Norio shouts in realization that the mysterious elixir is actually just natto. Noah describes the miraculous effects of the natto, which she views as a powerful elixir. According to her, it not only activated her deteriorated cells and recovered her mana, but also purged impurities from her fuselage and erased corrupted memories from her memory field. As she lists the improvements to her skin and overall combat performance, Norio can only stare in disbelief, wondering how a simple bowl of natto could be so incredibly versatile. Even Princess Lettislet is baffled by the extreme detox results. Convinced of the natto's divine properties, Noah is suddenly filled with a fierce sense of duty. She asks Norio if he can entrust her with the role of its guardian, proclaiming that such a precious elixir must be protected at all costs. Norio can only watch in confusion, wondering if his supreme bearer ability is the reason for her sudden intensity. With a dramatic flourish, Noah declares her resolve to be the one who protects the Natto. Norio laughs off Noah's intensity, claiming that Natto is actually quite easy to make, and suggests she try making some herself. However, Noah's expression turns deadly serious, warning him not to make light of the elixir. While Noah is internally in awe of the contrast between his nature as a weapon and his creation of life-saving food, Norio wonders if she lacks emotions entirely. He decides that making Natto together could be a perfect opportunity to help her nurture her feelings, though he is suddenly interrupted. Dragon suddenly interrupts, declaring that Noah has a more urgent task to attend to. She points toward a massive hole in the ground, demanding that her field be repaired. Following Dragon's orders, Noah prepares to assist, stating that she is attempting to scan the ground to see if anything is hidden beneath the surface. Noah completes her geological scan and announces the discovery of a water vein beneath the surface. Norio is thrilled, realizing they can now build a well. He explains that having a water source near Princess Lettislet's field would make her work much more enjoyable, and the princess agrees to shift her field slightly to accommodate it. Norio then instructs Noah to begin digging the hole, eager to start making Natto as soon as possible. Noah activates her mana cannon to carve out the well. With a brilliant flash, Noah readies her high mana plasma cannon. As she coldly warns everyone to take cover and begins a countdown, Norio, Dragon, and Princess Lettislet are left completely stunned by the overkill nature of her digging method. With a deafening roar, Noah fires her high mana plasma cannon, sending a devastating beam of energy straight into the earth. Norio, Dragon, and Princess Lettislet can only stare in disbelief as the ground erupts, stunned that she actually went through with the shot. A massive explosion rocks the farm, leaving Norio, Dragon, and Princess Lettislet in complete shock. As the dust settles, water begins to pour out from the crater. Noah calmly explains that she located the water vein and used her plasma cannon to connect it, effectively creating the well in one destructive stroke. Norio, Dragon, and Princess Lettislet are stunned as they witness the water gushing from the ground. Dragon quickly realizes that the water is steaming, exclaiming that it is hot water. As they stare at the massive geyser, they come to the shocking conclusion that Noah's extreme method of digging a well has accidentally created a hot spring. A massive geyser of hot water erupts violently from the ground, sending a spray high into the air. Vale arrives and is immediately stunned by the sight, shouting in confusion. As she asks for help and demands to know what is happening, Norio greets her, noting that she arrived just in time. Bewildered, Vale looks at the chaos and asks who the mysterious woman Noah is. Vale immediately lashes out at the dragon, while Noah calmly considers executing it with a Glock, leaving Norio in a panic to protect his friend. After calming everyone down, Norio asks Noah to use her skills to connect the hot spring to the mansion. When the dragon refuses to help in its grumpy state, Norio quickly offers Katsuden and dessert to win it over. Norio takes charge, assigning Vale and Orkubo's team to prepare the pipes while he and the goblin team focus on the bath. With the dragon's reluctant agreement, the workers enthusiastically begin their task. Pipes are slammed and fitted into place with efficiency as the project to bring the hot spring to the mansion gets underway. Orkubo announces that the pipes are finally connected. As Norio asks for the result, water bursts through the system and pours steadily into the wooden tub. Seeing the steaming water fill the bath splendidly, Norio cheers with joy, declaring that the bath is complete. Norio marvels at the unexpected discovery of a natural hot spring on his land, commenting on the perfect timing. Orkubo notes that it's fortunate they already had a drainage system in place. Looking at the steaming Hinoki cypress bath, Norio feels as if he is in a dream and excitedly declares that they can now cleanse their lives, leaving Vale and the others puzzled by his phrasing. Norio calls for volunteers to use the new bath, and the group eagerly raises their hands, with some even echoing his desire to cleanse their lives. While Norio insists that others go first to experience the greatness of the bath, some of the girls are more interested in food or are confused by his choice of words. To settle the order of who gets to bathe, first Princess Lettislet enthusiastically proposes a game of rock, paper, scissors. The game of rock, paper, scissors continues, but Vale remains grumpy, insisting that her meal comes first, and refusing to let anyone take advantage of her. Princess Lettislet brushes off Vale's shouting, reminding her that the entire situation began with her giving away her land. She then turns her attention to Noah, loudly thanking her for making the hot spring possible. Noah introduces a new arrival named Hulkasphere, revealing that she is an angel. This news immediately puts Vale on edge, causing her to react with aggression and a visceral sense of danger. Norio realizes the tension is likely due to the historical conflict, Remembering that Vale's ancestors were almost wiped out by angels, driven by her instincts, Vale immediately challenges Hulkosphere to a fight, sensing something dangerous about her. However, Hulkosphere calmly declines the offer, revealing a shocking truth. She was not created as a normal Hulkosphere, but as a living weapon. As Norio and Vale look on in bewilderment, Hulkosphere explains that her time as a weapon is in the past, for she has since been reborn. Hulkosphere solemnly declares herself as the Hulkosphere who makes and protects Natto. This revelation instantly turns Vale off, leading her to view Hulkosphere as a creep and distance herself. Noticing her strange reaction, Norio calls out to Vale, reminding her that she came there to eat Katsudon. Norio worries that the presence of both a Calamity-class dragon and an angel might lead to trouble, recalling how dangerous the atmosphere felt just moments ago. He hopes that the new bath will be a way to bring everyone closer together, but as he reflects, he is suddenly confronted by a furious Princess Lettucelet, who screams that his wife is refusing to leave the bath after winning the rock-paper-scissors match. Princess Lettucelet alerts Norio and Vale that Platy is in a peculiar state inside the bath. Curious, Norio peeks inside, only to be greeted by the sounds of Platy's intense pleasure. He is left stunned as he sees Platy completely lost in the bliss of the hot spring. Platy is completely lost in bliss, claiming she doesn't want to leave the water because it feels too good. Norio, embarrassed, asks if she's okay, but she only responds by calling him husband in a dreamy voice. As she raves about the amazing beauty and relaxation effects, the rest of the group looks on with a mix of confusion and awe. Eventually, they all agree that the bath truly provides a total life-cleansing experience. The allure of the hot spring quickly spreads, leaving the other women restless and demanding that those inside hurry up and switch out. However, the piece's short-lived Vale has claimed the bath for herself and bluntly refuses to move for anyone else. With the space too small for everyone and the rules being ignored, the aunt's tranquil resting place quickly descends into chaos. Princess Lettucelet loudly demands that the bath be expanded. As the chaos has reached a breaking point, a flood of complaints follows from the other women, who find the bath and dressing room far too cramped to be enjoyable. Seeing the frustration of everyone, Norio feels defeated that his attempt to provide relaxation has instead become the source of a new problem. Determined to fix the situation, he resolves to expand the bath so it can finally be a place of peace for everyone. To solve the overcrowding issue, Norio turns to Hulkosphere and Vale, asking for their help. Hulkosphere immediately accepts the order as absolute, while Vale grumbles about having to work with the Hulkosphere. However, the lure of a relaxing bath is enough to make Vale agree to the task. Vale agrees to lend her strength, but only on the condition that Norio increases her food portions. Norio happily agrees, and soon Riku and Lena also join in, eager to help expand the bath and share its wonderful culture with everyone. Meanwhile, Hulkosphere resolves to keep Vale from becoming too smug about her deal, while Vale herself looks forward to enjoying the rewards from her Danasama. Norio gives an inspiring speech about the power of working together toward a common goal, noting how their relationships connect them all. With a clear plan in mind, he organizes the farm's residents into teams. The goblins will manage the field, the demons will handle clothes and towels, the Nikos will craft baskets and props, and the elves will be in charge of the piping. Everyone eagerly accepts their roles, ready to help expand the bath. With everyone's cooperation secured, Norio enthusiastically declares the beginning of the bath's second plan. Together with the orc team and his other companions, the construction of a super public bath officially begins. With the second plan officially announced, Norio and his team begin scouting for the perfect location for the super public bath. Norio emphasizes the need for a spacious area that won't interfere with the farmland and has a stable geological structure. Hulkosphere assists by detecting a firm area with an abundant water vein deep underground, providing the ideal spot for the construction to begin. Norio is absolutely delighted with the spot Hulkosphere found. Looking out over the stunning ocean view and the level ground, he declares it the perfect location. He begins to imagine the project evolving from a simple bathhouse into a grand super spa resort. Though Hulkosphere seems less convinced by his sudden enthusiasm, Norio and his companions realize they are near the Undead King's dungeon. Noting its immense size, just as they express concern for its safety, the Undead King suddenly appears, startling. He calmly explains the metaphysical nature of dungeons, revealing that they are spatiotemporal distortions created by the stagnation of convective mana and exist within a distorted subspace rather than being truly underground. The Undead King assures Norio that no matter how deep they dig, they will never accidentally breach his dungeon. Vale clarifies that they are simply seeking permission to build Norio's mansion on the land. With the Undead King's enthusiastic approval and an invitation to visit once finished, Norio happily thanks him. He then tells Vale to go fetch the facility they had built back home. Vale, transforming into her dragon form, agrees reluctantly, and the two prepare to get the work started. With Vale gone to retrieve the facility, Norio decides to handle the initial land preparation himself. With a determined shout, he swings his hoe with immense force, shattering the ground and clearing the site for the upcoming super public bath. Satisfied with the cleared land, Norio begins delegating tasks to his crew. He assigns the orc team to help him with the foundation and piping, tasks the elf team with plastering once Vale returns, and entrusts the goblins with the finer details of the construction. The teams respond with enthusiasm, ready to bring the super public bath to life. Norio stands triumphantly with his arms wide open before the completed super public bath. Shouting in victory, he is overjoyed, declaring it the bathhouse of all bathhouses, and preparing for the final touch. As he celebrates with his companions, the undead king looks on, commenting that it is yet another bizarre-looking structure. Norio asks Hulkosphere for a favor regarding the site. After confirming the designated area, Hulkosphere immediately commences the excavation by firing a devastating blast into the ground. Watching the massive explosion, Norio can't help but worry that she is using excessive force once again. Hulkosphere doesn't hold back, unleashing the devastating powers of God Eater and Dragon Killer. As the two forces merge, she creates a single overwhelming blade to excavate the land in one massive destructive strike. Hulkosphere unleashes the full power of her combined attack, shouting that it will pierce the earth as a massive energy drill slams into the ground. Watching from the side, Norio is surprised to see the attack take the form of a drill, but Vale finds the ominous nature of Hulkosphere's words far more worrying. Norio and Vale stand by, watching the spot where the drill struck. After a moment of silence, the earth suddenly erupts in a violent explosion of energy and soil, prompting an excited shout. There it is! The dust settles to reveal a breathtaking sight. A luxurious open-air bathhouse now stands on the farm, complete with steaming waters, traditional wooden tubs, and a natural waterfall, all overlooking a serene and vast horizon. Norio and the undead king soak in the steaming waters of the new bathhouse, both feeling completely relaxed. The undead king praises Norio for creating yet another splendid facility. Even Pochi and the other companions join in, savoring the revitalizing heat that penetrates every part of their bodies, bringing a sense of total relief to everyone. Vale is absolutely amazed by the scale of the super bathhouse. Shouting in excitement, meanwhile, Norio observes the others beginning to enjoy the water. Dragon takes the opportunity to mentor Holly on the proper etiquette of bathing, but the peaceful lesson is short-lived as the group descends into chaotic splashing, leading a frustrated Vale to scream at the dumb dragon. Dragon is outraged, yelling at Vale for ignoring bath etiquette and cannonballing straight into the water. Vale simply laughs it off, fully embracing the fun. Meanwhile, Norio feels a bit flustered by the commotion, while the undead king calmly notes how much everyone is enjoying themselves. Nico and the other women soak in the hot springs, with Nico admitting she couldn't help but revert to her Nico form in the relaxing water. Norio expresses his gratitude for the atmosphere, but Vale quickly brings up a sobering point. She reminds the women that despite the luxury, they are still technically convicts under the pretense of penal servitude. Vale tells the banished criminals that she doesn't think it's bad for them to return to their original forms once in a while, doubting they would even want to return to their old lives. The women are overjoyed and declare their long-cherished desire to continue fulfilling their duties. After a brief comment on someone's appearance, Vale turns to the elves soaking in the bath, wondering if the comforts of the farm, such as the super bathhouse, clash with their elven pride. Aileron admits that while they are criminals, life on the farm is wonderful, and they still hold on to their elven pride. She explains that this is only possible because Norio values their pride as much as they do. Recalling the construction of the bathhouse, she notes how Norio prioritized trees for materials. Since Norio's actions serve as a lesson of cooperation and coexistence between different species and environments, for the sake of survival. For the sake of survival. Aileron agrees with her companion, admitting that she still has much to learn from their current life, particularly in her role as Holly's sister. Meanwhile, Vale is having the time of her life, splashing around and exclaiming how amazing it is to bathe with everyone. This leads to Lena scolding her for swimming in the bath. From a distance, Norio overhears the entire exchange, feeling a wave of awkwardness. Norio feels a sense of satisfaction and a bit of embarrassment as he thinks about the bathhouse. Deciding it's time to wrap things up, he begins to speak, but he is suddenly stopped in his tracks. A strange man has appeared, leaving Norio confused and wondering who this newcomer is. Norio is startled to find a handsome man in the bath, only to realize it is the undead king. The farm's hot spring, which offers mental and spiritual emancipation and rejuvenation, has restored the undead king to the human form he had during his lifetime. As the undead king admires his restored appearance, Norio can only stare in disbelief at the shocking transformation of the man who was once all bones. Norio steps out of the bath feeling completely refreshed, reflecting on the luxury of finally having a bathhouse on his farm. Meanwhile, Vale and Nico are absolutely thrilled with their new yukatas, finding the traditional attire incredibly nice. Vale and Nico are delighted with their new yukatas, which Norio explains were a joint effort between the goblin and demon teams. As they walk along a fancy new path constructed by the elves and orcs, Vale exclaims that the farm now lacks nothing, however. Norio looks pensive, admitting that he just realized something was missing after the completion of the bathhouse. Milk. Norio reveals that he has always felt the farm was missing milk, imagining how refreshing a cold glass would be immediately after a bath. He excitedly lists the culinary possibilities, from butter and cheese to yogurt and sweets, hoping to expand his cooking repertoire. However, he suddenly realizes he doesn't even know if milk exists in this world, leaving Vale and Nico completely bewildered by his sudden obsession. Vale recalls that there are indeed organisms in this world that produce milk, which immediately excites Norio. She suggests that if they are going to acquire some, they should go for the absolute best. In a sudden burst of enthusiasm, Norio and Vale shout their demand for milk, startling Nico. Vale explains that dragon milk is the world's greatest delicacy, highly coveted by gourmets everywhere. While Norio reflects on the typical absurdity of another world, Nico is left feeling depressed and self-conscious about being flat-chested. Nico snaps at the suggestion that she could provide the milk, shouting that she can't make any. However, she quickly pivots, declaring that she has a plan to get the best milk possible. With a dramatic flourish and the image of a dragon clone, she vows to bring back the finest milk there is, leaving Vale excited and Norio worried about whether this is actually a good idea. 6 days pass, and Norio returns to his daily chores in the fields, shouting his arrival. Suddenly, the dragon descends from the sky and lands before him. Norio welcomes the creature back, though he immediately questions what on earth it has been doing for the past 6 days. The dragon returns with a surprise, introducing a horned girl with goat-like legs to Norio. Confused, Norio asks who she is, only for the dragon to proudly explain that she is a creature capable of producing milk. While Norio and Vale look on in shock, the dragon boasts about its ingenuity, demanding praise and a delicious meal as a reward for settling the milk problem. Norio completely loses his temper and delivers a punch to the dragon, screaming at the top of his lungs. He furiously scolds the dragon, shouting that it cannot simply kidnap an innocent bystander just because he expressed a desire for milk. As the dragon stands there in shock, a distressed Lumi tries to interject, telling Norio that he has the whole situation wrong. Lumi quickly clarifies the misunderstanding, explaining that she chose to accompany Lady Vale of her own volition. The dragon adds that Vale saved the satyr race from peril, and this was a way to repay the debt. Confused, Norio learns that Lumi is a satyr, a type of theriant. Elle further explains that satyr communities reside in secluded alpine areas surrounded by steep rocks, ensuring they live in peace away from the interference of ordinary humans and demons. Lumi explains that a dragon had suddenly attacked her community. The dragon immediately protests, swearing that it wasn't her. She clarifies that another dragon had arrived first, explaining that it was one of the trials set by their father, the geyser dragon. When a confused Norio asks why, the dragon reveals that the attacker was after the village's treasure, the golden goat fur. Norio is stunned to realize that the dragon who attacked Lumi's community is actually a relative of the dragon. Knowing that dragons are among the world's greatest calamities, he frantically asks if the village is even still standing. As the dragon gives a vague response, she explains that, while the dragon didn't burn the entire village to the ground, likely because, was after the golden goat fur, systematically destroyed sealed their exits, cornering them bit by bit. Lumi recalls the desperate moment when her village was nearly forced to surrender, only for Lady Vale to arrive and save them. The dragon proudly explains that she used the opportunity to negotiate a deal with the villagers. In exchange for beating up the attacker, they would share their milk with Norio, leaving Norio to question the logic of such an arrangement. Norio asks if it was really all right to beat up the other dragon. The dragon laughs it off, explaining that the opponent was an inferior person with a terrible personality who didn't deserve to be the dragon emperor, and that eliminating such candidates only makes things easier. Meanwhile, Lumi looks on with deep appreciation, acknowledging that the dragon saved her village from the brink of death in exchange for a simple task. Norio admits to having mixed feelings about the situation, but the dragon proudly presents Lumi to him. Lumi introduces herself as Panu and acknowledges Norio as the farm owner. When Norio tentatively asks if she will indeed be providing the milk, Lumi enthusiastically agrees, promising to do her absolute best to produce plenty. The dragon celebrates wildly, calling Norio Lord Saint and marveling at how incredible life in another world is. While Norio remains flustered and overwhelmed, the dragon explains that satyr milk is of the finest quality and highly delectable. She then aggressively demands that Norio hurry up and prepare something tasty for her, using the milk. Norio apologizes to Vale for his earlier doubts, softening the mood. He then quickly organizes his team, instructing Elrond to create glass bottles and Platy to handle the refrigeration to accommodate the new supply of satyr milk. Later, after a refreshing bath, Lumi provides the milk, which the girls happily sample together. The girls are in high spirits, savoring the delicious ice-cold milk after a warm bath. Norio expresses his sincere gratitude to Lumi, noting that her contribution has greatly improved the farm's diet. Curious, Norio asks if many of her kind can produce milk, to which Lumi proudly stupersy of the satyr race. However, as he looks at the group, Norio begins to fret knowing how much Vale eats. He worries that placing the entire burden of milk production on Lumi alone might be too demanding. Lumi explains that her village doesn't just sell raw milk, but has developed various processing methods to trade with other races. Norio is surprised to learn about their trade system. Lumi then mentions that Vale's favorite foods, like bread and pizza, will become even more delicious with these products. While Vale is already ecstatic at the thought of the food, Lumi turns to Norio and tells him she has a request. Lumi explains that her village is currently in a crisis and struggling with food management. She requests that Norio deliver the farm's products to the satyr village, suggesting that Vale could even act as their bodyguard in exchange for the trade. While Vale is flustered by the idea, Norio acknowledges how helpful the milk is and expresses his hope that they can maintain this partnership once the village stabilizes. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lumi expresses her deep gratitude to Norio. Vale, thinking of her appetite, tells Lumi she looks forward to their cooperation. Norio is ecstatic, imagining pizza crusts loaded with cheese, and declares it's time to set off and restore Loomis village. Lumi, though confused by what cheese is thrilled by the idea of something crazy delicious. Norio waves goodbye as the dragon takes flight, carrying supplies to Loomis village. He calls out a friendly invitation to Lumi, telling her she is welcome to use their bath whenever she likes. Back at the farm, the girls are in high spirits, savoring the ice-cold satyr milk after their warm bath and praising its incredible taste. However, the benefits brought by the bath construction weren't limited to just procuring daily products for the farm. A mysterious woman emerges, leaving a lingering question. What is Horkosvan up to? Norio takes a moment to admire the completed public bathhouse, feeling that his farm has truly become a paradise. His peaceful thoughts are interrupted when Horkosvan approaches him, stating that she has something to discuss. Intrigued, Norio wonders if she is simply having trouble improving the taste of her natto. Horkosvan asks Norio to take a look at something she has brought. However, as soon as Norio sees it, he lets out a terrified scream, leaving Horkosvan and Holly watching his dramatic reaction. Norio panics, screaming in terror at the sight of what looks like a severed head. Horkosvan calmly tells him to relax, explaining that the object is actually a part of her Kindon angel's head from a model destroyed by the gods 4,000 years ago. Confused, Norio asks how it got there, and Horkosvan reveals she found it buried underground during the excavation for the hot springs. Horkosvan informs Norio that the cognitive subsystems in the artificial head are undamaged, and believes the entity can be revived through repairs. She expresses hope that Norio can bring her back to life, citing how he previously restored Horkosvan's own half-destroyed state to perfection. While Norio is already struggling to process this, Horkosvan reveals that she has unearthed the other body parts as well. Seeing the scattered artificial limbs, Norio panics, feeling as though he is witnessing a brutal dismemberment case. Despite Horkosvan's insistence that there is no need for concern, Norio notices that the artificial parts don't seem to match. But Horkosvan explains that she carefully selected reusable pieces from various angels to form one body. Overwhelmed, Norio wonders if they are in a mecha anime, and expresses concern that they shouldn't proceed without Hade's consent. Meanwhile, Horkosvan envisions the emotional reunion with an old ally after 4,000 years. Norio pauses, feeling a sudden, familiar itch in his hands, a drive to create. He decides to set aside his worries and agrees to help Horkosvan. As he begins to work on the artificial parts, he realizes that even angels possess their own conscience and deserve the right to live, rather than being treated as mere bioweapons. Norio reflects on the incredible power of the Hand of Supremacy, a divine gift from the gods that allowed him to effortlessly assemble the random parts. As a new angel stands before them, fully restored, Horkosvan expresses her deep gratitude to Norio for bringing her friend back to life. Horkosvan monitors the revived body, noting that the power components are functioning and mana is flowing smoothly. As the reboot countdown reaches 0, the newly Kion Khan suddenly springs to life with a cheerful morning, catching Norio and Horkosvan completely off guard. Kian wakes up in a daze but quickly recognizes Horkosfan, greeting her with high energy. Horkosfan calmly congratulates her on her revival, which leaves Kian puzzled. As she tries to remember how she died, Kian lists several brutal scenarios being destroyed by a dragon and sliced by the underworld god's trident before finding the whole situation hilarious. Norio, watching from the side, is completely overwhelmed by Kian's blunt and eccentric nature. Horkosf explains the complex nature of Kian's revival, detailing how her arms, hips, pelvis, and legs come from different angel Spanosfan, Hismanofan, while her head belongs to Nakos. Norio asks for her name, but Kian is more interested in how crazy cool it is to be a composite. Being observing Kian's boisterous laughter, Horkosfan informs Norio that her current personality doesn't match any of the original parts, suggesting the fusion process twisted her mind. Norio reflects on the fact that while the repair process worked, Kian's identity is now a confusing blend of several angels. Kian, however, doesn't seem to mind and throws herself into a passionate hug, exclaiming how happy she is to meet Horkosfan again. Looking at her friend, Horkosfan's expression softens as she quietly admits that she feels the same way. A sudden voice commands them to hold fast. Norio and Princess Lettislet are startled as a winged woman. Noah appears before them. Looking at the newly revived Kian, Noah remarks to Norio, addressing him as Saint, that he has resurrected quite a handful. Completely bewildered by the situation, Norio nervously asks for her identity. Norio is completely stunned when the winged woman reveals her true identity as Hermes, the god of wisdom and knowledge from the celestial realm. Hermes explains that as a messenger, she possesses the flexibility to descend to the mortal world without the need for a summoning. As Norio nervously wonders if her arrival is linked to the revival of the angel, Hermes cryptically suggests that he already knows the purpose of her visit. Hermes warns Norio that a single angel embodies a threat capable of annihilating the entire Earth, a horror she believes Hades has already mentioned. She explains that while such matters usually fall under the jurisdiction of the gods of the earth, the celestial realm shares responsibility since they were the ones who created the angels. When a worried Norio asks about the angel they just brought back, Hermes coldly advises that it would be wisest to destroy her quickly to ensure she never returns. Horkosfan looks on as Hermes emphasizes the sheer scale of the threat angels pose. Norio acknowledges the danger Hermes described, but Horkosfan interrupts with a heartfelt declaration. She reveals then is an ally she hasn't seen in 4,000 years, and states that she would rather die than lose her again. Overwhelmed by emotion, Horkosfan bows deeply to Norio, apologizing for abandoning her aspirations of making natto. A bewildered Norio can only watch in shock, pleading for her to wait, as he realizes how much Kian means to her. Distraught by the situation, Norio desperately pleads with Hermes, begging her to find any possible way to avoid Kian's destruction. To his surprise, Hermes admits that she is also hesitant to kill the angel. She explains that while her previous warnings were based on pure logic, the fact that Horkosfan exists sets a precedent, making it illogical to insist on the disposal of Kian now. Hermes concludes her argument by proposing a different solution, entrusting the patchwork angel to the celestial realm. She explains that while Norio's skills are impressive, Kian's divine nature requires a full-scale overhaul that only celestial deities can provide to ensure all hazards are removed. Norio is surprised by the mention of Uncle Hades and feels conflicted, questioning whether he can truly trust the words of the divine messenger. Norio is confused by Hermes' choice of words and asks if Zeus, the creator of angels, will be the one performing the overhaul. Hermes dismisses the idea of her father's involvement and explains that while Zeus is credited on the surface, it was actually her brother, Hephaestus, the god of crafting, who brought the angels into existence. Hermes explains that the 10 angels were created 4,000 years ago by her brother Hephaestus, under the strict and often cruel supervision of Zeus and Eris. Because Hephaestus poured his heart and tears into his masterpieces, he was devastated when he learned they had been destroyed. Hermes assures Norio that this deep connection is exactly why Hephaestus will gladly take on the task of tuning Kian into an ally of peace. Norio reflects on the name, placing his hope in the god of crafting. Norio asks Horkosfan if she is okay with the arrangement, and she solemnly accepts. With their consent, Hermes prepares to take Kian. While Kian is confused about the conversation, Norio explains that she will be traveling to the celestial realm. Hermes then tells the angel that she shall be reborn there as a friend of this world and invites her to follow. Kian reacts with her typical high energy, cheerfully greeting Hermes as her Messi while remaining completely clueless about the situation. Norio can't help but laugh at the scene, while a bewildered Hermes resolves to have her brother, Hephaestus, address Kian's eccentric personality during the overhaul. Finally, Hermes bids farewell to Norio, calling him Saint, and flies away, leaving Norio and Horkosfan behind. Just as she is about to depart, Hermes suddenly remembers something and asks Norio if Hephaestus likes rice balls, noting that they are his favorite offerings. Norio is caught off guard by the sudden request. Before finally flying away with Kian, Hermes gives Norio a mischievous smile and tells him she will visit him privately soon, requesting that he prepare some special food for her as well. Hermes takes flight, carrying a cheering Kian away toward the celestial realm. As they disappear into the distance, Norio turns to Horkosfen with a reassuring smile, telling her that everything will be fine and that she will definitely see Kian again. He privately hopes that Kian will return even more spirited than she is now. Horkosfen looks on with determination, stating that she too believes in such a future. Norio agrees softly, gazing up at the sky and wondering if he will ever have the chance to meet Hephaestus himself. Norio finishes the repairs on Kakashi's mechanical arms, relieved that he noticed the damage before they broke completely. He apologizes to the Kakashi, noting that while they have many more friends to help with the workload now, the farm itself has expanded significantly. Looking out over the thriving estate, Norio takes a moment to appreciate how far he has come. Looking at his farm, Norio realizes how many diverse people and creatures have joined his community. He feels blessed that so many different races can coexist peacefully without major conflict. However, he begins to wonder if he is simply unaware of any hidden struggles they might be facing. To be sure, he decides to spend the day carefully observing everyone to ensure they are truly doing well. Norio begins his observation by watching Belina and Gobukichi tend to the silkworms, pleased to see them cooperating. He then notices Batami excitedly showing off new-made uniforms she has sewn for the spirits. The peaceful moment is interrupted when Belina scolds Batami for making too many clothes, and forgetting that everyone was silkworms today. Watching the interaction, Norio can't help but wonder if Belina has become a sort of guardian for the group. The spirits are overjoyed to receive their new clothes, filling the air with excitement. Belina suggests that everyone take a short break, and Batami reluctantly agrees to sew in moderation. The atmosphere becomes even more festive when Rin arrives, presenting a tray of homemade ice cream that brings a loud cheer of joy from the whole group. Everyone is completely captivated by the delicious taste of the ice cream, feeling their bodies relax after a hard day's work. Rin expresses her gratitude to Norio for teaching her the recipe, while also mentioning that Vale is making good progress with the village restoration. Even as they enjoy the treat, some of the butter lovers insist that nothing beats the taste of butter. The spirits cling to Rin, calling her mama and begging for butter, which she kindly agrees to provide. Norio watches on, reflecting on how everyone has opened their hearts to one another and become like family. But his moment of peace is short-lived as he is suddenly caught in a commotion. Noahali tries natto with ice cream, claiming her analysis proves it's a delicious dessert, claiming her analysis if something has gone terribly wrong. Norio can only wonder if something has gone after the commotion with the ice cream. Norio decides to leave the girls to their own devices. He is soon greeted by the sight of a newly finished shield. Orkubo praises the elf sisters for their impressive work, while Norio recalls that the material is a rotoi shell brought back from Vale's dungeon. Orkubo explains that they had been wondering how to utilize the shell, eventually discovering that pouring lacquer into it was the perfect solution passes away that occurs after a rotoi passes away. Norio watches with a smile, noting how peaceful everything seems on the farm. Nearby, Orkubo and the elf sisters celebrate the completion of their shield, calling it the best protector ever made. As they begin discussing the creation of a new weapon, Prince Arawana suddenly appears, greeting the group. Norio is surprised by his arrival, while Orkubo jokingly asks the prince if he has come for a round of sumo wrestling. One of the elf sisters sees Prince Arawana's arrival as the perfect opportunity, asking him to be the guinea pig for her latest creation. Puffer chides him for arriving unannounced and potentially troubling Lord Saint, though Norio himself doesn't seem to mind. The elf sister excitedly reveals that she has made Nukazuke pickles with Gara Rufa's help. Confident in her abilities, Prince Arawana readily agrees to try them, certain that whatever she made will taste delicious. Norio watches the elf sisters from a distance, feeling a bit bewildered by the current situation. His thoughts are interrupted when Platy cheerfully affraws with tea, calling as they sit together. Norio muses about how the world is expanding without them even realizing it, leading Platy to wonder if he is simply feeling tired. Platy notices that Pochi hasn't been his usual energetic self, and worries that something might be wrong. Alarmed, Norio agrees to go check on the wolf. However, upon finding him, they realize the cause of Pochi's exhaustion. The undead king is showering him with intense, suffocating love, leaving Pochi completely overwhelmed, while Norio looks on with a deadpan expression. The undead king tries to regain his composure by proclaiming his status as a being who transcended life and death, but Norio and Platy are completely unimpressed. Pochi seizes the moment to escape, only for the undead king to chase after him in a desperate attempt to keep petting him. Realizing the cause of Pochi's distress was the undead king's excessive physical touch, Platy takes drastic measures by tying him up and banning him from petting animals for a while. As the undead king apologizes, Norio smiles, thinking about how his farm remains peaceful in its own chaotic way. Norio attempts to speak, but he is interrupted by Platy's stern gaze. She asks him about a formal announcement, suddenly referring to him as her brother-in-law. The unexpected term leaves Norio completely flustered, feeling a wave of strange tension wash over him as he struggles to process the situation. The peaceful atmosphere is shattered when a blonde-horned woman makes a startling declaration, announcing to Norio that she and Puffer have decided to get married. Norio is caught completely off guard, blushing and panicking internally, while Platy innocently asks him what is wrong. As Puffer arrives to serve tea, the blonde-horned woman insists that Puffer join the conversation, revealing that the marriage was actually Puffer's request. Norio is left completely bewildered, wondering what exactly they are talking about. As the tension shifts, Ria produces a tortoise-shell shield and places it on the table, surprised. Norio asks if it is indeed a shield, and Ria proudly reveals that she won it as a prize in a martial swimming competition held the other day. Intrigued, Norio asks if the martial swimming competition is like a sports festival. Puffer clarifies that it is a long-standing tradition among the merfolk, a battle fought for their pride. Ria further explains the distinct combat methods, noting that while mermen fight using their bodies and harpoons, mermaids utilize pharmaceutical magic. Ria explains to Norio that for mermen, mastering spear handling and fast swimming is a matter of great honor. As she speaks, she turns to her brother, teasingly questioning if his first victory was merely a result of a lucky draw. Her brother indignantly denies this, boasting that his success was earned through skill, especially since his first opponent was the formidable General Shark. Ria is completely shocked to discover that her brother didn't just win, but defeated the current defending champion and other living legends of the mermaid world. Suspicious of his sudden success, she asks what kind of trick he used. Her brother smugly admits that there was indeed some trickery involved, though it remained within the rules, as he proudly reveals the borrowed tortoiseshell shield as the secret to his victory. Ria's brother explains that the tortoiseshell shield was the key to his victory, as its strength and roundness perfectly deflected and neutralized lethal attacks, allowing him to counterattack. He humbly attributes his achievement to the support of everyone on the farm and Norio. However, Norio dismisses the credit, warmly telling his brother-in-law that it was his own unyielding effort that truly paid off, leaving Ria looking flustered in the background. Norio smiles, mentioning that everyone involved in making the shield would be delighted to hear of its success. Ria remains unusually quiet, admitting that while the achievement is impressive, she has a question. Her brother excitedly reveals that he secretly traveled to the venue to watch the match and cheer for the prince. However, Ria quickly turns the conversation, questioning why he went back to the sea on his own while still being a prisoner. Isis, curious as well. Ria's brother admits that Puffer helped him maintain his condition and heal his injuries with potions during the tournament, while Puffer suggests that simple disguises kept from being caught. Norio is left bewildered, reflecting on Puffer's behind-the-scenes efforts as the power of love. However, Ria is far from amused, shouting at them for romanticizing their crime and stressing that a prisoner like Puffer being seen the prince would cause a massive scandal in the mermaid kingdom. Ria is stunned to learn that the scandal has already become public news. However, for Ria's brother, the victory brings more than just fame, it brings a heavy burden. As he moves one step closer to the throne, he is haunted by a sense of unease, questioning if he truly has the capacity to become the Mermaid King. Ria's brother continues to express his doubts, feeling that he is not yet qualified to be the next king. Norio steps in to reassure him, suggesting that the people would feel secure and under his rule because of his strength and his positive relationship with the Demon King. Deeply moved by Norio's thoughtfulness, the prince realizes he cannot be satisfied with his current self. He resolves to cultivate the dignity and charisma of the neighboring Demon King, firmly deciding to grow into a leader worthy of the throne. Driven by his desire to become a worthy king, Ria's brother suddenly declares that he will go on a journey of pilgrimage to reforge himself from scratch. Norio and Ria are completely blindsided by the abrupt announcement. While some of the spirits are excited and want to join him, Ria erupts in a loud, desperate protest, unable to believe her brother is leaving so suddenly. Ria panics over the loss of palace supplies that the farm relies on, much to Norio's confusion. To solve the issue, she reveals she has found a substitute and asks Puffer to look after the farm until she returns. Puffer is heartbroken by the news and vehemently protests, eventually declaring that she will accompany the prince on his pilgrimage instead. Ri's brother looks Puffer in the eyes and makes a heartfelt vow, declaring that he will hone his skills on land to become a king worthy of both his beloved and his kingdom. Puffer is deeply moved by his words as he asks for her patience during his journey. Meanwhile, Ria and Norio secretly witness the intimate moment from a distance, flustered and shocked. Ria comes to the sudden realization that Puffer is likely to become her sister-in-law in the near future. Norio warns Ri's brother about the dangers of his journey and presents him with a specially crafted good luck charm. While Ri's brother is thrilled with the gift, Ria is left stunned by its strange appearance. Norio sheepishly admits that he based the design on a peculiar image of a prince who loves sumo and cucumber pickles, believing that traveling alone is too dangerous. Norio introduces one of his Orcabo workers to accompany Ri's brother on his pilgrimage. Although the prince is hesitant to impose, the Orcabo reveals his own longing to explore the outside world. With Ri's approval, Norio enthusiastically decides on a name for the companion, declaring, "Let's go with Hawkeye," leaving the prince stunned that he was named on the spot. Before departing, Puffer gives Prince Arowana a pendant, asking him to keep it close as a symbol of her presence. Ria and Gara Rufa watch the romantic gesture with amusement, noting Puffer's unexpected cute side. The prince solemnly promises to wear it always. With his gear ready and Hawkeye by his side, Prince Arowana finally sets off on his pilgrimage. Ria playfully teases Puffer, calling her sister-in-law and asking if she will miss the prince. Puffer calmly responds that long-distance relationships are possible, then reveals a surprising secret. She actually crafted the pendant herself. She explains that it is a portable waypoint crystal, a complex item she spent her time pushing herself to the limit to master. Ria is left completely stunned by Puffer's hidden dedication and skill. With a sudden burst of excitement, Puffer reveals the true power of the pendant, teleportation magic. Explaining that she can travel to wherever the prince is as long as he has the crystal, she bids a quick farewell and vanishes in a flash of light, promising to return for the pickles later. Ria, Gara Rufa, and Norio are left staring at the empty space, completely bewildered by her impulsive departure. Left in the wake of Puffer's sudden disappearance, Ria and Gara Rufa are completely bewildered. They marvel at the technical impossibility of her feat, noting that infusing alchemy into the mermaid race's pharmaceutical magic would be an unprecedented event capable of overturning the Magic Research Association. Ria is in awe of the power of an incarcerated prodigy witch, but Norio simply smiles, suggesting that such a miracle was also made possible by the power of love. The helper is completely stunned that Puffer, a mermaid, could master the teleportation spell so easily, a feat she herself had suffered through to achieve elite status. The shock is so overwhelming that it triggers a jobless seizure for Belina. Just as they are processing the event, Puffer reappears instantly, greeting the demon duo, and happily recounting how surprised Prince Arowana was to see. Puffer explains that Prince Arowana is heading to the demon castle, which is why she returned briefly to change into more suitable attire for the trip. Her casual and efficient use of teleportation leaves Belena, and the helper stunned before she vanishes once more, with a cheerful farewell. Later, Norio calls Batami and the other workers to the dressing room, eager to show them something while discussing the impressive nature of psychokinesis. With a grand reveal, Norio presents his latest creation, a mana metal pedal sewing machine. He explains the mechanics of the device, showing how pressing the pedal drives the needle to sew fabric. Norio tells the bewildered workers that he created the machine to ease the burden of making clothes and help them work more efficiently. To show the workers the machine's true potential, Norio declares, "Hand of supremacy." He quickly and precisely threads the needle and adjusts the fabric's position. As he steps on the pedal, the machine whirs into action with surprising speed, leaving Batami and the other workers utterly stunned by the display. Norio presents the finished fabric, and the workers are speechless at how perfectly and quickly it was sewn. While Norio smiles, hoping his hard work in building the machine will be appreciated, the workers are struck by a crisis of identity. Realizing that the machine can effortlessly outperform years of manual training, they cry out in despair, calling the invention a devil's tool that will render hand sewing obsolete, leaving Norio completely confused by their reaction. Gobakichi is stunned by the machine's output, admitting that the stitches are incredibly precise and fast, though he feels such perfection lacks human warmth. While Norio is glad the invention is appreciated, Gobakichi realizes that while the tool is perfect for mass-producing uniforms, it doesn't replace his true ambition. With a burst of passion, he declares that what he really wants to do is design unique and creative clothing. Batami realizes that the machine can make tasks achievable that were previously impossible with hand sewing. Driven by a new spark of inspiration, she excitedly asks Norio if she can hole up in the sewing room to try something out. Norio happily agrees, noticing the intense fire in her eyes. Several days later, Bateme's dedication pays off as she produces intricately crafted clothing and armor. The results of Bateme's hard work are finally revealed. Aileron praises the leather armor made from tanned monster leather, explaining that while elves usually avoid heavy armor to maintain their speed, this design is light, yet offers excellent defense and mobility. Kubo and his team are equally impressed and excited with their new equipment. Amazed by the quality, Norio asks Batami where she gets all these unique ideas from, just as Lampai is called to present the final part of the reveal. Batami reveals her latest creation, a heavy-duty gauntlet. With a determined shout of "Here I go," she unleashes a massive blast of explosive flame magic, leaving Norio completely shocked. Batami excitedly explains that she integrated a mechanism into the gauntlet to emit flame magic, while a bewildered Norio wonders if they have now gone far beyond mere fashion designs. Batami is beaming with joy, telling Norio that creating things she loves is incredibly rewarding. Norio is glad to see her so happy, reflecting on the stress she must have felt while making uniforms. Suddenly, Batami returns and they are met by Asters, who greets Norio and announces that she has brought big news. Asters greets the group, noting that they seem to be doing well as always. Batami excitedly tells her that she was just unveiling her latest creations. When Asters mentions she came specifically to have clothes made, Batami beams with pride, explaining that Lord Saint gave her a fantastic device that has turned her into a tailoring prodigy. Norio wonders if Astra's big news is related to her request for clothing. With a smile, Asters drops the bombshell. She's expecting the revelation leaves Norio and Batami in total shock. Asters explains that as her belly grows, she finds it harder to move and requires clothes that fit her properly. Despite the surprise, they congratulate her, and Asters reassures Norio that her condition is currently stable. Asters asks Batami if she can create maternity dresses for her. Overjoyed, Batami agrees immediately, offering to make baby clothes and swaddle wraps as well. She expresses a deep desire to repay Asters for the kindness of employing her as an aide, admitting that she had originally joined the army only for money after her family's tailoring shop went bankrupt. Asters reflects on Batami's sacrifice, admitting she has always appreciated how Batami gave up her dream of running a tailor shop in the demon capital just to serve her. Moved by the conversation, Norio comes up with a plan. He suggests that they sell the clothes Batami makes in the demon capital, offering her a way to finally realize her lifelong ambition. Asters speaks highly of Batami's talent, believing her designs would be a hit among the social circles of the demon capital. To make this possible without Batami having to leave or revealing the location secret, Asters offers to take the clothes back herself and use her castle contacts to find buyers. Despite the generous offer, Batami is overwhelmed and unsure if her work is truly good enough to be appreciated by others. Belina takes Batami's hand and asks her to promise not to give up on her dream this time. She apologizes for not being more appreciative of Batami's kindness in the past, admitting that Batami always cheered her up. Moved by these words, Batami's hesitation vanishes, and she passionately declares that she will put her heart and soul into her work. Belina and Yuri excitedly join in, wanting new clothes for themselves, while Tia reminds them not to forget about armor. Norio acknowledges that their desire to dress up and feel fancy is totally valid. Considering the future needs surrounding Asters, Lena proposes that they all learn to use the sewing machine to share Batami's workload. Even though she calls herself a klutz, Lena is determined to learn. Ignoring suggestions that she doesn't need to push herself, Norio realizes that with everyone wanting new clothes, they will soon face a labor shortage. He considers the need to expand the cotton fields and silkworm farms while introducing new systems to keep up. Turning to Belina, he asks if she could take charge of the spinning machines, explaining that her psychokinesis would be invaluable for the task. Overjoyed by the request, Belina eagerly agrees to help. Batami is deep in thought, feeling the weight of expectations as she aims to create a fashion sensation in the demon capital. However, she finds herself struggling to finalize the designs for Miss Astor's dresses, a struggle that doesn't go unnoticed by a smiling Belina. As the focus shifts to the farm, chaos erupts once again as Puffer gets into trouble, prompting a frantic call for Belina's help. With a note that this is a story for another day, the chapter comes to a close. Norio wipes the sweat from his brow, satisfied with his hard work. Standing in the now spotless wooden hallway with his broom in hand, he declares the place all clean, while wondering about the tidiness Kitten always maintains. Platy brings Norio some rice balls, which he discovers are filled with spicy cod roes. Norio explains that Hephaestus seems to have a liking for them by offering them as a prayer for wisdom. He miraculously received the blueprint for the sewing machine from the altar. Platy can only stare in disbelief, wondering what kind of absurdly close relationship Norio has with the gods. Norio prays to Hephaestus, offering the rice balls as a token of his appreciation. Platy looks on with a smile, happy that this ritual brings Norio closer to the deity. As Hephaestus tastes the spicy roe rice balls, he is overcome with pure bliss, declaring that he is the one who is truly grateful. Hermes approaches Hephaestus and asks what feast is satisfying his hunger. Hephaestus excitedly explains that the mortal he gave a gift to has been offering him delicious rice balls, especially the recent spicy ones. After finishing his meal, Hephaestus asks Hermes how a particular matter is progressing. Hermes is puzzled by the question and secretly worries that Hephaestus might have forgotten their promise concerning the saint. Hermes expresses concern that a rushed construction might allow their foolish father Zeus to escape his confinement. To his surprise, Hephaestus has already finished the task, unveiling the binding adamantine blackthorn eternal labyrinth. The structure is so overwhelmingly complex that Hermes can't help but wonder if Hephaestus harbors a secret grudge against Zeus. Hephaestus reveals that he has also completed the task regarding the angel Hermes left in his care. Shocked that both Prism Zeus's and the angel are finished so quickly, Hermes is amazed by Hephaestus' efficiency. Hephaestus admits he simply got carried away in his excitement to craft another angel and invites Hermes to see the result. He presents a serene angel, leaving Hermes in awe of his brother's immense power as the god of creation. Hephaestus explains that he prioritized convenience over destruction when equipping the new angel with her armaments. While Hermes admires her uniform appearance and proper gear, he wonders if her destructive power has decreased or if this design stems from Hephaestus' affection for angels. With a final press of a button, Hephaestus releases high-dimensional mana, successfully activating the angel. Following the release of high-dimensional mana, the new angel springs to life with an enthusiastic shout. However, as she settles in and looks around, she finds herself staring at Hephaestus and Hermes, jokingly remarking on how gloomy the two gods look to be. Hephaestus informs the group that he made no alterations to the angel's cognitive circuits, which leads to a shocked outburst from the angel, who argues that her personality should have been the first thing changed. Hephaestus calmly explains that destiny resides within one's character, and it is not their place to twist her fate. He concludes that in order for the muddled personalities within her to align and mold into a singular identity, her own experiences and contemplations are vital. Hermes steps forward with grand confidence, declaring that he, the god of wisdom, shall serve as the angel's guide. However, the angel is completely unimpressed, bluntly rejecting his offer, and telling him to keep his distance because he is gross. Watching Hermes' visible frustration and agitation, Hephaestus calmly concludes that Hermes is in desperate need of some special education. Hermes concludes that the angel's lack of manners is unacceptable and decides to take her under his wing for character refinement before she is sent to the saint on earth. Hephaestus gives his approval, and Hermes promptly seizes the angel. Despite her protests and lack of mood, Hermes drags her away, invoking one of his 48 divine techniques as the god of wisdom. Hermes doesn't waste any time. Using one of his divine techniques, he grabs the angel and slams her violently into the ground with a brainbuster, vertical heaven drop style, leaving her completely incapacitated as he takes her away for her refinement. God bids them a final farewell as the group begins their trek across the vast landscape. Arowana reflects on their journey, declaring that they are now truly setting forth into the infinite world, though he can't help but notice that Vale's sleepy expression is completely killing the suspenseful atmosphere. As they journey, Arowana recalls the Demon King's kindness and the news of the Demon Queen's pregnancy. He shares a tender moment with Vale, praising her beauty and intelligence, which she receives with a playful giggle. When Hakai asks why he chooses to travel the surface instead of settling down as a father, Arowana reveals his ambition to evolve and grow by immersing himself in the diverse experiences the world has to offer. Arowana reflects on how the surface is a dangerous and alien place for merfolk. Hakai, however, is less concerned, doubting that any unimaginable difficulties would simply rain down on them. Just as he finishes his sentence, a massive object crashes from the sky, creating a violent explosion of debris and leaving the group stunned. A violent crash suddenly erupts before Arowana and Hakai, leaving them startled. From the dust emerges Hermes, the god of wisdom and knowledge, who greets them with an air of urgency. Without wasting a moment, Hermes turns to Arowana, addressing him as the child of Poseidon, and reveals that he has a favor to ask. Hermes proposes that the newly created angel join Arowana on his journey. Arowana is stunned, recognizing angels as fearsome weapons of destruction. Sprains that she is of the same kind as Horcosphon, and that while her powers were refined during her reboot, her mental state is still unstable. Arowana asks what the angel can actually do, and Hermes explains that accompanying them on their journey will help her grow mentally. After Hermes jokingly warns that she can destroy the world, causing Arowana to panic and he take her back, Arowana takes a moment to reflect. He concludes that learning to raise and guide someone is an essential part of his pilgrimage, a necessary experience to help him eventually become a great king of the mermaid kingdom. Arowana asks about the angel's name. Hermes, pleased with Arowana's decision, notes that the journey will be fruitful. He then decides that it is better to rename this unique angel to align with the saint's intentions. With great enthusiasm, Hermes declares her new name to be Songokufan. While the angel can only respond with a confused huh, Songkufan greets everyone with high energy, though she seems slightly bewildered by the situation. Arowana warmly welcomes her, introducing her to his companions, Puffer and Hakai. With the introductions complete, Hermes bids them farewell and departs. As the group stands together, it is clear that their adventure has just become much more challenging with the addition of their surprise new member. The perspective shifts back to the Mermaid Kingdom, where the upper ranks are gathered for a serious discussion. Amidst the grandeur of their underwater city, a bearded official questions the current state of peace. With the human kingdom destroyed and Prince Arowana away, the leadership worries whether their country can truly remain secure and peaceful. The tension in the room escalates as one official shouts that the kingdom is at risk of sudden destruction, just like the human kingdom. He argues that they should have proceeded with the plan to marry Platy to the demon king. He turns his anger toward Hendora, a nobleman who not only opposed the plan but went directly to the Prince King to stop it. Hendora remains composed, questioning the logic of such consequentialism and claiming that a marriage alliance with her human kingdom would have only led to further complications. Hendora maintains that by not choosing either extreme, they have avoided the worst possible outcome, urging the nation to make a careful political decision to steer their future. However, another official is not convinced, arguing that they cannot simply wait to see if the demon kingdom attacks. He loudly proposes bringing back Princess Platai immediately, and moving against King Nakus to engage with the ruler of the demons, believing it is not yet too late to take action. The debate grows more desperate as one official suggests that if Princess Platy cannot be used, they should offer the second Princess Angel as a concubine to the Demon King to strengthen their ties. Another official immediately shuts down the idea, arguing that offering marriage to the enemy would be seen as a sign of submission, ensuring their defeat without a fight. As the council struggles to find a solution, a heavy atmosphere of anxiety settles over the Mermaid Kingdom, with the fear that the nation might collapse from within before the demons even launch an attack. A dark-haired mermaid woman contemplates her journey as she makes her way toward the place where Princess Platy lives in seclusion. Recalling a request from Prince Arowana to deliver something to the princess, she finally arrives at the outskirts of the saint's farm, wondering if she has reached the right destination. As she makes her way through the forest, Sia can't help but doubt the story of the saint. She wonders if Princess Platy simply invented an imaginary husband to excuse her disappearance and escape the noise of the mundane world. However, shaking off her suspicions, Sia resolves that she must find the princess no matter what. Sai continues her journey, resolved to persuade Princess Platy to return to the mermaid country and negotiate with the ruler of the demons, even if it costs her own life. As she reaches her destination, she is greeted by the sight of a peaceful farm. Looking closer, she spots a man working in the fields and realizes she has found the farmer. Sia politely approaches the muscular man, asking if this is the farm owned by the saint and requesting to meet the owner. The man agrees and calls out to the saint, who promptly appears. Sia is suddenly struck with anxiety, wondering if the land has already been overrun by demons, especially as Norio Itotomi casually greets the man as Demon King-san. Sai is left in utter shock, wondering if she heard correctly when Norio called the Hakai the Demon King. Hakai is equally bewildered by the title, questioning why such a figure would be in a place like this. As the confusion settles, Saya realizes that the man before her is indeed the legendary saint she was searching for. After Hakai introduces himself with a friendly smile, acknowledging her as Prince Arowana's proxy and thanking her for making the long journey to the farm, Norio and Hakai share a lighthearted moment, with Hakai thanking Norio for his help around the farm. Norio then leads Sia toward Platy's home, while Sia privately admires Norio's sophisticated demeanor. As they arrive, Princess Platy appears with a bright smile, warmly welcoming Sia back on behalf of her brother. Sia reveals the grim truth about the mermaid country, explaining that the central government is on the verge of collapse due to widespread anxiety. She warns that with the human country destroyed, the demons may target them next. In a desperate plea, Sia begs Princess Platy to return home and help save their country, insisting that it is now or never. Platy is shocked to learn that her people are terrified of a demon invasion. Hakai bluntly calls the fear a stupid question, asserting that demons have no reason to target the mermaid country. He explains that the war with humans was purely defensive, and that demons simply mirror the actions of others, returning hostility with hostility and friendship with friendship. Saya is left in utter shock upon realizing that Demon King Zidane is actually present at the farm. Plati calmly explains that the farm is simply that kind of place where such unlikely guests gather. As Saya struggles to process this reality, she is introduced to another surprising resident. Princess Lettucelet, the princess of the destroyed human kingdom, who is now diligently working the land with a hoe. Sa is completely stunned to discover that the Demon King and Prince Arowana are actually friends. Norio explains that during his travels, he visited the demon capital and fostered a bond between the two leaders. As Sa struggles to process the idea of her prince being friends with the most powerful man on Earth, Norio reveals that both nations have agreed to formally announce their friendship one day. Hakai simply smiles, noting that this is already a story of the past. Sia is stunned to learn that Prince Arowana had strategically planned for a century of peace between their nations. As she marvels at his unexpected diplomatic skill, Demon King Zidane reflects on the situation, apologizing for the anxiety caused by keeping their friendship a secret, noting that silence often leads to misunderstandings. Saya is stunned as she pieces together the depth of Prince Arowana's foresight. A official explains that the prince is intentionally waiting for the right moment to reveal the alliance with the demon country. By keeping it secret, he allows the political opposition, those who loudly demand the prince be married off to demons and condemn the current regime, to expose their own ignorance. Once the truth becomes public, these critics will be completely humiliated, causing their corrupt system, and allowing the prince to easily clean up the old, corrupt system. Sai reflects on Prince Arana's absence, realizing it was as a calculated move to expose and eliminate the rebels. Demon King Zidane observes that Saya has finally understood the situation, commenting on the quality of the people in the mermaid country. Meanwhile, Vale expresses her gratitude to Norio and asks him to keep the location of the land a secret. With her doubts cleared, Saya determines to keep the details of the alliance private, preparing herself to act as a debater to help the prince purge the old system. As Sia prepares to head home, Platy suggests that she share the latest news from their hometown with the other mermaids living on the farm. Surprised by the news that she isn't the only mermaid there, Sia is then invited by Norio to stay for a meal before her departure. Platy calls out to Puffer, Gara Rufa, and Ranpui to join them while some are occupied. One of the mermaids quickly arrives, bowing respectfully to Platy. Platy cheerfully introduces Sia to the other mermaid residents, but the mood shifts instantly as Sia and one of the women lock eyes in shock. Norio looks on, confused, asking if they know each other. The woman suddenly screams in realization, identifying Sia as the guard who beat her to a pulp during an audience with the king. Another resident joins the fray, shouting at Sia for being a disrespectful person who dared to curse Platy in front of his majesty. Ranpui, a muscular mermaid, confronts Sai with intense rage, demanding she bow before Platy and threatening to burn her eye, remains unfazed, dismissing her as a violent soldier. Meanwhile, Norio and Platy look on in bewilderment at the sudden hostility between the two. Ranpui fumes with rage, demanding Platy's permission to burn the insolent cur before her. Sia fires back, calling Ranpui an escapee who should be serving time in a trench prison as the tension peaks. Norio frantically tries to stop the clash, while Platy looks on with a guilty expression, admitting she had completely forgotten about the bad blood between them. Confused and annoyed, Sia turns to Platy, demanding an explanation for the situation. Platy asks Norio if he recalls the circumstances of Rampui's arrival, explaining that she had caused a violent incident by punching a noble in front of the Mermaid King. Norio suddenly realizes that the noble in question was Hendra. As Sia looks on in confusion, Norio wonders why the prince would intentionally send Hendra as a substitute if he knew it would lead to a clash with Rampu. Platy suddenly reaches a realization, leaving Norio confused. Sia explains that despite her violent nature, Rampui was actually a former elite of the Royal Guard and is relatively sensible compared to other prisoners. As Sia mentions that Hendra was the victim of Rampui's outburst, Norio connects the dots. He concludes that the only reason Rampui is a prisoner is because of that single incident, and Prince Arowana likely arranged for Hendra to be there so that Rampui's fault could finally be wiped away. Norio has a sudden realization. If Rampui apologizes and Hendra forgives her, her past sins could be cleared, paving the way for her return to the Royal Guard. Seeing an opportunity, Platy suggests that Rampui apologize to Hendra right then and there. The response instantly. Rampui flatly refuses, stating that while she would perform a dogeza for Platy, she will never bow her head to such an insolent man. Rampui passionately recounts the insults Hendra threw at her in front of the king, calling her a drug nerd with no sense of honor who would never get married. While Hendra tries to defend his logic regarding her approach to his father, he eventually falters under Platy's questioning, admitting that the hurtful words simply slipped out of his mouth. Rampui points an accusing finger at Hendora, shouting, that he is the one who truly needs to apologize. She demands that he admit his mistakes and prostrate himself before Plati for the insults he hurled. Hindora is initially shocked, but he quickly steels himself, with a look of absolute as a debater, and that his words must remain absolute, even if they were mere slips of the tongue. He firmly refuses to take back anything, he said, stating that doing so would strip his words of their power, even if it costs him his life. Ranpuai loses her patience and declares that she will shut Hindora's insolent mouth for good. Hindora mockingly asks if she is resorting to violence again, to which Ranpuai proudly proclaims it as the hammer of justice, as she vows to punish those who disrespect royalty. A panicked Norio tries to intervene, while Plati simply sighs at how annoying debaters are. Plati calmly dismisses Norio's worries, deciding that the best way to handle the conflict is through a structured fight. Ranpuai and Hindora face each other in the garden, both armed with spears. As Norio and Hakai watch in sheer terror, Plati acts as the referee, strictly instructing the pair that this is merely a martial arts competition and that no actual stabbing is allowed on Norio's property. With a cheerful shout of "Go!", she signals the start of the match. As soon as the signal is given, Ranpuai lunges forward with a powerful strike. Hindora reacts quickly, blocking her attack, and the two clash their weapons in a dramatic explosion of force. The battle erupts into a blur of motion as Ranpuai and Hindora trade heavy blows. Their weapons collide with explosive force, neither side willing to give an inch. With a determined shout, Hindora pushes back against Ranpuai's relentless assault in a fierce display of skill and strength. As the duel intensifies, Ranpuai and Hindora exchange blows with surprising precision, both admitting that the other is a formidable opponent. Watching from the side, Norio is genuinely impressed, noting that Hindora is capable of matching Ranpuai's power evenly. Watching the clash, Plati explains that despite being a debater, Hindora was born into a military noble family and has mastered the martial arts. Hakai is impressed that Hindora is managing to keep up, and Norio hopes that the fight won't result in any major injuries. However, Plati reveals a hidden agenda. Thinking of Lampai, Gararufa, and Puffer, she expresses her wish for the children who once worked for her to live happily and freely, intending to use this opportunity to make that happen. Plati reflects on her motives, admitting she hoped Ranpuai could resolve the tension with Hindora and ensure Puffer's happiness. As she explains that Hindora had misunderstood her, Norio looks at her with a knowing smile, realizing that Plati had everything calculated in her mind. Plati watches the fight with a hint of worry, wondering if her plan will actually work, though Norio dismisses the concern. In the heat of the battle, Ranpuai lets out a fierce cry and presses her attack on Hindora. Despite his struggle, Ranpuai is shocked to find that Hindora can move so effectively, despite his condition, calling his resilience despicable. As the clash intensifies, Ranpuai is surprised to discover a feeling of excitement arising within her, moving beyond mere anger. Meanwhile, Hindora struggles to keep up, feeling pressured and cornered despite having once been on par with his teacher, Sanma, in the martial arts. As they clash, Hindora finds himself captivated by Ranpuai's presence. He realizes that the way she carries herself is beautiful and noble, a truth revealed through every blow they exchange. In the heat of the battle, he perceives her sincere, strong, and straightforward thoughts, seeing a side of her that transcends mere violence. The intense clash comes to a sudden halt. Hindora drops his guard and kneels on the grass in a gesture of submission or respect, while Ranpuai stands before him, her weapon cast aside. Watching from the sidelines, Plati, Norio, and Hakai are left speechless by the unexpected turn of events. Ranpuai looks on in bewilderment, wondering if she has actually won the fight. Hindora looks at Ranpuai, starting to speak hesitantly. Suddenly, his face flushes with intense emotion as he shouts a passionate proposal, asking her to marry him. Ranpuai is left utterly shocked and flustered by the unexpected confession. Everyone is frozen in disbelief following Hindora's passionate proposal. As Ranpuai walks away, still stunned, Norio frantically turns to Plati, demanding to know what just happened and seeking an explanation for the bizarre turn of events. Hindora speaks with intense passion, claiming that Ranpuai's blazing eyes have captivated him. Ranpuai, now completely smitten, responds that her heart is scorched by his every word. As the two hold hands in a romantic haze, Norio and Plati look on in total disbelief, wondering how the fierce Ranpuai could have become so love-struck in an instant. Norio thanks Ranpuai for her hard work, as she lists her various chores, from checking the refrigerator to making pickles. It is revealed that she and Hindora have entered a commuter marriage where Hindora visits her from time to time. Although Ranpuai insists she will not neglect her duties, Norio reflects on his current staff, noting that Gararufa is now medical staff, and Plati is always busy. He suddenly comes to a stressful realization. With won't be able to manage all the work on the farm. They won't be able to manage all the work on the farm. Norio is struck by a sudden realization. If Puffer and Rampuai are preoccupied with love, the agricultural fermentation department will lose critical manpower. Overwhelmed by panic, he cries out in distress, wondering where he could possibly recruit new workers. Just as he decides to seek help from Platy, a mysterious blonde woman appears before him. Referred to as Saint Sama, she watches him with a knowing smile, noting that he is exactly where she expected him to. A blonde girl with long pigtails makes a grand entrance, announcing herself as Enzel, the Witch of Holy Light. She is introduced as the daughter of the current Mermaid King and the younger sister of Princess Platy. Norio is completely bewildered by the sudden appearance, while Platy reacts with shock and recognition, calling her name. Norio is completely stunned to realize that the newcomer is Platy's little sister, Enzel. While Platy demands to know why she is there, Enzel calmly explains that finding the secret place was easy because she simply followed Hendora. Now under Enzel's stern gaze, Hendora breaks into a cold sweat and awkwardly apologizes for being distracted. Platy immediately begins scolding Enzel, questioning her about school and accusing her of skipping classes. As Platy warns her about the consequences of not earning enough credits, Enzel snaps. She throws a dramatic tantrum, screaming Platy Wanasama, and declaring a challenge against her sister. Norio and the other girls can only stare in bewilderment at the chaotic sibling rivalry. Enzel dramatically proclaims that as the Witch of Holy Light, she will replace her older sister, warning Platy to be prepared. Norio watches in confusion, wondering if she also possesses medicine magic. Without warning, Enzel releases a powerful burst of energy that blasts Platy away, sending her screaming through the air while Norio looks on in total shock. Platy immediately retaliates, shouting that Enzel is a mere novice and far too early to challenge her. With a swift move, she knocks Enzel flat on her face, casually telling a stunned Norio that she only hit her lightly. As Enzel groans and eventually bursts into loud tears, she screams at her sister, calling her stupid. Enzel continues her emotional outburst, sobbing as she tells Platy how worried she was. She complains that, because Platy left without a word, all the political burdens fell on her, causing her so much stress she thought she would go bald. Finally, she shouts that all of this is because Platy refuses to marry the demons. While Platy and Norio look on in bewilderment, Platy questions Hendora about any schemes within the mermaid country, and he confirms that some were planning to use a hostage to appease the demons. Enzel erupts in anger, shouting that she refuses to be the Demon King's concubine and insists that Platy should have taken her place. Realizing the truth, Platy understands that the immense pressure and stress of this political plot were what drove Enzel to try and replace her. Enzel shouts in frustration, demanding to know why she is still being treated like a child. Platy initially tries to brush it off with a playful smile, but her expression soon turns serious. Placing a hand on Enzel, Platy gently reassures her, promising to tell her everything that has transpired and how the world has changed. Platy looks at her sister with a gentle smile, telling her that she didn't abandon her and asking her to believe in her. Overwhelmed with emotion, Enzel throws herself into Platy's arms, sobbing and calling her Wanachin. While Platy jokingly tells her to stop crying because it's annoying, she holds her close. Nearby, Norio and the others watch the scene, feeling a great sense of relief that the chaotic situation has finally settled, while the others discuss how Enzel's title as the Witch of Holy Light is merely self-proclaimed. And note her obvious adoration for Platy. Enzel is caught completely off guard. Without warning, a massive tentacle erupts and wraps around her, leaving the girl screaming in terror and confusion as she is suddenly seized. Shocked by the sudden appearance of the tentacles, Ria suspects a catastrophic failure of a land person transformation drug. As Platy and Norio look on in confusion, Enzel boastfully reveals that she created the drug herself, claiming nothing is impossible for the Witch of Holy Light. This only infuriates Ria further, who screams that such a complex concoction is far beyond a student's capability and warns that a botched attempt inevitably leads to dangerous side effects. Platy is bewildered, noting that she followed the recipe Enzel left behind, yet the result was disastrous. Enzel, despite being squeezed by the tentacle creature, stubbornly argues that simply following a recipe doesn't make one a witch. Norio looks on in disbelief as the chaotic scene unfolds. Norio frantically asks if Enzel is all right, while Platy sighs at the trouble. Relieved that a cure exists, Norio hopes for a quick recovery, but pleads that returning to her mermaid form won't be immediate. After a brief exchange with Hendora, Platy decides to let Enzel stay as she is for now, leaving the young witch in a state of utter despair. Platy asks Mika to arrange a physical examination for Enzel at her school. Despite her initial uncertainty, Enzel is thrilled that she can stay by her sister's side for a while. At the same time, Rampuai and her fellow workers discuss the lack of manpower at their workplace. Rampuai smirks, suggesting she has come up with a clever solution to their staffing problem. Rampuai reveals her plan, suggesting that Enzel act as an assistant to create an extracurricular class. She explains to Norio that under the guidance of top-level medicine magicians, it would be the perfect learning environment. Platai flocked the idea, thinking about how such a system could be useful once her brother becomes king. Meanwhile, Rampuai and her colleagues see this as a valuable opportunity for them to develop their own teaching skills. Platai suggests offering recruits to schools in the mermaid country, but when it comes to Enzel, she decides there is no need to hold back. Recalling how Enzel used to sneak into her off-limits laboratory and blow things up, Platai declares that Enzel's criminal record warrants a strict approach. Surrounded by the other medicine magicians, a nervous Enzel is told that she will learn pharmacology along with the harshness of the world and the importance of risk management. Norio and Lena watch in awe and slight pity as Enzel trembles under Plata's strict discipline, marking the young girl's official start at the farm. As the group agrees to support her growth, the scene shifts to Princess Lettislet, who is energetically boasting about her noble bloodline and charisma to the nearby Taro, Hana, Pes, and Pochi. Princess Lettislet is left bewildered as the farm animals run away from her, questioning why her innate noble charisma is failing to attract them. Her lament is cut short when she is abruptly silenced and scolded for being too loud. Now relegated to chores, Lettislet grumbles about the demon mermaid's harshness as Platy firmly reminds her that it is time to stop fooling around and start her bath duty. While scrubbing radishes and questioning why she is doing such a thing, Princess Lettislet notices a new Fasenzel, who is equally miserable, and wondering if this is truly a pharmacy lesson. Plata's voice booms in the background, ordering them to keep washing until evening. After a silent, bewildered exchange, the two girls suddenly snap into a high-tension confrontation, bound by their mutual misery. Princess Lettislet and Enzel throw themselves into a passionate embrace, declaring each other comrades and friends. They feel a deep, immediate sympathy for one another, wondering if they share a similar noble background or a tragic past. The two quickly become fast friends, singing together in a moment of shared emotional release. Princess Lettislet and Enzel cling to each other in a dramatic display of friendship, but their moment is cut short by a furious Plotty. As Plotty screams at the two brats for playing around, they immediately snap back into a terrified state of obedience. Nearby, Norio smiles to himself, thinking about how the farm is becoming even more lively with these new additions. A series of scenes reveals that transfer magic has become the latest trend on the farm, proving to be incredibly useful. Plata's brother uses it to return from the forest. The Orkubo team employs it to enter a dungeon, and the laborers use it to head back after milking. Even the spirits in the farm's wolf-like pets are seen flying away using the spell. Norio watches the scene, wondering how everyone on the farm suddenly became so adept at using transfer magic. Norio is shocked to learn that most of the children on the farm can now use transfers magic. Rin explains that while it was originally a demon spell, Puffer created potions to make it accessible, aided by Sensei's teachings. Even as a mermaid, Rin can use it effortlessly. When she offers to teach Norio, he quickly declines, convinced that such magic is simply beyond his reach. Shows Norio the 4 designated teleportation points: Sensius Cave Dungeon, Veal's Mountain Dungeon, the large public bath, and the original farm. Just as they discuss the logistics, Vale bursts in with high energy, declaring that the security is perfect. She proudly explains that she, along with the spirits of the earth and corpse models, constructed advanced trap techniques to keep the points safe, leaving Norio slightly intimidated by her intensity. Norio expresses his gratitude to Rin, who notes that as the land expands and more people become aware of the farm, security must be tightened. Vale suddenly interrupts with a loud laugh, confidently assuring Norio that she will be automatically notified if anything goes wrong at the transfer points. Her over-the-top energy prompts a sharp shout from Rin, who is visibly annoyed by the situation. Watching the scene, Norio sighs, recognizing this as one of Vale's unemployment seizures, and remains bewildered by how everyone around him can effortlessly use the highly difficult transfer magic. Rin becomes emotional while imagining a future where Patty might move to the demon capital, wishing that everyone could master transfer magic. Norio tries to comfort her, admitting his own perceived incompetence, but Rin quickly shifts back to the risks of the transfer system, fearing that malicious people might misuse it. When Norio reacts with uncertainty, Rin misreads his expression and asks if he is looking down on her. Rin warns Norio that they must be wary of magic lockbreakers, illegal magicians who can analyze and disable magic codes. Norio is reminded of how dangerous the outside world can be. Suddenly, Rin gets an idea and declares that she will use this as a perfect opportunity to reinforce the farm's security, leaving Norio and Vale completely bewildered. As multiple magic circles manifest in the sky, Rin enthusiastically explains her plan to thwart magic lockbreakers. She reveals that she has increased the coordinate codes from 176 to 437 digits to make the system nearly impossible to crack. leaving Norio utterly confused by the sudden jump in technical complexity. Rin continues her technical lecture, explaining that more digits in the code make it nearly impossible to analyze. She adds that she has installed traps to keep illegal intruders stuck in an infinite loop. When Norio asks what happens next, Rin calmly reveals that a technique taught by her teacher will burn the chest of the illegal accessor, leaving Norio completely shaken. Rin calmly finishes her explanation, but her words leave Norio and Vale completely shaken. As they process the terrifying nature of the security traps, Vale starts to question if Rin is actually far more competent than she appears, wondering if she just built a magic circuit in an instant. Norio, meanwhile, is left sweating in disbelief, terrified that such a complex, sci-fi-like hacking battle was taking place right under his nose. Norio loses his temper, shouting at Rin for calling herself incompetent and personalityless, despite her obvious skills. He argues that her stoic and unassuming attitude is the problem, and declares that she shall now be known as self-proclaimed incompetent Baruna. While Vale finds the name fitting, Rin is left completely bewildered, wondering if she is being praised or criticized. Norio enthusiastically tells Rin that hell be counting on her from now on. Addressing her by her new title, self-proclaimed Baruna, Rin is visibly embarrassed by the attention. Later, Rin mentions the odd nickname to a companion, who suggests that Noriham she refers to as Saints must be acknowledging her strength. This causes Rin to panic, insisting that she is not worthy of such praise, given how much she has been supported at the farm. The companion asks Rin if she has a vision for what she wants to do. Blushing, Rin shares her fantasy, imagining herself as Baruna, the faithful servant of Saint-Sama, bravely fighting off evil forces to protect the farm's peace. Norio warmly encourages her to follow her heart, but the companion is completely baffled, questioning if she is suffering from Chunibu. A Platis brother lets out a shout of pure exhilaration as he marvels at the farm's facilities. He is completely enamored by everything from the living quarters and the fields to the waterway, the grandiose bath, and even the perfectly placed toilet. Realizing that transportation magic makes even distant dungeons accessible, he concludes with intense determination that the only thing left to fulfill his life is to put in the work. Norio and Rin are caught off guard by a sudden visit from Orkubo and several other Orkubos. Orkubo bluntly admits that he hates having too much free time and explains that the Orkubos have been contemplating their future employment. When Norio asks about their request, Orkubo reveals an unexpected ambition. They want to build a ship. A bewildered Norio and Rin question the purpose of such a project, and Orkubo confirms that they intend to use it for fishing. Orkubo explains that by building a ship, they can catch more fish and reduce the burden on Plati. Norio acknowledges this but asks if they actually know how to construct one. As the number of residents grows, the need for more food increases, but the Orkubos admit they are clueless about shipbuilding. The only reference they have is the ship Lord Astaire's arrived on, which they believe simply operates on magic power. Orkubo and his companions throw themselves to the ground in desperate plea, begging Norio to grant them the wisdom of shipbuilding, startled by their intensity. Norio quickly tells them to raise their heads. Watching the interaction, Rin is deeply moved by Norio's nature. Norio acknowledges that the Orkubos are truly hard workers, and decides that having more options and helping Platches the work with them, prompting the overjoyed Orkubos, Warkorn Kubos, to shout their gratitude to their lord. A grand sailing ship is finally completed, marking the success of Norio's guidance. Orkubo is deeply impressed, admitting he had lost hope, thinking only magic could power a ship. But Norio introduced him to the concepts of sails and rudders, as Rin checks if everything is safe and ready for the voyage. Norio confirms that all the necessary tools have been loaded. Norio meticulously ensures the Orkubos are prepared for their journey, reminding them to use a compass and eat lemons to avoid scurvy. Rin adds her own touch, revealing she has marked the ship with a magic potion for identification and suggesting they seek help from mermaids if they get lost. As a final safety measure, she reminds them that transportation magic is available for emergencies. Grateful for the thorough preparation, Orkubo and his companions thank them before departing. With high spirits and loud cheers, the Orkubos set sail, promising to bring back a massive catch. As they depart, Norio suddenly panics, wondering if he should have made them a big catch flag for luck, leaving Rin bewildered by his sudden worry. 3 days pass, and the initial excitement turns into confusion as the Orkubos realize they are completely lost, spotting a distant land that looks nothing like the farm. Lost and confused, the Orkubos remember the compass Norio provided for such a situation. However, they quickly realize that while they have the tool, they have no idea how to actually read it. Despite the tension, some of the crew continue to catch fish, though the overall mood remains grim as they worry that they won't be able to find their way back home. Frustrated by being the only one without a catch, Orkubo shouts his determination. Despite his crew calling him too noisy, He bets everything on one final throw, and to his excitement he feels a strong tug on his line. However, as he struggles to pull it in, he realizes that whatever he has hooked is far larger than a normal fish. Orkubo strains every muscle, his face a mask of determination as he fights the powerful pull of the line. A big catch. It's a big one, he shouts, desperately praying that this chance won't slip away. With a final, explosive effort, he heaves the rod back and a colossal creature erupts from the ocean, finally revealing the scale of his catch. Orkubo triumphantly shouts that he has finally caught something. But as the creature leaps from the water, it is revealed to be a Nico. The Orkubos stare in utter confusion, while the Nico looks back at them, equally perplexed to have been hooked. The crew erupts in cheers, praising Orkubo for catching a Nico and comparing the feat to that of their lord. While Orkubo feels satisfied with the result, the Nico is far from grateful. She expresses her disbelief at being caught and lashes out at the damned land people for defiling her, leaving the bewildered Orkubos completely confused. Nico's demeanor suddenly shifts as she declares herself Zothsilla, the Sorkuborer of the Abyss, vowing to take revenge for being caught. This revelation leaves both the Orkubos and the banished criminal group in complete shock. However, as she examines them more closely, Nico pauses and asks if they are Orkubos, to which they sheepishly confirm. Nico considers the oddity of encountering talking Orkubos sailing a ship, wondering if it is a demon vessel. When the Orkubos plead for forgiveness, she agrees, but with a sinister twist. She reveals her intention to use them as test subjects for her latest magic potion, which is part of her research on turning mana into life, leaving the Orkubos completely bewildered. Nico pours a potion on the deck, explaining that her research into artificially creating monsters is deemed heresy by the Mermaid Kingdom, forkaboing her to live as a fugitive. She coldly informs the Orkubos that because they are pseudolife forms, she will feel no guilt in experimenting on them. As she smiles maliciously, the Orkubos tremble, fearing the slaughter that is about to begin. Nico puts her plan into action, summoning her children, the Deep Ones, to swarm the deck. She coldly warns the creatures that they are worthless if they cannot even defeat a few Orkubos, leaving the Orkubos trembling in fear as they face the onslaught. Nico looks down on the Orkubos with a cruel, confident smile, telling them how unfortunate it was that they caught her in the middle of the ocean. She warns them that while a shark might have only torn off their limbs, their current fate is far more sinister. Terrified and overwhelmed, the Orkubos can only curse their luck as they face the horror she has unleashed. With a cold command, Nico orders her monstrous summons to kill the Orkubos. As the Deep Ones swarm the deck, the terrified Orkubos struggle to find their courage, shouting for everyone to get up and fight back to reclaim what they believe is theirs. The Orkubos brace themselves, shouting in defiance as the monstrous Deep Ones close in. With a collective roar, they launch a desperate counterattack to reclaim their ship. The Orkubos fight back with raw strength, delivering heavy blows to the summoned monsters. With a final surge of power, they send the Deep Ones plunging back into the sea, successfully clearing the deck. The Orkubos erupt in cheers, celebrating their hard-won victory. Nico is left in complete disbelief, unable to comprehend how her most advanced and high-performance models could be defeated by them. As she questions their strength, the Orkubos proudly declare that they are not mere Orkubos, but a mutant warrior species evolved by Saint-Sama. The Orkubos continue to boast, revealing that their leader has surpassed the warrior orc stage and evolved twice into a Legatus orc. Nico is left in utter shock and disbelief, unable to process that she was not only captured but defeated by Orkubos. As she sits defeated on the deck, she begins to worry about the safety of her creations, feeling too humiliated to ever return to the sea. Just as the Orkubos believe they have the upper hand, Nico unleashes a devastating new summon. With a confident smirk, she calls forth a massive octopus that wraps its powerful tentacles around the vessel, threatening to drag the entire ship and its crew into the depths of the ocean. Nico commands her colossal summon, the Forbidden Deep One, to rampage and leave no survivors, intending to turn the orcs into seaweed scum. Terrified by the creature's overwhelming size, the Legatus orc and his warriors realize that the ship will surely sink if the attack continues. Nico laughs maniacally, mocking the orcs for the mistake of becoming enemies with the Sorkabora of Abyss. As the Forbidden Deep One's massive tentacles crush everything in their path, the Legatus orc is left in total shock and terror. Just as Nico celebrates her power, the Forbidden Deep One suddenly turns on its master. Panicked, Nico demands the creature release her, but the summon ignores her, tightening its grip. In a state of sheer terror, Nico realizes the horrifying truth. Her most powerful creation is an uncontrollable failure with monstrous strength. As Nico struggles in shock as the tentacles of her failed summon, the orcs see their opening. With a loud command, they order Orkuma to strike. Eager to finish the fight, Orkuma charges forward with a thunderous battle cry, leaping toward the incapacitated Nico. Orkuma's fierce charge culminates in a devastating blow that sends Nico flying across the deck. Crushed by the overwhelming force of the impact, Nico can only stare in disbelief, shocked that an orc could possess such incredible power. Orkuma doesn't stop at the initial strike. He seizes Nico and lifts her high off the deck with effortless strength. Stunned and struggling, Nico demands to know what he is planning nearby. The other orcs cheer wildly, shouting in admiration of their leader's overwhelming power. Orkuma looks down at Nico with a cold expression, remarking that falling with such forkubo must have been painful. Even for someone who belongs in the sea, the scene then cuts to the peaceful exterior of Norio's home. Inside, Mina suddenly bursts in, shouting with excitement that Orkubo and the rest of the group have finally returned. Norio, who is calmly eating, is caught off guard by the sudden commotion. Mina rushes toward him, frantically asking if everyone is okay and how they are doing. Orkubo and his group finally arrive at Norio's home, with Orkubo carrying a defeated Nico in his arms. Norio is completely stunned, recognizing her as the infamous sick Sorkubo or Abyss sick one of by the bizarre sight. Confused questions the situation, only for Orkubo to casually explain that they had simply gotten lost and asked her for guidance. Nico tells Norio not to call her by her title, as she finds it embarrassing. She then reveals that she recognizes him as the Sorkuboer of the crown, while Norio admits he identified her through the magic on the ship. Despite her haughty demeanor, Nico sincerely thanks Norio for bringing the Orkubos back home, but as she looks at Norio's residence, she is left in utter shock, questioning how such a magical place could possibly exist. Nico is completely captivated by the surroundings, noting the mutated high Lycaons and the industrious goblins. Overwhelmed by the abundance of research materials, she insists on staying to study these irregularities to her heart's content. Norio calmly agrees, though he points out that her current physical state makes moving around quite difficult. Dragon offers Nico a valuable land people transformation potion, casually mentioning that the materials are easy to procure in this land. Nico is deeply impressed, and her interest in Norio's home grows even further. However, as Orkubo lifts her up, Nico suddenly realizes she is exposing her lower half on land. Norio quickly covers his eyes in a panic, but Mina bluntly tells him that it's already too late. After the embarrassing incident, Nico lashes out with a powerful somersault kick, sending Orkubo reeling. She declares that her research will have to wait until she can secure some proper clothes. Norio, still flustered, tentatively asks if she has a place to go back to. Dragon informs Norio about Nico's secret laboratory on the ocean floor, describing it as a massive facility housing countless experimental subjects that only sorcerers can control. Nico admits that she must return quickly to prevent any of these creatures from escaping. Before she leaves, Norio and Dragon give her a land people transformation potion and an antidote, urging her to hurry home and promising she can visit again. Nico gives Norio and Dragon a warm hug, promising to bring back some of the drugs she has been cultivating as souvenirs for her next visit. As she dives back into the water, she looks back one last time, reminding them not to forget her, and specifically calls out to a flustered Orkubo. Nico gives Orkubo a final, Forkuboful reminder to remember her, leaving the muscular Orkubo completely overwhelmed and flustered. Watching from the side, Norio and Dragon can't help but notice the romantic tension, wondering if a relationship is blooming between the dangerous Wonison and the macho Orkubo. A new chapter begins, showcasing the charming Mina and Enzel, the two beautiful girls who serve as the poster girls for the farm. Mina is shocked to discover that Zothsaira had come by. When Norio asks if they are acquaintances, Mina clarifies that she is more of a teacher. She reveals that Zothsaira was the person who taught Puffer the basics of medicine magic, which leaves Norio quite surprised. Enzel is in high spirits, declaring her new responsibility of leading people and hoping to get leadership tips from Zothsaira in the future. As someone departs, they jokingly refer to Enzel as an idiot sister and ask Norio to take care of her. However, the atmosphere suddenly turns dramatic as it is revealed that 4 of the 6 mad witches have already gathered, and now the most skilled and knowledgeable among them, the Witch of Abyss, is set to join, leaving Enzel utterly confused. Enzel is left in a state of utter disbelief, questioning how the coexistence of the Demon King, Great Calamities, and various races could possibly be considered a normal occurrence, as the mention of a sorcerer of darkness adds to the mystery. The scene shifts to the Witch of Abyss. She admires Norio's incredibly powerful land and his otherworldly culinary skills, finally revealing a shocking familial connection. The man is her sister's husband. Enzel is initially overwhelmed by jealousy, screaming that it's not fair that only her sister gets such attention. However, she quickly snaps out of it, deciding that feeling sorry for herself is useless. With a determined look and clenched fists, she vows to fight and prove that she is better than her sister, aiming for absolute victory. Still fired up from her resolve to surpass her sister, Enzel aggressively demands to know who dared call her an idiot. When she realizes she is facing Kakashi, she doesn't let that stop her. With a mischievous smile, she declares that the timing is perfect and lunges forward, determined to use the Kakashi as a punching bag to vent her fighting spirit. Enzo lunges at Kakashi, but to her shock, the Kakashi manages to evade her attacks. Frustrated by his elusive nature, she chases after him, screaming in annoyance. However, this struggle only fuels her fire. She declares that she will fight the annoying Kakashi over and over again, believing that by facing an equal opponent, she will eventually win and grow stronger. Driven by a fierce desire to surpass her sister, Enzel pushes her body to the limit, but the battle with Kakashi leaves her completely drained and collapsed on the ground. Just as she is catching her breath, Princess Lettislet appears. While Enzel questions her presence, Lettislet mocks her, calling her a sweet little chick for getting discouraged so easily, leaving Enzel fuming in frustration. Princess Lettislet laughs at Enzel, calling her fragile for crying over her defeat and warning her that Kakashi is a formidable opponent. Surprised, Enzel realizes that Lettislet must have fought him as well. Lettislet proudly reveals that she is also one of the Kakashi's challengers, though her record consists of 3 battles and 3 losses, leaving Enzel to point out that she has lost every single time. Princess Lettislet asks Enzel why she is also fighting Mr. Scarecrow, admitting that in a farm filled with powerful monsters, she thought he would be the only one she could actually defeat. She suggests that since they share the same opponent, it only makes sense to work together. Moved by this proposal, Enzel realizes that they are now comrades sharing the same goal, determined to win. Princess Lettislet and Enzel decide to team up for a 2-known battle against Mr. Scarecrow. While Lettislet outwardly acts as a comrade, she secretly plots to build an army to take over the human kingdom. But as they prepare to attack, they are shocked to find that the Kakashis are no longer Elenthier. Numbers have increased, along with the expansion of the farmland. Enzel and Princess Lettislet launch their assault on the Kakashis. But the Kakashis prove to be incredibly slippery. Despite their efforts to corner them, the Kakashis simply dodge their attacks and leap away. Outraged by the perceived cowardice, the 2 girls sprint after the retreating Kakashis, shouting for them to stop running and fight. 10 minutes later, the chase comes to a halt as everyone is completely spent. Even the Kakashi seems exhausted, while Enzel and Princess Lettislet are left panting on the ground. Frustrated and bewildered that they were toyed with by mere Kakashis, the 2 girls finally admit defeat and decide to call it a day. Suddenly, the tranquility of the farm is broken as the Adden workers panic, shouting that monsters are appearing. Puffer and the others are caught off guard by the emergency. Enzel, Princess Lettislet, and Kakashi look on in confusion at the noise, only to see a flying monster soaring above. The workers recognize it as a troublesome creature that has wandered out of a nearby dungeon. Orkubo tells an Adden worker to leave the situation to him, while the worker rushes off to borrow weapons from the elves. However, as the flying monster looms over a startled Enzel and Princess Lettislet, Orkubo is struck with panic. He realizes he cannot attack recklessly, because the girls are right there in the monster's path. Enzel and Princess Lettislet scream in terror as the monster's massive claw descends upon them, leaving them feeling completely doomed. Just as the attack is about to land, Kakashi suddenly leaps into the fray, shielding the 2 girls and absorbing the impact of the monster's strike. The monster's claw connects with a violent impact, sending Kakashi hurtling backward across the field. His hat is ripped away as he is thrown through the air, leaving a terrified Enzel and Princess Lettislet trembling in the wake of the brutal blow. Enzel and Princess Lettislet break down in tears, wailing for Mr. Scarecrow and regretting their foolishness after seeing him sacrifice himself to protect them. They apologize profusely, declaring him the best Kakashi. However, Kakashi is quickly back on his feet. Seeing the emotional scene conclude, Orkubo asks if they should now take Kakashi back to the master's place. Norio proudly presents the repaired Kakashis, announcing that he has fixed them. Enzel and Princess Lettislet are stunned to see the Kakashis moving again. Overwhelmed with relief, the girls throw themselves onto the Kakashis, sobbing with joy and gratitude. Norio sternly scolds Enzel and Princess Lettislet for wandering to the edge of the farm and getting attacked, which resulted in his precious scarecrow being destroyed. He warns them that they won't get away with such recklessness. Consequently, the 2 girls are put to work, exhausted and sweating as they perform the tiring task of threshing rice, learning the hard work required to produce the delicious food they eat. Vale sternly reminds Enzel and Princess Lettislet to work hard, pointing out that the straw they are handling is part of Mr. Scarecrow. As they toil away, the 2 girls reflect on their own hidden motivations. Princess Lettislet dreams of one day taking back the human kingdom, while Enzel resolves to keep pushing forward to eventually defeat her sister. Though exhausted, their struggle is fueled by a newfound sense of ambition. Norio Itanami stands with a gentle smile in the middle of his vast, open land, holding a basket filled with the fruits of his labor. Behind him, towering mountains stretch across the horizon, framing the serene atmosphere of his new life. The screen displays the title Isekai Datochi, marking a moment of quiet reflection on the peaceful world he has created. The scene shifts to the desolate ruins of the old demon capital. Amidst the crumbling architecture, a menacing presence emerges. It is the undead king, known as the emperor, the former ruler of this land, and the master of the ruined dungeon. The undead king delves into his memories from 5 centuries ago, recalling the moment he transcended death to become a perfect immortal being. He explains that his efforts to modify the capital to allow mana to circulate freely inadvertently transformed the city into a dungeon. Misunderstood and blamed by his own citizens, he was abandoned as they left to establish a new magic capital elsewhere, leaving him behind as the solitary no-life king. The undead king envisions a world where the land, sea, and heavens are all under his absolute control. However, he recalls a formidable obstacle that even a no-life king could not overcome: a divine barrier. He observes that the barrier has somehow disappeared, leaving the land open to be occupied by demons. The undead king suspects the current demon king is behind the current state of affairs and decides to take matters into his own hands. He vows to impale the demon king and transform all inhabitants of the world into his mindless undead servants. Leading his vast army of skeletons, he declares a total war of conquest, aiming to bring demons, humans, and every living creature under his absolute rule. With a commanding voice, the undead king orders the gates to be opened and all his forces to attack. He proclaims that from this moment on, the eternal reign of the no-life king emperor shall begin. But just as he strikes a grand pose of dominance, a sudden and confused echoes, catching him completely off guard. The gates swing open in a dramatic explosion of light, signaling the start of the great conquest. However, the moment is instantly ruined as the skeletal army fails to move, with the soldiers simply crumbling into piles of rattling bones. As the scene shifts, a new group arrives to investigate the commotion. One of them, a woman called Son Goku-chan, excitedly fires a projectile into the air, shouting that it was a hit. This impulsive action draws a loud protest from Rin, who is visibly annoyed. While Puffer looks on, noting that the group they are facing seems dangerous, Rin scolds Son Goku-chan, reminding her that they were only supposed to take a look at the situation. Puffer explains that the skeletal army was on the verge of launching a full-scale invasion of the outside world. Son Goku-chan, proud of her impulsive attack, excitedly begs Puffer for praise, calling her sister. While Puffer worries about the catastrophic damage that could have occurred if they hadn't intervened, she gives in and comforts the girl and watches the scene, acknowledging that the action was unavoidable, though she notes how strangely attached Son Goku-chan has become to Puffer. Kubo observes that although they defeated the general, the undead army has reappeared and could flood out like leafhoppers if left unchecked, noting that the soldiers in this powerful dungeon are far superior to ordinary ones. Concerned, Rin asks Puffer if there is a solution. Puffer confidently agrees and commands the preparation of the mana cannon, prompting an eager and excited response from Son Goku-chan. With a determined shout, Son Goku-chan fires the mana cannon, triggering a colossal explosion that rips through the ruins. As the blast clears, Puffer explains the strategic purpose behind the attack, noting that by shooting through the surrounding walls, they can ventilate the ruins dungeon and eliminate the concentrated mana inside. Rin listens intently, acknowledging the effectiveness of the plan. Although the mana cannon dealt massive damage, some enemies still remain. Puffer and Hawkeye charge forward to wipe out the rest of the skeletal army emerging from the gates, cheered on by their companions. Far away in a quiet residence, the undead king sips his drink, suddenly realizing that trouble is brewing back at his stronghold. The undead king calmly observes that the old demon capital dungeon has vanished, leaving Prince Arowana and his companion in a state of shock. Just as they are questioning what happened, Puffer makes her return, announcing her arrival with energy. She explains that she had received news from Sensei regarding suspicious activity, and managed to stop the undead army just as they were on the verge of invading the demon capital. A worried Arowana immediately asks Puffer for a full report on the situation. Puffer casually mentions that she destroyed the military commander, the undead, and the dungeon in the old demon capital, leaving Norio stunned by her nonchalance. While Puffer assures everyone of their safety, Norio questions who the general was. The undead king then reveals that the leader of the army was a no-life king who called himself the emperor, prompting Norio to wonder if this figure is similar to Sensei. Prince Arowana explains that the emperor of the old demon capital is likely one of his ancestors, a former demon king. He notes that no-life kings were originally humans or demons capable of wielding great magic. Curious, Norio asks if Sei is acquainted With the Emperor, the undead king replies that he has never met him, as no-life kings typically remain within the dungeons they control. However, he reveals that they can exchange information with other distant no-life kings by transmitting thoughts through the world's mana currents. The undead king sighs, explaining that even immortal kings struggle to get along, often ignoring each other's thoughts or demanding replies. Norio realizes this means the undead king can maintain connections even within a dungeon. When Norio asks if he knew about the recent incident, the undead king admits he was intrigued because someone had read his thoughts and simply ignored them. Nearby, Prince Aruana, possible on Norse kindness, wondering how he could possibly cry him, while Norio modestly brushes it off. Hiao, Norio and the others share a warm moment, wishing for peace for the undead king and his companions. The revelation of Esther's pregnancy adds a touch of tenderness, with Puffer reminding the undead king Priatarzap's and the recovery of his country. As they bid their farewells, Norio realizes the weight of the responsibilities the undead king carries, while a deeply moved Prince Aruana thanks them all one last time. As the echoes of the group's heartfelt farewell linger, the scene shifts to a quiet night under a full moon. But the tranquility is short-lived. From the shadows, a mysterious figure emerges, accompanied by a swirling vortex and a swarm of bats, chuckling darkly as they declare that the time has finally come. The mysterious figure is revealed to be Lord Mosquita, who has gathered the members of the Vampire Alliance after 38 years. With a confident smirk, he informs the group that the divine barrier has vanished, and the no-life King Emperor has disappeared, signaling that the time for their involvement has finally arrived. Lord Mosquita and the Vampire Alliance see the disappearance of the Emperor as a victory, removing a major competitor for supremacy. With a sinister smile, Mosquita declares that by absorbing the Demon King's army, they can easily crush the beastmen, elves, and dwarves. He proclaims that nothing can now stop the vampires from seizing control of the entire world. Lord Mosquita laughs maniacally, shouting that he will be the one to conquer the world as its king. Suddenly, a blinding light erupts from behind him, shocking the members of the Vampire Alliance who can barely look at the radiance. The overwhelming power culminates in a massive explosion, obliterating the surrounding architecture in a flash of destructive energy. A devastating blast erupts, completely erasing a vampire general from existence. While some are terrified by the sheer power of the attack, others cheer for Son Gokuchan's successful hit. Prince Arowana remains focused, declaring that the vampires are a threat to the demon country and cannot be allowed to persist. Upon learning that some subordinates are attempting to escape the castle, Arowana and his group charge forward with a fierce determination to leave no enemy behind. The scene shifts to a quiet workshop, where a young elf tailor is putting the finishing touches on a garment. After completing the machine work, he prepares to hand-stitch the ribbon, wondering if the piece turned out well. Suddenly, Esther's, who is visibly pregnant, enters the room, leaving the tailor startled and excited. Batamy excitedly presents the baby clothes to Esther's, noting that she finished them just in time. Esther's is impressed by the practical design, causing a humble Batamy to blush from the praise. When asked if she needs any maternity dress adjustments or other items, Esther's politely declines. Esther's informs Batamy that she put the clothes she received a few days ago up for auction, carefully keeping the origin a secret. While Batamy is momentarily shocked, Esther's recalls the idea of using a merchant as an intermediary to find a buyer. Meanwhile, Merchant Jax is completely overwhelmed by the quality of the dress, praising its sophisticated design, superb fabric, and solid tailoring, claiming it will send shockwaves through the Demon Kingdom's fashion world. Esther's proposes that the profits from the sale be split between Merchant Jax and the designer. Overwhelmed by the quality of the garment, Jax is honored to act as the intermediary. He points out that limiting the sale to specific customers would cause complaints, so he suggests holding an auction instead. Esther's agrees to the idea. Merchant Jax enthusiastically explains that gathering customers in one venue for an auction will prevent any sense of unfairness and avoid potential losses caused by customer resentment. Esther's listens as he confidently promises to make the venture a success. Later, Esther's recounts the story to a dark-haired demon man, revealing that the clothes were indeed sold at the highest price ever, thanks to the professional handling of the Pandemonium Company. Batamy is in a state of shock, unable to believe that the auction was such a massive success and that the merchant was so delighted. She turns to Esther's, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. Esther's calmly reassures her, explaining that she is satisfied simply knowing that Batamy's talent is being recognized by the world. Overcome with emotion, Batamy weeps with gratitude, feeling truly honored that her hard work has finally been acknowledged. A subordinate informs Esther's that the sales were handled undercover as requested, ensuring the route could not be traced. Esther's then turns to the young companion, teasingly mentioning that the precious clothes he wanted have likely reached his dearest person by now overwhelmed. With embarrassment, the young man blushes and frantically tries to deny the implication. A sudden scream pierces the air as the companion and another knight are blindsided by a ferocious beast. It's a lesser dragon. Panicking, Ian curses the faulty intelligence that labeled this as a simple monster investigation, fearing that his life is now over, in a desperate attempt to survive the dragon's ambush. Ulba urges Balam to split up and flee, revealing his intention to act as a decoy. Ulba insists that Balam's status as a promising aristocrat makes his survival a priority to avoid the trouble of apologizing for his death. But Balam is not having it. He firmly rejects the sacrifice, asserting that his true dream is to prove himself on the battlefield. Ulba continues to shout at Balam, insisting that the war is over and the Demon King's army has merely become a monster extermination force. He urges the young aristocrat to establish himself in the military, and then retire to take over his family business, arguing that Balam's role is far more important than that of a commoner. But as they flee, the lesser dragon launches a sudden attack, violently knocking Balam backward. Ulba lies wounded on the ground, desperately telling Balam to ignore him and run away for his own safety. But before Balam can react, the lesser dragon lunges with terrifying speed, seizing him in its massive jaws. Ulba can only scream in desperation as he watches his companion be captured by the beast. Balam groans in pain, realizing that this is the end. He laments his lost dream of rising through the army's ranks to be recognized by Demon King Zidane, knowing that his ambition will now vanish from history. As his consciousness fades, he thinks of Astaire, recalling her time as a deputy for the four heavenly kings, and wondering how she is faring now that she has become the empress. Balam's mind drifts to memories of Astaire and her wish to retire and manage her family's clothing business. Wondering if she finally achieved her dream, however, the peaceful reflection is shattered as the lesser dragon's jaws clamp down on him with devastating force. Ulba watches in horror, screaming in rage and desperation for the monster to let go of his comrade. In his final moments of consciousness, Balam's thoughts drift to his mother, filled with regret that he will never be able to succeed the family legacy. Ulba lets out a heart-wrenching scream, believing his comrade has been crushed to death. But just as the end seems certain, a strange sound echoes, and the lesser dragon's teeth shatter upon impact. Balam stands there in utter confusion, staring down at the broken fragments of the monster's teeth scattered across the ground. The dragon's teeth explode into fragments, sending Balam flying back safely. As the shock settles, a formidable Even stands before them. Stunned by the sudden rescue, Balam exclaims in disbelief, recognizing the man as none other than Demon King Zidane. Demon King Zidane praises Lieutenant Ulba and Balam for their splendid job in reporting the lesser dragon. He asks Balam if he is all right, to which Balam hesitantly explains his survival. Balam shows as a piece of cloth, noting that the dragon's fangs pierced his armor. The cloth prevented any injuries. A bewildered Ulba, powerful attack. How a simple piece of fabric could block such a powerful attack. Balam recalls where she could have bought such an before the mission and wonders where she could have bought such a powerful item. Demon King Zidane realizes that the cloth Balam's mother provided is made of Vajrabast fabric, which explains its ability to repel both magic and dragon fangs. When Balam notices that Zidane seems to know something, the Demon King panics and denies it, though his clumsy reaction makes it obvious. Trying to deflect, Zidane claims that love is the greatest thing, leaving Balam to conclude that the Demon King is truly terrible at lying. Ulba expresses his envy of the amazing under armor that protected Balam, leaving Balam deep in thought about where it came from. Meanwhile, Demon King Zidane reflects on the potential danger of mass-producing clothes with the power of a holy sword, mentioning reports from the Saint and Astaire about a former lieutenant's ambitions in the fashion industry. As the group prepares to head home, a feeling of relief lingers that Balam was saved. The mystery of the protective cloth is revealed. Balam's mother, affectionately known as Batty, tells his father that the under armor he sewed suits their son perfectly. Knowing Balam's deep affection for her will make him treasure it. Looking out toward the horizon, they offer a silent prayer for Balam and Ulba, hoping they remain safe until their eventual reunion. Balam is overcome with emotion as a memory surfaces. In the flashback, Lyra holds her newborn son with a gentle smile, while Astaire stands proudly beside her, celebrating the healthy delivery of the child. The room is filled with excitement as friends react with joy to the sight of the newborn baby. Astaire rests calmly, thanking those who congratulate her on the healthy delivery. Grishar explains that Demon King Zidane is currently occupied with official duties, but promises to visit as soon as possible, having sent her in his place to pay his respects. Grishara explains that she arrived ahead of the king so that Seja and the others could meet the newborn as soon as possible. Seja expresses his gratitude, glad that both the mother and child are doing well. The Gotia is revealed to be a boy named Gotia, a name chosen by the Demon King himself. Looking at the infant, they realize that one day, this child will grow up to be the Demon Prince and the next Demon King. Ria points out that Godi's arrival should resolve the succession issues for Demon King Zidan. However, as Grashara holds the baby, she reflects on the weight of the child's lineage, wondering if being the son of the greatest Demon King in history will be a blessing or a burden. Amidst these serious thoughts, Astaire suddenly bursts in with enthusiasm, proclaiming that she will follow in those footsteps and bear a child of her own, which leaves Balam completely bewildered. Ria muses on how significant having a true heir is for royalty. Astaire adds that such relationships, whether as comrades or rivals, are essential for a child's development and growth, emphasizing the value of people helping each other. Norio, caught in the middle of their intense discussion, can only stutter in confusion. Norio reflects on the friends he has made and the support he has received, noting that this has always been his perspective. Ria gazes at him with admiration, calling him Danasama, while Astrid looks on. With a warm smile, Norio tells Astaire that she doesn't have to take on everything by herself. Astaire finds herself in a spirited and comedic argument with a dark-haired companion who teases her about motherhood, leaving the warrior flustered and indignant. Watching from the side, Norio and Lena comment on how close the two women actually are despite the bickering. The mood then softens, as Lena presents a set of handmade baby clothes crafted by her and Helena as a thoughtful gift for the newborn Godia. Lena thanks her companions for the oversized baby outfits they prepared for Goshia. As Norio gets overly excited about the baby's growth, he is teased for getting ahead of himself. Meanwhile, Plottai realizes she forgot a gift and panics, but Norio quickly suggests providing nutritious vegetables from the farm. However, Plottai comes up with a more magical solution, promising a set of potions to protect the baby from all illnesses, leaving Norio beaming with pride. More guests arrive, eager to see the newborn Godia and offer their congratulations. Norio is pass that they have also brought gifts for the Godia. Meanwhile, Lena presents a traditional protective charm passed down through the elven tribe. However, looking at the strange, horned design of the object, Norio can't help but wonder if it's actually a cursed item. Lena tries to be polite about the strange-looking statue, but the elven companion is overly enthusiastic about its design and protective powers. Holly then steps in to offer her nutritionally perfect natto, while the undead king solemnly offers a prayer for the baby's prosperity. Amidst the excitement, Norio tries to keep the peace as the orc team and goblins prepare to present their own gifts, leaving the spirits completely exhausted by the chaos. Astaire expresses her heartfelt gratitude to everyone for the gifts they brought for baby Gosia. Grashara enthusiastically takes charge, promising to ensure that the massive stack of presents is safely transported to the castle. As the others cheer her on, Norio turns his attention to the side, noticing Angel and Princess Lettislet standing nearby. Princess Lettislet shyly approaches the group. Astaire is stunned, recognizing her as the former princess of the human kingdom. As Lettislet presents her offering, Lena looks on in surprise. With a proud smile, the princess reveals that her gift is a tray of broad beans she grew herself. A companion of Princess Lettislet boastfully claims credit for boiling the water for the beans, though she is quickly teased for her minimal contribution. As Astaire accepts the gift and tastes a bean, her mood shifts to solemn reflection. She remembers that the human kingdom and its king were overthrown by demons, making the former princess's kind gesture particularly poignant. Astaire tastes the beans with a small smile, while Princess Lettislet watches anxiously, feeling the pressure of the moment. Finding the food delicious, Astaire expresses her enjoyment and kindly suggests that they eat together. Overjoyed by the praise, Princess Lettislet boastfully claims that her beans are so delicious they could make one cry, as she was the one who lovingly raised them. Astaire looks on with a skeptical expression, while Norio wonders if the guests have mistaken the baby's celebration for a bragging contest. Despite the noise, Norio looks at the former princess and thinks that Lettislet is a bit slow sometimes. Astaire tastes the beans and finds them delicious, feeling a wave of happiness as she witnesses the joyful scene while holding Godia. Princess Lettislet beams with pride, eagerly seeking validation. Nearby, Norio and Plotty watch them with content expressions. While Plotty agrees that the scene is heartwarming, she reflects on a specific reason for this feeling. A sense of peace and wonder fills the air as they realize how Norio has changed their outlook on the world. In the middle of this quiet reflection, Plotty suddenly reaches out and grabs Norio's hand. Startled by the unexpected gesture, Norio looks at her with a confused expression and asks, "Plotty?" Confused by her sudden action, Norio asks Plotty what is wrong. Blushing deeply, Plotty confesses that she also wants a baby. This unexpected admission leaves Norio completely stunned and flustered. A special episode begins, shifting focus to a group of small creatures, known as the adamantine silkworms. They explain that they were gathered from a dungeon by their master and now spend their days wandering the forest. Despite being monsters, they are peaceful and harmless, though they lament that their threads are useless and that they remain unloved by the world. The adamantine silkworms recount how Norio picked them up and provided them with a comfortable place to live. They discovered that Norio was deeply interested in their threads, using them to spin, knit, and sew clothes. Overwhelmed with joy at finally feeling wanted, the silkworms vow to produce the best silk possible to repay their master's kindness. During a silkworm meeting, the adamantine silkworms are shocked to learn about the existence of cotton and hemp. Realizing they have competition, they panic at the thought of no longer being needed by their master. However, their fear quickly turns into determination as they vow to constantly improve their silk's quality and collaborate to create a brand new kind of thread. Norio is completely stunned when he hears that the under armor he created actually blocked a dragon's fangs. His companions share their own shock, with one mentioning that even Lady Astra's was surprised by the feat. Examining the fabric on the table, Norio notes that while he knew the silk was durable, its current strength is unprecedented. Concluding that the quality of the silk has recently evolved, Norio explains that the adamantine silkworms have recently begun producing silk with colors and even elasticity, much to the amazement of his companion. While Lady Astra's has already requested these materials for the Demon Kingdom, Norio and Lena, who is holding Gotagotia, worry about the implications. They agree that while they want to share the benefits of the clothes, it would be too dangerous to let such advanced items circulate freely. Fearing they might end up in the hands of malicious people, Lena suggests that they should be cautious about who they sell the silk garments to, in order to prevent them from falling into the wrong hands. Beatty, however, is fired up, insisting that the value of the clothes comes from his own skill as a tailor rather than just the materials. Impressed by his passion, Lena encourages him to move forward with his plan and consult the saint. Norio contemplates whether to switch to using only cotton and hemp for his garments. While he acknowledges the idea, he realizes that the unique smoothness and texture of the silkworm silk are indispensable. However, recognizing that the current quality is almost too high, Norio addresses the adamantine silkworms directly with a peculiar request. He asks them to intentionally lower the quality of their silk threads. Norio acknowledges that while high-quality silk is useful, having a variety of grades would be better. As he navigates these tough negotiations, Beatty questions whether the silkworms even understand what is being said, a doubt Norio secretly shares. To convince them, Norio appeals to their well-being, asking them to grant Beatty's request so they can avoid overworking themselves. Surprisingly, the silkworms react with sparkling eyes, appearing more motivated than ever to fulfill the request. Norio and Beatty go to check on the silkworms, only to find the entire room completely filled with threads. It turns out that by dropping the quality by just one, the silkworms increased their production over 100 times. Overwhelmed by the sudden surplus, they immediately call for Team Goblin and Team Elf to begin a massive weaving project. The scene transitions to a quiet traditional room where Norio and Rin sit opposite each other on the tatami floor. A heavy silence hangs between them until Rin, looking somewhat hesitant and thoughtful, finally speaks up with a tentative So, Norio tentatively suggests that it is only natural for them to have children since they are married. Rin, surprised, asks if he doesn't want any, to which Norio quickly clarifies that it's not that, but rather his concern for the toughness of pregnancy and childbirth. Despite his willingness to take on the responsibilities of parenthood, Norio continues to dwell on the hardships of pregnancy, imagining the morning sickness, breathing difficulties, and cramps Rin would have to endure. Overwhelmed by the thought of the burden placed on his wife, he exclaims that he could never handle seeing her go through that, leaving him looking deeply worried. Rin tenderly wraps her arms around Norio, thanking him for his kindness. As they hold each other, she softly confesses that simply living a peaceful and happy life with him on the farm is all she has ever wanted. With a blushing and determined expression, Rin looks at Norio and confesses that she truly wants to have a child with him. Norio is taken aback, his face flushing at her sudden declaration. He smiles warmly, thanking her and gently clasping her hand, softly agreeing to her wish. Norio gently tells Rin that a child is a blessing and suggests they shouldn't rush, proposing that they think about it together slowly. Moved by his kindness, Rin suddenly lunges at him in a passionate hug, shouting how much she loves him. As they recover from the outburst, a lantern nearby flickers, causing them to pause as Norio wonders if it was simply the wind. Just as Norio and Rin are sharing a tender moment, they are startled by a sudden presence outside. Norio shouts in surprise, only to realize that the visitor is the undead king. The undead king greets them politely, apologizing for the late hour, while Norio and Rin are left completely flustered by the interruption. The undead king explains that although it is not his business, There is someone who urgently wishes to meet Norio. Confused and concerned, Norio and Rin follow him as he leads them toward a mysterious Mika waiting by the door. The undead king formally introduces the visitor as Lady Amphitrite, the wife of the god of the sea, Poseidon. Amphitrite greets them with a gentle smile, but Norio and Rin are left in utter disbelief. Rin is particularly stunned, questioning why the goddess has come to visit them and noting that she has somehow shrunk her size. Amphitrite explains that she asked the undead king to summon Norio because she had something urgent to discuss. To Norio and Rin's absolute shock, she bluntly asks if they are hoping for a child. A flustered Norio wonders how the god of the sea could possibly know such a thing. Amphitrite reveals that the farm once received the blessing of the sea goddess, and it was through this connection that she learned of their secret wish, leaving Norio completely bewildered. Norio suspects there is more to Amphitrite's visit, and she confirms his intuition. She reveals the truth about Norio's origin, stating that he is from another world. This revelation leads to a painful conclusion. Because of his nature, Amphitrite explains that it is impossible for him and Platy to conceive a child through normal methods, leaving Norio completely stunned. Amphitrite continues her explanation, noting that while Norio may look similar on the outside, he is a completely different life form. She clarifies that creating a life with someone from another world is simply impossible. Platy is devastated by the news, and Norio can only call her name as they both come to a heartbreaking realization. Norio and Platy are left bewildered by the news, but Amphitrite quickly intervenes to calm them down. She clarifies that she only meant it was impossible through normal means. With a mischievous glint in her eye, she dramatically reveals the juicy part. She has bestowed upon Platy the blessing of the sea goddess, a powerful divine gift from one of the goddesses of the three realms who once granted powers to Mother Gaia, the creator of all nature. Amphitrite explains that it is unthinkable for someone as beloved by the gods as Platy to be unable to conceive. She reveals that Platy simply hasn't mastered the full potential of the blessing. Yet both Platy and Norio are shocked, questioning how such a thing is possible. Amphitrite answers that it requires training in a secret technique passed down by ocean priests for over a millennium. With a confident flourish, Amphitrite reveals the name of the secret training, the Lame's technique. Norio, Platy, and the undead king can only stare in utter confusion. Amphitrite explains that the process involves aligning one's chi, praying, and practicing breathing exercises and doing so 10,000 times every single day. Norio, Platy, and the undead king are completely stunned by the requirement of 10,000 repetitions. Amphitrite quickly reassures them, explaining that while it takes time at first, it will eventually only take 5 minutes a day. When Amphitrite asks if she wants to try training under her, Platy's eyes flash with determination. She declares that she could never let a chance bestowed by a god slip away. Firmly accepting the offer, Platy is completely fired up, begging Lady Amphitrite to train her so she can harness 140 of the blessing. Amphitrite matches her energy, cheering her on with equal passion. As the two women celebrate their new partnership with a loud yippee, Norio watches them in disbelief, wondering if the story has suddenly transformed into a fiery sports manga. The Lame's technique, a divine breathing method bestowed by the sea goddess Amphitrite, offers a glimmer of hope. By calming the mind and praying 10,000 times a day, the once impossible dream of Norio and Platy having a child may finally become a reality. However, mastering this technique is no easy feat, and Platy begins her arduous journey toward becoming a master. The training proves to be far more demanding than anticipated. On her first day, Platy spends a staggering 18 hours completing 10,000 breaths, eventually collapsing from sheer exhaustion while Norio looks on in concern. For the next 2 weeks, her life becomes a repetitive, exhausting cycle of intense huffing and puffing, followed by deep, restorative sleep. Platy pushes through her final sets of breathing exercises with intense focus. With a burst of excitement, she announces that she has finally managed to complete the 10,000 breaths of the Lame's technique in only 5 minutes. Beaming with pride, she celebrates her achievement, while Norio looks on in awe, admitting that she is truly amazing. Norio tells Platy to focus on herself and not worry about the farm, but Platy is now filled with determination. She declares that thanks to her training, she can finally try to have a baby without it hindering her work. Suddenly, she calls out to Angel. As soon as Angel responds, Platy, and drags a completely bewildered Norio away. Platy suddenly leaps onto Norio, shouting about a royal mermaid's secret technique called Spark, while Norio screams in panic. She continues her aggressive outburst, challenging another royal mermaid to use their secret techniques, and even daring them to steal hers. Meanwhile, a distressed Norio can only lament that he is once again subjected to her intense show of dominance. Platy doesn't stop her rampage, immediately pinning Enzel to the ground with another secret technique. Norio can only watch in bewilderment, noting that this looks more like pro wrestling than a divine technique. and questioning this strange form of sibling bonding. Platy taunts her sister to fight back, but Enzel is left fuming and swearing revenge. As the chaos settles, Norio checks on the defeated Enzel, while Platy nonchalantly decides it's time to get back to her farm work. Enzel admits she knew the training was intense, but is surprised by how quickly Platy mastered it. As Norio comments on how positive and hardworking both sisters are, Enzel privately acknowledges that her sister's drive comes from a fierce competitive streak and a habit of pushing herself beyond all limits. Enzel mentions that for a long time, Platy had always respected their mother. But this time, something feels different. Intrigued, Norio listens as Enzel turns to Angel, asking if she can share more about the Platy she knows. Angel, however, confesses that she doesn't know much about Platy's past or her family. Norio mentions the possibility of being accepted as family, prompting Enzel to reveal her parents' names, King Nagus and Queen Shayla Kane. As Enzel enthusiastically describes how deeply in love her parents were and how they had many children, Norio finds himself blushing, feeling that the conversation has taken a very delicate and personal turn. Norio is stunned to learn that Enzel and Platy have 9 siblings, musing that such large families are typical for royalty. As the conversation deepens, Enzel mentions a fatal flaw regarding her mother, Queen Shayla Kane. Despite her success as a queen, her past is a total enigma. Enzel admits that she has absolutely no clue how her mother ended up together, leaving Norio completely bewildered. Enzel elaborates on the mystery of her mother's past, explaining that Queen Shayla Kane was plagued by accusations of being from the underclass or even a criminal, with many attempting to usurp her position. Despite the relentless slander and pressure, she raised her children with strength. Enzel reveals that this resilience is exactly why Platy admires their mother so deeply and strives to follow in her footsteps. Enzel recalls that since she was young, Platy possessed a natural talent for potion making that amazed even adults. Despite her innate skill, Platy chose to enroll in the Mermaid Witch Academy, a prestigious institution where the nobility and upper class of the Mermaid Kingdom gathered. Enzel believes that Platy's drive to earn recognition in such a high society circle was motivated by a desire to protect their beloved mother from the harsh criticisms she faced. Enzel recalls how Platy became a target for the arrogant seniors at the academy, who gossiped about the mysterious past of Queen Shayla. However, Platy didn't let the offensive comments liz and gave them a thorough beating back in the present. Platy's sudden display of intensity leaves both Norio and Enzel completely shaken. Enzel explains that the arrogant seniors were all expelled following the fight, a turn of events that earned Platy a fearsome reputation as a witch. Norio, feeling a bit sorry for the seniors, questions if the punishment was too harsh, but Enzel dismisses his concern, noting that both sides were at fault. Enzel explains that insulting the royal family is considered treason, regardless of one's noble status, which is why the seniors and even their parents were affected. Norio asks if Enzel has to deal with similar pressures as a student, but Platy suddenly interrupts with her usual boisterous confidence, shouting that she is the best. Watching them, Norio reflects on how Platy's driven nature and Enzel's authenticity are both admirable in their own way. Norio and Enzel exchange warm thanks, appreciating the bond they have shared. However, the mood shifts instantly as Enzel declares that despite being family, her sister is still her greatest rival. With a sudden burst of energy, she rushes off to return to her studies, leaving a stunned Norio standing alone, wondering if he had said something to cause her abrupt departure. Lost in thought, Norio recalls the turmoil in the Mermaid Kingdom that first brought him and Platy together. He remembers her desperate struggle to escape a forced marriage to the Demon King, a choice that required her to leave behind the mother she so deeply respected. Standing alone on the porch, Norio reflects on Platy's heart, realizing that she simply wishes to follow in her mother's footsteps and marry someone she truly loves. Norio contemplates the weight of fatherhood, admitting to himself that he hasn't fully grasped what it truly means. The next morning, Platy is already full of energy and ready to start the day. When Norio tries to call out to her, he finds himself hesitating, unable to find the right words to say. Norio tentatively brings up the subject of training, wondering if there is something he can do to contribute. Platy is instantly overcome with emotion, blushing deeply at his interest. She throws herself into his arms with a joyful hug, excitedly declaring that both partners must work together to have a child. With Platy's high energy leading the way, Norio agrees, and they both resolve to give the training their absolute best. Platy wastes no time starting the training, commanding Norio to imagine breathing fire. As she introduces power yoga, she further instructs him on a strict diet of high protein and low carbs, along with warm baths and hydration to soothe the nerves. While Platy is incredibly enthusiastic about her method, Norio can't help but wonder if this is all just a regular healthy diet. A title page appears for Chapter 57, depicting a serene moment where Norio Itanami sits cross-legged, accompanied by his trustworthy friend Yoshimo perched on his head and a large wolf-like creature resting behind him. The scene shifts to a certain archaic human village. A man identifying himself as Bishop Frodricus introduces his group, the Warriors of Justice. He declares that although the holy order of the human kingdom has fallen and they have been forced to retreat underground, they have not abandoned their sense of justice. He vows that they will strike back against the demonkind who robbed them of their land to regain their freedom and prosperity. Bishop Fredricus declares his need for aid, commanding the villagers to hand over all their weapons and food. He tells them to be grateful to the noble Lord Zeus for this opportunity. However, the reality is far from noble, as his hooded warriors aggressively plunder the village, leaving the frightened residents to wonder if this is truly the order that serves the king of humankind. Driven to desperation, a villager screams that the warriors of justice are far worse than demons, and that their nature explains why the human kingdom fell. Rather than denying the accusation, a hooded soldier agrees and raises his sword, coldly sentencing the villager to death for the insult while others cry out for help. A sudden blur of movement interrupts the scene. Before the hooded soldier can strike, a massive bear leaps from the brush, slamming into him with overwhelming force. The soldier's cold demeanor vanishes instantly, replaced by a look of pure shock as he is blindsided by the beast. The hooded soldier is sent flying backward by the sheer force of the impact. The Yuna watch in utter disbelief, their faces filled with confusion and shock as they wonder what is happening. In the center of the village, the massive bear looms over them, letting out a terrifying roar that echoes through the surroundings. Panic erupts as the hooded soldiers realize they are facing a bear monster. While the Yuna look on in shock, Bishop Frodricus reveals his true cruelty, ordering his men to use the Yuna as bait to facilitate their retreat. Following the order, a soldier heartlessly shoves a villager toward the beast, mockingly calling them food for the monster. A young girl from the Yuna screams in terror as the massive bear monster lets out a deafening roar. While the hooded soldiers of the Warriors of Justice attempt to sneak away, believing the beast is distracted by the Yuna, the bear suddenly lunges and pins one of the soldiers to the ground. The soldiers are stunned by the unexpected turn of events, and the girl looks on in confusion as the monster ignores her to target her tormentors. The bear monster ignores the villagers and turns its fury upon the Warriors of Justice, who scream in confusion and terror as they are mauled. The scene then shifts to the Demon King's castle, where Demon King Zidane and Hawkeye are calmly discussing the situation. It is revealed that the bear has escaped from the castle once again, a recurring problem that the two are now addressing. The conversation continues as reports reveal that the bear monster actually saved the Yuna from the remnants of the human kingdom, a recurring pattern. One of the officials explains that, according to the Demon King, the bear is a special monster born under the care of a saint, leading the soldiers to realize why the creature is allowed to roam freely. Demon King, Zidane, and Hakai share a drink, discussing the rumors of the bear monster's training journey to earn the saint's recognition. While the story sounds like a fairy tale to them, they acknowledge that the world has become a place where the impossible happens. They reflect on the sudden disappearance of the Holy Barrier, the death of the lifeless King Emperor, and the collapse of the Vampire Alliance, concluding that the bear monster is now the one delivering justice in this strange new era. As the stories of the bear monster spread, rumors of a godlike saint and a legendary paradise known as the Saint's Farm begin to circulate throughout the land. In a tavern, a short-haired man wonders if such a being truly exists, while others whisper about a utopia containing a mountain of treasure greater than any in the world. Meanwhile, a spiky-haired man looks on with a frown, realizing that the world is starting to notice the secret. Ayeshma, a new member of the Heavenly Four, has confirmed the rumors of the Saint's Farm. Though she does not yet know its exact location, she intends to use the full power of the Demon King's army to track it down and launch a full-scale invasion. Just as Ayeshma declares her ambitions, she is interrupted by Leviasa. Leviasa directly questions her about the plan to send troops to search for the Saint's Farm, confirming that the secret of the paradise is already known to her. Leviasa reveals that she has been thinking the same thing invading the Saint's Farm. Ashma is taken aback by this sudden revelation. Leviasa calmly explains that they both seek achievements to secure their future positions within the Demon King's army. Vale excitedly runs up to Norio, calling him boss to get his attention. Curious about her excitement, Norio asks what is happening. Vale eagerly shows him a tiny creature she found, and upon looking closer at the insect in his hand, Norio realizes it is simply a pill bug. Vale excitedly shows Norio a pill bug, admiring how it curls up when touched. However, the moment is ruined when Yoshamo accidentally steps on the insect, sending Vale into a comedic rage. Norio calmly explains that it is Yoshima's job to handle such pests. The conversation then shifts as Vale begins thinking about expanding the farm. and how many more chicken monsters they should acquire. As they talk, Norio finds himself pondering if they should visit Vale's place again soon. Norio finds himself thinking back to the bear that left on a training journey, wondering how it is doing. However, his reflections are cut short when a massive magic circle suddenly manifests in the sky. As the coordinates lock in, Lyra arrives at the farm, holding Godia in her arms. Norio is surprised by the sudden arrival of Astras, who is carrying Godia. He jokingly asks if she is struggling with the many challenges of childcare, but Astras dismisses the idea, admitting that she is actually troubled by concerns regarding the Demon Kingdom. Norio and Vale are left puzzled by her unexpected visit. Astras begins her report with a bombshell. Glacia is pregnant. Norio is completely caught off guard by the revelation, while Vale reacts with a mix of shock and rivalry, lamenting that Glacia beat her to it. Despite the happy nature of the news, Astra's pensive expression suggests that this development may be tied to the worries she has regarding the Demon Kingdom. Astras explains that because she and Glacia are going on maternity leave, new Heavenly Ones are being selected to fill their positions. This news catches everyone off guard, with Norio questioning how others can be selected when they already have their own duties to attend to. Astras confirms the decision, mentioning that the two were excellent aides. The scene shifts to the Demon Kingdom, where Akai excitedly approaches Astras. He tells her about rumors of the Saint's farm, claiming it is a real utopia overflowing with treasure. Driven by a desire to help the Demon Kingdom, he declares his intention to find and capture the farm's Astars, however, can only look on, finding his enthusiasm completely foolish. Kai insists that Lady Astras should remember the dragon that once appeared on the battlefield, which claimed to serve a figure called Saint Kidon. He argues that this cryptic message, combined with other strange occurrences, proves that the legendary Saint's farm actually exists in their world. Despite his passionate conviction and insistence that it is not just an urban legend, Astras remains unconvinced. Despite Astra's skepticism, Kai remains resolute, declaring that he will pursue the Saint's farm even without her approval. As Astras looks on in bewilderment while holding Gotia, it is revealed that Leviasa is also intrigued by the rumors. Driven by his desire to succeed Astras as the madness of the Heavenly Four, and for the benefit of the Demon Kingdom, Kai passionately begs for permission to carry out his plan. Kai and Leviasa decide to see the legendary place for themselves. Arriving at the Saint's farm, Kai stands before Norio and his allies, formally asking for a little cooperation from the Saint and his group. Leviasa introduces Norio as Saint Kidon and presents the farm to the newcomers. Kai is completely bewildered, struggling to process the sudden arrival and the flood of information. However, Leviasa gives him no time to adjust, coldly reminding him that this is the very place he planned to invade and instructing Aishma to test her strength against an Orcabo, right then and there. Norio and his companions stand in disbelief at the absurdity of the situation. Kai, meanwhile, is left wondering what Lady Astras was thinking. Despite Norio's plea for mercy, the companion coldly orders Orcabo to destroy Aishma's spirit as punishment for her attempt to invade the farm. Aishma, outraged, charges at the Orcabo, only to be sent flying by a devastating punch. Orcabo stands victorious after easily defeating Aishma. Despite her stubborn demands for a rematch, Aishma is once again swiftly overpowered and crushed by Orcabo's strength. Meanwhile, Norio and Leviasi engage in a serious conversation zepliation. Norio worries that the place is becoming too well known, noting that while keeping it a secret might raise suspicion. Making it public could lead to Paniasia about the strange Kai questions Leviasia about the strange individuals they have encountered. Kai is in utter disbelief, questioning how he, a commander of the demon army, could be defeated so easily. As Norio suggests he simply give up on his raid and Leviasa comments on the farm's unexpected strength, Kai's pride flares. Refusing to accept the loss, he gathers his energy and unleashes a hidden, advanced magic technique, screaming Infernal Soulbreaker, as he launches a massive destructive attack. Kai screams in desperation as he unleashes his secret magic, calling his opponents vile beasts, however. The massive energy blast is completely neutralized by the Undead King, who stands calmly in its path. A shocked Kai can only stare in disbelief at the failure of his strongest move, while Norio excitedly calls out to the Undead King, recognizing him as his teacher. Kai is left completely speechless, unable to believe his finishing move was so easily neutralized. While Norio cheerfully thanks the Undead King, calling him Sensei for saving them, Kai spirals into a crisis of confusion. He recognizes the figure as the legendary Lifeless King, but refuses to convincing himself that it must be one of Lady Astra's elite cosplayers. His delusional rambling is abrupt cut short when Aishma bluntly tells him he is in her way. Away from the main chaos, a companion comes across a small girl in a gothic dress who is preoccupied with searching for pill bugs. Struck by how cute she is, he speaks to her in a playful baby talk manner, warning her that the area is dangerous. He then gently scoops her up, offering to take her somewhere safe. Suddenly, the air is filled with a thunderous presence as Vale, the Grinzel dragon, appears, roaring in indignation. As the focus shifts back to the farm, Kai is quickly and efficiently gagged, his protests silenced with a sharp snap of a cloth. Asters explains that the Saint's special land and Saint Keaton's power were what brought peace to the demon kingdom. She reflects on the effort spent learning techniques for the sake of protecting the realm, admitting that it makes her very happy. Kai is left completely smitten and flustered by her sincerity, while Norio and Platy watch on, noting that the new member of the Heavenly Four seems to be a truly hardworking and honest person. Asters continues her speech, emphasizing the importance of maintaining peace and fostering understanding across the world. She then formally asks Kai to join the Heavenly Four. Overwhelmed by the honor and the nobility of the cause, Kai bows deeply and gives his word, feeling a renewed sense of purpose in working for the sake of peace. Asters tells Kai that attacking the Saint's land is foolish and not the general consensus of demonkind. However, Kai quickly remembers that Leviasa was also planning an attack. Just then, Leviasa arrives at the farm, carrying little Hannah. Shocked by her presence, Kai yells at her, claiming she is just as guilty as he is, and demanding that she apologize to the Saint. Leviasa calmly explains her true intentions, revealing that she proposed sending troops only to provoke Aishma into uncovering the mysteries of the farm, which would allow her to truly support Lady Glacia. While a gagged and furious Aishma curses her, Leviasa turns to Norio and formally introduces herself as the Wrath of the Heavenly Four and the successor to Mrs. Glacia. Aishma asks Leviasa to introduce herself since they don't know much about her. However, Leviasa enthusiastically declares that Lady Glacia is her Oshi, which Aishma quickly dismisses as the wrong kind of information. When Aishma asks if she has a special skill, Leviasa agrees, leading Norio to wonder if her skill is simply using a cat teaser. Aishma decides to see it for herself as Leviasa produces the toy. Leviasa puts her special skill into practice, waving a cat teaser in front of Vale, while Kai panics, reminding everyone that Vale is the dragon responsible for the world's greatest disasters. The fearsome creature is completely entranced. Vale lets out a playful meow and pounces, leaving Norio and the others stunned as Leviasa effortlessly controls the powerful dragon like a puppet. Norio reflects on the day's events, impressed by the insight and guts of his new acquaintances and feeling that he has gained another reliable friend. Aishma, feeling a bit flustered, wonders if the chaos of the day will repeat itself and asks about the other two members of the Heavenly Four. Suddenly, the peace is shattered by Vale's thunderous roar, leaving everyone exasperated. As the chapter closes, it seems the farm will soon become a regular hangout for the rest of the Heavenly Four. Orkubo approaches Norio with a solemn look, telling him there is something he wishes to discuss. Norio, remembering Orkubo's habit of building random structures, immediately feels a sense of dread. When Norio asks what he is planning to make this time, Orkubo enthusiastically confirms his intuition and makes an earnest request. He wants to build a castle. Norio is completely taken aback when Orkubo confirms his desire to build something Masiva Castle. As Norio panics about where such a structure could possibly be placed, an elf sister steps in to reassure him, mentioning that the elves have already identified some suitable land outside the immediate area. Orkubo then attempts to justify the project, arguing that despite the current peace, a large storage warehouse that doubles as a shelter is a necessary precaution. Though skeptical, Norio finds himself almost swayed by the logic, while Hana simply thinks a castle sounds like a wonderful idea. Vale laughs boisterously, proclaiming that as the Grinzel dragon, she shall be the lady of the magnificent castle Orkubo is to build. Norio considers Orkubo's ambitions as a creator and is surprised to find that the shipping of materials has already been arranged. Ultimately, Norio gives in and agrees to the plan, leading to a joyful celebration as Vale cheers for them to make it truly magnificent. Several months pass, and the ambitious project finally takes shape. A grand, towering castle now dominates the landscape, with the sounds of final construction still echoing through the air. As Norio arrives to inspect the progress, Orkubo warmly welcomes him. Looking up at the massive structure, Norio is genuinely impressed, noting that the magnificent building is almost done. As they tour the site, Orkubo proudly explains the castle's formidable defenses, from the massive walls to the strategic watchtowers. He even reveals plans for a catapult and arrow slits, leaving Norio completely bewildered, confused by the extreme level of fortification. Norio wonders why Orkubo is making the place so battle-ready and what its actual purpose will be once finished. Orkubo rushes toward Norio with a look of panic, announcing that they have a problem. He reveals that they failed to notice a human village nearby until now. A bewildered Norio listens as Orkubo explains that, given the sheer scale of the castle, the villagers have almost certainly spotted the imposing fortress. In the nearby human village, a group of men gather in distress. One man reports his discovery of monsters on the hill, and the strange, ominous castle being built by orcs. The other Yun are shocked. Unable to believe that orcs would build such a structure, they lament the end of their peaceful lives, fearing that if the orcs notice them, their village will be completely destroyed. A villager decides to notify the feudal lord, hoping that soldiers can be sent to drive the monsters away. Despite this plan, the village remains gripped by anxiety, as they consider the possibility of having to abandon their homes. The thought of leaving behind sick family members and starting their lives over from scratch leaves the residents in a state of despair. As the Yuna agonize over what to do, a sudden knock sounds at a door. A confused man opens it, only to find a massive Orkubo standing right in front of him. Panic erupts instantly, and the Yuna scream in absolute terror, believing the monsters have finally come for them. The terrified Yuna are shocked to see a human accompanying the Orkobo. Norio quickly steps in to reassure them that Orkobo is not there to attack. Taking responsibility, Orkobo explains that he is the one building the castle in the mountains and admits he was unaware of the village's proximity. Both Norio and Orkobo bow deeply, offering their sincerest apologies to the frightened residents. Orkubo attempts to integrate into the community by offering the Yuna vegetables and gifts, introducing himself as their new neighbor. Despite his kindness, the Yuna are bewildered and terrified, questioning why someone who wants peace would build a fortress meant for war. Orkubo solemnly assures them that they hold peace above all else, leaving the Yuna stunned. When asked again about the purpose of the castle, Orkubo simply admits that building it is his hobby, leaving Norio speechless. The Yuna continue to react with hostility, unable to trust a talking Orkubo. One man expresses his desperation, mentioning the burden of caring for his sick daughter. Seizing the opportunity to help, Orkubo reveals he is trained under a renowned merfolk doctor and offers to examine her. Just as another villager laments the lack of doctors in their village, the daughter suddenly wakes up with a loud yawn, leaving Norio and the others bewildered. Orkubo carefully examines the young girl, concluding that what seemed like a common cold has worsened into pneumonia. To treat her, he provides medicine and advises the father to prepare a nutritious soup using the vegetables he had previously gifted. Despite the father's lingering doubt, Orkubo gently reassures the girl that she will recover quickly, while diligently tending to her with a wet compress. A few days pass. Norio muses about the surprise of having neighbors and wonders if Orkubo and the Yuna are getting along. He remembers Aileron apologizing profusely for her past actions, and though he accepts it, he tells himself that they must not let this opportunity go to waste. Norio contemplates the lessons he has learned from the four heavenly ones, realizing that to maintain peace in this world, he and his farm must gradually become known to others. As his companion agrees with his resolve, the quiet moment is abruptly broken by Orkubo, who rushes toward them shouting urgently for his lord. Norio and his companion are bewildered by Orkubo's urgent state. Orkubo explains that while the sick girl recovered, other villagers who harbor ill will have notified the feudal lord about their presence. He delivers the shocking news that in 5 days, the feudal lord will mobilize soldiers to attack their castle, leaving Norio and his companion in a state of complete panic. Orkubo suggests that explaining their peaceful intentions might work, but Dragon disagrees, noting that no one will believe a massive castle is just a hobby. She argues that castles are inherently military structures. Suddenly, Dragon decides to solve the problem with Forkubo, declaring that one fiery blast will be enough to deal with the soldiers, which leads to a panicked shout to stop her. Overwhelmed by guilt, Orkubo apologizes to Norio and impulsively suggests tearing down the castle, but to avoid immediately shuts him down, asserting her authority as the lady of the castle. While Norio tries to stop Orkubo from acting rashly, Orkubo argues that simply isolating themselves would only increase the villagers' distrust. Seeing no other way, Dragon decides to take a different approach and set up a barrier around the castle for protection. As Dragon asks for a plan, Norio falls into deep thought. He realizes that while protecting the castle is essential, they must also find a way to make the approaching army understand their position. With a determined expression, Norio decides to take a bold step. He will go and confront the feudal lord and his men directly, leaving Dragon and Orkubo completely surprised by his decision. The scene shifts to the approaching threat. A massive army of Tali marches steadily through the forest, led by a stern, light-haired commander and his focused subordinate. The tension rises as they close in, setting the stage for an inevitable showdown over Orkubo's castle. The feudal lord and his army reach the outskirts of the target area. As they look toward the horizon, the feudal lord and his subordinate are surprised to see a castle, though they find its architecture to be quite strange. Just as the feudal lord and his men approach, Orkubo steps out from the trees, leaving the soldiers stunned. The feudal lord is bewildered to find a speaking Orkubo who claims to be the builder of the strange castle. Understanding their hostile intent, Orkubo calmly confronts them and accepts their challenge. Orkubo declares his defiance, challenging the army to attack while he defends the castle from within. The feudal lord and his subordinate are stunned, realizing that Orkubo used teleportation magic, a feat impossible for a normal Orkubo. While the subordinate urges caution, warning that this is no ordinary Orkubo, the feudal lord remains determined and orders his entire army to besiege the castle. Despite suggestions to withdraw and seek reinforcements from the Demon King's army, feudal lord Dalkish firmly refuses. He declares that as the lord of these lands, it is his duty to handle the situation and protect his people. While Lady Varlina insists on staying by his side out of loyalty to the demon army, Dalkish asks her to remain behind to avoid danger. Encouraged by the fierce determination of his soldiers to claim victory, Dalkish prepares to lead the assault on the castle. Feudal Lord Dalkish tries to be chivalrous, claiming the battlefield is too harsh for women. However, his subordinate quickly shuts him down, revealing her past as a soldier in the Demon King army and warning him not to underestimate her. While Dalkish finds her attitude unpleasant, they both set aside their differences to rally the troops, charging forward to overcome the crisis and restore peace to the land. As the army prepares to storm the castle, they find themselves facing a bizarrely narrow bridge. The feudal lord and his subordinate are perplexed by the structure, fearing it might be a trap. However, a soldier boasting of his balance, known as acrobatic, to volunteer. Intrigued and determined, the feudal lord orders him to give it a shot. Confident in his balance, the soldier steps onto the narrow bridge, reasoning that any fall would only land him in the water. But as he advances, a hidden catapult within the castle walls is triggered by an elf-like defender. A projectile is launched directly at him, leaving the feudal lord and his subordinate in shock as they realize they have walked straight into a trap. Soldier A is struck by a projectile and sent flying off the bridge, disappearing instantly, while the troops panic, believing it to be teleportation magic. The feudal lord calmly explains that the soldier has been safely transported to another area. Despite the strange occurrence, the feudal lord orders his units to advance. However, Orkubo's voice rings out, declaring the start of Trial 1, the annoying balance beam, challenging the army to see how many can successfully break through. The soldiers struggle to maintain their balance on the narrow beam, but Orkubo makes their task impossible by pelting them with projectiles. "Take that," he shouts, sending several soldiers tumbling off the bridge. The feudal lord watches in fury, shouting, "How impudent!" as his men are swept away by the first trial. Half of the army has fallen victim to the bridge trap. Despite the heavy losses, the feudal lord declares that they must push forward to save their comrades. As they arrive at the castle gate, a sense of dread fills the air, leaving them to wonder what new trial Orkubos has prepared for them. As the army prepares to move forward, they find themselves facing a steep incline. A puffer appears at the top, congratulating the challengers before introducing the next trial. To the horror of the soldiers, she summons a giant boulder and sends it crashing down the hill, forcing the feudal lord and his men to deal with a classic ruins trap. Overconfident and arrogant, the feudal lord dismisses the boulder as a minor nuisance and orders his men to charge forward. But as they rush in, a massive boulder slams into them, sending the army flying. Orkubo mocks their recklessness, revealing that he can teleport as many boulders as he wants, leaving the feudal lord stunned as another rock appears right behind him. The feudal lord watches in horror as his soldiers are crushed, realizing the teleportation magic creates an infinite loop of boulders. His subordinate explains the mechanism and questions if all humans are buffoons, but as the feudal lord laments his losses, she is suddenly tripped, leaving her sprawled on the ground with a mysterious "oops" echoing in the air. The feudal lord quickly catches his subordinate before she hits the ground, pulling her into a sudden close embrace. He asks if she is okay, leaving her flustered and apologetic for burdening him, to which he gently replies that it is no trouble at all. The feudal lord looks at his flustered subordinate and apologizes for putting her in danger, but admits that he needs her. The subordinate, still shaken, agrees. Without hesitation, the feudal lord scoops her up and shouts, "Then onward," as he leaps high into the air, narrowly avoiding the massive boulder rolling down the hill, leaving his soldiers in awe of his sudden jump. Having successfully leaped over the boulders, the feudal lord lands safely at the top of the hill. His subordinate, still flustered, softly thanks him, leading the lord to realize she has a more honest side than he previously thought. However, their respite is short-lived, as the army is forced to endure a series of bizarre trials. First, battling the multiplying creatures of the Deep One's nightmare, then struggling through a perplexing 3D labyrinth, and finally facing the olfactory horror of the Natto challenge. Finally, the feudal lord and Lady Varlina reach the castle keep, though they are the only ones left after losing all their troops to the trials. As they prepare to face the final boss, whom the feudal lord suspects is a powerful orc lady. Varlina reflects on his kindness, noting that her resentment has vanished. Touched by her words, the feudal lord thanks her for her help and solemnly vows to protect her as they move forward. Lady Varlina expresses her faith in the feudal lord's ability to win and protect the territory. In response, the feudal lord declares that they will now stand together through thick and thin, sealing their pact with a firm handshake. With a shared determination, they head onward toward the castle keep for the final battle. As the feudal lord and Lady Varlina reach the castle keep, they are greeted by a loud, laughing girl in a maid outfit, who declares herself as their final challenge. Stunned by the sight of a child acting as the ultimate boss, the duo is left bewildered, their fighting spirit completely vanishing. While the girl continues to shout and demand they fight her, Norio simply holds her back, flatly stating that it is already over. Norio bursts in with a party popper, loudly congratulating the feudal lord and Lady Varlina for reaching the castle keep. Completely baffled by the sudden celebration and the shower of confetti, the two look on in utter confusion. Norio then calmly explains the truth. The castle wasn't built for war or territorial defense, but was created purely for fun. The feudal lord can only stare in silence, finally realizing the absurdity of the grueling trials they just endured. Norio deeply apologizes for the disturbance, explaining that he simply wanted the experience to be enjoyable for visitors. He reassures the feudal lord and Lady Varlina that the soldiers who didn't make it through the trials are safely downstairs enjoying pork miso soup. While the feudal lord is perplexed by a castle designed with safety in mind, he reflects on the journey, admitting that the challenge was exhilarating, and, more importantly, and Lady Varlina to form a genuine bond. The feudal lord's subordinate sternly points out that building such a massive structure without permission is a serious military oversight that cannot be ignored. Startled, Norio immediately offers to tear the castle down, however. The feudal lord stops him, deciding instead to occupy the castle. With great enthusiasm, his subordinate gets denouncing the castle as the ultimate attraction in Lord Dalkish's fiefdom, inviting challengers from all across the land to test their strength. The subordinate enthusiastically explains that turning the castle into an attraction will erase its dangerous reputation and lead to a fiscal surplus, an idea the feudal lord readily approves. Or Kobo, overwhelmed with gratitude, vows to handle the upkeep of the Axel. He, in his occurs on how this new venture may attract a doctor. In a feudal lord tells back to the villagings, she might as well give tenderness, causing her to panic and loud as well be a princess, causing her to panic and loudly deny the comparison. The feudal lord expresses his pleasure in working with Norio, and the two seal their agreement with a friendly handshake. As the commotion settles, the feudal lord officially names the new attraction Storm Cloud or Kubo Castle, though Sira is not pleased, loudly reminding everyone that she is the true lady of the castle. Plotty struggles with a sudden wave of nausea, questioning why she had to fall sick at such a time. However, as the feeling persists, a look of realization crosses her face, and she wonders if this is the moment she has been waiting for. The scene shifts to a special episode where Plotty is in a heated argument, screaming at a dark-haired woman to give her stuff back and calling her a liar. The woman defensively shouts back that she isn't lying and that business simply isn't going well. Norio stands between them, completely confused by the situation and the strange combination of the two women fighting. Norio looks on in confusion as the argument escalates. He explains to Saint that Glacia was supposed to stay his Asian visit in Enel, which is why Plotty had entrusted her with so many items. However, Plotty is outraged that nothing has appeared on the market. Glacia shouts back, insisting that she simply hasn't put them out yet, because she lacks the proper means. Frustrated, Plotty demands her belongings back immediately, leaving Norio awkwardly caught in the middle. The Saint notes that Aileron entrusted her handicrafts to Glacia, while Norio questions if Glacia actually intends to sell them. Glacia vehemently denies this, insisting she just hasn't found a way into the market yet. Norio suggests she ask Astris for help, but Glacia reacts with indignation. She admits that although they are both consorts of the Demon King, Astris is the only one with the power to distribute products, a privilege that has greatly enhanced Astris' fame. Norio considers the high quality of Aileron's leather and glass products, noting that they would be well received if a proper distribution channel were found. Glacia immediately sees this as a chance to make a major comeback and challenge Astris' status. Aileron's, however, focuses on her pride as an artisan, wanting more people to experience their creations, to demonstrate their capability. She proudly presents a magnificent statue of the Dark Lord Hades, the best work of her companion. Norio observes that Aileron's preference for selling Miral's detailed statue over simpler handiwork is likely why Glacia has struggled to find a merchant. While Norio acknowledges Miral's top-class talent, he worries that the item might be too much of a hurdle even for Astris. When Aileron suggests approaching Astris directly, Glacia panics. Suddenly, Leviasa appears, teasing Glacia for being as hopeless as ever, leaving Glacia in a state of despair. Leviasa confidently offers to help Aileron find a way into the market, praising the top quality of elven handiwork. When Aileron asks about the wooden statue, Levia reveals with a mysterious smile that she already has someone in mind, leaving Norio, Aileron, and Glacia completely stunned in front of the demon castle. The scene shifts to the demon castle, where Demon King Zidane is confronted by his father, the former great demon king, Fulll. Questions Zidane's latest massive purchase, warning him that people will think he's a lunatic, with a heavy sigh. A frustrated Zidane tries to argue his point, questioning how his father who ended the war could be so oblivious. Ball simply huffs, dismissively asking if Zidane is trying to lecture him again. Former Great Demon King Ball passionately declares that spending money on art is necessary now that the war has ended, as it brings a sense of peace and welcomes a bright future. He tells Zidane to take a look, dramatically unveiling a series of high-quality wooden statues that he claims surpass any previous paintings or books. Former Great Demon King Baal reveals to Zidane that the elves produce spectacular household goods in addition to statues, which he has already distributed through his merchant connections. Zidane notes that this will make life much easier for the elves. Indeed, the elven creations become an overnight sensation in the demon capital, causing Leviasa's reputation to skyrocket and Aileron to make a massive profit. Amidst the celebration, Glacia is left feeling completely overlooked and frustrated. Plotty bursts into the room, calling out to Norio with great excitement. Confused, Norio is suddenly hugged tightly by her. With a blushing, happy expression, Plotty delivers the delightful news. She believes she is having a baby. Norio is stunned, shouting in disbelief that Plotty is pregnant. Once the shock wears off, he erupts in excitement, praising her. Plotty explains that she received a thumbs up and the highest blessing from the sea goddess Amphitrite. Nico and Gara Rufa join the celebration, with Nico tearfully cheering for Plotty and mentioning the Lemay's techniques she practiced under the goddess' guidance. Overwhelmed with emotion, Plotty's companions declare their absolute commitment to protecting her and her future child. While Plotty tries to professionally explain how the pregnancy will affect her work, the group is far too excited, insisting that supporting her is their duty. As a special gesture, they present her with a beautiful new dress designed specifically for this joyful occasion. Plotty is thrilled with her new dress, thanking Beatty for the thoughtful design that gently hugs her belly. Her companions warmly offer to handle her tasks and prepare nursing clothes for her future needs. Puffer is tasked with delivering the news of the pregnancy to Prince Arowana, and while Puffer imagines his surprise, Plotty simply asks that her regards be sent. Plotty asks Puffer to send her regards to Prince Arowana, suggesting he visit once things have settled down. After expressing her deep gratitude to everyone, the mood shifts as Norio suddenly has a realization. He tells Plotty that since he is unable to use teleportation magic, he will need to find another way to get around. Norio explains that since his work extends beyond the farm, he needs a quick way to travel. Vale immediately volunteers to give him rides with her magnificent wings, but Norio shuts her down instantly. He reminds her that she is now the lady of the castle and has her own responsibilities to attend to. Plotty teases Vale, suggesting that Norio simply doesn't trust her whimsical nature, a point that Vale quickly agrees with. While Vale still finds the idea of flying appealing, Norio concludes that a horse is the most reliable option for his travels. Belina steps in, noting that horses are essential for transport in both human and demon realms, and that the Demon King is a known enthusiast. Norio agrees, leaving the arrangements in Belina's capable hands. 1 month passes. Demon King Zidane arrives at Norio's home with great enthusiasms, loudly announcing his intrusion and calling out to the saint. Norio welcomes him, mentioning that Belina had informed him about the horse. Zidane confirms this with pride, explaining that he personally ensured the horse's quality by offering his own horse, Black Flame, as the sire, leaving Norio bewildered by the grand gesture. Demon King Zedin goes on a passionate rant about the lineage of his horse, Black Flame, boasting about the toughness and belligerence inherited from its parents. Norio is completely overwhelmed, questioning why breeding was necessary just to provide a horse. Just as Zidane excitedly declares that the new mount is finally ready, they are interrupted by the arrival of Zoth Sira, who greets both the Demon King and the Saint. Zoth Sira dramatically presents the result of her work, revealing a majestic dragon horse created through a combination of magic and genetic modification. Norio is left speechless, while even Demon King Zedan is impressed by the sight of the flying steed. Zoth Sira explains that to create a steed worthy of Norio, she crossbred the Demon King's horse with a dragon, adding a touch of her own uniqueness. Vale excitedly chimes in, admitting she also contributed to the process. Norio is completely stunned, questioning if everyone is seriously okay with such a bizarre creation. However, Belina and Demon King Zidane agree that a special mount is only fitting for the Saint. Demon King Zidan brings up the news of Platy's pregnancy, explaining that the magnificent dragon horse is actually a celebratory gift from the whole group. Surprised and touched, Norio accepts the gesture and is left in awe as he comes face-to-face with his extraordinary new mount. Demon King Zidan tells Norio that the dragon horse is inviting him to climb aboard. Finding the creature adorable, Norio nervously agrees to try it out. However, the moment he gets on, the dragon horse leaps into the sky, leaving Norio shouting in shock and excitement as they fly high above the ground. Norio is stunned by the experience, thinking that the gift is almost too amazing for him. From the ground, Zidan, Zothsira, and Vale call out to him, eager to know how the ride feels. As he glides through the air, Norio realizes how considerate and gentle the creature is, feeling as though the blessings of his friends are carried within the ride. As he glides over the mountains, Norio is struck by the surreal nature of his life. In this Isekai world, especially while riding such a magnificent creature, his mind wanders to the future, thinking about the child he and Platy are expecting. He wonders if the baby will take after the mermaid side or the human side, sharing these quiet, hopeful reflections with his gentle new companion. Norio reflects on his future child, deciding that as long as the baby is healthy, it doesn't matter who they take after. Filled with gratitude for the people he has met in this world, he returns to the ground to introduce the dragon horse to Platy. Platy is absolutely thrilled, enthusiastically welcoming the magnificent creature as a new friend to their farm. Demon King Zidan is left feeling overwhelmed, admitting that the specs of his sister's husband are simply too high. Vale firmly reminds him that the dragon horse is Norio's personal steed and strictly off-limits to anyone else. Even as Zidan humbly asks if he can just pet the creature, Zothsira offers to create a separate horse for the Demon King. Meanwhile, Platy curiously asks Norio what he plans to name his new flying companion. After pondering the creature's nature, Norio excitedly declares that he will name the dragon horse Sakamoto. Vale doesn't quite grasp the meaning behind the name, but she agrees that it sounds powerful, thinking to herself how her master always manages to secure such splendid things. Shifting the conversation, Vale addresses Angel, asking if the side effects of a botched land transformation potion have finally worn off. Angel reflects on her condition, admitting that the detox process took longer than she had initially thought. But the moment of reflection is cut short when Platy addresses her, stating that it is now time for Angel to return to the Mermaid Kingdom. Angel erupts in a loud protest, shouting that she refuses to go home. She passionately declares that she cannot return to the Mermaid Kingdom until she achieves her goal of surpassing her sister. But her resolve quickly crumbles as she admits the true reason. The food on the farm is simply too good to leave behind. Platy looks on skeptically, dryly noting that she appreciates Angel's honesty. Angel completely loses it, wailing about the miso soup and pork shogayaki while begging to live there forever, while the others watch the chaos. Norio steps in to bring some order to the situation. He suggests they all sit down and talk things through calmly. Once they are settled at the table, Norio decides to let Angel speak first, and she eagerly volunteers to start. Angel continues her passionate plea, arguing that she has a duty to stay and help Lady Puffer and Lady Gararufa. She points out that the mermaid team would be short-handed, especially since Platy is now. However, Platy reigns firm, telling her that her field trip is over, and she needs to return to the Academy of Magical Potions to study. Unmoved, Angel declares that she has learned far more on the farm than in school, and refuses to budge. Platy continues her argument, reminding Angel that despite Hendora explaining her situation, she has been staying without permission for far too long. She brings up the worry of Angel's parents, admitting that her own pregnancy has given her a new understanding of how a parent feels. While Norio quietly admits that Platy is right, it is evident that Angel is not convinced at all. Platy shifts from an emotional appeal to a firm ultimatum, instructing Angel to head home and secure permission from her parents and the school to live there. Angel is shocked to realize the school is also involved, but Platy remains stern, warning her that anyone who ignores these rules will be banned from the farm. Overwhelmed by the strict requirement, Angel reluctantly begins to concede. Norio notices Angel's sudden change in mood and asks what is wrong. Angel, looking defeated, wonders if the school is really that strict, and Platy confirms that it is. While Platy tries to reassure her that they will see each other again, she admits that the situation is tough and depends entirely on Angel's ability to negotiate. However, Platy then reveals a much more pressing issue. Angel doesn't even know that. Platy emphasizes the need to find someone who can safely escort Angel back home. At that moment, Zothsira appears, mentioning that she had been looking for Angel. However, upon seeing Hakai, Zothsira's attention quickly shifts. She flirtatiously suggests having tea or spending time together now that his work is finished, but Hakai awkwardly declines, claiming he still has more work to complete. Zothsira finds Angel's earnestness amusing, but she eventually accepts the responsibility of the escort. sighing at the fact that she is the one taking Angel home instead of Platy. Zothsira begins to drag the reluctant girl across the ground. Zothsira begrudgingly escorts Angel back home, while Platy observes that Angel is trying to get permission to stay on the farm. Upon arriving at the sprawling mermaid kingdom, Zothsira plans to finish the job quickly so she can go meet Orcabo. But the moment they arrive, Angel casually tells her to wait outside while she goes to talk to her parents, leaving Zothsira completely stunned. Zothsira fumes in frustration, wondering why she has to wait so long for a family discussion. However, she reminds herself that failing to take care of Angel properly could lead to her being banned from the farm. Just as she is complaining, Angel returns and thanks her for waiting. When Angel reveals that her parents simply told her to be a fine witch, Zothsira is left stunned by how quickly the matter was settled. Angel reveals that Hendra helped convey her situation to her parents, but the real challenge remains, obtaining permission from her school. Standing before the Mermaid Witch Academy, Angel dramatically disguises task as the final boss battle. She clings to Zothsira, pleading for her support and praising her as the smart and reliable oldest member of the 6 Witches of Chaos. However, Zothsira is visibly annoyed that Angel felt the need to mention her age. Zothsira and Angel arrive at the Mermaid Witch Academy. While Zothsira is impressed by the school's elegance, she admits that her dangerous and heretical research has made her an outlaw, meaning she can never step foot inside. Observing the atmosphere of the elite institution, Angel reflects and decides that she would much rather learn from the top-class witches back at the farm. Zothsira tells Angel that there is no right or wrong answer, and that she should simply do what she wants. Feeling encouraged, Angel decides to face the teachers at the academy. As Angel enters the room with a nervous stutter, Zothsira waits outside, feeling bothered by the situation but reminding herself that this is for Orcabo. Angel nervously enters the office and is greeted by Professor Carp. The professor doesn't hold back, reminding Angel that she would see her every day if she actually attended her classes. While King Nagus had advised the professor to view Angel's absence as temporary, Professor Carp points out that she has been gone for months without permission and has fallen significantly behind the other students. Professor Carp informs Angel that there are super intensive supplementary classes available to help her catch up with her peers. Nervous and stuttering, Angel struggles to find the right words before finally blurting out that she came to get permission to extend her temporary absence. Professor Carp is not amused and immediately shouts for her not to be ridiculous. Angel desperately searches for a way to get her request granted, but Professor Carp shuts her down with a lecture on royal responsibility. The professor emphasizes that as a member of the royal family, Angel must act with dignity and dedicate herself to her studies to become a fine magical pharmacist and a proper member of royalty. Professor Carp continues her stern lecture, demanding to know if running away from her duties and doing as she pleases is acceptable behavior for a member of the royal family. Angel, completely intimidated, can only stutter in response, unable to find the words to justify her actions. Zothsira makes a sudden appearance, interrupting Professor Carp's stern lecture. She mocks Carp, questioning what Angel could possibly learn from someone like her. Shocked, Professor Carp recognizes her as Zothsira and demands to know why she is there. Zothsira simply smirks, teasing the Witch of Arts for picking on a child. Angel is completely bewildered by the sudden turn of events, while Professor Carp is visibly shaken by the presence of the witch. As the two women face off with an intense energy, Angel can only watch in shock, wondering about the connection between them. Zothsira lets out a mocking laugh, belittling Professor Carp as a failure, who simply bent to authority to become a snobbish teacher at a prestigious school. Professor Carp fires back with equal intensity, stating that Zothsira has clearly misunderstood her position, especially considering her reckless research led her to become one of the most wanted individuals. Zothsira's expression turns menacing as she declares that she might just turn the entire school into a hellscape. She smirks at Professor Carp, mockingly asking if she intends to call the guards. As the tension peaks, a startled Angel is caught in the crossfire of their intense rivalry. Professor Carp is horrified, shouting that Zothsira is the notorious witch of the abyss and a criminal. Zothsira remains completely unfazed, dismissively telling the professor that she is still just a lower-ranked witch, as it is revealed that Zothsira has mastered the arts of various witches, including the witches of the crown. Bitter cold, hellfire, and plague-reach turns her attention to Angel, noting that the young princess hasn't simply been wasting her time. Professor Carp reacts with shock, shouting that half of the 6 witches of chaos ought to be imprisoned. Zothsira calmly counters, explaining that while it may seem like nonsense, Angel's sister, Princess Platy, is the witch of the crown and reigns supreme among those 6. She reveals that Angel has not been idling. Instead, she worked tirelessly every day, determined to confront her position and eventually surpass her sister. Angel is deeply touched, realizing that her efforts to surpass her sister were recognized and validated. Overwhelmed with emotion, she throws herself into Zothsira's arms, thanking her profusely. A flustered Zothsira tries to push her away, insisting that she only spoke up because she is simply fed up with Professor Karp's attitude. Professor Karp becomes intensely animated, shouting about the Academy's past failure to educate the genius Princess Platy. With a determined glare, she declares that witchcraft is heresy and insists that the only true way to benefit merfolk is through the study of magic potions, vowing to guide Angel down this correct path no matter what. Zothsira dismisses Professor Karp's argument as fallacious, asserting that there is no single correct way to study magic potions. To settle the dispute, she proposes a contest. A bewildered Professor Karp asks for details, and Zothsira reveals that she runs a special seminar for gifted students, challenging Angel to face off against one of her best pupils. Zothsira mocks Professor Karp's narrow-mindedness and declares that the contest will take place as a practical combat match in the school's arena. While Professor Karp feels provoked and reluctant to accept a challenge based on such selfish reasoning, Angel is left worried about the strength of her future opponent. Despite feeling at a disadvantage, Angel determines that there is no way she can back down now. Angel declares her determination to show off everything she has learned during her time at the farm. Zothsira smirks and suddenly offers to be Angel's tag team partner in the upcoming match. This prompts an immediate outcry from Professor Karp, who reminds her that interfering is against the rules. Unfazed, Zoth dismisses the concern, provocatively questioning if this isn't supposed to be a real fight. 1 hour later, everyone gathers at the school's arena. Zothsira introduces the opponent, Calva, a talented young woman from a respectable family who excels in both academics and athletics and is destined for the Imperial Guard. Upon learning that Calva is the top student of the senior year, Angel is left completely stunned. Determined to prove herself, Angel tells herself she must go all out. Zothsira announces the start of the aquatic martial arts match, and as the signal is given, both Angel and Calva take their positions, ready for combat. Just as the match is set to begin, Angel takes a sudden and decisive action. Before Zothsira can even finish her signal, Calva is instantly frozen solid in a block of ice. A bewildered Zothsira erupts in anger, accusing Angel of cheating by mixing potions into the water beforehand. However, Angel remains calm and confident, declaring that in a real combat situation, there are no start signals. This is the true witch's battle strategy. Angel mocks the frozen Calva, reminding her that letting one's guard down around an enemy is a critical mistake. Calva protests, arguing that this is supposed to be a friendly match. Seeing the situation, Zothsira decides to restart the contest. The moment Zothsira shouts "Begin," Calva screams "You coward," and charges at Angel with intense aggression, leaving Angel to brace herself for the attack. Calva lunges forward with a powerful strike, but Angel remains calm, observing every movement. To Calva's disbelief, Angel effortlessly evades the attack, making the top student's speed seem sluggish. Shocked by the ease of the dodge, Calva is left stunned that her movements were so easily predicted. As Calva continues her fierce attack, Angel counters with a fire potion. The potion makes Calva's shield scorching hot, causing her to scream and drop it immediately. Zothsira explains that according to the rules of aquatic martial arts, anyone who drops their shield or harpoon loses the match. She praises Angel for her clever tactic, declaring her the winner. Calva is shaken, unable to believe she is on the verge of defeat. She tells herself that she cannot lose, driven by the pride of the school. However, Angel calls out to her, questioning if all her hard work was truly just for the sake of the school's reputation. With a determined look in her eyes, Angel prepares to deliver her finishing move. With a powerful strike called Mermaid Spark, Angel sends Calva flying, ending the match instantly. A stunned Zothsira realizes that Angel has mastered one of the 3 great secret techniques of the Royal Mermaid family. As Calva accepts her defeat in despair, Angel is overcome with joy, realizing she has actually won the fight. Following the match, an instructor suggests extending a student's leave, but Zothsira points out that it would prevent them from graduating. The instructor becomes increasingly agitated, lamenting that 2 royal family members have now failed to graduate from the Mermaid Kingdom's most prestigious academy. When Zothsira dismisses the situation with a cold "so what," the instructor reaches her breaking point. Driven by a need to restore her student's honor, she boldly challenges Zothsira to a duel. Zothsira calmly accepts the challenge, but immediately begins to taunt the instructor, reminding her that she never won a single time when she acted tough, mockingly calling her the Witch of Arts. This sends Kira into a rage. She vehemently rejects the nickname, proudly proclaiming her title as the professor of the Honorable Mermaid Witch Academy, and vowing to make her capabilities as a mentor crystal clear through this match. The students watch in terror, fearing that the clash between the 2 powerful witches will leave the school in ruins. While Zothsira looks forward to testing the professor's growth, A sudden presence halts the momentum. The Mermaid Queen Sheila makes a grand entrance, leaving Angel completely stunned to see her mother. Kira and Zoth Sira react with sheer panic and shock as the atmosphere shifts. The arrival of Mermaid Queen Sheila completely overrides their conflict, as the regal queen calmly takes to the stage, leaving even the most headstrong individuals speechless. Mermaid Queen Sheila intervenes, questioning why Kira and Zoth Sira are fighting, and reminding them that they used to get along. The tension shifts to pure shock as King Nagus appears beside her, leaving the professor stunned by his presence. Platy is overjoyed, shouting for both her papa and mama, while Nagus questions why Sheila left the castle, though Sheila reveals it was out of worry for their daughter. Mermaid Queen Sheila asserts her authority, reminding Zoth Sira that as a fugitive she should not be causing a ruckus in the kingdom. She then turns her stern gaze toward Professor Kira, reprimanding her for her carelessness and questioning if she believes violence is the only way to solve problems. Both women are left trembling and apologetic under the Queen's gaze. Despite the Queen's reprimand, Professor Kira continues to argue, claiming that the dignity of the Academy is at stake. She explains that they already failed with Platy and cannot afford the same outcome with Angel, as it would threaten the school's very existence. However, her desperation only provokes Mermaid Queen Sheila, who asks with a chilling smile if Kira is daring to talk back to her. Mermaid Queen Sheila releases a sudden, crushing pressure that leaves Professor Kira completely paralyzed and trembling in terror. Overwhelmed by the Queen's bloodlust, Kira finds herself unable to move a single muscle. Once the aura vanishes, Sheila casually apologizes for the scare, leaving Kira panting for breath. Meanwhile, Platy turns to Zoth Sira and curiously asks if she is acquainted with her mother. Platy expresses her surprise that Zoth Sira is acquainted with her mother, one of the 6 witches of chaos. Zoth Sira awkwardly attempts to downplay their history, claiming they only hung out a little bit. However, internally, Zoth Sira is in a panic, remembering that she and Sheila once caused so much trouble that the Mermaid Kingdom nearly collapsed. As Sheila glares at her with a menacing aura, Zoth Sira desperately hopes Platy won't ask any more questions about the true nature of the Witch of Darkness. Sheila calls out to Zoth, who responds with immediate nervousness. Zoth internally admits that both she and Kira are lucky to be alive, given what they know about the Queen's history. Acknowledging that Sheila is not someone to be challenged, Sheila suggests that some memories are better left unsaid, a sentiment Zoth agrees with instantly. As Sheila reflects on Kira's motivations, acknowledging her role as a teacher who cares for the school and the well-being of Platy and Angel, Kira interrupts, insisting that the matter is far more serious and could damage the reputation of both the school and the kingdom. Maid Queen Sheila looks on with a questioning gaze as Professor Kira stammers, unable to find the right words. Zoth Sira watches from the side, noting that despite being a teacher, just as the tension peaks, King Nagus clears his throat, effectively breaking the oppressive atmosphere. Sheila then softens her tone, acknowledging Kira's strong sense of responsibility, though the reality is that Nagus' intervention likely saved Kira from a far worse fate. Professor Kira is left stunned, as Zoth Sira scolds her for her pride. Mermaid Queen Sheila softens her tone, admitting that they may have pushed Kira too far and that they should reflect on their own actions. She expresses her desire for her children to be free, yet acknowledges that being royalty and a founder of the school comes with heavy responsibilities. Looking toward the students, she notes that many, including Calva, work tirelessly to achieve their dreams of becoming teachers or imperial guards. Changing the mood, Mermaid Queen Sheila claps her hands and cheerfully proposes a suggestion, urging everyone to work together. However, the others, including Calva, are left feeling unsettled, interpreting her friendly offer as a potential threat given her overwhelming presence. The perspective then shifts away from the academy to a peaceful, sprawling traditional estate. Professor Kira, introducing herself as Carp, bows formally before the saint, expressing her honor at the meeting. She explains her role at the prestigious Mermaid Witch Academy and makes a surprising request as a new campus within the farm controlled by the saint. As she speaks, Norio looks on with a puzzled expression, privately recalling that the Mermaid Witch Academy is the very school Platy had dropped out of. Professor Kira confirms her request for a new campus, leaving Norio completely bewildered. She explains that since Princess Angel wishes to remain on the farm, but needs to continue her education without damaging the Academy's reputation, the King and Queen of the Mermaid Kingdom suggested establishing a local campus. Desperate for a solution, Kira bows deeply and begs Norio to grant her permission. Norio ponders the idea of establishing a new campus on his farm, thinking that Orkabo would be delighted by the news. As he tries to comfort a sobbing Angel, Professor Kira continues her desperate plea for his permission. However, the moment is abruptly shattered when Platy screams in total opposition. vehemently declaring that there is no way she will allow the academy to be brought to the farm. Plotty erupts in a fit of rage, screaming at Professor Kira and calling her a ghost from the past who shouldn't trample through their paradise. While Norio and Angel watch the staggering rejection in awkward silence, Kira remains unfazed, greeting Plotty with a calm smile. Norio worries that construction will be impossible given the tension, but Kira simply suggests that Plotty re-enroll and graduate from the new campus, prompting Plotty to scream for her to get out. Professor Kira calls out to Plotty and hands her a mysterious letter. Plotty takes it, wondering what it could be, and begins to read. The letter is from Mermaid Queen Sheila, who warmly congratulates Plotty on her pregnancy and asks if she is taking proper care of herself. Plotty stares at the words in total shock. Norio asks Plotty what is wrong as she stares in shock at the letter. The message from her mother, Mermaid Queen Sheila, asks her to approve the opening of the new branch school. Plotty is initially in complete denial, but she quickly realizes that she simply cannot say no to her mother. In a sudden shift of mood, she cheers for her mother's cleverness and decides to allow the Mermaid Witch Academy to be established on the farm. Professor Kira immediately begins her instruction, explaining that the curriculum covers both magic potions and noble etiquette. While Princess Angel obediently settles in, Plotty can only fume in silence. Norio, however, reaches a conclusion thinking about the future of his and Platy's children. He decides that having a school on the farm is indeed a necessity, much to Kira's excitement. Professor Kira notes that there are already many children of Angel's age on the farm and expects more from outside the Mermaid Kingdom to arrive. However, Norio interrupts, stating that the new campus must not separate the three races. He bluntly tells Kira that her existing curriculum is unacceptable and warns her that if she cannot embrace the inclusive way of doing things on the farm, the entire plan for the campus is off, leaving Kira visibly frustrated. Norio asks for Professor Kira's final answer, and she concedes, admitting that, since she is renting the space, she must compromise. Plotty is completely enamored by Norio's authoritative demeanor, cheering him on with it. While Kira seems defeated on the surface, she privately remains confident that her abilities will allow her to turn the school into her own personal playground. This hidden ambition is immediately called out by a companion, who teases her about her true intentions. The tension is abruptly broken when Vale kicks open the door with a loud slam, greeting Norio as Milord and announcing that she is hungry. Plotty is excited to see a guest, and Norio recognizes her immediately, but Professor Kira is completely appalled that a child would just kick open the door. Vale ignores the shock, searching the room for tasty snacks, only to let out a disappointed sigh when she finds nothing. Outraged by the girl's rudeness, Professor Kira shouts at Vale, declaring that she will personally straighten out her terrible manners. But the lecture is short-lived as Vale's expression shifts. With a menacing smile and an overwhelming presence, Vale retorts that Kira has some nerve lecturing her, questioning if the professor even knows who she is. Vale completely overwhelms Professor Kira, transforming into a colossal dragon and roaring as she drags the professor outside to settle their dispute. While Angel worries about the fate of the new campus, Norio, Dragon, and Vale look on, amused that the professor is finally getting a lesson in manners. The news of the new school spreads quickly across the farm, leaving the Adin workers absolutely thrilled. They cheer enthusiastically, shouting their excitement to Norio, who can only laugh sheepishly at the chaotic reaction to the announcement. Kubo is thrilled at the prospect of building a school, eager to finally put his skills to use. Norio sheepishly informs him that there are no plans for a formal building yet, as it will start as a Hansen Learning Center. But Kubo quickly catches on, realizing that the visiting mermaid students will definitely need dormitories. He and the other workers desperately plead with Norio to let them build the housing, leaving Norio amused by their unexpected passion for architecture. A mermaid official acknowledges Norio's generosity in providing both a school site and lodging, but she firmly declines the latter, stating that a mermaid's pride would allow it. When Norio asks if they intend to hire a carpenter from the Mermaid Kingdom, she dismisses the idea, revealing a small object. She explains that they have a superior solution, an invention by the genius Plotty known as growing coral, leaving Norio and Kubo bewildered. Norio is easily impressed by Plotty's genius, calling her a genius witch. The mermaid official explains the mechanics of the growing coral, noting that it morphs into any imagined shape when a special potion is added, allowing mermaids to establish their culture in any body of water. She admits that while these prefabricated homes are not permanent, which is why they typically live in the ocean, they are essential for nurturing mermaid pride. Finally, that they intend to arrange their own meals as well. She informs him that they intend to arrange their own meals as well. The mermaid official asks for permission to start construction immediately, and Norio readily agrees, leaving the logistics to her, while Kubo is in agreement. Norio is filled with concern. He reflects on how land is essentially a prison for mermaids and worries about the stress of them having to live among others, including a dragon. Norio can't help but wonder if anyone will actually show up to the school. His doubts are immediately swept away as a group of Discuss arrives, utilizing the growing coral to establish their presence. With high energy, they introduce themselves. Hecale, the Witch of Wind Batrachus, the Witch of Earth Veiltail, the Witch of Fire and Discus, the Witch of Ice. Angel steps forward to complete the group, introducing herself as the leader and the Witch of Light. Together, the 5 angels strike a pose and announce themselves as the 5 holy witches, claiming to be the successors of the 6 witches of chaos and the honorable first students of the new campus. After their high-energy introduction, Norio can only stare at them in utter confusion, wondering what has happened. Norio is left completely bewildered by the dramatic entrance of the mermaid angels. After welcoming them, he asks where they got the idea for such a theatrical introduction. The angels explain that they came to practice since they heard the farm is home to many witches. Angel proudly admits she gave the group a 6 Witches of Chaos vibe, seeking Norio's approval. While Norio feels this is exactly how misunderstandings begin, he privately worries that Platy will be furious when she finds out. Norio decides that the best way to welcome the new students is to introduce them to everyone on the farm. The mermaid students are immediately overwhelmed with excitement, believing they are in the presence of legendary witches and the Great Platy. However, the farm's residents, who are actually former criminals, feel awkward and embarrassed by the sudden, misplaced admiration. The mermaid students express their profound respect for the 6 witches of chaos. Although the witches are infamous for being the greatest problem children in the mermaid world, they are equally revered as the finest teachers of potions. Driven by this admiration, the students declare their mission to learn everything they can and eventually surpass the 6 witches. With determined expressions, they vow to become strong, aspiring to reach the level of their leader, Angel. The mermaid students bow deeply in a humble request, pleading for guidance from the residents. Gara Rufa is deeply moved by their earnestness, feeling fuzzy inside. Seeing their enthusiasm, Norio reflects that he had nothing to worry about after all. With a smile, he invites the new students to take a tour of the farm, to which they enthusiastically agree. The tour of the farm begins with an overview of the various roles available, from tending crops to producing condiments in the distillery and crafting art pieces. While the 5 holy witches are initially confused by the terminology, they are quickly told that the best way to understand is through experience. Dressed in overalls, the students are immediately thrust into intense, hands-on labor in the fields, leaving them overwhelmed and exhausted. An hour into their fieldwork, the 5 holy witches are completely worn out, panting from the grueling effort. However, they are amazed by Angel's stamina, realizing she truly trained for this. Inspired by her, the girls resolve to give it their all. Seeing their hard work, Norio cheerfully calls a stop to the labor and invites them all to lunch, leaving the students surprised and grateful. Norio presents a feast, jokingly remarking that every school needs a lunch service. The 5 holy witches are instantly captivated, claiming they've never tasted anything so wonderful and nearly passing out from the flavor. As they eat in pure bliss, Platy boasts that the farm offers not only tasty food but a true peace de resistance. Norio is simply happy to see them enjoying the meal. After the exhausting fieldwork, the 5 holy witches soak in a soothing hot spring, feeling all their fatigue melt away. Completely refreshed and energized, they quickly transition from the bath to a high-spirited pajama party, admiring their comfortable outfits and each other's cuteness, while admiring the cozy pajamas provided by the farm's clothing master. The 5 holy witches realize they have to return to their ocean dorms soon. They worry that returning in their pajamas might be inappropriate, but Angel remains optimistic, confidently declaring that they'll figure it out. Norio asks Kira if the food suits her tastes, explaining that he thought introducing a lunch service would be a nice touch. Kira is so overwhelmed by the quality of the meal that she is momentarily lost for words, eventually concluding that such a service would indeed make lessons go more smoothly. Nearby, a mermaid companion teases Kira about being tired from building dorms and suggests that the farm possesses the perfect place for their plans. Kira is completely overwhelmed by the luxury of the farm's hot spring, feeling her body melt into pure relaxation. After stepping out into an incredibly soft bathrobe, she is amazed by the quality of the amenities provided. Nico seizes the moment to point out that they even have fluffy futons for sleeping on land, asking Kira if the land isn't actually a pretty great place to be. Kira can only respond with a thoughtful gulp, clearly swayed by the comfort. Kyra acknowledges that life underwater is important, but Nico reminds her that learning to respect and understand one another is a vital part of schooling. Convinced by this logic, Kyra agrees with the approval of both above water and underwater dorms. The group celebrates, The decision. As Nico and Plati high-five and Arowana rushes off to work, Norio looks on with a smile, feeling a strong sense of optimism about the new campus. Horkosfan approaches Norio with a solemn look, informing him that she has a matter to discuss. Norio is caught off guard, wondering if she actually wants to talk about something other than natto for once. When he asks if there is a problem with the natto, Horkosfan firmly denies it, insisting that her request is about a different, more important matter. Horkosfan clarifies that the matter she wishes to discuss is about the restored angel. Kianshi reminds Norio that Hermes had taken her to Hephaestus for some adjustments, but they haven't received any updates since. Norio realizes who she is talking about and agrees that the silence is unusual. Deciding not to wait any longer, Norio suggests that they should simply go and ask for themselves. Hermes arrives with a loud and energetic greeting, calling out to Saint-Sama and mentioning it has been a long time. Norio apologizes for always summoning him, but Hermes is more interested in whether he will be treated to something. Horkosfan then steps in and offers him a bowl of natto, claiming that he needs it to cleanse the darkness in his heart. However, the strong scent is far too much for Hermes, who reacts with utter disgust, leaving Horkosfan confused as to why he is so upset. Horkosfan confronts Hermes with a cold, piercing gaze, questioning if he normally breaks his promises. She reminds him that he took her sister model for adjustments and has remained silent for months. Hermes, visibly sweating and nervous, insists that the adjustments were completed and that he did send her back. However, Horkosfan is not convinced, wondering why a god would pile up such lies. In a sudden burst of anger, she snaps and lunges at him, leaving Hermes screaming in terror that he is telling the truth. Hermes explains that Song Kufan has joined Prince Arowana on a journey of training, information he claims to have heard from Puffer. While Norio is surprised by the news, Horkosfan remains skeptical until she activates her internal scanning system. Once her sensors confirm a target is within range, her mood shifts completely. She decides to wrap up the discussion quickly so she can teleport to her own romantic rendezvous with the prince. Horkosfan suddenly appears before Sangokufan with a menacing aura, catching her completely off guard. With a flash of light, Horkosfan uses her teleportation magic to bring Sangokufan straight back to the farm. Sangokufan greets Norio cheerfully, while Horkosfan beams with satisfaction at her successful mission. Norio expresses his relief at seeing Horkosfan doing well. Horkosfan then prompts Sangokufan to introduce herself, and to Norio's surprise, Sangokufan does so with great energy and politeness. When Horkosfan mentions the effort put into her training, Norio is baffled that Puffer was responsible for teaching her manners. Sangokufan thoughtfully adds that learning and teaching others has helped her grow. Sangokufan shares that her growth wasn't a solo effort, noting that Prince Arowana and Hakai also became stronger as they faced the challenges of their journey together. Norio is impressed, agreeing that learning and growing as a group is a vital part of training. Horkosfan then reveals that this was exactly her goal when she entrusted Sangokufan to their care, though she gives a playful oopsie for keeping Norio in the dark about her plan. Without warning, Horkosfan fires a powerful blast directly into Sangokufan's face, leaving the angel screaming in pain. As a terrified Hermes watches from the side, Horkosfan coldly remarks that she is simply teaching Sangokufan a lesson for playing dumb. Yet, the tension vanishes instantly as Horkosfan's expression softens. She looks at Sangokufan with warmth, admitting that despite their ups and downs, she is truly happy that Sangokufan has returned to this world. Horkosfan pulls Sangokufan into a tight, heartfelt embrace, tearfully admitting that she is no longer a lonely angel. Norio and Hermes look on, touched by the emotional reunion. Suddenly, Horkosfan pauses, sensing footsteps nearby and wondering where they are coming from. However, she quickly returns to her affection, hugging Sangokufan once more, who looks quite confused and annoyed by the sudden display of emotion. The emotional reunion quickly takes a turn, as Sangokufan begins nuzzling Horkosfan's chest, happily commenting on how soft and comfy it is. As Sangokufan continues to rub against her, Horkosfan's expression shifts from affection to pure annoyance. Completely fed up with the behavior, Horkosfan threatens to punch her, while Norio looks on from behind, bewildered by the sudden change in atmosphere. Horkosfan reflects on the idea that true understanding comes from fighting. Sangokufan takes the opportunity to boast, claiming that since Gaddafi gave her the latest upgrades, Horkosfan is merely an outdated model. Provoked and annoyed, Horkosfan declares she will demonstrate her strength. Norio, realizing the danger, screams for them to stop, fearing the world will be destroyed if the two angels clash, while the undead king watches from the side. Horkosfan explains the danger of leaving an unstable Sangofan with too much power, revealing that she had Hephaestus apply a seal to her abilities. While Norio looks on in surprise, a shocked Sangofan realizes her powers have been dialed back. Horkosfan calmly informs her that these powers will only be unlocked once she has matured and learned to control them, eventually leading to a new form. Upon hearing about the possibility of a new form, Norio is instantly captivated. He begins to wildly speculate on what this transformation might entail, wondering if it will grant power boosts, speed increases, or even environmental adaptations. He even imagines the use of transformation items like cards or medals, his excitement reaching a fever pitch while Sangoku-fan looks on. Feeling the same thrill, Horikoshi-fan asks Puffer to continue looking after Sangoku-fan, while Norio apologizes for getting carried away with his excitement. Horikoshi-fan explains that Sangoku-fan's growth will progress alongside her training with Prince Arawana. The conversation then takes a sudden eccentric turn as Horikoshi-fan laments her inability to recreate a specific love-infused natto from her past, eventually admitting to Norio that she, too, is still inexperienced. Horikoshi-fan passionately declares that once she perfects her natto and Sangoku-fan reaches her new form, Norio quickly protests that there is no need for fighting, but as he observes her, he realizes how much she truly loves teaching. He recalls learning teleportation magic from her, acknowledging her as an excellent sen. Nearby, the end both finds situation wonderful, noting the undead king finds the situation growing together. Experience the joy of growing together. This reflection leads Norio to a sudden, excited realization. Inspired by the conversation about teaching, Norio turns to the undead king with a sudden idea, suggesting that he become a teacher at the upcoming Mermaid Witch Academy. The undead king is overwhelmed with emotion, touched that he might experience the joys of life once again in his old age. Horikoshi-fan supports the suggestion, noting that it's a fine idea and another piece of the puzzle falling into place for the school's opening. Norio looks upon his friends and mentors with a smile, feeling reassured that he is not alone in his journey of growth. He resolves to evolve himself, not just as a person but as a father, determined to learn and grow alongside them. But the tranquility is short-lived. The undead king and the winged beings suddenly stiffen, having detected a strange and powerful presence approaching. Sensing a dragon's presence heading toward Prince Arawana, Horikoshi-fan immediately decides to return to Sangoku-fan, whom she shockingly refers to as her husband. Norio panics, worrying about the safety of his brother-in-law and the others, while simultaneously being bewildered by Horikoshi-fan's claim as she rushes off. Norio frantically considers sending backup, thinking that Veil would be the best choice for such a situation. Norio remains anxious, questioning the situation, while Horikoshi-fan reflects on the bonds formed through growth. Hermes attempts to calm the group down, but their conversation is abruptly cut short. With a sudden whoosh and a thunderous boom, a dragon clone descends upon the area, letting out a menacing laugh as it arrives. Facing the sudden arrival of the dragon clone, a blonde horned warrior and her muscular companion stand their ground with determined expressions. The dragon clone looks upon them with a menacing gaze, declaring its intent to see what they are truly made of. As the tension peaks, the fate of Prince Arawana's party remains uncertain. A mountain of gold coins leaves the group in absolute awe. Norio, Aileron, and Kai stare in disbelief at the sheer amount of money gathered in several large sacks. Leviasave calmly reveals that the tableware crafted by Aileron and her team has become an overnight sensation in the demon capital. Meanwhile, Kai is left completely spent, panting for breath after being the one tasked with carrying the heavy loot. The exquisite tableware, a fusion of ancestral elven techniques and Norio's wisdom, has completely transformed the dining experience in the demon capital, bringing both visual and emotional richness to every meal. Leviasa reveals that these pieces have become the latest craze, with everything flying off the shelves. Overwhelmed by the news as Norio enthusiastically congratulates her on her incredible success, Aileron is deeply moved, feeling a sense of elation that her hard work has been acknowledged and enjoyed by so many. She gratefully shakes hands with Leviasa, thanking her for the update. As the team realizes they will need to produce a vast amount of goods to meet the demand, Leviasa adds that the trend includes leather goods and wooden statues as well. Norio looks on, noting that things are about to get very busy. Amazed by the mountain of gold, Aileron and her companion wonder how they could possibly spend it all. They recall their days as thieves, noting they've never seen such a fortune. However, as they brainstorm ideas from gourmet dining to luxury clothing and fine house, they quickly realize that nothing compares to the quality of life Norio has already provided on the farm, leaving them completely stumped. Aileron is left in disbelief that her wealth is practically useless. Norio brings up the past, noting that Aileron and her companion didn't steal for greed, but were driven by the desperation of their dying forest, which had been stripped of mana by human magic. As the companion confirms the environmental destruction, Norio wonders if the end of the fighting means their homeland might finally be recovering. Aileron comes to a realization that the natural mana, once siphoned away, is finally returning to the surface, meaning her desolate homeland may be coming back to life. Seizing the opportunity, her companion enthusiastically proposes, using their massive earnings to fund the restoration. He explains that while nature would eventually heal on its own, it could take centuries, and their financial help could drastically speed up the process. Norio and the other companion listen on, realizing the gold will be used to hire people for a large-scale afforestation program. Norio wonders where they can find enough manpower for the reforestation project, noting that the orcs are busy with the school and the elves are occupied with their crafts. Leviasa surprises him by suggesting they use the surplus idle personnel from the Demon King's army. Despite Ailey concerns about the grueling physical labor involved, Leviasa confidently reveals her plan. They will leave the management of the project to Aeshma, who looks quite confused by the sudden assignment. Leviasa suggests that the four heavenly kings should stop competing and start cooperating with one another. Ashma quickly catches on, accusing Leviasa of simply fobbing the hard work off on someone else. Leviasa calmly admits that she has already received enough praise from her business equals and declares that it is now Ashma's turn. She then turns to another heavenly king, praising his stamina and stating that she trusts no one more to handle the intense and grueling reforestation project. Eshma is deeply moved by Leviasa's apparent trust, feeling touched by her words. However, she quickly snaps, accusing Leviasa of manipulating her personality to get her to do the work. Leviasa simply chuckles. Asham is convinced, shouting with determination that she will definitely accomplish the mission. As Leviasa walks away, satisfied with her scheme, Norio and the others can only watch in disbelief, noting that despite knowing Leviasa, Eshma still doesn't. Aileron and her companion cheer enthusiastically, happy that the money will help the elven forest recover much faster. As Norio watches them, he begins to reflect on a strange realization. Their farm doesn't really have a concept of buying things because they produce everything they need. This thought leads him to wonder about Beatty, who had previously headed to the market to start making money. Norio is completely caught off guard when Verena suddenly appears. As she walks away with her belongings, he learns that she is dedicating all her funds to a wedding fund. Blushing and bewildered, Norio is left to wonder if a woman's reliability is linked to the grandiosity of her wedding ambitions. Puffer finishes treating the injury on the prince's back, confirming that he is now fully healed. As the prince thanks her, Puffer admits how startled she was to discover that he had been locked in a desperate struggle against a dragon, all within the short time they had been away. Arowana sincerely apologizes for the worry he caused. Overcome with emotion, Puffer tells him he is far too precious and important, though she quickly flusters and tries to claim she meant he is valued by the nation. As they continue to check on each other's injuries, Orkubo watches from the side, thinking that the two of them already act like a married couple. A younger girl suddenly interrupts, bluntly asking Puffer and Arowana if they plan to have a baby soon. Completely flustered, Puffer yells at her to think before speaking, but internally, she is overwhelmed by vivid fantasies of engagement, weddings, and starting a family with the prince. Arowana seriously considers the idea of Puffer ascending to the throne as queen, believing the merfolk kingdom would be in safe hands under her leadership. However, he notes that the most important aspect of marriage is the feelings of those involved, and the discussion cannot proceed without knowing her thoughts. When suggested to simply ask her, Arowana is momentarily stunned, while Puffer becomes an overwhelmed, blushing mess, unable to find the words to respond. Flustered and desperate to change the subject, Puffer interrupts the conversation, claiming that they are making the newcomer, Mr. Ardheg, feel uncomfortable. However, Ardheg takes a strange turn, producing a sign and awarding Prince Wana 2 king points with a dramatic drumroll. As Ardheg explains that he will now be scoring the prince's actions, Orkubo can only look on in utter confusion, wondering what on earth is happening. Orkubo brings up a previous matter, prompting Ardheg to reveal his identity as Lord Ardheg of the Grinzel Dragons. Ardheg explains the trial set by his father, Geyser Dragon, to find a king who has no business being a hero, or a hero who has no business being a king, reflecting on their past conflict. Ardheg admits that he saw glimpses of this rare potential within Prince Arowana during the deadly battle he fought alongside Puffer. Ardheg announces that he will accompany Arowana on his journey to complete his assessment. Arowana accepts this as part of his training, reaffirming his commitment to forge himself into the next king of the merfolk. With a determined gaze, he declares that all personal desires from facing the saint to proposing to Puffer must wait until his training is finished. Arowana asks Puffer to convey his congratulations to Platy on her pregnancy and to coordinate celebrations with Hendra. After seeing Puffer's flustered reaction, he apologizes, admitting that he mistakenly believed he had to carry all burdens himself. Puffer looks on with concern as Arowana solemnly vows to engrave the lesson of avoiding complacency upon his heart to become a better leader. Norio suggests that the group should get some sleep, reminding them that they have a long walk ahead of them tomorrow. As they approach a large, traditional-style building, Dragon lets out a loud, hearty laugh. A corrupt lord boasts about his oppressive taxation system, claiming taxes on everything from births to inheritance. While enjoying a lavish meal paid for by the peasants suffering, he declares that all their wealth belongs to him alone. However, his greedy mood is cut short when he is informed that visitors have arrived, prompting him to irritably threaten his subordinate with a tax on interruptions. Arowana steps forward, boldly criticizing the lord's exorbitant tax rates and asking for the people's burden to be lightened. The greedy lord, informed by his subordinate that they are merely travelers, is offended by their audacity. Amused and arrogant, he refuses to listen to their pleas and instead proposes a game, pointing toward a massive boulder, and declaring that he will only consider their request if they can smash it. Arowana gives the signal to Hakai, who swings his massive hammer with a thunderous roar. With a deafening boom, the boulder is completely obliterated into fragments. The greedy lord, completely blindsided by the overwhelming display of power, panics as Arowana calmly asks if he is finally ready to listen to their request. The greedy lord desperately claims that the boulder's destruction was cheating and demands a redo. Arowana dismisses this and points out that as the local lord, it is his duty to handle a monster that has nested on the edge of his territory for over a year. The lord complains about the cost of hiring soldiers and, with a cruel smile, suggests that if the group truly pities the peasants, they should exterminate the monster, for him callously noting that only a few villagers would be eaten in the meantime. The greedy lord screams in disbelief, desperately claiming the feat must be a trick or magic. Arowana, annoyed by the noise, tells him his condition has been met and demands he finally listen to their request. Recalling their journey, Arowana describes the shocking poverty and numerous toll points in the land, contrasted by the selfless hospitality of the villagers who shared their meager food. Moved by this kindness, Arowana sternly declares that they have come to negotiate directly to make the people's lives easier. Arowana firmly reminds the greedy lord that those in power have an obligation to their people, pleading for a reasonable tax rate. However, the lord scoffs at their morality, calling them canardists, and claiming the previous feat was a mere trick. He sets a new absurd condition. If they can bring him a dragon, he will listen to their requests. Norio calmly accepts the challenge, seeing it as a way to further measure the lord's character, while Arowana looks to him for support. In a sudden and overwhelming display of power, a dragon clone appears, its roar echoing through the air. The greedy lord, who had arrogantly demanded a dragon as proof of their power, is now completely paralyzed by fear. The dragon looks down upon him with utter contempt, declaring that such a repulsive piece of trash is neither a king nor a hero and deserves to be turned into cinders. The lord can only scream in desperation, as he realizes he is at the mercy of the beast he demanded. Arowana asks the dragon clone, Lord Ardheg, to restrain himself, wanting the greedy lord to have a moment to reflect on his actions. Turning to Hakai, she admits she didn't want to use this method, but the lord's behavior left her no choice. She presents a travel permit issued by the Demon Kingdom and personally signed by Demon King Zidane. The greedy lord is completely shaken, questioning who they really are as he realizes the level of power and influence they hold. The revelation of Arowana's true status as the first prince of the Merfolk Kingdom sends the greedy lord into a panic. Overwhelmed by the sheer weight of Arowana's authority and the travel permit, the lord collapses to the ground, desperately pleading for mercy. As they travel, the group expresses relief that the greedy lord was handed over to the military police without further incident, though they wonder what punishment the Demon King has in store for him. Arowana observes a stark difference in government, leaving local lords to hold the kingdom incompetent. Leaving local lords to hold the king is the opposite. He notes that while King Zidane is a fair and wise ruler, his overwhelming strength may cause those around him to lose their own drive and edge. A companion teases Arowana, suggesting that he will need to be extra cautious once he eventually takes over the rule of his own country, which leaves the prince quite surprised. As the mood lightens, the scene shifts to Norio and Hakai, who find themselves suddenly racking up king points. While Hakai seems unfazed, Norio is left bewildered, wondering what these points are, even for Ria suddenly bursts with energy, declaring that their big chance has finally arrived. She corners a bewildered Norio, calling him Seijasama and insisting that the timing is perfect. As Norio sinks into a state of resignation, wondering why this is happening again, Ria reveals a small bean, confidently proclaiming that they will use its power to take over the world. Princess Lettislet quickly puts an end to Ria's delusions with a sharp smack to the head. Norio points out the impossibility of conquering the world with a mere pea shooter, though he is secretly terrified that Ria might actually attempt to create guns that fire beans. Princess Lettislet reminds her that as a princess of a kingdom wiped out by the Demon Lord, she shouldn't be talking about such dangerous the subject, asking Norio if he has noticed the merfolk exchange students, who have been hanging around lately. Ria enthusiastically explains her grand strategy. By getting the merfolk exchange students to eat her beans, word of mouth will spread, eventually making the entire world obsessed with them. While Norio looks on with a deadpan expression, Princess Lettucelet is visibly irritated, questioning Ria for calling their home an isolated backwater village. Ria confidently decides to put her beans to the test, challenging Norio to see the results. But as the merfolk students eat them, the conversation quickly shifts away from the beans. While they admit the beans are tasty, they are far more enthusiastic about pork cutlets, ice cream, and pancakes with maple syrup. Ria, who expected total obsession, is left completely bewildered by their reaction. Ria completely breaks down, wailing in frustration and clinging to Princess Lettucelet. Norio watches the scene with a sigh, admitting he saw this coming. Despite her tears, Ria insists that her beans are delicious, seeking validation from Lettucelet. The princess agrees that the students' lack of absolute devotion to the beans is an affront to them both. However, Lettucelet quickly pivots the conversation, claiming that while beans are indeed incredible, natto is the truly magnificent choice. Ria and Princess Lettucelet desperately plead with Norio to help them make the students realize that beans are the ultimate ingredient. Norio agrees, confidently claiming that there is a hidden side to beans that even the two of them are unaware of. With a mysterious smile, he decides to start by introducing the humble soybean, prompting Ria to wonder if he means the ones used to make miso and soy sauce. Norio enthusiastically lists the many ways soybeans can be used, mentioning everything from hamburgers and donuts to stews and salads. Even Pochi and Yoshimo are thrilled to hear they can be included in their meals. He further explains that soybeans can be made into tofu, an ideal first food for babies. However, Norio adds a caveat, suggesting that most soybean products feel like substitutes for other best. Meanwhile, Ria remains steadfast in her belief that natto is the absolute best. Ria recalls Norio mentioning vitamins and minerals in natto, prompting him to explain that the primary appeal of bean dishes is their nutrition. However, Norio quickly realizes that being healthy isn't a compelling argument in this world. To better capture their interest, he begins detailing the specific benefits of isoflavones, such as anti-aging, radiant skin, and the development of more feminine figure. As he continues to list benefits like weight loss, stress reduction, and remote bone strength, Ria becomes completely overwhelmed by the information. Ria reflects on how she was too shocked by the natto previously to fully grasp Norio's explanations, but now she is absolutely amazed by the insane potential of beans. As Norio tries to move the conversation forward, Ria asks for a specific clarification on what he meant by a more feminine figure. Blushing and flustered, Norio awkwardly admits that beans are apparently supposed to increase bust size. The revelation about beans increasing bust size sends the merfolk students into a total frenzy. Ria seizes the moment, shouting for everyone to witness the incredible capabilities of beans. The students are now hopeful that they too can achieve glamorous figures. One student specifically hopes to develop a chest that would please Sangoku-fan, but Norio can't help but express a bit of doubt. Ria celebrates triumphantly, proclaiming that the power of beans is unstoppable and promising the students they can join the ranks of busty beauties. Norio watches the scene with a sweat drop, realizing the idea is going viral. Kira, their professor, attempts to restore order and insists on testing the safety of such suspicious feudal. As Ria leads the students in a fervent chant for bean salvation, Norio tries to advise them to keep their portions reasonable, but he is utterly ignored. Ria enthusiastically thanks Norio and declares her intention to rule the world with the power of beans. Together with Princess Lettucelet, she sparks an unprecedented bean craze that sweeps through the entire farm like a tornado. The scene shifts to a group of travelers who are snacking on roasted broad beans, praising them for being easy to carry and beneficial for the skin. As they continue their journey, the witch asks the prince about their destination. The prince explains that Demon King Zidane has recommended a particular place for them to visit along the way. Upon arriving at the coordinates provided by Demon King Zidane, the group is surprised to find nothing but a desolate wasteland. Lord Ardbeg immediately worries that they've been lured into a trap by the Demon King's army. His companion quickly shuts down his paranoia, shouting that Lord Zidane would never do such a thing. The sudden outburst leaves Ardbeg feeling crushed and gloomy, prompting his companions to comment on how sensitive he is for a dragon. As the travelers stand in the wasteland, they are approached by a villager. He explains that he was sent by Demon King Zidane to provide them with guidance and reveals his identity as the Merfolk Prince. The travelers, confused by the mention of the Demon King, explain that they are simply on a training journey. The prince then points toward a peculiar site in the Distantacy structure that looks like a farm, despite the land being far too barren to support any crop. Looking at the desolate surroundings, One of the travelers wonders if the wasteland is a scar left behind from a past war. She finds the idea of farming in such a harsh place to be an overwhelming task, and asks why anyone would even attempt it. The merfolk prince calmly explains that to create farmland, they must first bring the dead soil back to life, describing the effort as a way of paying back karma for those of them who were spared and granted a second chance at life. The blonde traveler expresses her confusion, noting that humans should not be living within the Demon King's borders. This leads her to a startling conclusion. The hooded guide is actually the former king of the humans, to the shock of the travelers. The man confirms her suspicion, explaining that although he is officially considered dead, the Demon King granted him a second chance at life and tasked him with the work of restoring the barren land. Looking out over the desolate landscape, the former king of the humans reflects on his life, admitting that he never truly possessed the character worthy of leading others. However, the blonde traveler and the prince of the merfolk do not view him with contempt. The traveler firmly declares that she refuses to see him as a failure, expressing a desire to learn the true essence of royalty from the humble life he now leads. Humbled by their words, the former king hopes that his fall from grace can at least serve as a cautionary tale for the young prince. The traveler reveals a shocking truth to the former king. His daughter, Letislate, is alive and doing well. Overwhelmed with emotion, the former king realizes that Demon King Zidane kept his promise to protect her from cruelty. To further prove this, the traveler hands him a bag of crops grown by Letislate herself, leaving the former king in awe of his daughter's success. Deeply moved, the former king realizes he cannot give up and vows to persevere in cultivating the barren land, hoping to one day deliver his own harvest to his daughter. The traveler lightheartedly mentions that Princess Letislate dreams of ruling the world with her crops, a notion the prince of the merfolk confirms. As the traveler offers the former king a sample of the crops to try, she muses about where the princess gets such ambitions, though she notes that the goal is likely to make everyone happy. The former king tastes the crops and is instantly overwhelmed, finding them absolutely delicious. He realizes that a taste like this could bring genuine happiness to the entire world. As they stand in the wasteland, the travelers discuss the potential danger of such a discovery, concluding that it must remain a secret haven from Princess Letisleto avoid throwing the world into disarray. The prince of the merfolk reflects on the former king's humble path, realizing that living in seclusion to revitalize land is its own form of kingship. As the Mika departs, Plot realizes they have run out of beans and decides to head back to the farm. She muses about whether the former king would be shocked to learn about the storm. The scene suddenly cuts back to the farm where the peaceful atmosphere is to the loud, absurd fun about big boobs, ending the chapter on a humorous and questionable note.